transformed into a member of the Inuzuka clan, starting with merely a Siberian husky? Astonishingly, both of them are reincarnated beings. By the banks of the South River, a young man with white hair skips stones, his skills lamentably lacking. Nearby, the husky paces anxiously. The young man is Inuzuka Suki, a traveler from another realm, while the dog, named Wankai, is also a reincarnated canine. Over a decade ago, Inuzuka Suki attempted to bathe Wankai, who, terrified of water, dashed into the streets. The two chased each other and unexpectedly passed through a door, transforming the steel jungle into a serene forest stream as the door dissolved into shimmering particles. That day's run beneath the setting sun was the embodiment of my lost youth. He mused, to make matters worse. Their ages regressed. Inuzuka Suki became a diminutive child, while Wankai transformed into a blind puppy. He was soon whisked away by a woman from the Inuzuka clan. "That is my mother," he noted, while Wankai was snatched up by a one-eyed Czech wolf dog. "That is my father's ninja dog." Months later, their parents fell victim to the Great Ninja War. In the world of Hokage, it appears that the majority of children are orphaned. Upon encountering Noera Rin, Wankai lamented, "Is this woman truly worth destroying the world over? She lacks fur, her nose isn't black, and her fangs are dull." Inuzuka Suki's contemporaries included Kakashi and Obito. Surviving in a clan where they grappled tooth and nail for 720 episodes is commendable. During the Third Great Ninja War, possessing a modicum of biological knowledge, he became a coveted asset for Orochimaru. The medical ninjas of the ninja world are woefully inadequate. My veterinary knowledge surpasses theirs. How long can this duo of man and dog survive in the ninja realm? What escapades will they embark on with Orochimaru? With merely a dog to start with, can they rise to become Hokage? It seems that soon, they may rely on the husky to dominate the ninja world, a notion both absurd and thrilling. As Orochimaru prepares to defect, Inuzuka Suki contemplates his own escape with the husky. He is, astonishingly, the true disciple of the serpent sage. Inuzuka Suki has become Orochimaru's true disciple, not just a mere addition like Akamichi, but a true inheritor of his teachings. In the early stages of the Third Great Ninja War, the third Hokage observed Orochimaru, proclaiming, "This child resembles me." Inuzuka Suki was regarded as the crown prince of Konoha. Later, as the third Hokage shifted his gaze to Namikaze Minato, he remarked, "Orochimaru lacks virtue, you ought to encourage him," leading to a dramatic decline in Suki's standing. Wankai, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, "Orochimaru is about to make his move. Will we follow? If we accompany him in defection, do we stand a chance of survival? I wish to sell ramen in Konoha. I've heard it's the safest option." Inuzuka Suki retorted with a cold smile. "Akamichi knows nothing of the experiments. I am his assistant. After dissecting so many of our kin, if Orochimaru escapes, will Konoha spare me?" Wankai lamented, "My premium dog food, shampoo, and paw care gone. Who said I wanted to become a traitor?" Inuzuka Suki tossed a stone across the water. "I am 15, and my abilities have reached their limit. I have exhausted the potential of the Inuzuka clan. This clan possesses no bloodline limit. Only secret techniques. My future strength will only decline. There will be no significant breakthroughs. Bloodlines come in two forms. One is the Byakugan or Sharingan, which one is born without can never attain. The other is the lava or magnet release, which can be cultivated later. The challenge lies in the chakra fusion ratio. Magnet release requires 31.4159 wind and 68.5841 lightning. Inuzuka Suki discovered the corpse of a steel release ninja during the Third Great Ninja War. Was he really relying on Orochimaru to break through his limitations? Would the steel release corpse prove useful? This journey of betrayal for one boy and his dog was bound to stir up significant events. Next, would they be hunted by Konoha? What could he learn from Uncle Snake? The mere thought sent a thrill down his spine. Inuzuka Suki became the blue flash of the Mist Village, accompanied by his husky in defection. No, he aimed to seize the position of Hokage by analyzing the steel release corpse. Inuzuka Suki mastered the steel release, also developing a wind release chakra mode. Enveloping myself in a layer of wind release enhances agility and provides protection. His ninja blade could extend, akin to Asuma's chakra blade. Steel release could guard against cuts and impacts. In the latter stages of the Third Great Ninja War, he stood tall, clad in a pale blue wind release cloak, brandishing a 3-meter-long wind release ninja blade, cutting through the land of whirlpools to the land of water. Mist Village calls me the Blue Flash, yet he was aware. Minato Namikaze is a cage-level ninja, while I merely rank among the elite jonin. My chakra lasts only 3 minutes against the Raikage and his muscular warriors, I cannot endure for long. Inuzuka Suki gazed at Wankai. Without a bloodline, the only way to grow stronger is to forge a different path. While others rely on bloodlines, we shall depend on technology. He flung his final stone. Finally reaching the opposite shore, Wankai lamented. Then I must become a traitorous dog, losing my food bowl and chew toy. Who said I wanted to become a traitor? Inuzuka Suki scoffed. Plan A. Let Orochimaru become the 5th Hokage. Wankai was taken aback. That's harder than making me eat feces again. 3rd Hokage supports Minato. Orochimaru's disappointment is evident. Inuzuka Suki corrected him. The 2nd Hokage conducted live experiments and still became a hero. The Hokage does not necessarily have to be a direct successor. I possess the will of fire, even more than my teacher. I end the forest of death. Inuzuka Suki unsealed a massive stone. Behind it lay Orochimaru's experimental base. It is time to execute the plan. Konoha does not belong to the Sarutobi clan. Why should it be my betrayal and not his abdication? The blue flash is poised to confront the Hokage system directly. Will Orochimaru collaborate in seizing the position of Hokage? Are this man and his dog about to upend the Hidden Leaf Village? Next, what secrets lie within the experimental base? It seems they are on the verge of developing technology more formidable than the reanimation jutsu. The mere thought is utterly insane. Is Orochimaru's head merely a decorative piece? It graces the desks of the 4 Kage. Inuzuka Suki earned a staggering 1.4 billion from its sale. Wankai's loose tongue brings trouble. While accompanying Orochimaru to the restroom, Orochimaru-sama, you actually stand to urinate that very afternoon. Inuzuka Suki found himself crying out for mercy at the hands of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The exploding blade and lightning blade nearly sent us off. From that day forth, he dared not let Wankai meet Orochimaru in the laboratory of the Forest of Death. Over a dozen of Orochimaru's shadow clones were busy at work. It's you, Suki. What is it? Inuzuka Suki got straight to the point. Sensei, we are out of money again. Orochimaru's research projects are numerous. Space-time ninjutsu, bloodline limits, chakra computers. No amount of money thrown at them seems to yield results. Inuzuka Suki devised a cunning plan. Let's sell clone versions of Orochimaru's head, with a bounty of 350 million in the black market for each. Selling one to each of the 4 nations would net us 1.4 billion. It is likely that the desks of the 4 Kage now display the 350 million Orochimaru heads as mere ornaments. After pulling off this scheme, the 2 were blacklisted by the black market. This time, Orochimaru was not irked. Tozan will allocate additional funds. Prepare a report. Inuzuka Suki was alarmed. Tozan lacks intelligence and integrity. He won't part with his money. Orochimaru declared with conviction. He will certainly agree. Inuzuka Suki probed. Are you preparing to leave the Hidden Leaf? Orochimaru frowned. Focus on your task. Is Orochimaru truly planning to defect? What transaction has he struck with Tozan? How long can the money earned from selling heads keep them afloat? Next, will the projects within the laboratory be exposed? Surely, this will leave the ninja black market in tears once more. This maneuver is simply exquisite. Orochimaru intends to defect, but has inadvertently provided Inuzuka Suki with a powerful advantage. The Sage Technique Curse Mark can unlock Sage Mode. This is a tremendous profit. Inuzuka Suki urged Orochimaru. If you become Hokage, the funding plan will be far more feasible. Orochimaru scoffed. After losing to the 4th Hokage, I wish to leave the Hidden Leaf. With Sarutobi hesitating to step down for 2 years, I am utterly disillusioned. Tozan invested over 600 million. Initially, Orochimaru's head was worth 350 million. That money could buy 2 with change to spare. Inuzuka Suki sought to lower the price on Sarutobi's head. An 800 million project, alas. There was no opportunity for forgery. He continued to persuade. Danzo is akin to a rat in the gutter, unworthy of being your hindrance. Orochimaru declared with resolute determination. Inuzuka Suki declined to accompany him, stating, I will join the Foundation as a liaison, after discussing matters of importance. Orochimaru retrieved a scroll from the safe. Here, a gift for you. He tossed over a substance resembling clay. The front showcasing 3 Tomo seals, while the back bore hooks. Your steel release and wind release modes consume excessive chakra. You recall that family, which went mad from absorbing natural energy 2 years ago? Inuzuka Suki suddenly realized. The clan of Shiko. Orochimaru nodded. This is a Sage Technique seal, capable of absorbing natural energy to assist in entering a shallow Sage mode. He also provided research materials. If your body feels strange, remove it. Inuzuka Suki held the enhancement in his hands. Was he planning to stir things up in Konoha? Could he maneuver effectively within the foundation? Was this sage technique seal even more formidable than Sasuke's? It seemed that he would soon rely on this to confront Danzo directly. Orochimaru, in his departure, had surprisingly left behind a trump card. Exciting. Inuzuka Suki stood up for Uchiha Shursui. The task force staff targeted Uchiha, only to be rebuffed on the spot. The sage technique seal functioned like a throttled Wi-Fi, absorbing natural energy at a regulated pace to prevent corruption. The seal suddenly trembled. If not applied promptly, it will turn to stone. Inuzuka Suki hastily sealed it away. He understood that after Orochimaru's defection, he must handle Danzo himself, otherwise the foundation seal would be placed upon him. Konoha resembled a vast construction site. The chaos of the Nine Tails had devastated half the village, and 2 years later, it remained unrepaired. The townspeople wore heavy expressions. The commercial district was desolate. Only the task force seemed somewhat lively. The number of genin who perished during the Nine Tails incident surpassed even that of the Third Great Ninja War, leading to a severe shortage of elite combatants. Tasks piled up like mountains. Uchiha Shursui arrived, 11 or 12 years old, donned in a ceremonial kimono adorned with fan motifs. He inquired whether a brank task was for a single person. The staff's expression darkened. Absolutely not. The 3 tomo of the Sharingan in his eyes were too conspicuous. Uchiha had become the target of ire. Shursui pointed to another task. What about this one? The staff grew increasingly impatient. Also not. Shursui murmured. The task requirements clearly state it is for one. The staff erupted in fury. I said it's not, so it's not. You damned Uchiha. Sarayu. Inuzuka Suki arrived with his trusty companion. He snatched the task list. This task is clearly designated for one person. On what basis are you denying it? Sarayu was his younger brother from the same clan. The ninja dog, Rimaru, seemed fierce. It was intimidated by a single glare from his companion. Why? With its tail tucked and belly exposed. My brother is a disciple of Orochimaru, the azure flash of the mist. Do you dare to obstruct me? Can Shursui receive missions? Inuzuka Suki aims to protect Uchiha. This confrontation surely will alter Shizui's fate. Next, will Danzo set his sights on him? Can the two of them join forces? The plot thickens. Inuzuka Suki intends to team up with Uchiha Shursui. At the mission office, Shursui is put in a difficult position, yet he stands firm, compelling an apology from the other party. Inuzuka Aoi next stiffened. The Uchiha are untrustworthy. Inuzuka Suki chuckles coldly. Making judgments without evidence? That is unacceptable, whether on the battlefield or in the village. Apologize to Shursui. Shursui attempts to mediate. There's no need, it's not a big deal. Inuzuka Suki bluntly refuses. You're a ninja of the clan, you should understand the rules. If you do not apologize, I shall formally apologize to the Uchiha in the name of my family. Inuzuka Aoi, eyes reddening, bows at a 90-degree angle. I'm sorry. Inuzuka Suki turns to Shursui. For our first mission, shall we form a team? Shursui is taken aback. Do you truly wish to team up with me? Senior, just follow my lead. Shursui hastily bows. I will certainly comply with your arrangements. Aoi hands over the mission scroll. Inuzuka Suki advises him. Fail to comprehend this, and your life will unfold in such a manner. The mission entails escorting a noble to the Land of Rivers. The Land of Rivers is filled with rogue ninjas and bandits. This brank mission is no trivial matter. 2 hours later, at the gates of Konoha, a white-haired, masked young man awaits. His voice hoarse yet magnetic. I beg you both. His tone reminiscent of Orochimaru's. On the journey, Inuzuka Suki allows Shursui to take charge. Check the map, adjust the route, select camping spots, set traps. Choosing a water source is also wise. Shizui's proficiency earns Suki's nod. An exceptional ninja is well-rounded, not reliant on one or two powerful techniques. Yet he is more concerned about the noble. This individual undoubtedly possesses a complex background. A week later, nearing the border, the terrain is fraught with mountains and valleys, making travel arduous. Inuzuka Suki cannot help but scoff. The infrastructure in the ninja world is abysmal. It is time for a new energy revolution. Is this noble merely a guise for Orochimaru? What dangers await in the Land of Rivers? What sparks will ignite between Inuzuka Suki and Shursui as they team up? Next, they may need to carve a bloody path through the den of rogue ninjas. This combination holds promise. The Iwagakure ninja launch a surprise attack on the borders of the Land of Fire. Inuzuka Suki sees through it at a glance. Sunagakure is causing trouble behind the scenes, facilitating Iwagakure's advance. Inazuka Suki channels Sage Arts. Maintaining a state of moderate Sage mode, natural energy nourishes the body, gradually strengthening it. Sensing the approach of the 8-man squad. 2 standard teams, in transit mode, we will collide in 10 minutes. He and Shursui concealed themselves among the treetops. The rock-hidden ninja appeared. 2 Jonin, 6 Chunin and Genin. Shursui furrowed his brow. How are they here while still engaged in battle with the rock-hidden? Inazuka Suki pondered. This child is naive and transparent, reminiscent of my university classmate. He guided him. Sand Hidden, after losing 3 battles, seeks to undermine Konoha without direct confrontation. Shursui was perplexed. The noble youth spoke. The answer lies below. Inazuka Suki elucidated. The Sand Hidden has allowed the rock-hidden passage through the land of wind to invade the land of fire. The noble added, and they can collect tolls, a double benefit. Inazuka Suki concluded. Merely the lament of a defeated dog. Wankai expressed discontent. I am no defeated dog, do not include me. Shursui drew his ninja blade. Senior, protect the client, I shall eliminate them. Inazuka Suki was astonished. With the enemy aware and myself in the shadows, this child intends to confront them directly? Would Shursui really charge in? What schemes do the rock-hidden ninjas harbor? Will the Sand Hidden's maneuver ignite a new war? Next, how will Inazuka Suki prevent Shursui from acting? Can they silently resolve the rock-hidden threat? The plot thickens with excitement. Inazuka Suki camouflaged himself with bird droppings, utilizing explosive tags to annihilate the rock-hidden. Uchiha Shursui was left in awe. This was true mastery of ninja tools. As Shursui prepared to charge forward, Inazuka Suki intercepted him. Watch closely, I shall impart the second lesson. He retrieved a bird's nest, using the droppings to smear on his clothes, employing ninja tools for throwing to strike terror in their area of expertise. He created shadow clones. The original moved ahead to set traps, while the clones guarded the rear. Among the rock-hidden squad, a female ninja observed a squirrel, luring it with pine nuts. The little squirrel approached. Suddenly, boom, the explosive tag detonated on the squirrel. Her legs shattered in the blast. Rolling in agony, the rear guard Jonin rushed over. My apologies, Ayasha. A kunai plunged into her heart, ending her suffering. Boom! The ground erupted again. The Jonin was obliterated into mere fragments. The leading Jonin was furious. Earth style, crumbling earth palm. The ground convulsed. Scattered explosive tags detonated. After 3 minutes of silence. Withdraw, you all. 5 ninjas ascended the trees to flee, but just 100 meters into their escape. The heads of the first 3 dropped cleanly. The trees are laden with steel wires. A high-speed collision results in severed heads. The remaining 2 hurriedly retreated. Inazuka Suki's maneuver left Shimizu in a daze. Is this the true application of ninja tools? How many from Iwagakure remain? What traps will unfold next? This overwhelming force, more astonishing than the activation of the Susanoo. The Iwagakure team has been completely annihilated. The only survivor, a mere 6 or 7-year-old Kuratsuchi, was instructed by Inazuka Suki to deliver a message to Inoki, without even having seen the enemy's face. Iwagakure is down to just 3, standing back to back, wary, not daring to breathe. A rustle in the bushes. A flurry of shuriken is hurled, only to reveal a squirrel, its tail shorn of fur, squeaking in fright. The leading Jinin exploded in rage, crushing the pine cones beneath his feet. With a crack, he froze in place. 5 seconds later, he collapsed rigidly, his face ashen, black blood trickling from his mouth. Poisoned, another Jinin removed his shoes, finding an iron-barbed thorn hidden within, concealed among the pine cones. The enemy is a master of psychology, setting traps tailored to each individual's weakness. One male ninja, driven mad with fear, screamed and ran wildly. Half a minute later, boom, he fell into a trap, leaving not a trace behind. The last remaining kunoichi, a girl of 6 or 7, lay paralyzed on the ground. It was Kuratsuchi. Grandfather, I lack the talent to become a strong ninja. I long to return home for sushi and marry Deidara. Inazuka Suki and Shimizu appeared. Leaf Village ninjas? Kuratsuchi wished to entrust them with a necklace for Deidara. Inazuka Suki interrupted. Go deliver it yourself, I will not kill you. Inform Rasha that Sunagakure should cease its tricks. Evidence exists. Pointing to the Jinin's corpse. Tell Inoki that underestimating through schemes is folly. Have the courage to confront me on the battlefield. You are fortunate to serve as my messenger. Can Kuratsuchi convey this message? Will Inoki erupt in fury? Is Inuzuka Tsuki's maneuver intended to send shockwaves throughout the ninja world? What will Shimizu learn next? Will sparing Kuratsuchi alter the landscape of the ninja world? How exhilarating. Having spoken, Inuzuka Tsuki signaled Shimizu to cast an illusion on the remaining genin, compelling her to report everything that transpired here to Rasha and Inoki before. Disregarding the Iwagakure genin entirely, he had already recognized that this young girl was Kuratsuchi, the granddaughter of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, and sending a message was merely a ruse, designed to discreetly spare her life. Regardless of whether Inuzuka Tsuki acknowledges it, both Iwagakure and Kimogakure possess perfect Jinchuriki. At this juncture, Konoha, having endured the turmoil of the Nine-Tails incident, finds itself in a position of considerable disadvantage. To avoid provoking Noki into a frenzy, Inuzuka Tsuki must opt to release the young girl. Otherwise, he can surmise the repugnant events that may unfold. With the precedent of the Hyuga Hayashi incident, should Noki demand his life as a bargaining chip for a ceasefire, Sarutobi Hisashi may very well counsel him towards self-destruction, a truly distasteful and grim reality. Are you truly letting me go? Kuratsuchi, who had previously resigned herself to her fate, found it hard to believe. Finally, Saories knocked the wooden sword out of Smoker's hand with a single strike. "Smoker, you have lost," Saories said. This was the first time Saories had defeated Smoker. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in Saories' ears. "Congratulations, host. Overall combat power has broken through to E level, and you can draw a lottery once. Name, Saories Tang, special superhuman type, forest fruit. Age, 15 height, 170 centimeters physical ability, swordsmanship, fruit ability, hockey, none skills, Gale Swordsmanship, beginner, combat power." During this period, Saories did not have much time to train his fruit abilities. However, with the improvement in his physical fitness and relentless training, his fruit's passive photosynthesis ability was continuously enhancing, which also slightly improved Saories' aptitude. Moreover, the enhancement of his fruit abilities made him subconsciously feel a stronger connection to the surrounding trees. Lottery. As Saories chose to draw, a series of ability cards quickly flashed by, eventually stopping on a green skill. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability plant mutation. The host can use their abilities to make some plants grow according to their imagination, achieving a significant mutation effect. This ability is very practical, greatly enhancing Saories' combat power. For example, he can manipulate a vine to grow spikes or have effects like draining blood or being highly toxic. He can also control a large tree to take on a humanoid shape. But at this stage, Saories is still quite weak and needs to practice continuously. Saories has long had a plan for the giant beanstalk in Sky Island, the red trees in Sabati Archipelago, the gigantic ancient trees in Elbaf, the treasure tree Atom, and the sun tree Eve. These are all the goals of Saories. Among them, the red mangroves of the Shambati Archipelago are crucial, as only the red mangroves in the Shambati Archipelago can grow in seawater. However, with Saories now having mutation abilities, could other plants also gain the ability to grow in the sea? This still needs to be tested. Secondly, the sun tree Eve, which is the largest tree in One Piece, has the ability to breathe underwater and is also one of Saories' important goals. As for the Atom tree, it is used for defense, and no tree is more suitable than the Atom tree. "Wow, Saories, you're amazing, having defeated Smoker," Tina exclaimed, as she had witnessed how Saories had progressed from a novice step by step. Such a speed of improvement is truly astonishing. "It's no big deal, I was just careless. Let's compete again," Smoker said defiantly. "I'm not going to fight you anymore. I'm having breakfast. If you want to challenge me, let's do it tomorrow." With that, Saories hummed an unknown tune and walked toward the cafeteria. Saories' rapid shift in attitude was striking, completely displaying the demeanor of a victor, as it used to be him challenging Smoker. I'll get my all against you." Smoker felt very frustrated, and in the end, unable to hold back. He surged towards Saories, enveloped in white smoke. "Smoker," Teacher Zephyr said, "you can't use your devil fruit abilities right now." The long-handeds were reminded kindly. Hearing this, Smoker clenched his fists and finally said, "Tomorrow, you'll see, black-haired one. I'll be waiting for you, white-haired." Saories replied without looking back. As he walked toward the cafeteria, Saories glanced aside to see the silent Virgo watching them. As an undercover agent sent by Don Quixote da Flamingo, Virgo was very quiet and difficult to deal with. Tina had tried to talk to him a few times, but Virgo remained indifferent, keeping his distance. Saories speculated that Virgo was afraid of accidentally revealing the habits he had from Doflamingo, so he kept his distance from everyone. After hastily finishing breakfast, Saories and the others gathered on the playground. They had now started to separate from the other trainees. When Saories and the others assembled, Zephyr was already there. He looked at the 6 gathered individuals and said, "There are still 4 hours until noon. I want you to finish 100 laps before noon. There will be new training projects in the afternoon. Do you understand? Now start running." "Yes, teacher," the 6 replied, with being the most enthusiastic. "You 5, do you dare to have a youthful competition? Whoever finishes last has to wash socks for a week," Smoker said with a mischievous grin. "Okay, see you in deep. It's a deal," Zwiss said. "You're crazy. Tina won't bet with you," Tina said. Saories glanced at Virgo and said, "Okay, Smoker, don't lose." "Count me in," Virgo said silently. "I won't lose," Smoker said arrogantly and took off running first. "Idiot. Running at the front is the most tiring," Saories said to himself, also running out. 1 lap, 5 laps, 10 laps. 40 laps, 50 laps. By the time they reached the 50th lap, Smoker could no longer maintain his first position. Even though she didn't agree to the bet, Tina also kept up with Smoker and Saories, not letting her guard down. Among them, Saories' growth is the fastest. Under the photosynthetic ability, his physical fitness and talent are improving day by day. By the time of the 80th lap, the rankings were almost determined. Virgo is first, Saories is second. Smoker is third, Shiozwa is fourth, Tina is fifth, and Zion is sixth. If Smoker hadn't been leading the way all along, he might have ranked second. At the end of the 100th lap, Smoker sat down on the ground, gasping for breath, and said, "Zion, don't forget to come to my place tonight to get my socks." Saories patted Zion and said, "In mine." Zion then lay on the ground, not wanting to speak. He had already done his best, and he had worked hard. He did not realize that as they grew older, the gap between them would widen. This is talent. Sometimes talent cannot be compensated for by effort, and that's just how unfair life is. If Saories didn't have the system and the forest fruit, then he would probably be in last place now. No, he might even be worse than those ordinary naval cadets. Zifa has been watching over here, and he was quite surprised to see that Saories actually ran to second place. Among them, Saories and Virgo are the oldest, generally by the age of 15. One's future is almost set, and even with growth, there are limits. However, Saories changes every day, ever since he arrived at the Naval Academy. He has been making rapid progress through his hard work. "All right, let's go have lunch. There's a surprise in the afternoon," Zephyr said as he left with his assistant. "I wonder what kind of surprise it will be," Smoker muttered. After lunch, the 6 of them relieved quite a bit of fatigue and gathered again on the playground. This time, Zephyr brought 2 Navy headquarters majors. This afternoon, the first real combat lesson will begin. As a Navy, the first lesson in real combat is to learn how to take hits, Zephyr said, pointing to the 2 Navy majors behind him. "These are your seniors from the last 2 sessions, 2 ordinary Navy majors. From today, you will fight against them to practice your real combat skills." "Damn ordinary. Finally, we can fight for real. Let them experience my strength," Smoker said excitedly. However, there's a saying, the more you jump around, the harder you get hit when the time comes. When everyone arrived at the arena, Smoker was the first to step onto the stage and also the first to take a beating. Despite Smoker and Saories usually having back-and-forth exchanges, he is still just a kid. Facing the adult Navy majors who have experienced countless battles, he is completely outmatched. His attacks are uncoordinated, like a thug fighting. Next is Saories. Watching Smoker being kicked off the stage, bruised and battered, Zephyr scolded. Hearing this, Saories jumped onto the stage. "Saories, your wooden sword," Tina reminded. "No, they're using fists, so I will use fists," Saories said. "Kid, you can use a sword," the Navy major facing Saories said. "No need if I use a sword. You might lose," Saories said seriously. Saories doesn't have much love for swordsmanship. He only appreciates it because it can enhance his strength. Ultimately, he just loves the increase in power. So, he actually wants to be an all-rounder, not just relying on swordsmanship. "Haha, I allow your arrogance, but you will pay the price for it," the major said, beckoning Saories with a gesture that seemed to say, "Come here." Seeing this, Saories rushed forward and threw a punch at the Navy major's neck. However, to the Navy major, Saories' speed was simply too slow. He grabbed Saories' wrist and swung him back, directly throwing him to the ground. Bang! Saories' body made intimate contact with the arena floor. But he quickly got up and attacked the Navy major again. "You're too slow, like a slug, so slow it's exhausting," the Navy major said, continuously dodging Saories' attacks. Then punched Saories in the stomach. Bang! The huge force made Saories' face turn pale. Then, the Navy major turned and pressed Saories' head hard against the arena floor. Bang! At that moment, Saories felt that his nose might be broken. It hurt a lot. In the end, he was kicked to the edge of the arena. "GI's wooden swords," said the naval colonel. Hearing this, another naval colonel understood his companion's meaning and threw out 2 wooden swords. The colonel took the wooden swords and threw one toward Saoirse, who had just stood up, mockingly saying, "Come on, let me see your swordsmanship. Let me see how you can hurt me." Upon hearing these words, Saoirse silently picked up the wooden sword, took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the colonel in front of him, and his right hand, gripping the sword hilt, gradually tightened. A sharp aura quietly rose around him. The momentum is silent and invisible, but if one is immersed in it, the sounds are clear and true, like the wind softly singing. With the sword in heart, listen to the wind's chant. Now, as the momentum reaches its peak, Saoirse's pupils suddenly constrict, and with a low shout, the force in his wrist bursts forth. The blade of the wooden sword transforms into a fleeting shadow, carrying an extremely fierce momentum, slashing towards the Navy's lieutenant colonel ahead. Steel slash, steel slash. The sound of the wind breaking suddenly howls, sharp as cutting sword energy. The sword was too fast, too urgent, too fierce. By the time the Navy headquarters lieutenant colonel reacted, he hurriedly swung his sword. Crack! The wooden sword broke. Seeing this, the previous lieutenant colonel immediately used an iron block. Indeed, he had a mysterious confidence in the iron block. Unfortunately, it was afternoon, not early or late. Just as Saoirse's sword was about to hit, a large black hand intercepted Saoirse's sword. It was Zephyr who made his move. Saoirse's sword left a shallow white mark on Zephyr's palm. Crack! At this moment, a faint sound was heard. It was Saoirse's wooden sword, unable to withstand the recent slash, which had developed a crack. "Tina, hit me once. My eyes seem to have deceived me," Smoker said uncertainly, his face bruised. Slap! Tina gave Smoker a particularly loud slap. Ouch! That sword just now was swung by Saoirse. Didn't he just start practicing swordsmanship? He was clearly a beginner before, Smoker said, struggling to accept it. If Saoirse has that move, why didn't he use it against me? That's pure contempt. Admit it, Smoker. Sometimes talent is an insurmountable trench for us. Shun mercilessly struck at Smoker. And who knows if it was because he was affected by Saoirse, but in the future, Smoker ultimately chose a weapon embedded with sea prism stone. The 10 hands. Saoirse, go rest first. Virgo, you're up, Zephyr said at that moment. Perhaps because of Saoirse, the 2 naval colonels became cautious afterward. But they still didn't hold back, probably having received orders from Zephyr. The next day, after just one night, Saoirse's injuries from being beaten yesterday had recovered, and he knocked on Smoker's door with his wooden sword. "Smoker, let's have a duel of swordsmen." Saoirse said, "Not today. I'm in pain all over." "Those 2 bastards hit too hard yesterday," Smoker replied, gritting his teeth while sitting on the bed. In fact, mainly, he was somewhat affected by Saoirse's earlier performance. And when he saw Saoirse's body had returned to its original state, he couldn't help but stand up in surprise and say, "Why, your injuries have healed. Maybe I have tough skin and can take a beating." Saoirse replied. Then he added, "Since you can't do it, I'll practice on my own. Anyway, you're no longer my opponent." This sentence is full of sarcasm. With Smoker's rebellious and unruly character, how could he possibly accept it? Damn it. Who says I can't do it? Come on, let's have a duel with swords, Smoker said while holding a wooden sword. Soon, the 2 faced off again. However, due to the pain in his body, Smoker's movements were all off, and he was no match for Saoirse. "I'd better practice on my own," Saoirse said with a pout. Ah, damn it. Smoker was frustrated with nowhere to vent. For the next month, Smoker, Virgo, the swordless Saoirse, Tina, Shun, and Shuzwa were completely immersed in hellish training, running laps in the morning and taking beatings in the afternoon. However, the growth of the 6 was evident every day, especially for Virgo and Saoirse. If they were given some more time, the 2 previous middle schoolers might not be their match anymore. After 3 months of close training, Zephyr gave everyone a 3-day break. Some unqualified youths will be sent back, those who were eliminated. Although the Naval Academy was on break, Saoirse did not leave. Instead, he continued to train at the academy every day until he fell asleep. He had nowhere to go. He was only staying with Vice Admiral Crane, and Saoirse was self-aware, not wanting to keep bothering her. Guion was also not in Marineford. She was on a mission. Virgo did not leave either. He also had nowhere to go. So during these 3 days, the 2 trained together, and Saoirse invited Virgo to spar. Virgo's strength was clearly superior to Saoirse when Saoirse wasn't using the Gale sword technique, as he had learned many things before entering the Naval Academy. Therefore, Saoirse could only defend against Virgo's attacks. In a building that the 2 didn't notice, 2 figures, one tall and one short, stood there. "Crane, you recommended me a good talent. What do you think of these 2 kids?" It was the magnetic voice of Black Arm Zephyr. A voice came from Crane beside him. "Very good, They are promising, but compared to those three monsters, they're just a little lacking. Upon hearing this, Zephyr smiled and said, "Are you talking about Sakazuki, Borisolino, and Kazan? I can assure you that these two, barring any accidents, will definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with them in the future. Although they are Logia fruit users, in terms of resilience, only Sakazuki can be compared to Virgo and Saris. In the future, they might not be worse than Sakazuki and those three. By the way, there's also that smoker. Although that kid is unruly, his future achievements won't be low. Based on what you said, these three might be the new trident of the Navy in the future, but surpassing Logia users is not so easy," Crane said, slightly stunned, then joked. Zephyr laughed and said, "Not necessarily. Don't forget, neither I nor Garp have devil fruits." Upon hearing this, Crane nodded and said, "Being valued by you is a good thing. I didn't expect that little Saris would be so highly regarded by you. Saris has a fierce spirit, like a beast. He trains harder every day, with astonishing willpower, and his recovery ability and talent are also remarkable. I suspect his devil fruit isn't the Paramecia woodwood fruit." Looking at the two little guys fighting in the distance, Zephyr said, "In the Navy registry, Saris is listed as a Paramecia wood fruit user, capable of controlling tree-like plants and wood." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. All the cadets of the Naval Academy gathered again on the playground. Silence. At this moment, Zifa descended from the sky and landed on the high platform, saying, "From today, we will begin new training. The ordinary class will run 50 laps, then the instructors will teach combat." "Yes." The members of the ordinary class responded and began running laps. Soon, only 6 people remained in front of the platform, Saris and the others. Zifa told them, "I have prepared weighted equipment for you. Starting today, you will train with weights." "Yes," the 6 replied. For a period of time, the 6 began their weighted training, and in the afternoon, they continued with combat lessons. During the training, when Zifa went on a mission, other assistants of Zifa would take over the teaching. The initial weight for the 6 was 100 pounds, which was manageable. However, it was quickly increased to 200 pounds, then 500 pounds. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it had been a year since Saris arrived in Marineford. On the back mountain of the academy, a tree that could be embraced by 2 people was already covered with mottled sword marks, one after another, which was the result of Saris' year of training. At this moment, in front of the large tree, a black-haired boy focused his mind, holding a wooden sword, and his aura gradually solidified. Suddenly, he took a deep breath. "Huh!" Saris shouted sharply, his wrist flicking, and the wooden sword struck out with the speed of the wind, hitting the tree fiercely. Crack! A crisp sound erupted, and the sturdy tree instantly gained another long sword mark under this strike. Saris, however, remained unfazed, withdrew the wooden sword, and very seriously swung it again, chopping, slashing, lifting, stabbing, one strike after another, unending. Training is monotonous and slow, but Saris has also made significant progress over this year. In this year, Zifa not only trained the bodies of Saris and others, but also endured beatings. Over the course of a year, Saris' weight-bearing capacity increased from the initial 500 pounds to 2 tons now. This world is magical. Both people and things defy common sense. Otherwise, if it were the previous life of Saris, such training would be like lighting a lamp in the toilet, looking for shit death. In 1 year, not to mention others, Saris' foundation has become very solid, and due to proper nutrition, his height has also reached 190 centimeters. Recently, his strength reached D rank, and he won a reward in the lottery for the corrosion seed. Corrosion seed. At each level, the host can produce a seed when planted on others. It will make that person eternally loyal to you. Current seed quantity. 1. Note: the seed must be planted when the other party has no ability to resist. Name: Saris Tang, Special Superman Type Sensun Fruit. Age: 16. Height: 190 centimeters. Physical fitness: Swordsmanship. Fruit ability: Plant mutation. Corrosion seed. 1. Fruit abilities. 1. Photosynthesis: absorbs sunlight, stores it in the body, restores health, enhances physique, changes wood hardness. 2. Perception of surrounding trees: senses the conditions around trees, like a heart network. 3. Stimulates plant growth. 4. Manipulates plants. 5. Transforms body into plants. Hockey. None skills. Gale Swordsmanship. Beginner. Current combat power. D. Note 1. This system provides the host with a lottery opportunity each time the host's strength increases by 1 level. So please work hard to improve your strength. Note 2. If the host defeats opponents of the same or higher level, they will gain some insights from the opponent. Physical strength increases physical skills. Fruit users increase fruit insights, and swordsmanship users increase swordsmanship insights. Nowadays, at the same age stage, Saories can be considered a physical monster. Moreover, under the influence of his photosynthesis ability, his physical quality and aptitude have been gradually improving. As the year ended, Saories welcomed a short holiday. He originally wanted to stay at the academy. However, just as he was training hard, Jiuwen happened to come over. "Kid, if I hadn't come looking for you, would you have wanted to find me?" After Saories finished showering and changed his clothes, Jiuwen took him out of the academy, chatting as they walked. "No, I know Jiuwen is very busy," Saories replied smoothly. Let's go. I'll treat you to a big meal today," Jiuwen said, wrapping her arm around Saories, and headed towards the most prosperous place in Marinvondo. Wow, that kid Saories has such a strong background. Is that Major General Jiuwen? Because the academy was only on break for half a month, Zion, Xiozhua, and Tina chose to stay at school, while Smoker and Virgo returned home. At this moment, Xiozhua and the others happened to see Saories being taken away by Jiuwen and couldn't help but exclaim. Not long ago, Jiuwen had been promoted from Major General to Lieutenant General, codenamed Peach Rabbit, Tina corrected. After finishing a big meal, when Peach Rabbit and Saories returned home, they coincidentally encountered Chibuta Kaki at the door. "Jiuwen, what a coincidence. Look, the weather is nice today, let's hang out together," Chibuta Kaki said. "I refuse," Peach Rabbit said as she opened the door with Saories, and then directly shut Chibuta Kaki outside. Once again rejected mercilessly. "Sister Jiuwen, let's have a duel," Saories said. Peach Rabbit is a great swordsman, a female version of Hawkeye, and Saories wanted to test the gap between him and the great swordsman. Peach Rabbit smiled slightly and said, "All right, but don't cry later." Not long after, the two faced each other in the courtyard with wooden swords. "Use all your strength, kid. I won't hold back." At this moment, Peach Rabbit showed the demeanor of a great swordsman, no longer gentle towards Saories. "Can't get what you want," Saories said, and a fierce aura began to surge from his body, quickly rising and then condensing. When the momentum reached its peak, Saories shouted, and the blade of the wooden sword instantly transformed into a shadow, rushing towards Peach Rabbit with a sharp sword intent. Steel slash. Swish. Just like the first duel between Hawkeye and Zoro, Peach Rabbit with one slash shattered Saories' sword intent. Then, their wooden swords passed by each other, and Peach Rabbit's wooden sword struck heavily against Saories' abdomen. Wow! Saories cried out in pain and was sent flying into the flower bed in Peach Rabbit's yard. "How does it feel?" Peach Rabbit asked when Saories stood up from the garden. "Sister Jiuwen should be a great swordsman. Have you ever fought with Hawkeye?" "Who is stronger?" Saories asked curiously. "I haven't fought him, but I'm not afraid of him. However, if the battle lasts more than a day, I will likely lose," Peach Rabbit said. In fact, Peach Rabbit knows very well that if she were to fight Hawkeye, if she couldn't quickly injure him, it would be her who would lose. Just like what Gung Shiro said to his daughter Kona, women are inherently at a disadvantage in physique and strength, and in a prolonged battle, they will inevitably lose. As she spoke, she looked at Saories, who was rubbing his sore abdomen, and said, "Actually, if you devote yourself entirely to swordsmanship, there is a possibility in the future that you could challenge Hawkeye and become the world's #1 great swordsman. It's a pity that you have acquired the devil fruit, and your energy will inevitably be divided." Hearing this, Saories smiled. "Everything is possible. Who says I can't master both? In the future, I can excel in both the fruit and swordsmanship." The next day, Saories prepared a wooden stake in the place where Peach Rabbit usually practices swordsmanship and began practicing again. Swordsmanship is nothing more than chopping, slicing, thrusting, cutting, and flicking. In short, it's all about familiarizing your hands with the movements. Peach Rabbit saw Saories swinging his sword from morning until sunset as the sun went down for the first time. She asked herself, she had never been that persistent, but Saories did it. Little did she know, persistence was Saories' specialty. With the help of his photosynthesis ability, as long as there is sunlight, his body will continuously surge with vitality and strength. When the sun set, Saories was still practicing until he was exhausted. However, the next day, he would still be full of energy. Half a month slowly passed. Tomorrow, he would report back to school again. That evening, Peach Rabbit stopped Saories' training and said, "I won't take you to the academy tomorrow." After saying that, she took out a sword with a white sheath and said, "This sword is called Chilu, one of the excellent works, and it was my sword before I obtained Jimbaira. Jimbaira is Peach Rabbit's sword, a great sword that has accompanied her for many years." "Thank you, Sister Jiuwen." Saories did not refuse, but accepted the excellent sword Chilu. The Naval Academy students gathered again. This time the elite class and the ordinary class were together. "Kids, you must have heard of the Navy's 6 styles, right? They are shave, iron block, paper drawing, moonstep, stormfoot, and finger gun. These are techniques that surpass the limits of the human body. If you can master them well, they will not only be beneficial for entering armed hockey in the future, but also the most convenient during battles. On the podium, Zifa spoke eloquently, repeating these words to every batch of trainees, having long mastered them. The Marine Six styles are still very powerful, at least when hockey is not in play. The Marine Six styles represent the limits of physical techniques, except for iron block. Even with hockey, techniques like moonwalk, shave, and storm leg can also be employed in battle. The Marine Six styles consist of 2 defensive techniques, 2 high-speed movement techniques, and 2 offensive techniques, and these 6 styles complement each other. If you can perfectly combine them, then the sea will surely have a place for you. I will demonstrate each one for you, starting with shave. As he spoke, Zifa's figure flickered and vanished, accompanied by a sound of explosive energy. In the next moment, he had already appeared in the distance, and in the next second, he returned to his original spot. What I just used was shave, achieving high-speed movement by rapidly stepping on the ground dozens of times in an instant 36 seconds to create explosive reactive force, making it seem as if I had disappeared from the enemy's sight. Next is moonwalk. With that, Zifa stepped into the air, surprisingly treading on the air and continuously climbing upwards, creating airflow from the explosive energy beneath his feet, quickly circling the entire training ground. Moonwalk is a deeper variation of shave, also achieved by stepping on the air multiple times in an instant to create a temporary state of weightlessness and flight. Regarding moonwalk, Saoir's deepest impression is of the cook Sanji, who later perfected moonwalk to the extent that it could rival the ability of a devil fruit that allows for flight. At this moment, Zifa walked up to a massive stone slab, threw it into the air, and then kicked it. A crescent-shaped sword energy slashed from Zifa's leg, rapidly flying towards the falling stone slab in the sky. Crack! Instantly, the stone slab broke into 2 pieces. Then, Zifa quickly flicked his index fingers, and the 2 falling pieces of stone instantly turned into a pile of rubble. These 2 techniques are storm leg and finger pistol from Marine Six styles. They're the offensive physical techniques in the 6 styles, where storm leg can be used both close and far. It does not inflict damage by kicking the enemy, but instead generates a vacuum wave through a super fast and powerful kick to slice the enemy in half. Finger pistol gathers all the strength of the body into the index finger, releasing a strike with a hardened fingertip in a flash. The fingertip has the attacking power of a bullet, easily penetrating the human body. Next are the defensive techniques, iron block, and paper drawing. Saying this, Zifa called over a squad of Marine soldiers and instructed them to shoot at him. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, Zifa tightened his muscles and remained immovable. This is iron block, Zifa said. Then the second round of shooting began. Zifa's body thinned, effortlessly dodging the bullets. This is paper drawing. Paper drawing allows the body to become as light as paper by unloading all bodily strength and utilizing the air currents created by the opponent's movements, enabling agile control of the body and the ability to narrowly avoid incoming attacks. Iron block, on the other hand, involves solidifying and strengthening the body, giving it the hardness of iron. Even bullets and blades cannot penetrate it. Iron block is the foundation of armament hockey, and you must take it seriously. Listening to Zifa's introduction, Saoir's wanted to remind his classmates nearby to try to use iron block during lunchtime. Otherwise, they might face issues sooner or later. After explaining the 6 styles, Zifa began having the 6 trainees practice iron block first, after which they could choose other techniques to practice. The method for practicing iron block is very simple. Take hits. This round of beating was personally carried out by Zephyr. While he was hitting, he continuously explained the techniques to the 6 members of Saoir's. The human body possesses many mysterious powers, one of which is muscle, and the role of iron is to transform these scattered muscles into a whole, giving the body the hardness of iron. Zephyr was guiding while striking. He was quite heavy-handed, and even Tina couldn't escape, ending up in tears. However, Tina is very strong. After being brought to tears in previous battles, she wiped her tears and continued to fight. There was no time to leave the tears. After all, life must go on. Zephyr's explanations were very necessary. Under his guidance, it became clear where the shortcomings were and what needed to be corrected. This is the benefit of having a great teacher. In terms of contribution, Zifa, who is known for not killing his top generals, is considered by Saoir's to have contributions that are at least on par with those of Carp and Sengoku, if not greater. It's important to note that Zifa has trained a large number of naval elites, and his students can be found everywhere. The most famous among them are the current 3 admirals, Akainu, Kazuru, and Akiji. Of course, it was these three most famous disciples who ultimately bid farewell to their teacher. Zifa had everyone practice the iron block first, because it could strengthen their bodies through constant impact. After that, techniques like shave and moonwalk would be relatively easier to learn. Additionally, he wanted them to acquire Haki, as it would be crucial for their future. The 6 styles of an AV primarily rely on physical fitness. As long as they had good physical conditioning, learning would be much easier. Just look at how Luffy, without studying the original work, managed to grasp the technique just by observing CP9. Shave, iron block, and finger pistol were the first techniques everyone began to practice. Shave requires rapid, consecutive steps on the air, which can only be mastered through relentless practice. The iron block requires mutual practice through sparring. The finger pistol can also only be honed through personal effort. After a month, Zifa had taught everything he could, and then he went on a mission. Next, it was their own training. However, the focus of training varied among the 6 chosen by Saris. Virgo was quite impressive, having nearly mastered all 6 styles, currently focusing on shave and moonwalk. Saris also mastered all of them, but he primarily focused on shave, finger pistol, and iron block. Of course, Saris didn't expect to use the iron block. He just wanted to strengthen his body. Smoker, on the other hand, didn't master everything. After getting a basic grasp of the iron block and paper drawing, he abandoned them, believing his fruit abilities didn't require those techniques. Moreover, ever since he mastered the 6 styles, Smoker has been less diligent than before, now only training in Gale Foot. Saris once tried to advise him during a meal, but Smoker didn't take it to heart, so Saris didn't push further. No wonder he would end up getting beaten badly by Virgo in the future. He deserved it, right? Why not just take him down, you little white-hair guy? Additionally, Tina and her companions also had their main focuses in the 6 styles. Finally, since the second half of the 3rd year at the Naval Academy, the Academy began teaching students about world geography, the distribution of world navies, the Grand Line, and other related topics. There were also various nautical knowledge and maps showing the distribution of pirates across the 4 seas and the Grand Line, with a focus on the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords of the sea. As the 3rd year approached graduation, new recruitment began once again. This year, due to practicing the 6 styles, it has also been a year of rapid growth for Saris. Not long ago, he just finished drawing rewards and directly obtained the 3 types of Haki. Name: Saris Tang, Special Paramecia, Forest Fruit. Age: 18. Height: 210 centimeters. Physical fitness: Swordsmanship. Fruit ability: Plant Mutation, Seed of Corrosion. 2 fruit abilities: Photosynthesis, absorbs sunlight, stores it in the body, restores health, enhances physical condition, and changes the hardness of trees. Perception of surrounding trees, senses the situation around trees, like a neural network. Accelerates plant growth, manipulates plants, body transforms into plants. Haki: Conqueror's Haki, not activated. Armament Haki, beginner. Observation Haki, beginner. Skills: Gale Swordsmanship, intermediate. Navy 6 styles, intermediate. Current combat power: Sea reputation, unknown. Saris: Let's have a contest between men, said the white-haired smoker, holding a cigar, as he pushed open Saris' door. You are not my opponent, Saris replied without lifting his head, sitting on the bed. In his hand, a sunflower was constantly changing into various shapes. Saris was making preparations. He wanted to find a way to maintain his endurance during rainy days or at night. After all, Saris couldn't always fight during the day when there was sunlight. His photosynthetic ability could provide him with strong endurance during the day. As long as there was sunlight, he could keep charging. Once it was rainy or at night, without sunlight, he had to find a solution for his photosynthetic ability. During this time, Saris tried to create plants that could replace the sun and emit light. But all attempts failed. Damn it, I haven't lost yet. This time, we will use all our strength, including the devil fruits, Smoker said angrily. With the ability of the Logia smoke fruit, Smoker did not believe Saris could defeat him. The Logia type is not invincible. Saris finally lifted his head and looked at Smoker, saying, if before I really had no way to deal with you, but now if we really fight, I can make you cry. Stop bragging, come on. I'll be waiting for you at the playground arena, Smoker said as he walked out. Not interested. Saris rejected without a second thought. He didn't want to participate in this meaningless fight. You're just afraid of me. Smoker took a puff from his cigar, mocking Sabo. He remembered that in the past, Sabo would bait him with such jabs, and he would take the bait. But clearly, Sabo wasn't as naive as he used to be. Nowadays, Smoker was just a single cigar, not the 2 cigars he would later be. It was also possible that Smoker didn't have the money to buy that many cigars. Just as the 2 were bickering, Tina walked over and said, Smoker, Sabo, you're all here. Just in time. We're all about to go our separate ways in the next few days. Let us gather later. Zayuza and Shioen have already reserved a table. Great, Sabo responded. Smoker felt a bit disappointed that he couldn't challenge Sabo. Then the three of them called Virgo and headed to the restaurant. Passing by the registration desk, Sabo saw a blue-haired girl and a boy dressed like a clown. These two were likely the future users of the reversal fruit, Ein, and the flourishing fruit bins. They were also decent disciples taught by the Black Arm Zephyr. Ah, you guys are here. Please take a seat. Zayuza greeted happily upon seeing Sabo and the others. I haven't congratulated you yet, Zayuza. I heard that Vice Admiral Moray has taken a liking to you and invited you onto his ship, Sabo said with a smile. That's right. Once our official documents are ready, I'll go report to him, Zayuza replied happily. With a Vice Admiral backing him, Zayuza's future would be secure, if not a smooth ascent. Graduates of the Navy Academy had to go out to train across the seas. But they could also stay at headquarters to follow other vice admirals or rear admirals to hunt pirates in the Grand Line, just like Akiji, who had followed Garp back in the day. Sabo, why didn't you go on Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit's ship? Tina asked curiously. I've already applied to go to the East Blue, Sabo replied. Peach Rabbit had indeed invited Sabo not long ago, but he had turned her down. Undoubtedly. For a freshly graduated cadet, joining a vice admiral was the safest option, but it would hinder Sabo's growth. Moreover, Sabo had already accepted a random mission called the Wind Rises in the East Blue, which required him to go to the East Blue to deal with the 3 major pirate crews there, with rewards of 1 star for swordsmanship and 1 star for fruit ability. At this moment, except for Shioen and Tina, all 6 had their destinations. Smoker was going to Log Town, and Virgo was heading to the West Blue. I estimate our official documents will come down tomorrow, so let us not leave until we're drunk today, Zayuza declared, raising his glass. Cheers. Smoker and Shioen raised their glasses in response, and Sabo and Virgo could only follow suit. Bang! Just as the 6 were enjoying hot pot, drinking, and chatting, the door was suddenly kicked open. Every time I come to Marineford, I book this room. I want to see who dares to occupy my room. A guy with a mask and purple hair barged in. The sudden appearance startled several people, and they turned to look. Who are you? Smoker stood up and questioned. Sabo immediately recognized the person. He was Spandam, the officer of CP9, although he had forgotten his name. He was a pervert with weak abilities who enjoyed torturing others, having once treated Robin like a dog. I am Spandam, officer of CP5. Now you lowly soldiers get out of my room, Spandam said arrogantly. At this stage, Spandam had not yet taken control of CP9 and was still with CP5. Seeing Smoker and Sabo in Navy uniforms, he didn't take them seriously at all. This room was reserved by us first. I don't care about your CP. Please leave, Ziza said, clenching his fists to suppress his anger. Today was his gathering, and this incident made him feel embarrassed. You dare speak to me like that? Spandam drew his sword and struck it down on the table, smashing it. If it weren't for being in Marineford, you would be dead. Before Spandam could finish his sentence, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and punched him in the stomach. Bang! This punch was heavy, knocking the saliva out of Spandam's mouth and putting his unfinished words back in. The one who struck was none other than Saories, who disliked Ningtong. After throwing the punch, Saories delivered a kick, sending Spandam flying. Boom! With one kick, Spandam crashed through the room divider and flew into another private room. Saories' sudden move shocked everyone. Seeing Saories walk slowly towards Spandam with a cold expression, Tina hurriedly reminded, Saories, don't be impulsive. Saories smiled slightly and stepped on Spandam's face. Then he picked up his elephant sword and said, Actually, you should be grateful that this is Marineford. Otherwise, I would kill you. After saying this, he turned to Smoker and the others, saying, Everyone, let's go. We've eaten enough, and there's a fly here that's a bit disgusting. While saying this, Saories also ground Spandam's head with his foot. If it were anywhere else, Saories would definitely have killed Spandam. Stop, you can't leave. Spandam's subordinates reacted and tried to block Saories and the others. Saories ignored them and charged forward, knocking one down with a punch. Smoker, holding 2 cigars, followed closely behind and threw 2 white punches. Jozu also came over and knocked one away with his shoulder. After dealing with these useless subordinates of Spandam, Saories walked towards the exit. Bastard, give me back my sword, Spandam shouted with all his strength. You interrupted the meal of a future Marine Admiral. So consider this sword as compensation, Saories said without looking back. Saories had forgotten the name of Spandam's sword, but he remembered that it had eaten the elephant fruit and could transform into an elephant, with the sword body also able to change into a half-elephant mode. In any case, this sword was being wasted in Spandam's hands. The conflict in the restaurant quickly spread throughout Marineford. The Navy never liked the CP organization. Compared to the Navy, the CP organization was merely the lapdog of the world government. But Saori's taking action was certainly not right. Haha, Sengoku. Did that kid really say that? In the Marine Headquarters Marshal's office, Garp laughed while holding a bag of donuts. Yes. Sengoku rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache as he thought about how to explain this to the higher-ups. Good job, I like it. This kid has quite an ambition as a future Marine Admiral. Crunch, crunch, Garp said while eating donuts. But hitting CP people is still wrong. And he even stole a sword, Tsuru said from the side. I'll report this to the higher-ups. Tsuru, you can handle the appointment documents tomorrow. Virgo didn't take action, so let's appoint him as a lieutenant commander, and the others will be appointed as majors. I originally wanted to appoint Smoker and Saories as lieutenant commanders too, Sengoku said. Wow, after a fight, Smoker and Saories are down a rank. That sword. Before Sengoku could finish, he was interrupted by Garp. Crunch, crunch, that sword is compensation. The future Marine Admiral, doesn't he have any face? Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku slammed the table angrily. Can't you stop talking while you eat? Can you not eat your sunbae in front of me? And why are you going back to the East Blue? Ha ha, I'm going to see my grandson. I'm a grandfather. Do you have a grandson? Garp's words left Sengoku defeated. At this moment, in the Navy Academy, do you think we will get expelled? Tina said with some worry. Don't worry, Tina. CP5 can't manage the Navy. At most, we'll just get a bit of criticism. Saories comforted her. What are you worried about? If I get expelled because of this, is this Navy still the righteous Navy? Smoker said nonchalantly. This guy was always a troublemaker. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone years without a promotion. The next day, Admiral Kure would come with Admiral Karp to confer positions. Haha, you guys did well yesterday. Bringing honor to our Navy, Karp said as soon as they met. Karp, what are you talking about? Admiral Kure's face darkened at his words, reprimanding him. Karp realized he had misspoken and laughed it off. Afterwards, Admiral Kure personally conferred positions on Virgo, Saories, Smoker, Shun, Shuzo, and Tina, handing them their military uniforms and a din-din mushi each. I know you applied to go to the EC. Do well. Admiral Kure said to Saories as he was leaving. Saories nodded. Kid, you're going to EC? Perfect. I'm going there in a couple of days too. Let's go together, Karp invited. Sure. Saories didn't refuse. After the conferral, the six were very happy. Then Shuzo changed into his major's uniform and reported to Admiral Mongoose that same day. However, at this time, Saories secretly approached Virgo. Virgo, tomorrow morning, in the woods behind the mountain, I have something to discuss with you. Don't miss it. Saories said calmly. As they were about to part, Saories felt he had to do what he intended. In fact, Saories had been waiting for this day for a long time. Early in the morning, in the dense woods behind the Navy Academy, Saories, holding a quick-working autumn dew, quietly leaned against a tree waiting. Soon, Virgo, dressed in a white lieutenant commander naval uniform, walked over. Saories, what did you call me here for? Virgo asked, looking at Saories in his major's uniform. Virgo, what is your ideal? Saories asked inexplicably. Of course, it's to uphold the justice of the Navy. Virgo replied without hesitation. Then, is helping someone like Don Quixote Doflamingo, that mad dog, also your justice? Saories asked again. This sentence caused Virgo's expression to change drastically. What do you mean? Saories did not answer Virgo, but instead said, where there is black in the world, there is white. Just like day and night, but black can never overshadow white. Everyone has their own sense of justice. My justice is to stop evil with death. Innocent people cannot die for no reason. Wherever my sight reaches, evil must vanish, including your master, Doflamingo. Listening to Saories, Virgo slowly loosened his sleeves and threw the two heavy wrist weights and vest that he had been wearing to the ground. Boom! The heavy vest hit the ground with a dull sound. Then, Virgo picked up the bamboo stick from behind him. Seeing this, Saories sighed. Very disappointing. It seems you have still chosen your master. Saying this, he lifted Chiolu and walked toward Virgo. The two faced each other from 5 meters apart, and Saories slowly grasped the handle of Chiolu. In the next moment, Saories' sharp momentum surged, and he drew his sword. Steel slash. Virgo dodged swiftly, then took a step back to create distance, unleashing 5 rapid kicks. He watched as 5 crescent-shaped sword energies, resembling flying slashes, rushed toward Saories. Wind barrier. Saories executed a horizontal slash, and a gust of wind erupted, creating a wall of wind in front of him that blocked all the kicking slashes. But at that moment, Virgo appeared in front of him at an incredible speed, swinging his stick toward Saories. They had sparred multiple times during their school days, and both had their own experiences. But this time, Saoirse was using a real sword. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of weapon collision, Virgo's bamboo stick was broken in half. As he had not yet learned to use hockey, with his weapon broken, Virgo's expression changed. At that moment, Saoirse pressed his left hand on the ground. Whoosh! Instantly, dozens of thorny vines burst out from the ground, curling toward Virgo. Bang! Virgo immediately used Soru to fly into the air, evading the vines. This was the first time Saoirse used his fruit abilities in front of him. Seeing Virgo jump into the air, Saoirse dropped the autumn dew and extended his hands. Spear seed gatling. The next moment, his index fingers transformed into a blur in front of him, with tiny green lights flickering within the blur. From a distance, it looked like hundreds of crystal-clear fireflies were rapidly flying towards Virgo. Those were Saoirse's seeds. In his third year at the Naval Academy, Saoirse's primary focus was on spear techniques. This scene caused Virgo's expression to change dramatically. Iron block. Virgo immediately used iron block. Bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by the sound of impacts, the iron block blocked the first wave of attacks. However, as the subsequent seed bullets came, blood began to appear on Virgo's body. Knowing that the iron block couldn't withstand Saoirse's spear gatling, Virgo began to use paper drawing to dodge, while frantically waving a broken bamboo stick in his hand, and kicking out with Gale Foot one blow after another. Gale Foot barely knocked away Saoirse's seed bullets. Moon Step. Virgo knew he couldn't just sit back and wait, so he used Moon Step to suddenly appear behind Saoirse, then swung a stick towards the back of his head. However, just as he was about to hit, Saoirse seemed to have eyes in the back of his head and dodged to the side. This is Saoirse's observation hockey, and don't forget, in the forest, he can enhance his observation hockey by sensing the trees. Saoirse easily dodged the attack, and Virgo launched his second attack, but Saoirse once again effortlessly evaded, while his right hand was covered in a layer of black, delivering a punch to Virgo's stomach. Wow! The immense force made Virgo's eyes bulge out, and his entire body arched like a shrimp. Bang! After a punch, Saoirse kicked Virgo into the air. Then he used the finger gun gatling again. Saoirse's hand became a blur, and Virgo's body in midair hadn't even fallen yet. With continuous tremors, sprays of blood kept appearing. When Saoirse withdrew his hand, Virgo finally dropped to the ground. At this point, Virgo had lost all ability to resist. I remember I told you that I have never been good at swordsmanship. Saying this, Saoirse casually flicked out a purple seed, which drilled into Virgo's wound. It was the corrosion seed. From now on, you will follow me, and together we will practice my justice. Saoirse said expressionlessly. The corrosion seed quickly took root in Virgo's heart, then spread to his brain. A faint green light slowly appeared in Saoirse's hand, landing on Virgo's body. This is another manifestation of photosynthetic ability, which can heal others, but the efficiency is really not that fast. Saoirse didn't go all out before. After Virgo's injury stabilized, Saoirse carried him and brought Xiao Lu back to the academy. After dealing with the hidden danger of Virgo, 2 days later, Saoirse boarded Karp's ship, a dog-headed warship. Saoirse was assigned to the East Sea Navy's G5 fortress, which is commanded by Rear Admiral Katter. In the East Sea, there are 3 naval fortresses, G2, G5, and G8. Saoirse was just nominally stationed here. He didn't plan to stay long at the fortress. After all, he still had a random mission. He graduated as a major, and anyone who knows a bit about things would know that Saoirse, Virgo, Smoker, and others would rise eventually, just like the former Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Saoirse had a lot of freedom, and Rear Admiral Katter wouldn't interfere much with him. Originally, Saoirse had other warships escorting him, but since Karp invited him, Saoirse could only board the dog-headed warship. Vice Admiral Karp. Saoirse boarded the Navy ship and saluted Karp. Ah, you're here. Zephyr has praised you a lot. Huh. Little Crane has a good eye, Karp said, coming over and giving Saoirse's shoulder 2 heavy pats. The immense force instantly made Saoirse's shoulder numb. Is your body very sturdy? Kid, Karp said, giving him 2 more hard pats. This old man is definitely doing it on purpose. Haha, let us go, time to set off. Karp laughed as he said to his aide, Lieutenant General Karp, are we going to pass by the Sabati archipelago? Saoirse asked, do you want to go to the Sabati archipelago? Then let's stop by for a bit, Karp said with a look of consideration for Saoirse. Aren't you going to buy donuts at the Sabati archipelago? The aide couldn't help but whisper. Duong. A loving iron fist made the aide understand what it meant to feel pain. After saying goodbye to Karp, Saoirse went to the training area inside the ship, picked up an enormous dumbbell, and started training. Saoirse admired Karp, but he couldn't say he particularly liked him. The main reason was because of his son. Capes son dragon had formed the Revolutionary Army, stirring up revolutions everywhere. But afterward, those places were left in ruins. They only knew how to destroy and not to build, which was clearly the wrong approach. In terms of admiration, Saoirse perhaps admired Zephyr even more. Speaking of personality, Saoirse was completely hawkish, while Carp was more dovish. The two were destined not to see eye to eye. Crunch, crunch. Carp chewed on a donut and asked, "That kid has already started training so early." "That's right," the aide replied. "What a hardworking kid. That's youth for you." "For the sake of youth, let us eat 3 more bags of donuts," Carp said excitedly. "If you eat more, you won't have any donuts left before you reach the Sabeti archipelago," the aide kindly reminded. "Then let's speed up," Carp said. The marine Vondo was very close to the Sabeti archipelago. It would take just an hour at full speed to get there. Upon arrival, Saoirse got off the ship and went under a Yalchi red tree, placing his hand on it. A very comfortable feeling began to spread within Saoirse, and he quickly understood the properties of the red tree. This is a type of plant that can grow freely in the sea, even more aggressively than on land. Having obtained what he wanted, Saoirse returned to the ship, and soon Carp's dog-headed warship set sail again, this time heading straight for the East Sea. Everyone knows Carp's vessel. No pirate dared to come forward, and they reached the East Sea without incident. Rear Admiral Carp discovered that pirates were attacking a village ahead. The lookout quickly spotted the situation. Bang! Hearing this, Carp, who was sleeping, popped his bubble of snot, adjusted his dog-headed hat, and stood up. He glanced at the distant pirate ship, made his way to a cannon, picked up a cannonball, and threw it out. Boom! Boom! After 3 cannonballs, the pirate ship sank. "Boys, move in and capture them," Carp said from the front of the ship. Looking at the distant pirates, Saoirse touched the autumn dew at his waist, and a glimmer of killing intent flashed in his eyes. As the ship got closer, Saoirse was the first to rush forward using Moonwalk. "Let today's slaughter begin my journey." The Navy, there is the Navy indeed. The pirate ship was blown up, catching the attention of some pirates, but most were still enjoying the thrill of killing, looting, and raping in the village. Watching those pirates who noticed the Navy and ran back to the village, Saoirse used Moonwalk and landed among the group of pirates. Swish! The autumn dew flashed with a brilliant blade of light. 2 pirates were instantly cut in half. Gatling. Countless green lights flashed, followed by vibrant splashes of blood, both enchanting and beautiful. In the blink of an eye, about 10 pirates left on the beach fell down. Then Saoirse charged into the village with his sword. "Captain, the Navy is here. The Navy is coming." A pirate ran up to a one-eyed pirate in the village. "What are we afraid of? Haven't we already dealt with Colonel Mouse?" The one-eyed pirate said nonchalantly. "No, it's not Colonel Mouse. Our pirate ship has been blown up," the pirate lackey said in panic. "What?" The one-eyed pirate was stunned, and just as he wanted to check it out, he saw Saoirse in a major's military uniform. "What are you waiting for? Shoot him!" The one-eyed pirate shouted angrily. Bang! 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 The sound of firearms rang out. Clang! 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 Saoirse activated Iron Block, blocking all the bullets. The bullets clanged against the iron block. It was no problem, especially since it was noon. Then Saoirse stomped his foot, and dozens of spiky green vines shot up from the ground. Nearby, a dozen unsuspecting pirates were instantly bound. The vines started from their feet, quickly climbing up to their heads, then tightening slowly. The sharp spikes pierced the pirates' bodies, making them let out miserable cries. "A devil fruit user," the one-eyed captain exclaimed in shock. In the East Sea, a devil fruit user means power. A pirate wielding a large axe attempted to ambush Saoirse. A white blade of light flashed, and blood gushed from the neck of the pirate wielding the large axe. "With such heavy footsteps, what kind of ambush is that?" Saoirse said helplessly, then walked toward the one-eyed pirate. "It seems you're the captain." The one-eyed pirate looked at Saoirse approaching, his eyes flashing with a hint of ferocity. After all, he was also a pirate who had licked blood off a blade. Suddenly, he raised a short gun in his hand and shot at Saoirse. Clang! Saoirse sliced the bullet in half with his sword. The pirate captain, after firing, drew his eastern sword and lunged at Saoirse. But Saoirse was faster. He used Shave to arrive at the one-eyed pirate's left side, then kicked off the left side of the house, propelling himself toward the one-eyed pirate. Swish! Saoirse passed by the one-eyed pirate. Crack! The autumn dew was sheathed. Face the gale. Plop! The one-eyed pirate fell to the ground. "Only the innocent can sleep peacefully. You shall go to hell," Saoirse said as he used Shave and Moonwalk to charge toward the other pirates in the village, accompanied by flashes of blades. Soon all the pirates fell down. When Carp's lieutenant led the Navy soldiers into the village, the battle was nearing its end, and what met their eyes were countless corpses. The worst off were those bound by the vines. They were suspended in mid-air, bleeding to death. This pirate crew of over 100 people all died at the hands of Sauries. This is just a small pirate crew. When a lieutenant reported the situation to Carp couldn't help but glance at Sauries. This kid has some ruthless methods, comparable to a Kainu Sakazuki. A day later, Carp sent Sauries to the G5 branch and then headed to Windmill Village. At the G5 Navy base, Sauries met Rear Admiral Catter. Major Sauries, reporting to Rear Admiral Catter. Major Sauries, reporting to Rear Admiral Catter. Haha, Sauries, welcome to the East Sea. I've been waiting for you. Your accommodation has been arranged. And tonight, we will hold a welcome ceremony for you at G5. Rear Admiral Catter had made a mistake before. He was captured after failing to attack the Sun Pirates, which ruined his promotion path. It's likely he will spend the rest of his life cooped up in G5. He was quite polite to Sauries, knowing that Sauries was here to gain experience. Rear Admiral Catter, there's no need for a welcome ceremony. Do you have any information on the East Sea Pirates? Sauries asked with a smile. Of course, I will have Colonel Chero organize it for you. By the way, I will assign you 100 Navy soldiers. You can take them to patrol the G5 waters every day, Catter said. Sauries nodded, thanking him. Thank you, Rear Admiral Catter. The next day, 100 Navy soldiers gathered in front of Sauries. Dressed in a white major's uniform and wearing a coat, Sauries looked at the 100 Navy soldiers and said loudly, I am a new Navy major. Following me might be dangerous, so I'm giving you a chance to withdraw. After a moment, seeing no soldiers move, Sauries raised his voice a bit and said, You are all brave men. Let's go board the ship. Yes. With a rush, the 100 men quickly boarded the ship. The evil dragon pirates, the Crete pirates, the black pirates. These three are Sauries' goals. Zobu, we are heading to Cocoa Village, Sauries ordered. Sir, Cocoa Village is not within our patrol range, Zobu reminded. You don't need to worry about that. Weigh anchor and set sail, Sauries said. He wanted to find the dragon pirates first, but he didn't know if Arlong had gone to Cocoa Village, so he could only take a chance. Yes, sir, Zobu replied. 4 days later, sir, a ship has been spotted ahead. It's a pirate ship, the Black Pirate crew, the lookout shouted from the watchtower. Upon hearing that they encountered the Black Pirate crew, Sauries became excited and then gave the order, follow them. Sir, let's be cautious. That's the Black Pirate crew, Zobu kindly reminded. This sentence made Sauries squint his eyes and say, When did the Navy flee without fighting when encountering pirates? A black pirate ship was followed by a naval vessel. A strange man wearing heart-shaped glasses and a blue coat walked backwards into the captain's cabin and spoke to a man. The man looked quite young, tall and slender, with well-defined features. He had a neatly styled, slick-back hairstyle and a pair of rimless glasses perched on his nose, giving him an air of refinement and gentleness. However, the black skull-shoulder insignia on his coat was extremely eye-catching. This person was none other than the captain of the black pirate crew, Kuro. It really is persistent, isn't it? Kuro pushed up his glasses with his palm and said impatiently. They had just shaken off a group of pursuing Navy ships not long ago. But now another one had appeared. Kuro stepped onto the deck and looked out at the Navy ship rapidly approaching, then said after a moment, Sam, Bucci, take your team and circle around on the left and right sides. Swim over to the ship. Flies still need to be swatted. They're quite annoying. Yes, Captain. A skinny guy with green hair and a chubby one with dark circles under one eye responded. Then they both stared at the distant Navy ship, chuckled, and quietly left the ship from one side. Zango, steer left. Let the little ones prepare for boarding combat. After the brothers left the ship, Kuro commanded again. Yes, Captain, replied a man wearing heart-shaped glasses. On the deck of the Navy ship, a black-haired Sauries was holding Chiu Lu, watching the black pirate ship getting closer. At that moment, his ears twitched as he caught a few extremely faint sounds coming from both sides of the ship. Crack, crack. The sounds were very soft and could easily be blown away by the sea breeze if one wasn't paying attention. But Sauries had exceptional physical qualities and caught the sound immediately. Seeing this, Sauries narrowed his eyes slightly and turned around, saying, Be careful on both sides. Someone is coming up. Just as he said this, two figures, one fat and one thin, leaped up and jumped onto the deck. Swish! Chiu Lu was unsheathed, cutting through the air towards the fat one on the left. Steel slash. A white strike erupted from Chiu Lu. The fat man hadn't even landed on the deck yet, and with no leverage in the air, he was struck squarely by Sauries' sword. Splurt! A spray of fresh blood erupted as the fat man fell heavily onto the deck. Bucci! The green-haired skinny guy exclaimed in shock. He quickly charged towards Sauries with great speed. Sam, one of the brothers, usually relied on feigning weakness to launch sneak attacks. But the death of his brother made him reckless. Although Sam was fast, Sauries quickly discerned his trajectory. Just as Sam's claw reached for Saori's, Xiao Lu was already ahead, slicing forward with a glint of cold light. Swoosh! A line of blood appeared on Sam's throat. The glint of cold light arrived first, followed by the sudden strike from the sword, as if apologizing for being in the wrong scene. Just as Saori's dealt with the brothers, more than a dozen pirates climbed up. They were all subordinates of the brothers. Bang! 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 They were met with a barrage of firearms. While dealing with the brothers and other pirates on the ship, the black pirate crew had already approached. At this moment, Kuro also sensed something was amiss. There was no chaos on the ship, and the brothers had actually failed. This is the first time. Zango, the first mate of the black pirate crew, had lost control and hypnotized the others. Bai Kalu said. Zango, wearing a blue coat and constantly pressing down on his large-brimmed hat, walked as if he were doing the moonwalk. He approached his crew and took out 2 ropes tied with metal rings, then said, "Brothers of the black pirate crew, look over here." After his words, when the pirates turned to him, Zango continued. After hearing 1, 2, Zango, your strength will be greatly enhanced, and you won't feel any pain. After that, you will kill all the navy in front of you at the fastest speed. Saying this, Zango lowered the brim of his hat, obscuring his heart-shaped sunglasses. 1, 2, Zango. In the next moment, all the members of the black pirate crew, after a brief daze, began to howl as if they were on steroids. Bang! When the 2 ships made contact, they charged forward with an unstoppable momentum towards the Navy ship where Saori's was located. Fire, fire! The pirates yelled madly as they faced the charging pirates. Bang, bang, bang! Accompanied by a burst of gunfire, many pirates were injured, but those pirates seemed to feel no pain and continued to charge frantically, attacking their heads. Saori's watched the hypnotized pirates, knowing this was Zango's method. As a hypnotist who could even hypnotize himself, Saori's was willing to call Zango the strongest hypnotist. Clang! Facing the charging pirates, Saori's made his move. He unleashed 3 steel-cutting flashes, killing several pirates. However, at that moment, Saori's observation Haki sensed a figure silently appearing behind him. Looking at your outfit, you must be the highest officer on this ship. A voice came from behind Saori's. Saori's turned around to see a cultured man wearing frameless glasses, a suit, slick back hair, and a steel knife on his finger. Bai Kelu. Bai Kelu. Saori said calmly. Now that you know me, please be prepared to die. Kelu said, and in an instant he vanished. When he reappeared, he was behind Saori's. The silent step is said to be on par with the shave in speed, but it's even more stealthy and agile. If Saori's hadn't had observation Haki, Kelu might have caused him some trouble. Clang! Just as Bai Kelu approached, Saori's swiftly turned and blocked Kelu's claw with his autumn dew. How is that possible? Kelu was surprised to see that Saori's could easily block his silent step. It's nothing much, Saori's said, drawing his sword to slash at Kelu again. Swish! Kelu disappeared once more, only to reappear from another side. Clang! 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 Saori's and Kelu engaged in a fast-paced battle, making it hard to see their figures on the entire ship. Damn it, since that's the case, try my spoon. Bai Kelu, unable to take down Saori's, decided to use his spoon technique, which he couldn't fully control. The spoon is essentially an upgraded version of the silent step, just like the moonwalk is an upgrade of the shave. But perhaps due to Kelu's insufficient physical strength, he couldn't control the spoon accurately, with arc-like movements similar to spoons. Not only the Navy, but even the pirates were killed by Bai Kelu. This shows that Kelu didn't care about the lives of his subordinate pirates at all. Run! The captain has gone mad. After Kelu used the spoon to kill many pirates, some of them began to wake up and hurriedly ran towards their pirate ship. Seeing Navy soldiers continuously die at Kelu's hands, Saori's used the moonwalk to engage Kelu. However, Saori's had only been learning the Marine 6 forms for a year, and he specialized in the spear, so his moonwalk wasn't very smooth. After fighting for a while, Saori's figured out Kelu's trajectory, and with the sensing of his observation Haki, Saori's captured by Kelu's next landing point. His sword was already there waiting. Kelu's spoon technique was one he couldn't control, so when Saori's autumn dew intercepted in front, Kelu couldn't change direction in time, as if he was deliberately crashing into the blade. Swish! With the sound of the blade slicing through flesh, Kelu came to a stop. He took a few steps forward, blood quickly flowing from his suit. How is this possible? Is it a coincidence? Kelu said, filled with confusion. Speaking of which, you're just a frog in a well who has never seen the second half of the Grand Line. Saori said calmly. Bai Kelu's death sparked a moment of realization in Saori's. This was the second effect of the system triggering. The previous small fry, including the brothers, had made Saori's feel that the system's effects were fake. He then looked at the black pirate ship. The captain is dead. Quick, set sail, run. Zango immediately noticed that Kalu had fallen and hurriedly urged, By G, Kalu is dead. At this moment, Lieutenant Zwabu also saw Kalu fall and became excited. As Saories watched the black pirate ship start to move and pull away, he did not rush to use his devil fruit abilities. During the battle with Baiji Kalu, he felt that his sword momentum had not been fully unleashed. Instead, it was accumulating, making him feel uncomfortable as if he needed to vent. Saories held the autumn dew with both hands, his sword momentum growing more intense, and a fierce wind began to swirl around him, blowing his black hair. The momentum of this sword is escalating. Face the fierce wind. Hoseki, Saories suddenly shouted, swinging the autumn dew from below to above. Whoosh! A whirlwind several meters wide burst forth from his autumn dew. Midway, the area of the whirlwind rapidly expanded, sweeping towards the black pirate ship with unstoppable force. Dragon Tornado! The pirates of the black pirate crew were all stunned. What happened to this world? Everything was fine, but why did it turn into a tornado with just one strike? At this moment, Zwabu and the Navy members were also surprised with their mouths agape. After a while, the tornado slowly dissipated, revealing the black pirate ship in disarray. Its hull broken in the middle and slowly taking on water, sinking. Vice Captain, what do we do? What do we do? The ship is done for. A member of the black pirate crew asked in panic. Jill. Zhang Ao replied with 2 words and then dove into the sea. Get closer, kill them all, Saories commanded. Slightly panting. That previous strike was a variant of the second style of the Gale sword technique, which he had never been able to execute properly. Even when he did, it was just a mini whirlwind. But after the encounter with Kalu, for some reason, Saories felt he could unleash it this time, and the effect was quite good. At this moment, Zwabu and the other Navy members dared not question Saories' orders, quickly steering the ship towards the broken section of the black pirate ship. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Under Saories' command to leave no survivors. All the Navy members raised their firearms and shot crazily at the pirates jumping into the sea, causing splashes of blood. Saories looked up into the distance, where Zhang Ao was swimming madly away, a white line in the water like a fish. He had always thought Zhang Ao was also a devil fruit user, but it turned out he was not. Saories retracted his autumn dew, then clasped his hands together and said, Come forth, red tree. As Saories spoke, a massive shadow appeared beneath Zhang Ao, who was nearly 100 meters away, and a giant crown of a tree broke through the ground, lifting Zhang Ao up while the branches of the red tree wrapped around him. Saories let out a breath. Unleashing the tornado and summoning the red tree made him feel somewhat fatigued. Indeed, he was still very weak. He didn't know when a true tree realm would descend, or when he could achieve the transformation into a Buddha. Saories lamented. Just as he spoke, his physical stamina began to rapidly recover under the photosynthetic ability. At this moment, the suddenly appearing tree startled the Navy members, who looked at Saories with awe. The major from the naval headquarters is simply a monster. What are we waiting for? Go kill him, said Saories. Yes, get closer, Zofu quickly responded. Zango, tied to the red tree, watched the Navy approach in the distance, raised his gun, and shouted, Don't kill me. I can help inspire your soldiers. I can help you hypnotize others. Bang, bang, bang. The musket fired, but only one shot hit Zango. Idiot, get a little closer. Seeing his subordinates' poor marksmanship, Zofu shouted in anger. Bring him over. At that moment, Saories' voice came through. Splash. Soon, Zango was brought in front of Saories. From now on, you will follow me. Saories decided that Zango's hypnotism still had a market. After all, even the future protagonist couldn't escape his hypnosis. Major, he is a pirate. Isn't it bad to recruit him? Zofu advised. Upon hearing this, Saories glanced at Zofu and said, My grandfather lived to be 97. Do you know why he lived so long? Good health? Zofu guessed. Saories shook his head. Because my grandfather never meddled in other people's business or spoke too much. Zofu, in just 3 or 4 days, he completed a third of the mission. This is a good omen. Next, Saories planned to look for Arlong, but he was disappointed. At this time, Arlong may have just established the Arlong pirates, or may not have yet separated from the Sun pirates, but there was no trace of him in Cocoa Village. After sailing for a month, aside from dealing with 3 pirate crews, there were no other gains. At this moment, at the G5 Marine Fortress, Rear Admiral Catalu was scratching his head, looking utterly despondent. It had been a month. Where had he been patrolling? If Saories encountered any more trouble, Catalu might as well give up hope of returning to headquarters and just jump into the sea to feed the fish. He was still counting on building a relationship with Saories for future support. Suddenly, the voice of Major Souries, as familiar as family, pulled Catala back to reality. He hurriedly walked out. Finally back, it was as if he couldn't wait to see him. Soon, news spread throughout the fortress that Souries had defeated the notorious Crocodile and destroyed the Black Pirates. It's worth noting that the leader of the Black Pirates, Crocodile, had a bounty of 16 million berries, second only to the 17 million berry bounty of Captain Click of the Click Pirates. As expected, the person I valued did not disappoint. At that moment, Rear Admiral Catalu felt that his return to headquarters was not far off. Lieutenant Zofu, how did you deal with the Black Pirates? An eager Marine asked Zofu. Ha ha ha. At that time, I was under the leadership of Major Souries, and with my cooperation, we wiped out the Black Pirates in one fell swoop. Zofu replied with his hands on his hips. That was the one with a bounty of 9 million berries, right? A sharp-eyed Marine suddenly asked. The sentence left Zobu embarrassed and stunned. That's right, it's Zon Kao. I've seen him on the wanted poster, another naval soldier said. This, Zobu's brain was racing, trying to figure out how to explain. Damn, how could a filthy pirate like you set foot in our sacred fortress? This statement immediately enraged the naval soldiers. Just then, Zonkao stepped onto a high platform and said, Attention, naval soldiers, look this way. Zonkao then took out 2 rings connected by ropes and said, Next, when I count to 3, you will know, I am the Navy, I am the Navy. 1, 2 Zonkao. This is a large-scale hypnosis, and Zango forgot to pull down his hat to cover his eyes. He himself has also been hypnotized. Starting today, he is the brave naval soldier Zango. Seeing Zango's impressive performance, Souries couldn't help but exclaim, What a talent. After that, he went to Major General Cato's office. The purpose was to report his achievements and to grant Zango the rank of a third-class naval soldier. This Zango, if there's a large-scale battle, a hypnosis can greatly boost morale. I still remember when Zango failed to hypnotize the pirates and ended up hypnotizing Luffy instead, who then gained immense strength and beat up the pirates. And when Zango hypnotized Luffy, the two of them danced wildly until midnight without stopping. This Zango can be considered an undercover agent. Major General Catalyth thought for a moment. Then he continued, Next time you patrol, you can't go out for another month. Don't worry, Major General Catalu. With Kuro dead, there aren't many threats left for me in the East Blue, Souries said. Hearing this, Major General Catalu knew he couldn't excessively stop Souries, so he nodded in agreement. After leaving Catalu's office, Souries instructed Zobu to go get Zango a Navy uniform and register his identity. Next, Souries planned to pursue the Click Pirates. He took Zango in with the idea of using him against Click. Click has 5,000 men and 50 ships, and with so many people, Souries definitely couldn't defeat them. But if Zango could perform a large-scale hypnosis, it might be feasible. However, dealing with Click still required strategy. Time slowly passed, and 2 months went by in the blink of an eye. At this time, Souries' reputation began to spread gradually in the East Sea. In just 2 months, 9 pirate crews, including the Black Sea pirates, have been destroyed by Souries, and almost no survivors were left. This gradually made Souries become known as a Shura among pirates, and he was referred to as the Shura Swordsman. When he first heard this title, Souries really wanted to complain. In fact, he preferred the title of Gale Swordsman. The title of Swordsman was given because during this time, Souries primarily used swords and used his fruit abilities relatively less, leading outsiders to believe that Souries was quite skilled in swordsmanship. However, during this period, Souries' fruit abilities had actually increased the most. He is now at 4 stars, while he was only at 3 stars when he was in Marineford. Additionally, Souries had been keeping an eye on the news from the entire East Sea, especially regarding the Click pirate crew. In the hot summer of the East Sea, Souries, with his black hair tied up and bare-chested, was continuously practicing the Gale sword technique in an outdoor training ground inside a naval fortress. Compared to 2 months ago, when he first arrived, Souries' body had become more solid, and his face, which originally carried a youthful innocence, was gradually becoming more rugged. This training ground was also quite unique, surrounded by various plants, resembling a green garden. These plants were all collected by Souries after he arrived in the East Sea. He aimed to gather as many plants as possible to understand their characteristics, so that he could use specific plants in specific environments. Additionally, by understanding these plant traits, he could diversify his plant mutation skills. Suddenly, a white shadow flew across the sky. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a strangely shaped seagull with a wide wingspan, wearing a sailor's hat on its head, and hanging a green cloth bag around its neck, which was filled with newspapers. This is one of the unique creatures in the world of One Piece, the newsbird. At this moment, The newsbird flew over the G5 Marine Fortress, flapping its wings, slowly diving down and landing on a railing not far from the training ground, then folding its wings and waiting silently. Its series of actions was extremely skilled, as if it came here every day. In fact, it was indeed the case. Ever since Saoirse arrived here, he had subscribed to the newspaper and read it daily, at least to know about major events. Zango, who was sitting nearby watching Saoirse train, saw the newsbird and walked over, tossing a coin he held in his hand to it, then pulled out a newspaper from a green cloth bag. "Major, here is today's newspaper," Zango said as he approached Saoirse. Upon hearing this, Saoirse stopped training, wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, and took the newspaper. Opening the newspaper, the first thing he saw was a report from the New World. The Yonko Big Mom clashed with the Whitebeard pirates, and both sides retreated after the battle. Another headline read, "One of the Yonko, red-haired Shanks, appears in the East Blue. His intentions are unknown." After silently reading a few reports, Saoirse then flipped over the newspaper, and the first news item on the back made his eyebrows raise. After Fisher Tiger's death, the Sun Pirates finally fell apart. The Fishman Dragon refused to accept the new warlord of the sea, Jinbei, and angrily left to form the Dragon Pirates. At the bottom of this news article, there are two photos. On the left is a blue fat fishman resembling a shark, and on the right is a tall fishman with a serrated nose and a mouth full of fangs. Later, Saoirse saw a news report from the East China Sea that Click was looking to buy New World sea charts, preparing to venture into the Grand Line. Upon seeing this news, Saoirse thought for a moment and said, "Zobu, gather the crew. We're setting sail." "Yes, Major Saoirse," Zobu immediately replied. Soon, the Naval Patrol ship set sail again. A week later, at the headquarters of the Billy Pirate crew on Jellyfish Island. Looking at the 5 pirate ships docked at Jellyfish Island, Saoirse clasped his hands together. Red Tree Burial. With Saoirse's fruit ability, a red tree quickly grew on the 5 pirate ships, rapidly expanding and breaking through the ship's cabin and hull, while many vines spread out from the red tree, entangling the pirates left behind on the ships. What's going on? Where did these trees come from? The pirates left on the ships, drinking, eating, and boasting, were suddenly ensnared by the emerging thorny vines, choking to death or being stabbed to death. Board the ships, Zobu ordered upon seeing the 5 pirate ships being destroyed. The Billy Pirate crew was a medium-sized pirate group, numbering around 500. As Saoirse reached the shore, he waved his hand, and the red tree that pierced the pirate ships slowly shrank and withered, while a green light floated toward Saoirse. This is a recent discovery by Saoirse. He can make the plants he nurtured return some energy to him, but the cost is the death of the nurtured plants. However, ever since he ate the force fruit, Saoirse has actually grown fond of plants. Unless absolutely necessary, he doesn't want to do this. If it weren't for the battle coming up, he would have kept those red trees. Just as the Navy landed, the Billy Pirates reacted quickly, with hundreds of people rushing down to the beach. Looking at the hundreds of pirates, Saoirse squatted down, pressing his hands against the ground. Super Vine Bind Kofin. Boom! The ground began to tremble, and then with a whoosh, countless thorny vines surged around the pirates, rushing toward the Billy Pirates. Help me. Clang. This thing is so hard. Whoosh. Break out. The captain of the Billy Pirates, Billy, slashed through a vine with his sword and shouted. Phew. Saoirse let out a breath. This large-scale, nurturing over nearly 100 meters, is his current limit. Still too weak. I don't know when I'll be able to achieve a large-scale attack, like Akiji's Ice Freeze. If in the future, I could easily cover Marineford with plants, that would be incredible. By then, I could use the Tree Realm Descend or Flower Tree Realm Descend. Kill. Seeing that Major Saoirse had taken down most of the pirates, Zofa shouted. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Saoirse taught, first shoot from mid-range, then drop the gun and slash. Soon, the captain of the Billy Pirates fell under Saoirse's sword, leaving him without the ability to resist. Zango, hypnotize him and make him obey my commands, Saoirse said to Zango. Upon hearing this, Zango took out his 2 rings and approached Billy. Now I'll count to 3. Zango, you must obey Major Saoirse's orders. 1, 2. Zango, not knowing what Major Saoirse had commanded, Billy respectfully stood beside Saoirse after being hypnotized. I want you to contact Cleek and tell him you have a sea chart and want to trade with him, Saoirse said. Yes, I will contact Cleek right away, Billy replied. Zofu, still having some brains, heard Saoirse's words and couldn't help but swallow hard, saying, Major, are we really going to deal with the Cleek pirates? That's a pirate crew of 5,000. Before Saoirse could respond, Zango disdainfully glanced at Zofu and puffed out his chest, saying, As a navy, how can we fear pirates? What the hell? Zofu stared wide-eyed. looking at Zango in disbelief. You're just a private. 2 months ago, you were a stinky pirate, and now you're lecturing me? Billy quickly contacted Cleek through the transponder snail. Upon hearing that Billy had a sea chart, Cleek, who claimed to be an admiral, didn't suspect anything at all. His personality is extremely arrogant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have foolishly provoked Hawkeye, leading to his pirate crew of 5,000 being reduced to just a few. The trading location was set by Soweries at Trident Bay. This place has a rapid bay that can only accommodate 7 or 8 ships. The Trident Bay was carefully selected by Soweries as a special gift for Click. Soon, the trading time arrived, and Soweries arrived at the Trident Bend first, hiding the naval warship. After more than half an hour had passed, Click finally arrived with his fleet. Before they even met, his voice echoed out. Billy, you actually chose such a terrible place. What? Afraid I'll kill you? Ha ha ha. Click, as the leader of the East Sea's largest pirate group, possessed extraordinary strength that ordinary people did not have. With light purple hair and a headscarf tied around his head, he wore a full suit of golden armor, black boots, and a large cloak equipped with a shield, guns, cannons, spears, swords, gas bombs, and more. Therefore, he was extremely confident in his strength and exceptionally arrogant. If I were afraid of death, I wouldn't have come alone, Billy said, standing alone on the beach. Ha ha, Billy, you didn't really come alone, did you? Click said, somewhat incredulous. Of course, enough nonsense. Do you still want a sea chart or not? Billy said eagerly, raising the item in his hand. How dare you speak to me? Admiral Click, like that, Billy? Click was somewhat angry upon hearing Billy's disrespectful tone. Soon, he brought his pirate subordinates to the beach. Click truly valued his reputation. For this transaction, he brought nearly 100 people ashore. Give me the sea chart quickly, or I'll be forced to kill you, Click said as he walked towards Billy, confident he had the upper hand. However, at that moment, Soweries appeared with Zhang Ao, Zuobu, and other Navy members from the other side of the beach. Tree binding coffin. Soweries once again used the power of the forest fruit. In an instant, a large number of trees and vines appeared, surrounding Click and his men, wildly wrapping around them. Damn it, Billy, you dare betray me, Click shouted, wielding a battle spear and cutting through the vines one by one. At this moment, the hypnotized Navy soldiers also rushed over. Kill Click, rise to power and wealth, Zobu shouted, leading the charge with a knife in hand. Admiral, retreat first. This is a trap, a pirate wearing a coat and a patterned headscarf said to Click. The one speaking is Akin, the captain of the Click pirate crew. When Click charged out of the vine forest wielding his great gun, he immediately spotted Soweries, who was blocking the way in a coat of justice. Gunpoint Gatling. With that, Soweries' index fingers transformed into afterimages, and hundreds of green light points shot towards Click and his crew at an incredible speed. The 7 or 8 pirates who followed Click out fell to the ground in an instant, including Click's trusted second-in-command, Baru. Suddenly, only Akin remained by Click's side. Navy, D. Akin, holding 2 iron crutches with spheres on the ends, rushed toward Soweries. Facing the charging Akin, Soweries' expression turned cold. He suddenly drew the dagger at his waist, and with a quick flick of his wrist, he thrust it toward Akin. In an instant, as the dagger was swung, a sharp whooshing sound filled the air. Then, a blade of energy surged forth from the tip of the dagger, rushing towards Akin with astonishing momentum. Clang! Akin blocked Soweries' strike with his 2 iron crutches. But before he could lower them, Soweries attacked again with 3 more strikes. Akin managed to block 2 of them, but he sidestepped the 3rd. However, when he looked back at Soweries, he found him gone. Behind you. Click's voice came through at that moment. Akin quickly lunged forward, trying to evade. This move was entirely a skill honed between life and death. He knew that it was already too late to turn back at this moment. A narrow wound appeared on Akin's back. Despite being injured, Akin didn't make a sound and turned to continue the attack. Soweries dodged a couple of times, and at that moment he sensed Click's attack coming from behind. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Soweries' mouth as he used the moon step to evade. At that moment, Ajin attacked Cyrus, but as he dodged, Ajin found himself directly in the path of Click's heavy battle spear. Bang! Ajin could barely lift his dual crutches before being struck and sent flying by the battle spear. Click's battle spear was incredibly heavy, reportedly weighing a ton, and this blow sent the unprepared Ajin flying several dozen meters. Click ignored Ajin and turned to look for Cyrus while pulling out his gas grenade. At that moment, Cyrus held his knife with both hands and swung it. Facing the gale, he unleashed a tornado that swept towards Click, lifting him into the air. In midair, Click tried to throw the gas grenade, but the tornado pulled it back. As Click was about to fall, Cyrus used the power of the forest fruit. 5 thorny vines. as thick as an adult's waist, sprang up from the ground with Sawaris' outstretched left hand, ensnaring Click. Vine binding coffin. Cyrus clenched his left hand into a fist. Creak, creak, accompanied by the sound of Click's golden armor deforming. The 5 giant vines tightened rapidly. Finally, with a puff, a large amount of blood flowed from the vines. Captain, Ajin struggled to stand up, looking at the blood on the vines, unable to hold back his cry. Reluctant to part, go accompany him, Cyrus said as he used Moonwalk to quickly reach Ajin's side. Swish, swish, swish. After 3 slashes of steel-cutting flash, Ajin fell down. 2 streams of heat appeared in his body, gifts from Click and Ajin. After dealing with Click and Ajin, Cyrus looked at the Navy soldiers blocking Click's other crew members from landing. Just as he was about to go over, the hypnotized Billy walked out from the thicket of vines. Seeing that Billy was so lucky to have survived the vines, Cyrus quickly killed him with a steel-cutting flash. Billy was no longer of any use. For a pirate, those who were no longer useful would not be spared by Cyrus. After killing Billy, Cyrus immediately supported Zob and Zango, who were responsible for intercepting the pirates who had not disembarked from the ship according to the plan. With Sawaris' involvement, the battle quickly turned one-sided. Moments later, the fight ended, and of the 350 pirates from Click's 7 ships, most were dead, with only a few escaping. Cyrus, glowing with green light, first stabilized the injuries of the severely wounded, then said, "Those with minor injuries care for the severely wounded, and those who can still fight. Follow me to hunt down the remaining members of the Click pirate crew." Roar! Under Zango's hypnosis, the Navy soldiers were full of momentum, as long as they could move. They all chose to follow the ship and pursue. A chase against the Click pirate crew began. The battle lasted for a month, ultimately resulting in the deaths of most of the Click pirate crew, with a small number escaping and disappearing without a trace. This battle also marked the official rise of Cyrus' fame in the EC. He built his reputation on the lives of pirates. After this battle, Cyrus gained a deeper understanding of the Gale Swordsmanship, and after half a month, his strength crossed another tier. He originally thought he would only improve again after dealing with Alone. Name, Cyrus Tang, Special Superhuman Series. Sunsan Fruit. Age, 18 height, 210 centimeters physical ability. Swordsmanship, fruit ability. Plant mutation, seed of corrosion. 2. Fruit abilities. 1. Photosynthesis, absorbs sunlight. Stores it internally, restores the body, enhances physical fitness, changes tree hardness. 2. Perception of surrounding trees, senses the situation around trees, like a heart network. 3. Inducing plant growth. 4. Manipulating plants. 5. Body transformation into plants. Haki, Conqueror's Haki, not activated. Armament Haki, beginner. Observation Haki, elementary. Skills, Gale Swordsmanship, advanced. Navy 6 styles, intermediate. Moonwalk. Current combat power. B. Reputation. Rising fame, congratulations, you have become a vibrant loach. With the improvement in strength, Cyrus gained another chance to draw. And this time he got the skill Moonwalk. Perhaps because he often used Observation Haki during battles, Cyrus' Observation Haki advanced from beginner to elementary. However, his Armament Haki did not improve, indicating he used it less. After advancing to Advanced Gale Swordsmanship, Cyrus could easily perform the iron-cutting slash, which meant he was now a genuine swordsman. He could also use the skill forward slash. Recently, while searching for pirates, Cyrus was also studying the forward slash. The forward slash involves moving quickly forward while striking the enemy. Cyrus was contemplating how to integrate the forward slash with the moonwalk, and he was also pondering the spoon skill of 100 Strategies Kuro. If he could combine the forward slash and moonwalk and absorb the advantages of the spoon, that would be great. Marine Ford, Navy Headquarters. Sengoku looked at the 2 battle reports in front of him, smiling. As expected from a Navy Academy's training, the 2 major pirate crews in the EC have been eradicated. Crane, your judgment of people is still spot on. However, Vice Admiral Crane's face showed a hint of worry. Cyrus is good, but he has consecutively wiped out the 1st and 2nd pirate crews of the EC without taking any prisoners. This child is too bloodthirsty. Sengoku nodded upon hearing this. There is some concern, but he has stabilized the East Sea, so he must be rewarded. Just recently, Kazan became a lieutenant commander, and with such great achievements, a promotion to colonel is not excessive. Soon, news of Cyrus' promotion to colonel was conveyed from Marineford to the G5 fortress in the EC. Major, ahead is the Bartai Sea restaurant. Would you like to take a look? Zofa's voice came at the right moment. Redleg Zeph, let's go take a look. Cyrus replied. In fact, if he could defeat Zeph, he would like to take down the 2 chefs at Bartai, who were once notorious pirates themselves. The Bartai restaurant welcomes everyone to dine, including the Navy, and some Navy officials often come to the Bartai Sea restaurant to eat, where fighting is prohibited. Welcome, sir, please follow me. As soon as they boarded the Sea restaurant, a strong-armed, chubby man with a long face like a pumpkin greeted them enthusiastically. This time, Saories brought 30 Navy men with him, while the others stayed to guard the warship. Later, they would bring food to those left on the ship. How did so many Navy men come? A pirate wondered as Saories walked towards the restaurant. Shoo, it's the Azura swordsman. Don't say a word. One pirate recognized Saories and hurriedly said. Saories glanced around at the pirates and then picked up the menu to start ordering. After that, he ordered 140 takeout meals. Saories wasn't short on money. The bounty he earned from exterminating pirates was more than enough. Aside from handing over a portion, he kept the rest for himself. With 70 Navy men on the warship, that's 2 meals per person. Ordering so much at once, the Bartai restaurant suddenly became busy. 4 Redfoot Zeph, failing to serve customers quickly, was a shame for the chef. This time, Saories also prepared to have a big meal if it was delicious. In fact, he no longer needed to eat much, as his ability to photosynthesize allowed him to go without food. But there's a saying that love and good food should not be wasted. All right, Saories admitted that he was just greedy. Soon, a bowl of noodles was served, and Saories took a bite. It was indeed quite tasty. Instantly, he began to eat heartily with the other sailors. Saories ate very quickly, and soon, there were more than a dozen bowls stacked in front of him. After about half an hour, Saories finally put down his chopsticks. He was finally full. This sentence made the other pirates at the table breathe a sigh of relief. They finally finished eating, and now they should leave quickly since no one was keeping them. Oh, what a lively scene. Just as Saories finished eating and was about to leave, 4 people walked in. Seeing the newcomers, Saories squinted his eyes. The newcomers had 3 scars on their faces and were missing an arm, with a western sword hanging from their waist. This is red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Beside him are Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and that fat guy in green stripes who always carries a drumstick. Grab your things, let's go, Saories said to the other Navy soldiers. Then he went to the bar and tossed up 100,000 berries. The Navy soldiers behind him picked up the food pack for the other soldiers and followed closely. Just as Saories passed by red-haired Shanks, Shanks suddenly said, "You are the Azura swordsman, Saories, right?" As Saories passed by red-haired Shanks, Shanks suddenly said, "You are the Azura swordsman, Saories, right? What do you want to teach me?" Saories stopped and said, "Actually, many pirates just want to pursue freedom." Shanks said with a smile, meaning to tell Saories that there is no need to be so ruthless. Upon hearing this, Saories also smiled and said, "Just like Pirate King Roger, right?" But Roger personally opened the era of great pirates, and countless ordinary people lost their lives because of it. If we kill all the pirates, the sea will return to calm, and ordinary people can live without fear, and no one will be displaced anymore. As he spoke, Saories walked further away. He acknowledged that some pirates had not actively done bad things, like the future Luffy. But how many great pirates escaped when Luffy caused chaos and impelled down twice? In the end, it still comes down to blaming Luffy. Listening to Saories, Shanks knew that he was a Navy officer with extremely firm beliefs, so he couldn't help but strike back. What about the Celestial Dragons? The number of people who die at the hands of the Celestial Dragons every year is not small. This sentence is aimed at undermining Saories' beliefs. Shanks knows that Saories comes from the Naval Academy, and he does not want the Navy to have another character like Akainu in the future. As long as he can strike at Saories' beliefs and make him doubt his own sense of justice, then he won't reach the heights of Akainu. However, Saories did not respond to Shanks' words. He simply thought to himself, "No one has privileges here." This sentence, Saories certainly could not say out loud. Otherwise, he might be called back to Marineford the next day for ideological re-education. Returning to his warship, Saories planned to set sail again. When he returned to the G5 fortress, he found out that he had been promoted. Soon, Smoker, far away in Lowtown, also received the news of Saories' promotion to colonel and immediately decided to work even harder to catch pirates. The name of the White Hunter Smoker began to rise gradually. A year later, bang, 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 bang. In the outdoor training ground of the G5 naval fortress, 2 figures were engaged in a fierce battle. One had long black hair tied at the back of his head, a handsome face, a solid muscular build, and was about 2 meters 3 or 4 tall, shirtless, with black arms. The other had a long face. The 2 individuals are Colonel Saories and Rear Admiral Catalu of the G8 Navy. Throughout this year, Saories has been inviting Catalu for training sessions. However, with the increasing frequency of these sessions, Catalu has become increasingly alarmed. The young generation is simply monstrous. At such a young age, They have simultaneously awakened both armament hockey and observation hockey, and they are becoming more proficient in their use. A year ago, Saoir's combat strength was rated B-, but now it has risen to B. His application of armament hockey has also improved significantly. By the afternoon, after finishing their battle, Catalu let out a sigh of relief. He was utterly exhausted. This kid Saoir is like a fighting machine, seemingly incapable of feeling fatigue. Colonel, we have received news from the 12th Division that the evil dragon pirates have attacked many villages, Lieutenant Zofu said as he handed a report to Saoir. We've finally entered the East Sea. Lieutenant Zofu, relay the message. We set sail tomorrow morning, Saoir said with a smile on his face. Following Saoir, Zofu's rank has also risen from lieutenant to captain. Yes, Colonel. Zofu saluted. The next day, Saoir's warship sets sail once again. In this year, on average, Saoir's goes out to sea once a month, and each time, 2 pirate crews are wiped out. Now, Saoir's has instilled fear in the entire East Sea pirate crews, with some even leaving the East Sea altogether. After the evil dragon pirate crew entered the East Sea, they started sweeping from the area of the 12 branches and made their way to the vicinity of the 16 naval branches. During this period, dozens of villages suffered. In the waters of the 16 Navy branch, the evil dragon pirates began to enslave the villagers, forcing them to pay protection fees every month. If they failed to pay, they would be killed. Just as the evil dragon pirates were raiding another village, they dragged all the villagers who resisted them to the beach, intending to make an example of them in front of the other villagers. Bad guys, don't kill my mom. As a dozen villagers were about to be executed, a little girl with orange hair rushed out towards a woman with pink hair who was covered in injuries. After the orange-haired girl charged out, a blue-haired girl followed her. Bang bang. In response to them were brutal kicks. The 3 people are Nami, Nojiko, and their adoptive mother Belle-Emery. In the original story, Nami's mother Belle-Emery was brutally murdered by Arlong. From now on, adults will pay 100,000 berries a month, and children 50,000 berries. If not, they will end up like them. As Arlong spoke, the fishermen pirates behind him raised their knives. Just as tragedy was about to strike, a voice suddenly emerged from the air. Hey, fishmen, your name is Cruelty. The sudden voice startled everyone, and they quickly turned to look. What they saw was a Navy officer with black hair, a green shirt, a white vest, and a justice cloak floating in the air. It was Saoir's. At that moment, Saoir's warship had not yet arrived, so he used the air dance technique to fly over to save them. The Navy? Arlong looked at the suddenly appearing Saoir's with a hint of ferocity in his eyes. With a thud, Saoir's landed in front of the bound villagers. He looked at young Nami and couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes, one has to admit the power of fate. Colonel, be careful. They are very strong, Belle-Emery, who was once a Navy officer and now covered in injuries, warned. Strong? Saoir's replied, his hand slowly reaching for the hilt of his sword. The rat is really useless. He actually let the Navy from other areas come into his territory. Obi, take care of him, Arlong said with a cruel smile on his face. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Saoir's suddenly disappeared from in front of him, followed by a sound of air being stomped and an explosion, reappearing in another direction in an instant. Swish, swish, clang, crack. Saoir's reappeared at the spot he had previously occupied, as if he had never moved. Thud, thud. A series of falling sounds echoed, and all the fishmen pirates present, including the Arlong pirates officers Karubi, Chu, Jinbi, and others, fell to the ground. Indeed, you no longer even have the qualifications to make me stronger, Saoir said, then looked at Arlong. It's just you left. At this moment, Arlong had already put away his cruel smile. He looked at the corpses of his kin scattered on the ground, trembling all over. Unforgivable, unforgivable. How dare you kill our noble fishmen? I will kill you, I will kill you. As a racist who valued his own kin highly, Arlong was completely enraged. I want you to be buried with everyone in this village. With that, Arlong leapt into the air, spinning like a torpedo as he charged toward Saoir's. This is one of Arlong's skills, where his serrated nose pierces the opponent. However, in response to this move, Saoir's right hand suddenly turned black, and the armament hockey covered his right arm. He then threw a punch. It was just like carp smashing the green pepper. Saoir's armament hockey fist smashed down, instantly breaking Arlong's nose. Not only that, but Arlong's mouth full of sharp teeth was also knocked out in large numbers by Saoir's punch. Ah! Arlong screamed as he flew out with a face full of blood. Let me show you my dual sword style, Saoir said as he drew his autumn dew and elephant sword from his waist. Dual sword style windblade. The 2 swords crossed and swung out, creating 2 several-meter-wide tornadoes that swept towards Arlong. When the tornadoes dissipated, Arlong fell from the sky to the ground, covered in numerous wounds from the wind blades within the tornado. Damn human. Arlong's vitality was truly tenacious. Even so, he didn't die. But when Saories unleashed a steel slash, it directly ended Arlong's wicked life. At the same time, a surge of heat flowed into Saories' body, enhancing his physique, a generous gift from Arlong as he died. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Wind rising in the EC. Fruit ability increased by 1 star. Swordsmanship ability increased by 1 star. With the system's notification, Saories could clearly feel his swordsmanship and fruit abilities had increased. Host combat power reached A, gaining 1 lottery opportunity. Just as Saories dealt with the Arlong pirates, the warship where Zobu and Zango were located also encountered trouble. They were rammed by a pet Moo Moo raised by the Arlong pirates. In the end, it was Zango who took action, using a hypnosis technique to put Moo Moo to sleep. When they reached the shore, Saories had already finished the battle. Belmare thanked Colonel for saving her life. After being rescued, Belmare gave Saories a standard Navy salute. Belmare was once a Navy officer and later adopted Noki and Nami before returning to live in Coco West Village. Saories shook his head. Protecting the villagers and eliminating pirates is the Navy's responsibility. There's no need for thanks. As he spoke, he looked at the orange-haired little girl hiding behind Belmare, then crouched down and ruffled her hair, saying, "Don't become a pirate in the future, or Big Brother will have to catch you himself." Yeah, pirates are all bad people. Nami doesn't want to be a pirate. The little girl nodded vigorously. Saories smiled, stood up, and said, "I must go now. The disaster has passed, and dawn is just ahead." With that, Saories turned and walked towards his warship. "Colonel, there's still one alive," Zobu said while supporting a fishman with 6 arms. Fishman Xiaoba. Saories recognized him at a glance. Fishman Xiaoba had a unique body structure, so Saories' slash only injured him, not killing him. "We don't need prisoners." With that, Saories continued walking towards the warship. In the storyline of One Piece, Fishman Xiaoba has quite a bit of screen time, but for Saories, a pirate is just a pirate, and Xiaoba, who followed Arlong, must have blood from ordinary people on his hands. The little girl, Nami, watched Saories, who was gradually walking away, her eyes shining with admiration. That was a glow of admiration. Which little girl wouldn't admire a great hero who descended from the sky and saved her? Back on the warship, Saories glanced at the Moo Moo that Zango had put to sleep and slowly set sail. Moo Moo followed behind. However, they hadn't gone far when a warship sailed towards them. "Stop. Which branch of the Navy are you from?" The warship directly blocked Saories' warship. "G5 Fortress, 2nd Patrol Team." Zobu shouted, "What are you doing in our G2 waters?" asked a Navy officer who looked very much like a rat. Seeing this person's appearance, Saories narrowed his eyes, then stood up and approached the ship's railing. "You're Colonel Mouse, right? Arlong from the Arlong Pirates has already told me about your collusion." The words startled Colonel Mouse, and he felt a surge of panic. But then he quickly turned his eyes and shouted, "Nonsense! I have reason to suspect that you are pirates posing as the Navy. How could the Navy from Fortress G5 possibly come to our G2 waters?" As he spoke, Colonel Mouse waved his hand, and his subordinates understood, pushing several cannons to aim at Saories' patrol ship. "What stinky bunch?" Saories said, placing his hand on Xiulu, and a fierce sword aura began to surge around him, accompanied by a breeze that stirred his black hair. "My actions are as clear as a mirror. Everything I do is for justice. Face the storm." With that, a massive tornado, 10 meters wide, burst forth from Saories' Xiulu. Colonel Mouse widened his eyes in shock at the sight, stepping back in fear, and shouted, "Quick! Turn the helm to the left." But the 2 warships were too close together to escape in time. The tornado ultimately swept through Colonel Mouse's ship with devastating force. When the storm subsided, Colonel Mouse's ship was destroyed, and most of the Navy perished beneath the tornado. "Zobu, capture the survivors and escort them to G5. We are returning," Saories said coldly as he sheathed his sword. "Yes," Zobu responded loudly. However, he then leaned closer to Saories with some worry and said, "Colonel, how are we going to explain to Major General Catalu about killing a Navy colonel in another sea? Interrogate the surviving Navy officers well and bring out Colonel Mouse's crimes. With that, we can explain ourselves," Saories instructed. "But even if Colonel Mouse committed crimes, it's not our place to handle it," Zobu replied. "Lieutenant Zobu, you will do as the colonel says." "How dare you question him?" Private Zhangao walked over with a unique stride and sternly reprimanded Zobu. Hearing this, Zobu became furious. "You, a private, dare to compete with me? Private Zhangao, I now order you to clean the deck." Zobu shouted. Back in the cabin, Saoirse decided to draw a reward. Draw a prize. Ding 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 ding. Various skill icons flashed rapidly, eventually stopping on a red humanoid icon. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill 8 Gates of Dunjia. This is indeed a hard-working skill. Name, Saoirse Tang, special superhuman type, sun fruit, age, 19 height, 230 centimeters physical ability, swordsmanship, fruit ability, plant mutation. Seed of corruption, 3, fruit abilities, photosynthesis, absorbs sunlight, stores it in the body, restores health, enhances physical condition, changes the hardness of trees. Perception of surrounding trees, senses the situation around trees like a heart network, induces plant growth, manipulates plants, transforms body into plants. Hockey, Conqueror's Hockey, not activated. Armament Hockey, beginner. Observation Hockey, intermediate. Skills, Swift Wind Swordsmanship, advanced. Navy 6 styles, advanced. Sky Dance Technique, 8 gates. Number of gates opened depends on physical strength. Currently able to open 5 gates temporarily. Current combat power, A. Reputation, Rising Fame. Marine Headquarters, Marineford, quarterly meeting. Bang! Sengoku slammed the documents on the table and shouted angrily. What does he want? How dare he cross sea territories to kill a fellow colonel of the same rank? Is this something a navy should do? Crack crack. Sengoku, it has been said that the rat is colluding with pirates, and the rat subordinates can all testify. The loud voice, accompanied by the sound of eating senbei, couldn't be anyone but Garp. Even if he is a disgrace to the navy, it's not up to him, a colonel, to solve it. No rules, no standards. He is breaking the rules, Sengoku said angrily. And how many times have I told you, during meetings? Do not eat senbei? The last sentence was said very loudly. Upon hearing this, Garp did not refute Sengoku, but silently put away the senbei and then took out a bag of donuts. You said not to eat senbei, so I won't eat senbei then. Seeing this scene, Sengoku's forehead showed a hashtag. At this moment, Akainu Sakazuki, sitting across from Garp, said while holding the information on Saoirse, I believe Colonel Saoirse did nothing wrong. For such naval scum, prompt execution is the right path. Akainu was quite fond of Saoirse. Observing his various methods, he was almost identical to himself, showing no mercy to pirates and wiping them out completely. As for killing Colonel Mouse, it was a minor issue. After all, it wasn't like he killed an admiral. Violating naval regulations is violating naval regulations. Such behavior cannot be tolerated. Just returned from a mission. Zephyr crossed his arms and said, although Saoirse was a student, he wouldn't speak up for him if he acted improperly. Which of the 3 admirals present was not his student? Crane, what do you think? Sengoku asked, as a staff officer of the Navy headquarters. Crane knew Sengoku was trying to reprimand Saoirse. After all, whether it was beating up CP5 agents, randomly pursuing pirates across sea borders, or casually killing comrades, it was clear that Saoirse was not an easy character. For the sake of Saoirse's future, Vice Admiral Crane said, a mistake is a mistake. I think he should be demoted to Major. Goodness, he just got promoted a year ago and is already being demoted back to his original rank. Let's demote him to Lieutenant Colonel. It's settled. Now, speaking of matters in the New World, Sengoku still didn't directly demote Saoirse to Major. Saoirse himself didn't care about the demotion. He continued to do things his way and applied to transfer to the Grand Line. Having reached A-class strength, although it was a dash, he felt it was sufficient, and he prepared to head to the Grand Line. He also planned to visit Skypiea, wanted to experience the Sky Island vines and Enel. His corrosion seeds, aside from the one used on Virgo, had now accumulated to 3. He needed to find someone to use them on. Enel was one of his targets. After all, he was known as the possessor of the strongest Logia fruit. According to Saoirse's speculation, Enel had not yet become the god of Skypiea. Since Luffy set sail in 1520, Enel had been a god for 6 years by that time. Now, it was 1511, soon entering 1512, and it was likely that Enel hadn't even eaten the Rumble fruit yet. He also planned to visit Lowtown to see Smoker. He heard that Smoker had been quite popular lately. The White Hunter Smoker, he had heard of him many times at the G5 base. Some even compared the White Hunter Smoker to the Shura swordsman Saoirse. After all, they were both graduates of the same naval academy. However, Saoirse really disliked the name Shura swordsman. He preferred the title Gale Swordsman. Those annoying pirates give him such nicknames. Saoirse was unaware that, because of him, the East Blue newspapers had published his photo twice, exaggerating his deeds and strength, leading to a green-haired, aspiring swordsman in Frost Moon Village vowing to first defeat his senior sister, then challenge Saoirse to become the strongest swordsman in the East Blue, and then challenge Mihawk to become the world's strongest swordsman. Lowtown, as the entrance to the Grand Line and the place where Pirate King Roger fell, had always been a hub for pirates and gangs. This time, Sowery's traveled alone and by flight. Flying with the air technique consumed stamina, but not too much, and it can be considered a form of exercise. When Sowery's arrived in Roadtown, he was met with a chaotic scene. What's going on? Sowery's was somewhat confused. Roadtown usually had good order. How did it become so chaotic? He saw several pirate ships anchored outside Roadtown, and countless pirates rampaging through the streets with weapons. Among the streets, he also spotted Smoker, along with some Navy soldiers. Swish! Sowery's flew above Smoker. Smoker, what is going on? Smoker looked up upon hearing the voice, and a hint of joy appeared on his face as he angrily replied, "Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and help. These people are completely lawless. I recently took down a slave market and a gang in the East Blue, and they are retaliating." Just then distant shouts from Navy soldiers echoed. "Not good. The prison has been breached. Ha ha. I told you you'll pay the price." With a boastful voice, a rotund man in a yellow outfit burst out of the prison and crashed into the crowd. Buffalo? Seeing this person, Sowery's was momentarily stunned. Buffalo was an officer of the Don Quixote family. How could someone from the Don Quixote family appear here? Didn't Smoker capture him? Despite his surprise at Buffalo's appearance, there was no time to dwell on it. He said, "Smoker, you go hold off Buffalo." Sowery's then landed on the ground, gripping his dual blades, the Autumn Dew and the Elephant Knife. Dual blade flow, /. In the next moment, accompanied by a flash of blades, Sowery's vanished, leaving behind arcs of half circles in the air. After the arcs passed, all the pirates were left with just their bodies. Their heads were gone. Soon, all the pirates on that street fell. "This guy's even stronger." Watching Sowery's in action, Smoker exclaimed in surprise. He quickly snapped back to reality. Now was not the time to be dazed, and he transformed into white smoke, charging toward Buffalo. At that moment, Sowery's arrived at another street, observing the pirates and gangsters killing recklessly. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. 8 Gates of Dunjia, open gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, due gate, open. With a roar, a large amount of green flames erupted from Sowery's body. His navy coat and black hair were blown wildly in the wind. Dual blade flow, /. Sowery's figure vanished, and in the next moment, he reappeared at the other end of the street. He then proceeded to the adjacent street. Poochie! As Sowery's left, the heads of the pirates and gangsters flew into the air, large streams of blood spraying from their necks. The blood formed fountains, shooting into the sky, then turning into a blood rain that dripped back down. The pirates and gangsters all had their heads severed, the cuts smooth as mirrors, while not a single civilian was harmed. How terrifying! In a corner of the street, a boy of about 10 years, with grass-green chicken comb hair, an eye tattoo under his right eye, wearing a nose ring and looking like a demon, watched the hellish scene before him and the corpse of his uncle lying on the ground. He was terrified, feeling a chill run through his entire body. The boy's name is Bartholomew, and at this moment, Sowery's has left a significant shadow in his heart. Dual-wielding, he charged forward with a slash. Once again on a street, a figure darted past at high speed, followed by a head flying off. Sowery's had cleared 6 streets in a row. Those rampant pirates, gang thugs, and escaped convicts. Every single one of them was slaughtered by Sowery's. Finally, he arrived at the square in Lowtown, where the battle was the most intense. Smoker was fighting alone against Don Quixote family's Buffalo and Mockvice. Meanwhile, on the other side of the square, 2 men in suits and masks were teaming up against a man with yellow hair. The man, Sowery's did not recognize. "Smoker dodge," Sowery's said as he quickly rushed forward, during which Xiao Lu and Xiang Dao began to swing. Dual-wielding steel slash. 2 crescent-shaped flying slashes flew out from Sowery's blades. Smoker heard the sound and hurriedly flew to the side. Faced with the flying slashes, Baharo and Mahabais also quickly dodged to the sides. But before Mahabais could steady himself, he felt a green shadow rush past him. Cutting you is as easy as pie. This was the last sound Mahabais heard. When a shadow passed by, Mahabais felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He looked down and saw that his abdomen had been completely sliced open. He moved slightly, and a large amount of blood flowed out, accompanied by his intestines. "Mahabais!" Bahafaro exclaimed in shock at the sight of his companion. Bang! With a dull thud, Mahabai's massive body fell to the ground. Mahabais of the Don Quixote family is dead. At the same time, a surge of heat entered Sowery's body. "It's your turn," Sowery's said as he slowly raised his dual blades. "I'll fight you," Bahafaro declared as he transformed his head into a propeller and spun it rapidly, launching a high-pressure windstorm attack at Sowery's. This is a technique specially developed by Bahaflu. Facing the fierce wind, Hasaki Saories also unleashed a hurricane. The two forces canceled each other out. When the storm dissipated, countless green lights suddenly flashed before Bahaflu's eyes. 10-fingered green light Gatling. Saories' hands transformed into claws, becoming a blur, as numerous seeds with a faint green glow flew towards Bahaflu. At this moment, Saories transformed into a green light Gatling. Thu, thu, thu. Buffalo's body trembled rapidly, creating splashes of blood. After a moment, Saories gasped and stopped, also retracting the 8 gates. At this stage, his physique was too strained to use the 8 gates for such a long time. Thud! The bloodied buffalo finally fell to the ground as he wished. At the same time, a surge of heat feedback returned to Saories, a perception of fruitability. At this time, the blond man fighting the two suit-wearing masked men also noticed the situation here. He wanted to leave, but was firmly blocked by the two masked men. Just then, a sudden strong wind arose, making it impossible to open one's eyes, and the sky began to rain. Following that, a hurricane suddenly struck, causing the two masked men to lose their balance, while the blond man took advantage of the wind to fly up and land in the residential area, causing a large number of nearby houses to collapse due to the hurricane. Seeing this scene, the two masked men became anxious and hurried after him. But in this residential area, there was no trace of the blond man. Damn it! One of the masked men cursed angrily. We need to go back and ask the Navy for help in searching. We must not let him escape, said the other masked man. Just at that moment when the strong wind arose, Saories looked up at the sky and then began to assist Smoker in dealing with the other pirates and gangsters in the square. Navy, we are CP0 under the world government and need your cooperation to search the entire road town. The two suit-wearing masked men approached and directly presented their credentials. Their tone clearly carried a commanding tone. Right now, we need to assist the injured and civilians, Saories said expressionlessly. Those scum, if they die, they die. The people we need to capture are specifically named by the world government, so hurry up and organize a search in Road Town, one of the masked men said impatiently. The sentence made Saories' expression change, and Smoker also looked angry, saying, Our Navy is not under your CP0's jurisdiction. Gather. We need to rescue people. I hope you won't regret it, one of the masked men said, and then stormed off. Smoker began to lead the soldiers to rescue people, while Saories looked up at the gloomy sky and murmured, Dragon, your devil fruit ability can actually change the weather. It's a bit of a restraint on me. As he spoke, Saories' gaze fell on a nearby area where a row of houses had been blown down, and he added, But to create a hurricane just to save one person, isn't that a bit excessive? Is this the way of the Revolutionary Army? After rescuing the injured, clearing the corpses, and comforting the residents of Road Town, Saories had figured out what was going on by the second day. It turned out that Smoker, seeing that Saories had been promoted for cleaning up pirates, also began to hunt pirates. But unexpectedly, he caught Biafro, who was transporting weapons and slaves. The Don Quixote family's cadre had been captured. This was a big deal. Then today, incident happened. Initially, it was just gang thugs creating chaos to give Mahabais a chance to rescue Biafro. But unexpectedly, the pirates in Road Town took the opportunity to start looting. These pirates loved such things. This incident definitely had the support of the local gangs in Road Town, and the Shishin family, which started by selling slaves, was surely involved as well. In the office, Smoker, with 2 cigars in his mouth, said with a grim face, Since that's the case, let's eliminate all the gangs in Road Town. Saories calmly replied, But we don't know specifically which gang participated. Smoker hesitated. They're just a bunch of scum. As long as we determine their involvement, we don't need concrete evidence. Aren't they scum? Shouldn't they die? Saories retorted. For him, killing insects didn't require many reasons. All right, then let's completely eradicate the gang forces in Road Town. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke and said, Soon, the Navy launched another assault, starting to clean up the gangs in Road Town. You're going too far. In one block, a loud roar was heard, and a green-haired guy with a crest, an eye tattoo under his right eye, wearing a nose ring and looking like a demon, charged out with a round shield, knocking down a dozen Navy soldiers in one go. A devil fruit user. Smoker was somewhat surprised. Is this Bartolomeo? Saories thought to himself. When Bartolomeo was a child, he was quite cute, although he grew up to be a bit ugly. Previously, during the massacre, Saories hadn't noticed Bartolomeo. Now that he saw him face to face, he naturally remembered who he was based on his attire. Smoker, go clean up the other gang thugs. I'll take care of this green-haired brat, Saories said to Smoker. Upon hearing this, Smoker nodded, then waved his hand, leading the Navy soldiers to the next location. Brat, take down your shield, Saories said. Bartolomeo looked at Saories. A flicker of fear crossing his eyes as the scene of Saori's killing someone flashed back in his mind. "Stop joking, I won't remove my barrier," Bartolomeo shouted with his sharp teeth showing. "Perfect, I want to test the ability of the barrier fruit too," Saori said, wrapping his hand in haki. And then threw a punch. Bang! A tremendous force struck the barrier, yet the barrier did not shatter. Bang, bang, bang! After 3 consecutive punches, Bartolomeo saw that Saori's couldn't break the barrier and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha! So you can't break my barrier either, stinky navy, ah!" This little rabbit is quite arrogant. Saori's eyes narrowed, and with a clap of his hands, a vine shot up from beneath Bartolomeo. "What the hell?" Bartolomeo exclaimed in surprise. But he reacted quickly and jumped up. He then transformed his barrier into a small sphere, completely wrapping himself inside. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Saori's face. The vine rapidly grew, enveloping Bartolomeo's spherical barrier completely. Then, Saori's pulled the vine and flew into the air. "TCH, what a waste of effort. I'm not afraid of falling," Bartolomeo shouted. He had tried falling from great heights before and was completely fine. Through the gaps in the vine, he saw that he was being lifted into the air and thought Saori's was going to throw him down. However, Saori's indeed threw him, but not to the ground. Instead, he tossed him into the sea. "What are you doing?" Bartolomeo yelled as he looked at the ocean's surface. "Throwing you," Saori said as he loosened his grip. Splash! Bartolomeo, along with his barrier, fell into the water. Watching the barrier, which looked like a balloon floating on the sea, Saori's clapped his hands, and a red tree rose from the ocean, entangling Bartolomeo and lifting him deeper into the water. "I don't believe the air inside can keep you alive forever," Saori's remarked. Underwater, the completely enclosed barrier fruit resembled a round coffin. Once the air inside was exhausted, Saori's wondered what would happen. At this moment, Bartolomeo, submerged in the sea, looked around at the water. As someone lacking basic knowledge, he disdainfully said, "My barrier isn't afraid of seawater. Stupid Navy, let's see what you can do, ha ha ha." Watching the little green-haired guy still acting tough in the water, a faint smirk appeared on Saori's lips. Really arrogant. No wonder he has such a punchable face. However, Saori's didn't retort. He just waited to see if he could break the barrier fruit with knowledge. What followed was a long wait. Gradually, Bartolomeo began to feel anxious and struggled to breathe. "Can't catch my breath? What's going on?" Lacking knowledge, Bartolomeo still didn't realize it was due to a lack of air. "I can't take it anymore. Damn it. Let me up, you stinky navy." Bartolomeo shouted inside the barrier, trying to break through the surrounding branches with his barrier, but he couldn't break through the layers of entwined red tree branches. His head spun. His chest felt tight. He couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, Bartolomeo wanted to open the barrier, but then recalled Saori's merciless scenes from before, causing a surge of fear. Finally, gritting his teeth, he refused to open the barrier. "I have to say, this guy is quite a character." Ultimately, Bartolomeo rolled his eyes and fainted inside the protective barrier. Bang! With Bartolomeo unconscious, the barrier fruit naturally shattered. Seeing this, Saori's lifted Bartolomeo with the red tree and looked at the fainted little green-haired guy. After confirming he couldn't resist, a corrosive seed burrowed into Bartolomeo's mouth. "I really want to punch this face." Saori sighed. Bartolomeo's appearance was completely unexpected. Saori's hadn't even thought of him. It just so happened that he had 3 corrosive seeds left, so he decided to give one to Bartolomeo, hoping he would join the path of justice and contribute to it. After all, Bartolomeo's barrier fruit was quite impressive, having cleared the rogue town's gang. Smoker's next target was the Shishian family. However, when facing this family, Saori's took direct action without Smoker's involvement. When he brought Bartolomeo aboard a small boat into Reverse Mountain, there were no living souls left in the Shishian family. Standing at the dock outside Rogue Town, Smoker watched Saori's small boat quickly sail away, his expression somewhat complicated. "This guy's gotten so much stronger, and now he can fly too. I really need to keep working hard." Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke, clenching his fists. "Captain Smoker, we've spotted a pirate ship 5 miles away. From the flag, it belongs to the Buggy Pirates, with a bounty of 8 million. A Navy soldier on the lookout tower reported. "Just in time. Follow me aboard," Smoker said. At this moment, the lucky, color-hardened Buggy, who had been deliberately suppressing his bounty, was unaware that he had become the target of Smoker's frustration. "Tsurugi, Saori's has applied to be transferred to the Grand Line." At Navy headquarters, Sengoku placed Saori's application letter on the table. The East Blue no longer has a place for him to showcase his abilities. "It would be better for him to go to the Grand Line," Tsurugi suggested. "With Saori's strength, he should have no problem in the first half of the Grand Line." Sengoku made a direct decision. No, Tsurugi wanted to object. What? What do you think is more suitable? Sengoku asked. Forget it. Let it be Shabandi Archipelago, Tsurugi said. But for some reason, she felt uneasy about arranging Saories to the Shabandi Archipelago. Reverse Mountain is an incredible and dangerous mountain, serving as the entrance to the Grand Line. There are 5 waterways on Reverse Mountain, with 4 flowing upward to the mountain peak and 1 flowing down into the Grand Line. The 4 waterways connect to different sea areas: the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. The last waterway flows into the Grand Line. Reverse Mountain is dangerous for others, especially since it is home to Laboon, the largest island whale in the world, which constantly crashes into Reverse Mountain. Many pirates from the 4 seas have perished under Laboon's impacts. This is actually a sad story. Laboon is a pet raised by the Rumbar pirates over 40 years ago. For decades, Laboon has been repeatedly ramming its head against the indestructible Red Earth continent, leaving itself battered and bruised just to see its master return. However, it does not know that, aside from Brook, who was revived by the Yomi Yomi no Mi, all the other members of the Rumbar pirates have long since turned to bones in the sea. However, for Sabo, getting through Reverse Mountain is not difficult. With experience, he can just wait for Laboon to tire itself out, and Sabo can fly. Just as Sabo and his little sidekick Bartolomeo were entering Reverse Mountain, a man from the Don Quixote family, with blonde hair, wearing sunglasses, a pink feather coat, cropped pants, and pointed shoes, was laughing fufufu while holding photos of Sabo and Smoker. Sabo, Smoker, Zephyr's disciple, very good. My family won't have died in vain, fufufu. Young master, should we go kill him now? Asked a hunchbacked, snot-nosed villain. This is Torber, one of the senior officials of Don Quixote. Now, let's deal with Dressrosa first, Doflamingo said, lowering his head, but his gaze was fixed on Saories and Smoker. Especially on Saories, who personally killed Buffalo and Mahabais. Saories, is the twin cape ahead? Bartolomeo asked excitedly, standing at the bow of the small boat. Romeo, I think you should look to the left, Saories said somewhat helplessly. The boat that Saories and Bartolomeo were on was very small, and its method of navigation was quite special. At the bottom of the boat, 2 vines were spinning continuously, providing power to the small vessel. Hearing Saories' words, Bartolomeo turned to the left and suddenly widened his eyes. Ah, it's a pirate ship. They're coming towards us. Just as he was speaking, a cannonball suddenly fired from the distant pirate ship towards Saories' boat. Ha ha, look what I found, a small sailboat. Boom! Huge waves surged near the small boat, and the pirate ship clearly had a mind at ease. Indeed, the IQ in the pirate world is quite worrying, Saories said as he stood up and put on a colonel's coat emblazoned with the word justice. In the next moment, Saories soared into the sky, slicing a cannonball flying towards the small boat with 1 stroke, then landing on that pirate ship. Navy? What's the panic? It's just a colonel. A burly man over 4 meters tall, with thick chest hair, said nonchalantly. He then looked at Saories, revealing a sinister smile. Kid, you've run into me, Captain Bach, the owner of the Strength fruit. You're out of luck. Are you really revealing your trump card like that? Saories looked at the burly guy in front of him, speechless. Slowly gripping his sword, Chiolu. Still a swordsman? Bach said dismissively. However, before his words finished, Saories' sword was drawn. What followed was blood and pain. A huge X-shaped wound appeared on the chest of the Strength fruit user. Bach screamed and fell down. Next is your turn. Let's begin. Saying this, a cold light flashed in Saories' eyes as he activated the instant slash, his toes tapping the deck, leaving a series of afterimages before he charged into the group of pirates at an extremely terrifying speed. Blade light flashed, countless blood splattered, and under the overwhelming strength, those pirates couldn't even see Saories' figure before they met their demise. Is this Navy a monster? The captain is dead, run. Some pirates began to choose to jump into the sea. But after slaughtering the pirates on the deck, Saories reached the ship's side and looked at the pirates in the sea, coldly saying, face the storm. Then, Saories' Chiolu swung. 2 hurricanes appeared in succession, wrapping up most of the pirates. Oh my wind, a hurricane! The pirates scrambled to swim away, but there was no time. Crack! Chiolu returned to its sheath, and Saories spread his hands as trees began to grow on the ship, eventually breaking through the cabin. The pirate ship began to slowly take on water and sink. The boss is indeed the boss. Watching Saories take care of the pirates in just a few moves, Bartolomeo had a fanboy expression on his face. When Saories flew over, Bartolomeo couldn't wait to say, boss, so cool. I want to learn swordsmanship too. You? Saories glanced at Bartolomeo. Are your hands enough? And how can you cut people inside the barrier? With your mind? This sentence left Bartolomeo stunned. Indeed, How can one cut people while hiding inside the barrier fruit? This is a tough problem. Whiskey Peak is the first stop on the Grand Line, and it warmly welcomes pirates. But Cyrus knew, when he was on the slave ship, that this place is a gathering spot for bounty hunters. Here, pirates are welcomed because bounty hunters want their bounties. Of course, in addition to pirates, various merchants are also welcomed, because these bounty hunters can easily turn into pirates at any moment. Cyrus came here to buy some supplies. He doesn't eat, but Bartolomeo needs to. A Navy officer, accompanied by a boy who looks like a delinquent, is quite an eye-catching combination at Whiskey Peak. As Cyrus walked into the town beneath Whiskey Peak, he raised his eyebrows at the scene before him. He saw a group of bounty hunters surrounding a girl with black hair wearing a cowboy hat, who looked about 15 or 16 years old and had a pale face. Nico Robin. Cyrus recognized this unfortunate girl at a glance. At that moment, Robin looked at the crowd around her, feeling icy all over, as if she had fallen into an abyss. Damn it, I'll fight them. It's just as well to be free. No, I absolutely cannot die so easily. I promised I would live on for my mother's sake. I want to live better than anyone else, Robin thought, tears welling up in her eyes. It's impossible. With so many people, I can't break through it all. Damn it, I shouldn't have come to this island. The son of the devil, with a bounty of 79 million berries, is mine. However, before handing over the bounty, I can have some fun. A bounty hunter holding a flintlock thought wickedly, chuckling sinisterly. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out from beneath him and struck between the bounty hunter's legs. It was Robin's devil fruit ability. He screamed in agony, clutching his lower body, collapsing to the ground. It was a sight that inexplicably evoked a sense of sadness. Taking advantage of everyone's shock, Robin used her fruit ability to trip everyone and then quickly ran forward. However, she had only taken a few steps before stopping. She saw someone in a Navy uniform ahead, and in an instant, Robin's body trembled. Damn it, am I really going to die here today? Robin thought in despair and unwillingness. Just as she was about to attack Cyrus, he walked past her as if he didn't see her, leaving Robin stunned. At that moment, the bounty hunters that Robin had tripped were already raising their guns to shoot at her, including Cyrus and Bartolomeo in the line of fire. Bastards! How rude to shoot at Captain Cyrus! Bartolomeo roared, placing a barrier in front of Cyrus and himself. Barrier bulldozer! Bartolomeo shouted as he pushed the barrier forward. Like a bulldozer, it sent the bounty hunters tumbling. While running, Robin glanced back at the two who helped block the shots, and one turned and ran into an alley. This is Robin's first meeting with Cyrus. For Robin, Cyrus feels no animosity. He's a pitiful person who has never done evil and has always been hiding. The Navy let the demon's child go? Damn Navy, get out of Whiskey Peak, you're not welcome here. A bounty hunter cursed. Get out quickly, Navy. If you don't leave, I'll shoot. Contrary to the welcoming ceremony for pirates, there is extreme hatred for the Navy here. When Cyrus first arrived, they were still holding back. Now, at the slightest conflict, it erupts directly. It's really noisy, Cyrus said impatiently. Face the gale. The next moment, two hurricanes were unleashed by Cyrus. After the hurricane, chaos ensued. Looking at the fallen bounty hunters, Cyrus walked over to a food shop. Boss, do you sell food? Cyrus knocked on the counter and asked. Oh, yes. The boss stared at the wrecked street, stunned for 2 seconds before reacting, hurriedly responding. Soon, Cyrus came out with Bartolomeo, who was carrying several large bags of food. Inside the shop, the boss held a stack of berries, blinking in disbelief. Did he actually get paid? Stepping out of the food shop, Cyrus noticed the hostile gazes of the bounty hunters around him and didn't intend to stay long. He headed straight for the dock. When he arrived at the dock, he was stunned. Where was his ship? Then he saw a pile of wreckage not far away. Who the hell did this? Cyrus's face was filled with murderous intent as he scanned the surroundings. Finally, his gaze landed on a nearby pirate ship. With a thud, Cyrus landed on the deck of the pirate ship. You damaged my ship? Cyrus asked with a grim expression. The Navy? That little broken ship wouldn't belong to this Navy officer, would it? Ha ha ha. The nearby pirates burst into laughter. Truly seeking death. Cyrus sighed softly. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. Moonwalk slash, accompanied by continuous sonic booms and a fleeting flash of blade light. Crack. The Tsilu's sword returned to its sheath. Bartolomeo, clean up the bodies, Cyrus said as he began to walk towards the cabin, ready to deal with the remaining pirates. Meanwhile, 5 vines appeared at the stern, quickly spinning, as the pirate ship began to sail away from the dock. The ship has 2 decks, and the pirates inside are still unaware of what is happening outside. When Cyrus walked in the cabin, he saw 2 pirates plucking feathers from a white duck, which was quacking loudly. This is the legendary hard pull. Swish! At that moment, The light of the knife flashed, and all the pirates in the cabin fell down. The white-haired duck, who was in the process of shedding its feathers and had a silly tuft of hair on its head, looked at the suddenly appearing Souries with 2 tears in the corners of its eyes, filled with gratitude. Smack! Souries grabbed the neck of the white-haired duck. This head is pretty plump. How about a roast duck? As soon as the sentence was uttered, the white-feathered duck froze for a moment, then began to struggle wildly. It seems quite lively. Let's talk about it later, Souries said as he let go of the duck with a tuft of fluff on its head. Soon, Souries came out of the cabin, followed by a duck with a tuft of fluff on its head. Hey, boss, where did this duck come from? Are we having duck for dinner today? Bartolomeo asked upon seeing the fluffy duck. Quack, quack, quack. The fluffy duck shouted at Bartolomeo. This looks like an insult. From now on, you'll be called A-Die or Die-Die Duck, considering how silly you look. Souries weaved a rattan chair using the power of the sun fruit and sat down, saying quack. The silly duck covered its head, nodded, and then started to stroll around the ship. But soon, Bartolomeo began chasing after the silly duck. Damn stinky duck, don't run. It turned out that there were still bloodstains on the deck that hadn't been cleaned, and the silly duck accidentally stepped on them. Then it ran all over the deck, leaving bloody duck footprints everywhere. Souries did not go to Alabasta, but instead bypassed it, preparing to check out the area near the Sky Island. However, the Sky Island isn't so easy to find. Souries only knew that it was above the White Sea at an altitude of over 10,000 meters. But the White Sea is vast, and finding the specific location of a Sky Island is like searching for a needle in a haystack. After thinking for a few days, Souries couldn't remember where Luffy and the others got their compass and sea charts. However, Souries was persistent. He flew directly above the White Sea and started to search blindly. There are many Sky Islands above the White Sea, some in the first half of the Grand Line, and others in the latter half. Souries began his search from the place where Luffy and the others later landed on the Sky Island, flying in circles and searching in circles. It's been more than 2 months since the flight. Major General Catalu has contacted Souries twice, asking him when he will arrive at the Shambodi Islands. Souries has brushed him off each time. After flying for more than 2 months, there can't be no results at all. On that day, Souries finally saw a hint of green, and within the green was a cluster of buildings. This scene delighted Souries as he finally found it. He quickly flew over. Here is the planting area of the Sky Island, where many people are working. Hello. Souries found a little girl with white wings on her back, holding a flower basket. Hello, are you from Qinghai? The little girl asked in surprise. I want to ask you for directions. Souries nodded and said. What do you want to ask about? The little girl inquired, curiously examining Souries. Baika, do you know where it is? Souries was asking about Enel's hometown. Luffy went to sea 20 years ago, and now it's been 12 years, while Souries remembered that Enel had been a god for 6 years, which means Enel might still be in his hometown, Baika. Baika, I know it, but can you tell me about your world? The little girl was evidently very curious about the world below. Well, the world below is divided into 3 parts: the 4 seas, the Grand Line, and the New World. The 4 seas are fine, but the Grand Line and the New World are very dangerous. It's not as safe down there as it is here in the Sky Island, Souries briefly explained. The little girl was kind-hearted. Although she didn't learn much more, she still told Souries the location of Baika and even drew him a map. With the location, Souries soon arrived at Baika. However, before going there, he first touched the giant bean sprouts growing on the little girl's island. They belonged to the same species as the largest one. When Souries arrived at Baika, he saw flashes of lightning from a distance. This 10 million volts is for you. Thank you for the humiliation you once gave me. This 20 million volts is for the pain I once suffered. Ha ha ha, from now on I am a god. A young Enel, who was about the same size as Souries, or even a bit smaller, was crazily attacking everything on Baika. At this moment, most of Baika Island had already disappeared. As a person from Qinghai, Enel did not have wings and lived in Baika, destined to be treated differently by the winged people of the Sky Island, which distorted Enel's personality. Souries noticed that Enel wasn't carrying a drum on his back or any weapons. He must have just recently obtained the devil fruit. Hey, Souries called out to Enel from behind him. Enel suddenly turned around and shot a bolt of lightning at Souries. Crack! Souries deflected it with Chiolu. In an instant, he felt a tingling sensation that reached his soul. It was truly uncomfortable. Who are you? Enel realized after attacking that this was a stranger. My name is Souries. I'm here to invite you to join my justice team. Souries extended the invitation. What a joke. I am a god, destined to be the god of the infinite land. Enel arrogantly rejected without a second thought. Then there is nothing I can do. Souries slowly reached for the hilt of Chiolu. Crack! 20 million volts. Enel shot directly at Souries. Whoosh! Souries suddenly appeared behind Enel. Xiao Lu slashed towards Enel with a flash of light. However, when Xiao Lu's blade passed through Enel, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning. Your attack won't work on the great god. Enel laughed arrogantly. Is that so? Saories retorted, channeling armament hockey into his left fist and striking at Enel. Bang! This time, Enel's elementalization didn't work, and Saories' fist hit Enel's stomach hard. What followed was a torrential assault. A series of armed color combination punches directly made Enel question his life. After 108 punches, Enel lost consciousness and fell down. In fact, Saories was quite surprised that Enel had already awakened his observation hockey. Just at the first strike, Enel had his back to him while using elementalization, which indicated that he sensed Saories through observation hockey. Fortunately, Enel wasn't very strong, otherwise it would have been difficult to deal with him. Looking at Enel, who was knocked out on the ground, Saories took out the corrosion seed and threw it into Enel's mouth. Then he lifted him and flew downwards. This trip to the Sky Island took less than 3 months, successfully completing the mission of finding the Sky Island's vine and Enel. On a deserted island, Bartolomeo and the dopey duck sat together. Gulu gulu, I'm so hungry, Bartolomeo said, rubbing his stomach. The sentence made the tuft on Ducky's head sway a bit. Then it slowly raised its head, glanced at Bartolomeo, and quietly moved a little further away from him. Why are you staying so far from me? Bartolomeo asked upon noticing Ducky's behavior. Quack! Ducky called out. Come here. Quack quack. Ducky shook its head. You come here. Bartolomeo was a bit angry. Quack quack. Ducky shook its head again, very firmly. Watch me catch the duck. Bartolomeo suddenly stood up and chased after Ducky. Instantly, the human and the duck were chasing and fleeing around the small island, running wildly, when Saories returned. He happened to see Bartolomeo grabbing Ducky by the neck and pinning it to the ground. What are you doing? Saories asked. Upon seeing Saories, Ducky's eyes were filled with tears, and it hurriedly broke free from Bartolomeo, running toward Saories. It wrapped one wing around Saories' leg and pointed at Bartolomeo with the other wing. Then it made a throat-cutting gesture on its own neck, accompanied by a tongue-out motion. Is he trying to kill you? Then you should get in the water. You can get in the water. You haven't forgotten, right? Saories said with suspicion. The sentence made the fluff on dazed Duck's head shake again. It really forgot that it could go into the water. Boss, who is this? Bartolomeo pointed at Enel, who was following Saories. His name is Enel. He will be one of us from now on, Saories said. Then you'll be number 4. I'm number 2. And Dazed Duck is number 3. You need to listen to the second brother more, Bartolomeo said, patting the shoulder of the slightly taller Enel. Crack! A massive electric current erupted, sending Bartolomeo flying. Stupid green hair, daring to command the omnipotent god, Enel said haughtily. Enel was a few years older than Bartolomeo and naturally wouldn't indulge him. Seeing Bartolomeo twitching on the ground, Saories helplessly said, Forget it. You two get on the ship. We need to head to the Sabati archipelago, or Sengoku will get anxious. Enel and Dazed Duck followed Saories onto the ship first, while Bartolomeo got up and cursed. Damn big-ear guy. Before boarding the ship. Boss, I'm so hungry. There are no supplies left on the ship, Bartolomeo said as soon as he got on board. Hearing this, Saories glanced at Dazed Duck and casually tossed it into the sea. Quack, quack, quack. Dazed Duck began to curse as it was thrown out. Just as it hit the water, a vine wrapped around Dazed Duck, preventing it from moving. Before long, a massive shadow appeared in the sea. Quack, quack, quack. Dazed Duck also spotted the shadow and called out loudly. 2 seconds later, the gigantic figure burst out of the water. It was a Sea King. Just as the Sea King was about to bite Dazed Duck, Saories pulled the vine back, bringing it back. Steel slash. 2 flying slashes were unleashed by Saories, instantly creating 2 wounds on the Sea King. Saories then used the vine to pull the Sea King onto the deck. The enormous deck was quickly occupied by the Sea King, taking up 2/3 of it. Bartolomeo, you take care of it and cook, Saories said while sitting in a vine chair. All right, boss, Bartolomeo replied, taking out a short knife from his waist to start cutting. He didn't know much else but could grill meat, a skill he learned from an old lady in Roadtown. Bartolomeo was busy cutting and grilling the meat simultaneously. While he was occupied, Dazed Duck sneaked out of the kitchen with a red bottle, taking advantage of Bartolomeo's inattention. It opened the bottle and sprinkled a red powder onto the meat. It was chili powder. Almost done, boss, Bartolomeo said. I won't eat any more. You two can have it, Saories said, glancing at the well-behaved Dazed Duck. Long-eared guy, here's a piece for you. Bartolomeo handed a piece to Enel. Then he took a piece of grilled meat and took a bite. Crunch. After chewing a couple of times, Bartolomeo's eyes widened, and his face quickly turned red. What's wrong with you? Enel asked. Bartolomeo shook his head while covering his mouth. Enel didn't think much of it and took a big bite of the meat. After chewing a few times, Enel's expression began to look strange. The next second, he stuck out his tongue and gasped for air. Bartolomeo could no longer hold back and stuck out his tongue as well. Water, water, I need to drink water, Bartolomeo shouted as he frantically searched for water. Quack, quack, quack. Dazed Duck laughed heartily. A smile also appeared on Soris's face. 5 days later, they were approaching the Sabeti archipelago. Quack, quack. On the lookout tower, Dazed Duck pointed in a direction and called out twice. Hearing this, Soris looked up. A pirate ship was approaching them. Enel, Bartolomeo, you go try it. No need to leave any survivors, Soris said to the two who were training. Whoosh. Enel flew directly towards the pirate ship. Soris prepared a vine bridge for Bartolomeo. By the time Bartolomeo ran over, there were hardly any pirates left standing on the deck of the pirate ship. Meanwhile, Enel was like a god of thunder descending upon the battlefield. This made Bartolomeo decide to provoke Enel less in the future. Soon, the ship, engulfed in thick smoke, slowly sank. Soris, looking at Enel, had to admit that the power of the rumble fruit was too great, with an exceptional clearing ability. No wonder it was called the strongest Logia-type devil fruit. It seemed necessary to hurry up and get Enel his drum, and also, Enel's foundation was too poor. He had to start training from scratch. He didn't need to cultivate observation hockey much, as it had already awakened, and the later stage mind network was particularly powerful. But he also needed to possess armament hockey, so Souri still had to train him. Well, he might as well bring Bartolomeo along. 1 sheep is driven. 2 sheep are also released, and Bartolomeo would probably be very happy to know about it. Sabeti Archipelago is a chaotic yet orderly place where fish and dragons mix. It is very rich with diverse forces. There are pirates, rich people, nobles, and the navy, all kinds of identities and powers. On the surface, everything seems bright, but secretly it is a dark place where all evils can be found. The Sabeti Archipelago can be considered a balance point between pirates and the navy, consisting of 79 districts. Districts 1 to 29, lawless areas, places for pirates, mainly featuring human trafficking shops and human auctions. Districts 30 to 39, home to bubble park and amusement parks, but there are also lawless individuals here. However, it is not as rampant as in Districts 1 to 29, though there are many dark forces mixed in. Districts 40 to 49, tourist areas, specialty shops, and various stores. Districts 50 to 59, major shipyards, coding craftsmen, etc. Districts 60 to 69, Navy garrison, government entrances and exits. Districts 70 to 79, Hotel Street. On that day, a pirate ship docked at the port of Area 60 in the Shabandi archipelago. A Navy officer draped in a colonel's coat, along with a green-haired youth and a long-eared young man, disembarked from the ship. Navy Colonel Souri Tang reporting to Vice Admiral Maynard. Arriving at the 60th Naval Base in the Shabandi archipelago, Souri's found the highest-ranking officer stationed there, Vice Admiral Maynard. Well, your transfer orders were sent over 2 months ago. Why did you only arrive now? Maynard scrutinized Souri's and asked. Reporting, Vice Admiral, I was capturing pirates, Souri's replied. Oh, what were your results? Maynard inquired again, clearly dissatisfied with Souri's delay of over 2 months. Souri's remained silent and produced 4 pirate flags, all of which he had encountered along the way. The 4 pirate flags also blocked Maynard's subsequent words. Well, since we're here, let me tell you that our duty is to ensure the safety of areas outside of zones 1 to 29, understand? Maynard instructed. Maynard could never have imagined that Souri's was being transferred here specifically to stir up trouble. Lady Wembley, the owner of the auction house in the lawless land, was once Souri's master. The hatred in Souri's heart had been suppressed for more than 6 years. Such scum should not exist in this world. During the 2 years of enslavement, Souri's witnessed too many people being sold and brutally killed. These slave traders, if possible, Souri's would be willing to turn into vengeful spirits and kill them all. In a sense, they are more evil than pirates. The lawless land? Since arriving at the Shambadi archipelago, Souri's has already had the idea of traversing the lawless land of Shambadi. 3 days later, Souri's arrived alone at the lawless land of Shambadi. Walking into the streets, he occasionally saw fierce-looking or scarred men, each with eyes radiating ferocity. Corpses could often be seen in the corners. Souri's, dressed in a navy uniform, appeared in the lawless land, immediately attracting the attention of the pirates nearby. It was rare to see the navy here. Upon seeing Souri's alone, they slowly approached. A navy, all by himself. One of them drew a knife and began to threaten. Whoosh! Stepping forward to slash. Before the other could finish speaking, he felt a gust of wind and then sensed something warm and wet flowing from his neck. He reached out to stop it, but it was futile. Soweries continued walking, and after taking a dozen steps, 6 or 7 pirates fell to the ground behind him. He made his way to the Wembley auction house, where he found 2 pirates about to enter. Thud! In a corner, the 2 pirates collapsed before Soweries, and he found himself holding an invitation letter. With this invitation, Soweries, dressed as a Navy captain, confidently walked into the Wembley auction house. At that moment, a system prompt appeared, initiating random task, the prelude to revenge. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Tonight is the night of revenge. Let the slaughter begin. Annihilate the Wembley auction house. Rewards depend on the level of destruction. Hearing the system's voice, Soweries smiled, with the dark sky and rising winds. Tonight was destined to be a good night for killing. Entering the Wembley auction house, many people were already seated, and Soweries found a spot to sit down. Soon, the lights in the hall dimmed, and the auction began. A tall beauty wrapped in black silk walked onto the auction stage, smiled seductively at everyone, and said, "Welcome everyone to tonight's Wembley auction. We have heavyweight items today, and you won't be disappointed. Miss Bennett, I want you for a night. Name your price." Below, a pirate captain greedily stared at Bennett's black silk thighs and shouted, "Ah, Miss Bennett, 10 million berries for a night with me?" Another wealthy merchant wearing a gold chain said, "Ha ha." Hearing the teasing from below, Bennett smiled slightly. As the daughter of Lady Wembley, how could you be interested in these lowlifes? Now, the auction officially begins, Bennett said, slowly stepping back. The first item is a female slave from the West Sea. Everyone. This is a virgin. Starting price is 8 million berries. As Bennett spoke, a girl in a Gothic dress with a red bow on her head was pulled out. This girl clearly comes from a wealthy family, with fair skin and a head of black hair, making her a beauty. However, her eyes are dull and lack any sparkle. Seeing this scene, Soweries' eyes glinted with a murderous intent, but he did not act impulsively. 13 million berries. Someone shouted first. This person was a wealthy merchant, and there was a malicious gleam in his eyes as he looked at the slave girl. 20 million berries. I bid 20 million. Obviously, there was more than one person interested in this little lowly. 30 million berries. 40 million berries. People continued to raise their bids. 50 million berries. An old bald man with a metal cane raised his hand to indicate. This gentleman on the second floor bids 50 million, going once, going twice, going 3 times. Sold. This slave from the West Sea now belongs to this gentleman, Bennett announced loudly. The female slave was just the warm-up. The following auction featured famous swords, antiques, and precious ornaments. However, there were more slaves, as the Wembley auction house was built on the foundation of slavery. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have the final auction item. A devil fruit, Bennett said excitedly. The Wembley auction house was about to become the top auction house with this devil fruit. As Bennett spoke, 4 black-clad guards brought up a box. When Bennett opened the box, a light red pear-shaped fruit with a ring appeared. Seeing this devil fruit, everyone present showed interest. This is a paramecia-type devil fruit. It can enhance your attack precision. Imagine having a sharpshooter on your ship who never misses. How terrifying would that be? Its starting price is 100 million berries. Please place your bids now, Bennett said passionately. 150 million berries. A pirate captain eagerly bid first. 200 million berries. 250 million berries. 300 million berries. At this point, some wealthy merchants also started to join the bidding. Just as the price of the devil fruit was about to reach 500 million berries, Soweries stood up. It's time to end this. The combination of the spoon and moonwalk allowed Soweries to silently appear on the auction stage. Like a ghostly figure, Soweries startled Bennett and the 4 guards protecting the devil fruit. However, before they could react, Soweries' autumn dew and elephant blade struck, accompanied by 4 flashes of blade light. The guards fell to the ground, blood spraying from their necks. "Who are you?" Bennett questioned, standing in front of the devil fruit. At this moment, Bennett exuded a sense of elegance and vigor. Suddenly, Soweries appeared in front of Bennett, grabbed her by the throat, and lifted her up. Instantly, Bennett's face began to turn red. "What are you doing? Let Miss Bennett go." Soweries' actions caused an uproar in the auction house, and accompanied by a series of footsteps, the security personnel quickly surrounded the auction stage, where Lady Wembley and Stoughton. Soweries, gripping Bennett's neck, said in a chilling tone, "Kid, you better let Miss Bennett go, or you won't walk out of here alive." Not far away, a burly man in a suit with a scar on his face threatened, "Kid, you better let Miss Bennett go, or you absolutely won't make out alive. For the last time, tell me where Lady Wembley and Stoughton are." Soweries ignored the man's words and stared at Bennett, whose face was flushed. You dare to offend the Wembley family. You won't have a good ending, Bennett managed to say. Just then, another wave of footsteps approached, and a large group of armed men entered. This naval commander, what does he want with Stoughton? Do we have a grudge? A middle-aged man with a mustache asked from the newly arrived group. Seeing the familiar Stoughton, a chilling smile appeared on Sowery's face. Since Lady Wembley is not here, finding you first isn't a bad idea. As Sowery spoke, there was a snap sound. The beautiful Miss Bennett became a corpse. Bennett, Stoughton exclaimed as he looked at Bennett, who was thrown to the ground like a dead dog by Sowery's. The next moment, Stoughton snarled, "Kill him." Upon hearing his words, the bodyguards at the Wembley auction house immediately pulled the triggers. In an instant, gunfire erupted, and countless bullets nearly drowned Sowery's. Swish, swish. Sowery's executed his improved forward slash, wielding both the autumn dew and the elephant blade, sweeping through with unstoppable force, accompanied by screams. Blood sprayed everywhere, and severed limbs flew around. The devil fruit. The pirates present, being restless, saw that no one was moving for the devil fruit in the center of the auction stage, and someone shouted. Instantly, everyone's greed was ignited, and many pirates rushed towards the devil fruit. Meanwhile, some alert wealthy merchants, led by bodyguards, prepared to leave. Today, no one can leave, Sowery's roared, stomping his foot on the ground, and massive green vines erupted from around the auction house, blocking all exits. At the same time, thick vines emerged from the ground inside the auction house, wrapping around nearby people. In the blink of an eye, the entire auction house had transformed into a vine forest. Sowery's then began a more savage slaughter, combining the forward slash with the spoon and moonwalk, making him elusive in the vine forest, with someone falling into a pool of blood every second. Stop being so arrogant, Dai. The scar man in the auction house tore apart a nearby vine and charged towards Sowery's with a punch. Steel slash. Facing this burly man, Sowery's slashed forward. Puffed. The man's entire upper body was by Sowery's. At this moment, Sowery saw pirates approaching the devil fruit, and he swung his twin blades. Face the gale. Two several-meter-high whirlwinds flew towards both sides of the devil fruit. The pirates screamed as they were swept away by the wind. After unleashing the two whirlwinds, Sowery's didn't even look at the pirates. He moved and arrived in front of Skooten. Skooten, do you know how many nights I've dreamed of you? Sowery said with a cold smile. As the former captain of the Chevidan slave ship, Skooten had caused Sowery's considerable harm, both physically and mentally. Who are you? Skooten asked with fear in his eyes. Me? My name is Sowery's. Do you remember? Sowery said softly. This sentence caused Sugitong's expression to change. He thought of a frail figure who worked on the ship every day, doing all sorts of dirty and tiring jobs, and often being beaten and scolded. When Sugitong remembered himself, Sowery smiled. Where's Lady Wembley? Sowery's asked. I don't know. The lady's whereabouts have always been very secretive. She never tells us anything. Sugitong quickly replied. What he said is true. Lady Wembley never reveals anything to us subordinates. In that case, you can go die. Wait, I can give you Bailey. Please don't kill me. Sugitong pleaded when he heard Sowery's wanted to kill him. Throughout history, it's always been difficult. No one wants to die. However, Sowery's was too lazy to say more, and Shilu cut through with a cold white light. Sugitong's head flew off. Now I'm a vengeful ghost, a hellish demon gazing at heaven. Sowery's crushed Sugitong's head underfoot. Instantly, Sugitong's head shattered, and a mixture of brain matter and blood sprayed everywhere. He then turned to look at the still chaotic auction hall, sheathed his Chiolu and Xiangdao, and clapped his hands together with force. Super vine binding coffin. More vines emerged from the ground. Accompanied by countless screams, the entire auction hall transformed into a hellish scene within seconds. The spiky vines were drenched in blood, with grotesque corpses lying all over, entangled by the vines. This scene, no matter how you look at it, is terrifying like a hell on earth. The technique of binding coffins with vines is actually quite effective for clearing the area. Not much worse than Enel's thunder. Sowery's thought silently, stepping on the blood-soaked ground, picking up the devil fruit that had fallen to the ground due to the collapse of the auction stage. Then he walked towards the backyard of the auction house. Here, there were many chains and iron cages, imprisoning one slave after another. The ones closer were those with chains around their necks. And these people were to be auctioned off tonight. They had been cleaned up nicely and dressed beautifully. Further away, those huddled in small cages were the ones that had not yet been sold, numbering over 100, mostly children, both boys and girls, along with some beautiful women. Some people specifically liked women. After casually killing a few stragglers from the Wembley auction house, Sowery's used his elephant blade to open all the cages. Come with me. You are free now, Sowery said. However, These children and women might have been scared by the Wembley people, as they did not immediately come out of the cages. "Are you the Navy?" After a while, a slightly older boy timidly asked. "That's right." Saris nodded. "My mom said the Navy is just, and that the Navy has come to save us. The Navy is here to help us." "Boo-hoo," the boy said, and by the end, he was so moved that he cried. As soon as the cry erupted, almost all the slaves began to weep. They had long awaited this day, and finally, they had lost all hope. Now, the Navy had truly arrived. "This is not the time to cry. Follow me," said Saris. He then walked towards the outside of the auction house, with the children and women hurriedly following him. At that moment, something had gone wrong at the Wembley auction house, alerting the nearby criminals. After all, such a commotion, along with the enormous vines, was hard to miss. Just as they were about to exit, Saris retracted the summoned plants. Instantly, the wavering Wembley auction house collapsed with a loud crash. "Congratulations, host. You have initiated the first chapter of your revenge mission and received a reward of 1 to your fruitability level." The system's voice rang out at the right moment. "It's the Navy. It was the Navy that did this. How dare they be so arrogant here? Look, those children must be slaves. We can't let this Navy get away. Yes, we can't let him go. Kill him. This is not the Navy's territory." Just as Saris stepped out with the children, nearby pirates noticed him and began to discuss. Ultimately, they blocked Saris's path. "Hey, Navy, this is not a place you can come and go as you please," said a red-haired pirate. Saris looked at the surrounding pirates and sheathed his knife. Then he shouted loudly, "Red tree dragon, descend." Accompanied by a shout, 2 red trees rose from the ground, quickly transforming as their crowns shrank into the forms of 2 enormous Eastern dragon-shaped wooden dragons, entwined with layers of thorns. Boom! The 2 wooden dragons were pushed out by Saris. Their massive bodies, over 20 meters wide, charged towards the pirates on either side of the street. "Mommy, run!" In an instant, all the pirates were thrown into chaos. Boom, boom, boom. As the 2 wooden dragons pushed along both sides of the street, the area was left in ruins. Large patches of blood and corpses littered the street. Hundreds of pirates were either crushed to death by the wooden dragons or impaled by the thorns on the dragons. Numerous shops on either side of the street were also knocked down by the wooden dragons. "Follow me." Saris drew his knife again and led all the children out of the lawless area. Along the way, any surviving or spying pirates were dealt with by Saris. As he swung his knife, the sword's momentum and killing intent grew increasingly intense. The force of this sword became fiercer with each strike. When arriving outside the lawless area 0 to 9, Saris felt he should unleash one final strike, the most ferocious one. If his swordsmanship had been sufficient, he would have unleashed the last move of the Gale sword technique, the Gale Severance. But his swordsmanship was insufficient to perform that strike. Ultimately, Saris chose a second sword technique and activated the 8 Gates of Dunjia. Open the 8 gates. Face the Gale. Buzz. Finally, Saris unleashed the sword he had been holding back for a long time, using all his strength. Whoosh! A massive whirlwind appeared, and after being unleashed for some reason, it grew larger, eventually transforming into a large tornado that began to wreak havoc throughout Area 0 to 9. Crack! The scene of Saris unleashing the tornado was captured by a reporter who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Hearing the noise, Saris turned to look. His cold gaze sent chills down the reporter's spine, who hurriedly said, "I'm a reporter. I mean no harm. Don't lose faith in justice. Justice may be delayed, but it will eventually arrive." Saris left this statement behind as he took the children and women away. That night, news of the attack on the lawless area began to spread throughout the Sabaody archipelago. Meanwhile, Saris had already returned to the Navy base with the children and women he had rescued, planning to ask Rear Admiral Maynard the next day to arrange for their return home. The next day, newspapers began to be distributed worldwide. On the front page of this edition, Saris was the headline, with the title being the very words he had spoken. TSK, TSK, the Navy has produced another monster. In a bar called Shaki's Bar in Area 13 of the Sabaody archipelago, an old man with long curly hair, a long beard, silver hair, wearing glasses, and a straight scar running down his right eye put down the newspaper in his hand, sighing. The old man was Rayleigh, looking at the newspaper again. The cover featured the moment Saris struck his final sword, taken from a side angle behind him. The photo showed a coat with the words "Justice" fluttering behind Saris. Behind him were the children he had saved, filled with admiration for him, and women whose eyes sparkled with renewed hope. In the foreground was the tornado. Below was a photo of the wreckage left in the wake of the tornado's rampage. In the New World, Eagle-Eye glanced at the freshly delivered newspaper and tossed it aside. Across from him, Shanks, holding a bottle of wine, noticed Saori on the cover, and reached for it to take a look. When he read Saori's words about not losing faith in justice, that justice may be late but will ultimately arrive, Shanks couldn't help but start to take Saori seriously. There was no doubt that Saori was gradually entering the sights of some people in the New World. However, at this moment at the Marine base in Sabeti Archipelago, Vice Admiral Maynard's expression was grim. "Why did you act on your own? You're disrupting the peace of Sabeti Archipelago," Maynard exclaimed excitedly. "Peace? Compromising with pirates? Watching them capture countless civilians and sell them. This is peace. You can ignore the pirates' crimes, but I cannot." Saori didn't give Maynard any face this time. "What did you say? You're defying a superior. Moreover, there are many business dealings with the 7 warlords in the lawless areas. How do you plan to explain that to them?" Maynard added. "Explain? The Navy explaining to pirates?" Saori laughed. He knew that the 7 warlords were a choice made by the world government to balance the power at sea. But Saori completely disagreed. The 7 warlords are just pirates sanctioned to do illegal things. Is that what the Navy should be doing? The king warlords created by the world government is fundamentally a mistake. Vice Admiral, my style of doing things is like this. If you can't tolerate it, feel free to transfer me. Also, those children, please arrange for someone to send them home," Saori said as he turned to leave, giving no face to Maynard. Maynard, watching Saori leave, slammed his hand on the table in frustration to vent his anger. But anger aside, those Saori saved still had to be arranged for. They couldn't be sent back into the hands of criminals, could they? Saori pushed open the door to leave Maynard's office and return to his quarters. Soon, soldiers arrived to inquire about the hometowns of the children and women, preparing to send them back one by one later. In Sabeti Archipelago, in room 68, a masked Spandam forcefully threw the newspaper printed with Saori's photo on the ground and stomped on the image in anger, saying, "Father, why did you stop me from assassinating that Saori? He humiliated me at Marine headquarters and stole my sword." 2 meters away, a tall figure in a black suit sat in a chair, crossing his legs and holding a glass of red wine, saying, "Spandam, in 2 years when I step down, you could take over my position and become the chief of CP9. I don't want to stir up trouble, but I can't swallow this anger." Spandam said with a crazed expression. "Don't worry, someone will teach that Saori a lesson. His actions in the lawless areas have displeased the powers behind the lawless areas." Spandam's father said, taking a sip of red wine. At Marine headquarters, Marine Fort, in Sengoku's office, Sengoku held today's freshly printed newspaper and Maynard's report. Feeling a bit of a headache. This guy, how can he not settle down for a single day? Sengoku said helplessly. "Ha ha ha. Sengoku, isn't this good? Look, he saved over 100 civilians." Carp said with a big grin as he looked at Maynard's report. Sengoku shot Carp an annoyed glance and said, "The lawless areas are very deep. I'm afraid Saori will provoke some people and face retaliation. That kid Saori is quite strong. He shouldn't be afraid of such retaliation." Carp said nonchalantly, pulling out a bag of sanbei and sitting down on the sofa to eat. Just as Spandam's father and Sengoku thought. Saori's rampant killing and destruction in District 0 to 9 last night indeed touched some people's interests. Those shops that were destroyed had the capacity to open in the lawless areas, so their influence was certainly significant. Therefore, after the incident, they immediately began investigating Saori, preparing to deal with him. Among them, Lady Wembley was the most active. Her daughter Bennett had died at Saori's hands, and she had lost her devil fruit as well. They didn't take a Navy lieutenant commander seriously at all. Additionally, many of those killed at the auction last night were either wealthy or noble, and their families were waving large sums of berries, starting to search for assassins and mercenaries to kill Saori. These killers are extremely fierce, and they actually entered Area 62 at night, which belongs to the Navy. Boom! At night, a sudden explosion broke the tranquility of Area 62. Hundreds of killers rushed into Sories' residence. The moment these people entered, Sories woke up. Every blade of grass and tree in his yard was his eyes and ears, accompanied by flashes of blades and the occasional sound of thunder. In a moment, the yard was filled with blood and corpses. Someone is trying to assassinate the boss. I'm familiar with this kind of thing. I've done it many times in Rogtown, Bartolomeo said, stroking his chin. Beside him was a dazed duck with a tuft of hair. Recently, the dazed duck had gained a lot of weight and was losing some feathers, with its white feathers starting to turn yellow. Sories turned to look at the house with one wall blown down and said, "Since you want to play, let's make it more intense. You two watch the house." With that, Sories left his residence. Soon, Sories arrived at the lawless area of Zone 0 to 9 again. Since yesterday's killings weren't ruthless enough, today I'll clear out Zone 0 to 9. Sories transformed into an afterimage, continuously disappearing and reappearing. Each time he vanished, someone fell. Screams and wails echoed through the night, accompanied by a strong smell of blood. Enough! Navy, I want you dead. Suddenly, a giant wielding a large axe approached from afar. Behind him followed several pirates. As the giant drew near, a powerful aura spread. He looked at Sories and shouted, "Are you the Navy, Colonel Sories?" "What's the matter?" Sories replied calmly. Despite having killed a large number of people, his expression remained tranquil, as if he didn't care about the lives lost. "Ha ha, that's good to know. Someone has offered 100 million berry for me to kill you." The giant pointed at Sories with his thick fingers. Then he swung his large sword and charged at Sories in an instant. Whoosh! A massive whooshing sound came as the giant's sword swung horizontally toward Sories. Boom! Sories stomped the ground, causing it to explode instantly. He then jumped up, dodging the giant's sword, and kicked towards the giant's chin. This kick is powerful and heavy. He. The giant laughed broadly, his left arm, as thick as a person's waist, suddenly bulging with veins, and then he punched toward Sories. Bang! Crack! The fists and feet collided, and Sories' body floated backward. With his wide body and great strength, this giant was indeed powerful, but Sories was no slouch either. Just now, Sories had kicked and broken 2 of the giant's fingers. Bang! Sories once again stepped into the air, using the moon step, and kicked towards the giant with another punch. "I'm going to split you," the giant roared, swinging his sword once more. Clang! This time, Sories used armament hockey, and he directly clashed with the giant's great sword using his fist. Then with a strong push, Sories sent the great sword flying. Thud! Sories stomped the ground and disappeared again, appearing at the giant's side. When the giant turned his head, he saw a pitch-black foot. Boom! The enormous force kicked the giant back, sending him flying with a spray of blood and a tooth. Damn it, that hurts! The giant's resilience was quite impressive, as he quickly got back on his feet. Get him! Kill this marine! The giant roared. Bang! Gunshots rang out. A swordsman still needs to use a sword. Facing the incoming bullets, Sories drew out Xiao Lu and Xiong Dao. In the next moment, he used paper drawing to slip through the bullets, and the edge of Xiao Lu directly sliced through a pirate's throat. Immediately after, Sories disappeared from his original position and reappeared on the other side. Xiao Lu and Xiong Dao created streaks of light, followed by the corpses of pirates and splattering blood. There was no resistance at all. These pirates seemed like lambs to the slaughter. Die for me. Just then, a booming sound suddenly came from behind Sories, and a massive figure charged forward. Whoosh! Sories directly used sky dance technique to leap into the air, nimbly dodging the attack from behind. A brown wild boar with enormous tusks came into Sories' view. Is this an animal-type devil fruit user? Sories thought to himself. At this moment, the giant, transformed into a wild boar, saw Sories flying in the air and let out a roar, its bristles standing on end, then shot towards Sories like arrows. Taste my steel mane. Facing the dark mass of bristles, Sories swung Xiao Lu and Xiong Dao, clearing them away. Then he unleashed 2 flying slashes. The giant, now in wild boar form, had more than doubled in size and couldn't dodge the flying slashes, only able to take them head-on. Instantly, 2 long wounds appeared on its back. When it looked up at Sories again, he had already vanished from the air. "Hey, over here!" A voice suddenly appeared next to the giant. Before he could turn around, he felt a sharp pain in his body. When the giant in wild boar form turned around, Sories had already moved to the other side. "Hey, over here!" From a distance, Sories appeared like a gust of wind, circling around the giant's wild boar form, leaving behind afterimages. After a while, Sories stopped, revealing the giant boar covered in wounds, continuously bleeding and staining the ground beneath him red. "Damn it, kid, I Olive. Am not that easy to defeat." The giant roared, his massive form charging towards Sories like a tank. 2 enormous tusks pointed straight at Sories. Oomph! Sories snorted disdainfully, then stomped his feet on the ground and grabbed the wild boar's tusks. Lift! Without engaging in a strength contest, Sories utilized the opponent's momentum to execute a shoulder throw, sending him flying. Boom! In an instant, a large area of buildings collapsed. At that moment, the giant could no longer maintain his wild boar form and reverted to his human form. Steel slash. Sories drew out Xiao Lu and with a flick of his wrist, he severed the giant's neck with a single stroke. At the same time, a surge of heat flowed into Sories' body. This is a gift from the giant, which has enhanced Sories' physique a bit. Thanks to the giant olive, it seems that in the future, he still needs to kill more animal fruit users. Sories secretly made a decision. If the last time Sories visited areas 0 to 9, he didn't kill many people, this time, he almost intends to kill them all. Thanks to the fact that it was night, Otherwise, who knows how many people would have died. At the same time, when Saris returned to the naval base, behind him were over 200 ragged, haggard-looking people of various ages, mostly around 13 or 14. When Saris returned to Area 62, Maynard was already waiting there with a gloomy expression. He had rushed over as soon as the explosion occurred in Area 62. Upon seeing Saris, Maynard wanted to reprimand him, but he looked at the group of rescued slaves behind Saris. In the end, he said nothing. Could he say that Saris was wrong? Saris had merely disrupted the balance and offended some underworld forces connected to the world government. It's likely that in the future, there would be no shortage of trouble for him, so he should be careful. Maynard left those words and then stepped away. Adjutant, help Colonel Saris settle these people. Maynard instructed. In fact, if he could, Saris wanted to clear out all of Area 0 to 30, but he couldn't do it. If he did, not only would the 7 warlords of the sea come, but even the 4 emperors would show up. The Sabaody archipelago, due to the red trees, is the best place for shipbuilding and coating. Most pirates need to get coated here. And the Sabaody archipelago is also a necessary route to the second half of the Grand Line. The 4 emperors definitely wouldn't agree to the Navy occupying this place. And other major pirates wouldn't either. The 4 emperors are still not united. If Saris stirred things up, they might band together, and that would be a big problem. The next day, Saris made the front page headlines again. The embodiment of justice, Navy Colonel Saris, the Azura swordsman, has struck again, killing the bounty of 80 million berries. The mountain pig, Olive, in the Sabaody archipelago. 2 consecutive days on the front page is quite good. At Navy headquarters, Marineford, Carp returned from an outing, bringing news about Saris. Bang! Carp pushed open Sengoku's office door. Sengoku, that kid Saris can now kill pirates with an 80 million berries bounty. Carp shouted. Sengoku, who was reading Maynard's report, looked up at Carp and angrily said, Carp, can you knock before entering? I know. Carp waved his hand dismissively and threw the newspaper in front of Sengoku. Ignoring Carp, Sengoku continued angrily. They actually dared to openly attack a Navy colonel from the Naval Academy at the Navy base. It's outrageous. Sengoku, isn't he a lieutenant colonel? Carp asked. He is a colonel now. I just promoted him, Sengoku replied confidently. Sengoku promoted Saris to colonel not only because he killed a pirate with an 80 million bounty, but also because Saris had killed many pirates in lawless areas and rescued numerous civilians. Marshal Sengoku, do you need me to go to the Sabaody archipelago? Asked Peach Rabbit, who had just returned from a mission. No need, I plan to send Saris out. He saved many people, so let him take them back to their hometowns. Sengoku prepared to send Saris away. He realized that if Saris stayed in the Sabaody archipelago, it could cause even bigger disturbances. Upon hearing this, Peach Rabbit didn't say much, but there was a hint of worry in her eyes. Saris had killed too many people. Vice Admiral Crane once said that Saris might have psychological issues, and now Peach Rabbit was afraid that Saris would develop problems. But Saris himself insisted that he had no psychological issues. He just wanted to live a more meaningful life. Sengoku's orders were soon transmitted to Vice Admiral Maynard through a Den Mushi. Although Saris was pleased with being promoted to colonel, he felt somewhat helpless about having to take these rescued people back. The Den Mushi is a type of creature that can transmit images and is the main communication tool in the world of One Piece. Buru Buru, Buru Buru. The sound of the Den Mushi came from Saris' coat. Saris took out the Den Mushi and said, Who is it? Saris, it's Tina. Where are you? I'll come and find you. The voice on the other end was Tina, who was mimicking her expression perfectly. Tina had been following Peach Rabbit for the past 2 years on missions and had already eaten the Kika no Mi. Now on vacation, she decided to come see Saris since Marineford is quite close to the Sabaody archipelago. Tina, I'm in Area 62 at the dock, Saris said, as he was arranging for the rescued people to board the warship. Soon, Tina, dressed in her lieutenant colonel uniform, arrived. Saris, are you preparing for a mission? Tina asked. Marshal Sengoku asked me to take these people back home. Saris pointed at the crowd on the ship and then asked, What about you? How come you have time to come? You've grown taller after not seeing you for 2 years. Peach Rabbit is on vacation, so I came to see you, Tina said, flipping her pink hair. In fact, this was also due to Peach Rabbit's concern for Saris. Then she looked at Maynard's warship and said, Tina is fine. I'll go with you. Of course you're welcome, Lieutenant Colonel Tina. Saris couldn't refuse. That would be too unkind. Report, Colonel Saris. All personnel are aboard, and supplies have been loaded, Maynard's arranged adjutant reported. Good, prepare to set sail, Saris said as he stepped onto the warship, with Tina following closely behind. On board, Saris handed over the sea chart to the adjutant to command the ship. Soon, the medium-sized warship carrying over 300 civilians and 200 Navy soldiers, sailed out of the dock and into the boundless sea. At this moment, those behind the scenes who were preparing to deal with Saories had not sent any more assassins. After all, since Saories could kill a pirate with an 80 million berries bounty, ordinary assassins and mercenaries were ineffective against him. Saories, who were those two? Tina noticed the big-eared Enel and the green-haired Bartolomeo following Saories. They're my subordinates, I guess, Saories replied. Just as he was speaking, a voice called out from behind them. Navy brother, are you going to take us home? Upon hearing this, Saories turned around to look. The speaker was a girl dressed in a black Gothic dress with a bow on her head. She was the first girl auctioned off at the Wembley auction house. Yes, I'm taking you home, but my home is gone, the girl said, lowering her head. This matter actually gives Saories a headache. Out of the more than 300 people on the ship, it's uncertain how many belong to the type of girl. After all, most pirates lack humanity. Just then, the girl suddenly raised her head, her big eyes looking at Saories, and said, I want to be a Navy. Can you take me in? Saories shook his head. You don't know anything. How can you be a Navy? I can learn, I can endure hardships, and I can serve tea and water. I can do anything. The girl hurriedly replied. Upon hearing this, Bartolomeo's eyes lit up. Those were the tasks he was doing. Boss, I think we should keep her. She has no family. How pitiful, a little girl. Even if we send her back, where can she go? Bartolomeo quickly made a decision and began to persuade. Bang! Saories punched Bartolomeo on the head. You haven't finished training today. Get back to training, Saories reprimanded. Hearing Saories' words, Enel stepped towards the training room in the cabin, and Bartolomeo hurriedly followed. After the two left, Saories asked the little girl, what is your name? Annie. My name is Anna Cara. The girl quickly replied. Saories nodded, but did not speak. Bartolomeo made a good point. Such a beautiful little girl, without a family and defenseless. If forcibly sent back, the outcome would not be good. However, there are probably many such people on the ship, and Saories can't take care of so many. If there are just one or two, it will be fine to keep them close or hand them over to Peach Rabbit. But if everyone stays, then they can only be sent to the Navy Academy, or Saories would have to find a place for them to live. In just half a day, Saories and his group arrived at a village. However, at this moment, the village had already turned into a dead village, and they could even see corpses. The children standing on the deck looked at the quiet village, and the child from this village could no longer hold back and began to cry. As soon as one child cried, many others on the ship followed suit. Saories silently watched them and comforted, children, do not lose hope. As long as there are places where leaves dance, fire will burn, and new leaves will take root and sprout from the ashes. Your parents wish for you to grow up bravely and happily, and you must carry that wish with you as you live on. Saories' words seemed to carry magic, and some children's eyes sparkled. Perhaps at that moment, Saories had become their faith. Saories, do you think we will eliminate the pirates? Tina asked, leaning against the ship's railing. Yes, but it won't just be the pirates that are eliminated, Saories said softly. What else? The gangs? Tina inquired. Saories shook his head and said no more. Most of the slaves he rescued came from the Grand Line, with some from the Four Seas, so Saories had to run around. However, Saories was not without gains. At least he could kill pirates. He would take down one if he encountered one, and if he faced a whole ship, he would sink it. Hurry up, hurry up. You're jumping so slowly. How will you help Boss Saories in the future? Bartolomeo shouted angrily at the children sitting in frog jumps ahead on the deck. This is their journey to the West Sea. They have just come from the East Sea. On the way to the East Sea, Saories conveniently picked up Zhangao, who had been bullied by Zhuobu. Annie is pouring hot water for Saories and the others, with Dai Tai Duck following behind her. These days, Dudai Duck has been getting along well with Annie. Bartolomeo didn't notice that Annie had poured him hot water. He picked up the cup and started drinking, but immediately spit out. It's so hot, it burned my tongue, Bartolomeo said, sticking out his tongue. A naval fleet is approaching from the front. A Navy soldier shouted from the lookout. Saories came to the deck and looked into the distance. He saw 8 large ships flying the pirate flag getting closer. It's the flag of Germa 66, Tina said, looking at the flag with the skull and lightning symbol. When they were at the academy, a teacher had specifically talked about the dominators of various seas. Among them, the section on Germa 66, ruled by Vinsmoke Judge, was quite extensive. Tina, being a top student, certainly remembered it. Germa 66 is a notorious assassin family in the underground world that began suppressing and ruling the North Sea with military force long ago. Dominating the area with a powerful scientific combat force, it is referred to by the world as the Evil Army. The Navy even published a comic book showcasing justice, based on the battles between the Navy and Germa 66. Germa? Hearing Tina's words, Saories thought of the curly-haired, little blonde he had seen at the sea restaurant, Sanji. Sanji was released by his sister Vinsmoke Reiju 5 years ago when Germa 66 used the war snail to climb the Red Soil continent and annihilate the Kariko kingdom across the sea, which was how he coincidentally ended up at the sea restaurant. Today, given the situation, there is no doubt they are coming for Saories. Boom! Boom! Before getting close, the 8 warships of Germa 66 opened fire on Saories' military ship. Faced with the cannon fire, all the children were not particularly nervous because they had Saories. These kids all have a mysterious confidence in Saories. Whoosh! Accompanied by several flashes of blades, shells exploded not far from the warship. It's time to go, Saori said, waiting for the Germa 66 ship to get closer before leaping into the air and flying over. Seeing this, Enel also transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew over. Tina followed closely with her moonwalk. How do I get over there? How do I get over there? Bartolomeo watched the 3 fly and then looked down at the sea. Bewildered, he still couldn't use moonwalk. Tap, tap, tap. Saories and the other 3 landed on the leading Germa warship, daring to come over themselves. On the ship, the leader, who is a bit older than the others, has long, fiery red hair that curls up and covers his right eye. He has a left eyebrow that is curved to the left and a tattoo of the number 1 along with a flame design on his right arm. This is Sanji's older brother, Vinsmoke Ichiji. Next to him is a woman with pink medium-length hair covering her right eye, a counterclockwise eyebrow on her left, and wearing light pink lipstick. This person is Vinsmoke Reiju, Sanji's older sister. At this moment, Vinsmoke Ichiji took out a portrait and compared it with Saori's, a smile appearing on his face as he said, "You must be Saori's. Someone has offered 1 billion berries for your head, which compelled me to come from a North Sea to find you. As a kingdom recognized by the world government, aren't you afraid that the world government will eliminate you for dealing with the Navy?" Saori's replied expressionlessly, "If I take care of all of you, the world government will have no evidence left." Vinsmoke Ichiji said confidently, "You're quite confident, aren't you?" Saori said, clapping his hands forcefully. Creak, creak. With the sound of creaking, the 7 warships belonging to Germa 66 began to sway left and right. Crack! A massive tree trunk broke through the decks of the other ships. Subsequently, the other ships were also pierced. After the deck was breached, the water began to flood in. "Ah, the cabin is leaking," the soldiers belonging to Germa shouted. Saori's forest fruit is extremely effective against ships. Seeing Saori's actions, the emotionless Vinsmoke Ichiji showed no change in expression. He placed a red thermos-like box at his waist. "Today, let me show you the power of the Vinsmoke family's technology," Vinsmoke Ichiji said, while Reiju also took out a pink object and fastened it to her waist. Suddenly, the clothes on both of them rapidly peeled away, leaving only a pair of triangular underwear. Then a new set of battle suits burst forth from their waists, quickly covering Vinsmoke Ichiji and Vinsmoke Reiju. In the blink of an eye, Vinsmoke Ichiji transformed into a figure clad in a tight-fitting red technological battlesuit, wearing sunglasses, paired with a white cape marked with 1, special white gloves and belt, and white shoes, radiating a red glow. Vinsmoke Reiju, on the other hand, transformed into a figure wearing black earmuffs printed with the number 6, a blue scarf, an ultra-short skirt exposing her chest and navel, and a cape shaped like butterfly wings, along with white and pink knee-high boots. This scene, although Saories had some preparation, still shocked him. It seemed he had seen something he shouldn't have. Anairu and Tina beside him were also astonished, with their mouths agape, and the lady's cigarette that Tina was holding fell to the ground. "So cool." Anairu couldn't help but exclaim. Saori shot him an annoyed glance. Was this something cool? This was an embarrassing moment. Just then, Anairu radiated electric sparks and declared with fighting spirit, "I'll take care of that redhead. I can't stand red and green hair." On the battleship, Bartolomeo, urging the ship to come closer, couldn't help but sneeze. "Am I catching a cold?" As Anairu finished speaking, he charged forward, surrounded by electric sparks. "Then I'll leave that woman to Tina," Tina said as she forcefully stomped the ground and dashed towards Reiju with a bang. Seeing that the two had found their opponents, Saories shifted his gaze to the surrounding Germa soldiers. These soldiers are the clone soldiers of the Vinsmoke family, unafraid of death. This technology is something that even one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, is extremely envious of. Crack! Saories drew out Chiolu and began to harvest the battlefield with the forward slash. These clone soldiers are truly courageous. After the 7 leaking Jedi 66 warships started taking on water, the clone soldiers jumped into the water and swam over to board the remaining ship before it sank. These clone soldiers were taken down one by Saories. As his warship approached, the navy on board began firing at them. Soon, the surface of the sea was covered with a layer of corpses, and blood started to attract large schools of fish. Meanwhile, the battles between Vinsmoke Ichiji and Enru, as well as Vinsmoke Reiju and Tina, were intensifying. Ichiji, glowing red and with flames emanating from his fists, was exchanging blows with Enru. In this battle, Saoirse was not worried at all. Enel would definitely achieve victory, because without Haki, Vinsmoke Iji could not inflict lethal damage on Enel. However, Vinsmoke's battlesuit was quite impressive, able to withstand Enel's lightning strikes. On the other hand, the battle between Reiju and Tina was going poorly for Tina, as she did not understand Reiju and was already at a disadvantage. She was poisoned. Poison was Reiju's specialty. Pink poison arrow. During the battle, Vinsmoke Reiju suddenly expelled a mouthful of pink poisonous mist, hitting Tina. Tina collapsed instantly. Saoirse flew over to protect Tina while calmly looking at Vinsmoke Reiju. Reiju then expelled another puff of poisonous mist. Wind barrier. With a wave of Saoirse's hand, he blocked Reiju's poisonous mist. Immediately after, Saoirse stepped forward and slashed at Reiju's side. Clang! Saoirse's blade struck, but it was blocked by Reiju's battlesuit. This battlesuit is really nice. Bam! At this moment, Leggio kicked toward Saoirse, who caught her ankle with his left hand. Heart poison barrier. Just as Saoirse grabbed Leggio's ankle and prepared to throw her to the ground, Leggio unleashed a puff of toxic mist that surrounded Saoirse, allowing her to break free from his grip and jump back. However, this toxic mist perfectly concealed Saoirse's elusive figure. As Leggio jumped away, she sensed a rush of wind behind her, but it was too late for her to react. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck her neck. Bang! Saoirse kicked downwards, sending Leggio flying. Boom! Leggio crashed onto the deck. How can you ignore my poison? Leggio exclaimed in surprise. Bang! Saoirse, however, paid no attention to her and delivered a flying knee strike straight into Leggio's stomach, showing no mercy whatsoever. With this knee strike, Leggio was rendered unable to even scream. Bang! A hand tore away the controller of Leggio's battlesuit, and a green thorny vine bound her up. Saoirse did not kill her because he had his eyes on the technology and bloodline of the Vinsmoke family. He glanced at Enel and Vinsmoke Iji, who were still fighting, and walked over to Tina. A few white morning glories appeared in Saoirse's hand and then attached themselves to Tina. Soon, the white flowers of the morning glories began to turn red, a bright, dripping red. These flowers are absorbing the toxins from Tina's body, which is a characteristic of these white flowers. After absorbing the toxins, they will change to red. Under the influence of the morning glory, Tina's body gradually recovered. Tina was careless. Tina said, "We must keep going. Germa's 60 SXS daughter is not easy to deal with." Saoirse comforted Tina. The Vinsmoke family still has some strength. Just looking at how they managed to escape from Big Mom shows that, although Big Mom and the Sweet Commanders did not take action, if the Sweet Commanders were strike, just Katakuri alone could easily take them down. In his previous life, Saoirse always had a fondness for Katakuri. He believed that if Luffy didn't have the protagonist's aura, he absolutely wouldn't be able to defeat Katakuri. On Vinsmoke Ichiji's side, he couldn't do anything against Enel. After a while, he realized he couldn't take down Enel. Vinsmoke would not fail. With Vinsmoke Ichiji, he roared and punched the ship beneath him crack. A huge crack appeared on the warship. Taking advantage of the ship's swaying, Vinsmoke Ichiji activated the rocket boots under his feet and flew away. He wanted to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Enel said, transforming into a bolt of lightning and chasing after him. Seeing Enel chasing him, Vinsmoke Ichiji dived into the sea. He thought that since Enel was a devil fruit user, he definitely couldn't enter the ocean. Sure enough, just as Vinsmoke Ichiji thought, after diving into the sea, Enel didn't dare to follow and could only attack the sea surface with lightning. After a moment, Ichiji had disappeared. Seeing this, Enel could only return to the warship with reluctance and disappointment. "Sorry, I let him get away," Enel said, looking dejected as he approached Saoirse. "Ha ha ha, if he got away, then so be it. It's no big deal," Saoirse laughed. Enel shook his head and said with some disappointment, "I just feel very weak, unable to deal with this guy." Hearing this, Saoirse confidently replied, "How long have you been eating the devil fruit? The Rumble fruit is the strongest Logia-type fruit. Even if you didn't build a foundation when you were young, in the future, the top-tier powerhouses will have a place for you." Enel's biggest disadvantage was not just that he had eaten the Rumble fruit for too short time, but also that he hadn't trained when he was younger. He was even older than Saoirse. "Boss, will I have a place among future powerhouses?" Bartolomeo asked as he leaned over. Yes, in terms of taking hits. You should be ranked second, Saori said. Is there someone who can take hits better than me? Bartolomeo asked skeptically, as he had never had his barrier broken since eating the barrier fruit. There's a guy who ate the diamond fruit. He's also very tough. And your barrier fruit has a limit to its durability, Saori's replied. Saori's was not lying. Bartolomeo's barrier fruit indeed had a limit, which Akira himself acknowledged. However, most people's attacks didn't reach that limit. What should we do with this guy? Tina asked, looking at the bound Vinsmoke Ichiji and Vinsmoke Reiju. Let's keep them tied up until her father, Vinsmoke Judge, comes to rescue her, Saori said. At this moment, Reiju, lying on the ground, said, You don't need to waste your efforts. My father won T come to save me. Vinsmoke Judge was notoriously selfish and ruthless. He even wanted to kill his own son. Sanji, so Reiju didn't expect much. If he doesn't come, I'll personally go to the North Sea, Saori said calmly. Set sail. The warships started moving again, looking for children or women from the West Sea. 10 days later, the number of civilians on the ship decreased, and just as Saori's was preparing to leave the West Sea, a large fleet appeared in the distance. Colonel, a large fleet has been spotted in the distance. Saori's had already seen it. There must be around 20 ships. The main force of Germa 66 has arrived. Judge really came, Saori said in surprise. He is here to rescue Reiju, Tina said, but Saori shook his head. Not necessarily, but it's definitely coming for us. From what Saori's understood, Vinsmoke Judge was an extremely selfish, ruthless, and cowardly person, so it was unlikely he would come specifically to rescue his daughter. Saori's didn't know that Vinsmoke Judge had just become famous for slaughtering the 4 countries of the North Sea. His ego inflated, and he placed great importance on royal honor. After the failures of his eldest son Ichiji and daughter Reiju, he believed the dignity of the Vinsmoke royal family had been tarnished, so he wanted to reclaim it. This time, not for 1 billion berries, but for royal honor. The Germa 66 fleet has been waiting at the Western Sea outlet for 2 days. After spotting the warships of Soris, they swiftly turned their bows. Bang, bang, bang. The dense sound of cannon fire began to echo, with black cannonballs flying towards Soris' warships. Captain, I'm coming, Bartolomeo exclaimed when he saw Soris drawing his sword. He then made his way to the front of the ship. This time it was Bartolomeo, the first commander of Soris, who was about to make his move. Bartolomeo arrogantly declared, intertwining his index and middle fingers. A massive barrier suddenly appeared in front of the warship. Boom, 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 boom. The barrier completely shielded the front of the warship, with cannonballs exploding against it. However, the barrier remained unscathed, perfectly defending against the cannon fire. After several rounds of bombardment, both sides drew closer. However, perhaps realizing that Soris had the capability to damage the hull, only 5 of the 20 warships from Germa 66 approached, while the others accelerated to circle around from the sides, forming encirclement. In this situation, if they choose long-range bombardment, the warships of Soris would definitely be sunk. Therefore, upon noticing the movements of Germa 66, Soris flew into the sky, heading towards the warship carrying Germa. Crack, crack. Red trees grew wildly, blocking Vince Smock's warship. Stop him, said a middle-aged man on the largest ship, wearing a metal helmet, with long golden hair, a tall stature, and a pointed black beard angled upwards, along with a small mustache on his prominent jaw. Immediately, 2 men in red and blue battle suits soared into the sky, charging toward Soris. Next to them, a green-haired boy, only 12 or 13 years old, remained still. The one giving the orders was Vince Smock Judge. The 3 red and green figures were Judge's 3 sons, Iji, Niji, and Yanji. Among them, Yanji was too young to participate in the battle. Just as Iji and Niji charged at Soris, a bolt of lightning shot up from Soris' warship, heading towards the Germa warship on the other side. Accompanied by intense electric currents, warships began to emit black smoke. Damn it! Charge forward, engage in close combat, Judge commanded angrily upon witnessing this scene. Instantly, the 5 warships behind him began to accelerate. Non-combat personnel took refuge in the ship's cabin. Facing the approaching warships, Tina said to the people behind her. At this moment, in midair, Soris faced Iji and Niji's attacks with ease. Iji's battlesuit was themed around flames, while Niji's was themed around electric shocks. If you only have these means, there's no point in continuing this battle. You can't even make me draw my sword, Soris said while dodging. Currently, Soris' strength might not even match that of Katakuri from 8 years later. 8 years later, Katakuri's combat power would definitely be S level, even S+, after all. He's a vice admiral, but Iji and Niji were not the same as their counterparts 8 years later. Against Katakuri, they would be completely powerless, as if he were simply beating dogs. Damn it, electric flying kick. Sparks whirled. Iji and Niji simultaneously unleashed their most fierce attack at this stage. However, their attacks were blocked by Soris's wind wall. Niji combined, Iji suddenly said at this moment. Niji nodded, and the two of them instantly released a brilliant red and blue light between their hands. Mixed color burst. The two attacks merged together, significantly increasing in power, and struck towards Soris. With this strike, Soris began to take things seriously. The black-armed color hockey instantly enveloped his entire right arm, adorned with faint tree-like patterns. And then he struck out. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from the area where the three were fighting. Following that, two figures, one red and one blue, flew backward. Watching Iji and Niji being sent flying, Soris gripped the handles of Qiu Lu and Xiangdao. Facing the fierce winds, whoosh, two massive whirlwinds were unleashed by him, sweeping a large amount of seawater towards Iji and Niji. As the whirlwind subsided, Iji and Niji fell toward the sea, but were caught by Soris, who tore off their battle suit controllers. Meanwhile, in the battle on the warship, a large number of clone soldiers were attacking the Navy soldiers, with Tina leading the charge alongside Bartolomeo against the clone soldiers of Germa 66. Enel was engaged in combat with Vinsmoke Judge. Enel wielded the lightning fruit, while Judge's battlesuit was equipped with yellow electromagnetic powers. With no intention of helping Enel, Soris threw Iji and Niji onto the deck and began slaughtering the continuously surging clone soldiers. The 20 ships carried at least 3,000 to 4,000 clone soldiers. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed. Super electrocution, 50 million volts, Thunder Dragon. A massive lightning bolt, resembling a divine dragon, struck Vinsmoke Judge's chest. Such a powerful electric shock was beyond what his protective suit could withstand, and it was instantly pierced through. Vinsmoke Judge let out a painful scream. The strongest move shattered Judge's defenses, and as the electric light faded, Enel felt a bit fatigued. But he gave Judge no chance, transforming into a bolt of lightning and appearing right in front of Judge, kicking him into the air. Then he soared upwards and landed a punch on Vinsmoke Judge's stomach, ripping off his protective suit's controller. Judge's defeat tilted the entire battle towards an end. In the end, it was his arrogance and vanity that doomed Germa 66. Regarding Vinsmoke Judge, Soris hesitated over whether to use the corrosion seed. To be honest, from a power standpoint, Vinsmoke Judge was not worthy of a corrosion seed. However, he possessed the bloodline factor, and among all the pirates, only 3 individuals had mastered it. The most complete mastery belonged to Vegapunk. Next was Vinsmoke Judge, followed by Caesar, who later joined the research. Just as Soris was contemplating these matters, a slightly immature voice came through. Everyone stop. Long-eared one, let go of my father. Soris looked over and saw a boy with left-twirled eyebrows and green pointed hair, wearing headphones, walking out from the cabin. The boy is Vinsmoke Yanji, the younger son of Vinsmoke Judge. During the battle, he took the opportunity to sneak in unnoticed. At this moment, he is holding a short knife, pressing it against little Annie's neck. Behind him, Vinsmoke Reiju has also been released, holding a dazed duck with 2 big tears hanging from the corners of its eyes. In the past few days, she learned that this seemingly silly duck held a special status on the ship with dedicated caretakers. Reiko, who came from royalty, believed this was a symbol of status. Xiao Lu Mao, I think you should let go of the dagger, Soris said calmly, looking at the person and the duck being held hostage. The little green-haired voice made Bartolomeo, beside him, unconsciously reach out to touch his own hair, feeling as if Soris was scolding him. Stop talking nonsense. Let go of my father, or I will kill this little girl and that silly duck. Yuji shouted loudly. The words left the dazed duck, held captive by Lei Jio, looking completely numb. You can kidnap a hostage, but what does it matter to kidnap a duck? It's just food. Souri's brother, don't save me. Annie is not afraid of death, little Annie said, holding back her tears, her eyes filled with determination. As she spoke, her neck was cut by the blade of the short knife in Yongji's hand, and blood immediately began to flow. Seeing this wound, Souri's gaze turned cold, and in the next moment, a green aura erupted from within him. Soon after, Vinsmoke Yongji realized that Souri's figure had already disappeared before him. When Souri's reappeared, his hand was already gripping Yongji's wrist, which was holding the knife. Then, Yongji felt his body being lifted into the air, tossed by Souri's. Next, Souri's fists moved like shadows, while Yongji's body remained suspended in mid-air, twisting in various directions, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of attacks, Every bone in Yongji's body was broken. He fell onto the deck, barely breathing. What bloodline factors, exoskeletons, were nothing under absolute attack. Lei Jio was stunned by Saoirse's violent assault. In a moment of distraction, the dazed duck broke free from her grasp and ran away. Instinctively, Lei Jio reached out to grab the dazed duck, but instead, she caught the tuft of hair on its head. Snap! A crisp sound echoed as the dazed duck took a few steps, feeling the pain on its head, and reached up to touch it. Where's my hair? The dazed duck turned its big eyes toward Lei Jio, just in time to see the tuft of hair in her hand. Quack! Tears streamed down the corners of the dazed duck's eyes, and it clung to Saoirse's leg, crying. Its hair was gone, and its handsome image was lost. Sully. I didn't mean to. Lei Jio unexpectedly apologized at that moment. Bang! Saoirse kicked Lei Jio away, then comforted the dazed duck, saying, "It's okay, it will grow back." Hearing this, the dazed duck felt much better. At this time, Saoirse came to Annie's side to treat the wound on her neck. "Enel, take that guy to my room," Saoirse said, pointing at Vinsmoke Judge. In the end, Saoirse decided to bring Vinsmoke Judge under his wing. "Are you just going to let them go?" Tina said, reluctantly watching the remaining clone soldiers and the Judge father and son leave. "Trust me, this is for the future," Saoirse patted Tina and said. "To truly achieve a land shrouded in light, there must be justice." Saoirse needed to be powerful, and Germa 66 could fill part of his foundation. In his room, Saoirse instructed that Germa 66 must not engage in piracy anymore, but only combat pirates. Additionally, he emphasized the need to train a large number of clone soldiers. The clone soldiers of Germa 66 also used bloodline factors, allowing them to grow to the age of 20 in just 5 years. Next, having completed the East Blue and West Blue, Saoirse continued to the South Blue and North Blue, perhaps due to Germa 60 SXS failure, which intimidated others. Saoirse's journey to the South Blue and North Blue went smoothly. 2 months later, his ship had taken in 130 homeless children. "What do you plan to do with these children?" Tina asked. "Keep them," Saoirse replied, a decision he had made long ago. These children, if Saoirse did not take them in, would likely face 2 outcomes, either death or becoming pirates themselves. Therefore, Saoirse decided to take them in and send them to the Navy Academy, where they would become the vanguard in the fight against pirates. On the way back to the Grand Line, Saoirse encountered 2 pirate ships and, without a second thought, dismantled them with a tornado. "Hey, Saoirse, those 2 ships seem to belong to the 8 Treasure Navy," Tina said, looking at the flags on the pirate ships that Saoirse had destroyed. "It doesn't matter. The 8 Treasure Navy is still a group of pirates," Saoirse replied while sitting in a rattan chair. Nearby, Annie obediently prepared tea for Saoirse. The 8 Treasure Navy is a violent pirate group from the Flower Country, notorious in the Grand Line 22 years ago, until their current leader, the Cone Pepper, was defeated by a punch from Carp, after which they became more subdued and withdrew from the Grand Line. Speaking of which, how did the 8 Treasure Navy reappear in the Grand Line? Perhaps it was due to Saoirse's mention. They were just about to dock at a place called Cuz Island for a brief rest. However, they suddenly came under cannon fire. Boom! 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 A series of cannon blasts stopped Saoirse in his tracks as he was about to disembark and startled the nearby dodo duck, making it quack loudly. During this time, the tuft of hair that was pulled out from the dopey duck has grown back, although it is still a bit fragile. Bartolomeo touched it twice, provoking the dopey duck to become furious. However, the dopey duck's feathers have gradually turned yellow recently, and Saoirse couldn't help but feel that it looked like one of those fast-running land ducks. "Colonel, it's pirates," the lieutenant said. Without the lieutenant's reminder, Saoirse had already seen a pirate fleet of 6 or 7 ships rapidly approaching them. "It's the 8 Treasure Navy," Tina commented as she looked at the pirate flag on the ship ahead. At this moment, Saoirse also saw a large, stout man with a white beard standing at the bow of the ship. "The leader of the 8 Treasure Navy, Green Pepper, is on that ship," Saoirse said. "Hey, Navy, are you the ones who attacked our 8 Treasure Navy ships?" Green Pepper shouted loudly from the bow. Beside him were 2 pirates, who seemed to be the lucky survivors from Saoirse's attack. "Green Pepper, do you know what you're doing?" "You are attacking the Navy," Saoirse said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Green Pepper burst into laughter. "What is the Navy? I don't even take your admiral seriously." He had already noticed that among them, Saoirse was the highest-ranked colonel. In his prime, he was a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 500 million. How could he fear a mere Navy colonel? Indeed, Green Pepper's bounty in his prime did exceed 500 million. He was a famous pirate known for his sharp head, also called the Cone Pepper, and he possessed Conqueror's Haki, which at that time gave him the strength to confront Navy admirals. Vice Admiral Garp needed a second round to defeat Green Pepper, and he even flattened Green Pepper's sharp head with a single punch. However, now Sourys did not believe that the aging Green Pepper could stand against an admiral. 8 years later, he had only fought to a draw with Don Quixote family officer Sika, and he was easily ambushed by Lao Ji. At this moment, upon hearing Green Pepper say he was not afraid of admirals, a smile appeared on Sourys' face. Green Pepper, you say you are not afraid of admirals. Then who smash your head back in? As the saying goes, do not expose someone's weaknesses when insulting them. Do not hit someone's face when fighting. Sourys' words exposed Green Pepper's weakness, instantly enraging him. Damn Garp. Kid, I'll kill you. Green Pepper shouted as he jumped up and charged toward Sourys. His right hand enveloped in armament hockey, turning black. Sourys, however, showed no fear. He also surrounded his right hand with armament hockey and leaped up to meet him. Bang! A large and small black fist collided, creating a massive shockwave. Whoosh! After the clash, Sourys flipped backward and landed on Cuz Island. Watch my 8-punch fist. Green Pepper followed closely, shouting, his head turning black, and then flew toward Sourys. In the face of Green Pepper's charge, Sourys quickly conjured up a dozen red trees that shot out in front of him. Boom! Boom! One by one, the red trees broke, and in the end, Green Pepper crashed through 3.5 of them, coming to a stop. Whoosh! After Green Pepper stopped, Sourys quickly closed the distance and threw a punch. Boom! The intense armament hockey collided violently. He didn't use swordsmanship because Sourys' swordsmanship level was not considered high in the eyes of true masters. And he certainly couldn't defeat Green Pepper. At the very least, he still couldn't wrap his sword in armament hockey. Without armament hockey protection, his sword could easily be damaged. Vine bind kofin. During the fight with Green Pepper, Sourys summoned several vines to bind Green Pepper and quickly tighten them. 8-punch fist dance. Bang bang bang. As Green Pepper swung his fists, the vines summoned by Sourys were broken one by one. At this moment, Sourys stepped back, and the 5 red trees around him collapsed with a loud crash, shattering and then coming together to form a gigantic wooden dragon. The red tree super wooden dragon descended. As Sourys pushed his hand forward, the massive wooden dragon charged towards Qingjiao. Bang! The tremendous impact sent Qingjiao flying away. Ah, damn Navy, damn Carp. Even while being knocked away, Qingjiao continued to curse Carp, showing just how deep his resentment was. 8-fist punch ultimate. No spike dragon opens the door. Boom! A massive impact hit, and the wooden dragon made of red trees broke apart in the middle. Crack! The wooden dragon split in two, and a huge figure sprang out from the center of the dragon. It was Qingjiao. After breaking through the wooden dragon, Qingjiao unleashed the 8-fist punch ultimate once again, rushing towards Sourys with unstoppable momentum. It came too suddenly, but Sourys showed no fear and threw a punch. Bang! Sourys flew out, spitting blood. There was something even stronger. Qingjiao soared into the air, leaping to a high altitude, then dove down with its dark, large head aimed at Sourys. 8 punches ultimate technique. No spike dragon, no spike nail. Boom! A large pit, measuring 10 meters on each side, appeared on the ground. This scene startled Tina, Bartolomeo, and Enel, who were watching not far away. Little Annie even burst into tears. Brother Sourys. Phew, that was close. Accompanied by the sound of cracking trees, Sourys emerged from a red tree. This is also the ability of the devil fruit he developed, which allows him to transfer to a nearby tree in times of danger. As his photosynthetic ability grows stronger, Sourys' body is gradually transforming into something plant-like, enabling him to instantly transfer to a nearby tree. He didn't die. Green Pepper was surprised, and then with his mustache raised, fiercely said, "There won't be a second chance." With that, he punched Sourys. Hey, now it's getting interesting. Sourys was also filled with excitement at this moment, and he directly opened the 8 gates. 8 gates open. A green aura instantly enveloped Sourys. Then he charged towards Green Pepper's fist. With the 8 gates opened, Sourys was completely unafraid of Green Pepper, and the two, one large and one small, were fiercely exchanging blows, with signs of battle all around them. Although it was not yet 8 years later, Green Pepper's stamina was clearly fading after a prolonged fight. Bang! Sourys, filled with hockey, landed a heavy punch on Green Pepper's stomach, sending his massive figure flying backward for over 10 meters. Damn Navy! Green Pepper roared while holding his stomach. Suddenly, a kingly aura and wave of pressure emanated from him, bearing down on Sourys. Conqueror's hockey. In an instant, the nearby ordinary Navy soldiers and the 8 treasure Navy that had disembarked from the pirate ship all fell down, with only Bartolomeo and Enel holding their ground. On the side of the 8 treasure Navy, Only the future leader Old Kai and a guy with orange hair, as well as the 8 treasure navy who had not disembarked, remained standing. The one with orange hair was Green Pepper's subordinate. Abu, what is this? So terrifying, Bartolomeo stammered. Damn it. How could a god be afraid? How could he submit? Facing the conqueror's haki, Enel leaned on his legs, his eyes filled with defiance, as streaks of red light flickered in them. At this moment, Soris, facing Green Pepper's conqueror's haki, felt even worse. A will to make him submit constantly assaulted Soris' soul. The immense pressure made Soris feel as if he was carrying several mountains, slowly bending down, with veins bulging on his neck. Humiliation. Soris felt humiliated, and memories of the slave ship flashed back in his mind. How could he ever have the thought of submitting to anyone? No one can make him submit. No one. What high and mighty? What is there that cannot be defied? If there is a god, then it is me. Soris clenched his fists, his face twisted in rage, speaking each word deliberately as he slowly straightened his bent back. ZZZ. A powerful aura began to surge around Soris. Seeing that this navy was still resisting, Green Pepper could not help but enhance his conqueror's haki again, fiercely assaulting Soris' mind. Anger, humiliation, roared within Soris' heart. In the next moment, a fierce and domineering aura suddenly erupted from within Soris. Instantly, the sky over Kuz Island became dark, and a violent wind began to blow. Soris' hair tie fell off at some point, his long hair flying wildly, as the fierce and domineering conqueror's haki spread out from him, challenging Green Pepper's conqueror's haki. Crack! Boom! ZZZ! Narrow red lightning surged between Soris and Green Pepper, representing the collision of their 2 conquerors' haki. The boss also has it. Bartolomeo sat down on the ground, stammering in surprise. Then he became excited. As expected, my boss Bartolomeo. He didn't notice that the defiant Enel was gritting his teeth, with streaks of red light flickering in his eyes. How is this possible? At this moment, Green Pepper was also stunned, realizing that this navy had awakened conqueror's haki. This guy, surprisingly, has the qualifications of a king, just like me. In the navy all these years, only Sengoku had it, and now another one has appeared. Qingjiao, let's settle this, Saori said with murderous intent and madness in his eyes. Qingjiao, let's settle this, Saori said with killing intent and madness. Then Saori's extended his left hand, and suddenly 4 red trees nearby crashed towards Qingjiao, trapping him in the middle. Several huge sky island vines also rose from the ground, entwining around the 4 red trees. The great burial of the forest. Saori's clenched his 5 fingers tightly, and the massive vines began to tighten around the red trees, like several giant pythons constricting their prey. 8 punches in chaos. Qingjiao roared angrily, using all his strength to break Saori's red trees and vines. But at that moment, Saori swung his fist, covered in armament haki, towards Qingjiao's head. Bang! Qingjiao lowered his head and charged towards Saori's fist. Just then, Old Kai, holding a broadsword, suddenly joined the battlefield. He slashed at Saori's. Despicable, Enel said as he transformed into lightning and joined the battle. 5,000-volt Thunder Dragon. Enel immediately unleashed his ultimate move. 8 punches nail. Old Kai caught Enel's Thunder Dragon with armament haki. Qingjiao's ship from the Don Quixote family is coming. We can't fight anymore, Old Kai said hurriedly. What Don Quixote, Gigabode? Stop bothering me, Qingjiao said rudely, but suddenly stopped halfway. He heard the warning whistle of the 8 treasure water army. Navy brat. I will continue to fight you another day, Qingjiao said as he blocked Saori's attack with a punch and then rushed towards the ship. Old Kai followed closely, and finally, it was Abu who confronted Bartolomeo. Still want to leave? Enel said as he prepared to intercept Old Kai. Forget it, Enel, let them go. Saori's dispersed the 8 Gates of Dunjia and called out to Enel. Next time, when we meet again, I will definitely kill Qingjiao with overwhelming power. At this stage, fighting Qingjiao is still a bit strenuous for him. However, in reality, if the battle continued to the end, Saori's would still win. Because Qingjiao is old and lacks endurance, while Saori's has photosynthetic abilities. As long as there is sunlight, he can continuously recover. He chose not to fight Qingjiao to the death at this moment, because he didn't want to benefit Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Just now, Old Kai mentioned that the Don Quixote family's pirate ship was coming. Saori's roughly understood what was going on. He vaguely remembered that the 8 treasure water army had fought with Doflamingo many times, because Doflamingo's underground influence extended too far. It severely harmed the interests of the Land of Flowers. That's why the 8 treasure water army would deal with the Don Quixote family. In fact, there is an interesting thing about this. The 8 Treasure Water Army has a treasury, which holds the wealth accumulated by generations of the 8 Treasure Water Army. Every generation of leaders must open the treasury to be considered a true leader. Qing Jiao used to be able to open the treasury with the spike on his head. But after being hit back by Carp's punch, Qing Jiao could no longer open the treasury. This has left the 8 treasure pirates low on funds. So they must work hard to earn money, which has intensified their conflict with Doflamingo's forces, forcing them into war with the Don Quixote family. "Wake them all up," said Saoirse to Bartolomeo and Enel. "Boss, what about the 8 treasure pirates' soldiers they couldn't take with them?" Bartolomeo asked. "Kill them," Saoirse said. The 2 words filled with killing intent, yet spoken lightly. "Lord Sika, there's a Navy warship near Cuz Island." A pirate reported to Sika as they sailed on the surface with dozens of Don Quixote family pirate ships. "Forget it, chasing the green pepper is more important," Sika said, looking at the 8 treasure pirates quickly leaving Cuz Island. He did not know that the owner of the warship on Cuz Island was also an enemy of the Don Quixote family. After all, Saoirse had personally killed 2 mid-level officials of the Don Quixote family. At this moment, Saoirse watched the Don Quixote family's fleet pursue the 8 treasure pirates. It seemed at this time, the 8 treasure pirates were at a disadvantage. "Let's set sail to... No more resting here. Let's go to Baba Island," Saoirse said. Baba Island, also known as Barbecue Island, is famous for its barbecued meat, and their sweet barbecue is even favored by the Yonko Big Mom. Soon, the warship started moving, and Saoirse glanced at his attributes. Name, Saoirse Tang, Special Paramecia, Forest Fruit, Age, 19 height, 240 centimeters physical ability, Swordsmanship, Fruit ability, Plant mutation, Corrosive Seed, 0, Hockey, Conqueror's Hockey, Beginner, Armament Hockey, Intermediate, Observation Hockey, Intermediate, Skills, Gale Swordsmanship, Advanced, Navy 6 Techniques, Advanced, Skydance Technique, 8 Gates of Dunjia. Number of gates open depends on physical strength. Currently able to open 5. Current combat power, a reputation, rising fame. Unknowingly, his fruit ability has already reached parity with his swordsmanship, and his strength has risen from to A. Saoirse estimated that if he opened the 8 Gates of Dunjia, he could currently match the strength of a low-level fighter. With more effort, he could reach it this year and aim for S-level next year. By then, if he opens the 8 gates, he might possess SS-level combat power. According to Saoirse's analysis, S-level should equate to the strength of Katakuri and Doflamingo. Double S-level would represent Admiral-level strength, and SSS would likely be on par with Whitebeard or Garp, or the ability to wrap Conqueror's Hockey around weapons or fists to attack. According to Oda, when Conqueror's Hockey develops to its peak, it can wrap around attacks, emitting red or blue lightning, like Kaido's Thunderbagua, which nearly knocked Luffy out. The god avoidance of Pirate King Roger, as well as attacks from Whitebeard and Kazuki Odin, etc. In short, Saoirse's distinction between SS and SSS levels is quite vague, as admirals are also considered the strongest fighters. These level classifications are Saoirse's speculations and will be revised later. Ahead is Barbecue Island. I can already smell the aroma of barbecue. "Will Brother Saoirse take us ashore?" a child said with uncertainty. "He probably will," said another child, clearly lacking confidence. Whispers reached Saoirse's ears. Listening to these sensitive little ones, Saoirse smiled and said, "When we reach Barbecue Island, everyone disembarks for a big feast. Hooray, long live Brother Saoirse." Brother Saoirse is the best. When they arrived at Barbecue Island, Saoirse left a dozen soldiers to guard the ship while everyone else disembarked. Barbecue Island is considered one of the safer islands in the first half of the Grand Line. The residents here hang the flag of the 4 emperors, Big MOM, and earn belly by selling barbecue. Both pirates and the Navy frequent this place. With the flag of the 4 emperors, pirates do not dare to act recklessly here, and the Navy also avoids fighting. Conflicts would cause Barbecue Island to wither, and the civilians would be displaced. If there's a fight, the Navy would choose to do so at sea. "Bururu, Bururu. Hey, Sister Guion." The voice of the transponder snail rang out as Saoirse answered the call. "Saoirse, your request has been approved by Admiral Sengoku. Arrangements will be made for the children at the Naval Academy with dedicated instructors," came the voice of Momotaro from the transponder snail. "All right, thank you, Admiral Sengoku, and thank you, Sister Guion," said Saoirse. "You all should come back soon, and let Tina return to the team as soon as possible." The transponder snail mimicked Momotaro with a cigarette in its mouth. Tina now smokes, having learned from Momotaro. The power of an idol is immense. While Saoirse was chatting with Momotaro, the children around, who were eating barbecue, paused and quietly listened. They already knew about Saoirse's arrangements. After finishing a meal of barbecue, Sauries and the others began to hasten their return to the Sabeti archipelago. During this time, unbeknownst to Sauries, this group of children formed a new faction called the Sauries family. On May 12, 1512, Lord Sauries said, "As long as there are leaves fluttering, fire will burn, and new leaves will take root and sprout from the ashes." On May 28, 1512, Lord Sauries said, "The strong must learn to endure and enjoy solitude, and more importantly, learn to endure suffering." On June 8, 1512, Lord Sauries said, "Everyone will experience long winters and dark nights. I hope that the young man in fine clothes and on a spirited horse will return as the same young man after enduring the long dark night of winter." On June 17, 1512, Lord Sauries said, "Only after experiencing darkness can you appreciate everything in life that you take for granted. Then you will realize that it is indeed great happiness." On July 10, 1512, Lord Sauries said, "The oldest and strongest human emotion is fear. Fear can crush humanity more than anything else in the world. Therefore, you must conquer fear." On July 11, 1512, Lord Sauries said, "Time never speaks, yet answers all questions. The years never utter a word, yet witness all hearts." These kids summarized everything Sauries usually says and wrote it down in a notebook. The one who wrote this is Annika Rahl, a little guy who grew up in a wealthy family. This is the initial formation of the Sauries family, which will hold a place in the Navy in the future. Let's put those aside for now. Back in the Shambati archipelago, Sauries bid farewell to Tina. "Sauries' brother, please give us a saying," shouted a tall, thin boy standing at the ship's railing, looking at Sauries on the dock. Hearing this, Sauries was momentarily taken aback, then said loudly, "Those who achieve great things in ancient times must have an indomitable will. I hope you all can have that unwavering determination. This is my expectation for you." Finally, under Sauries' gaze, Tina's warship slowly departed. However, when Tina took them to the naval headquarters, a little girl named Annie, who had been by Sauries' side during this time, hid away with her duckling. She only came out after Tina left. "Why didn't you go with Tina?" Bartolomeo asked in surprise. "I want to stay by Sauries' side," Annie replied firmly. Quack! The duckling raised its wings in agreement. In the past 3 months, Annie has been getting along very well with it, taking care of it meticulously. Sauries only learned in the evening that Annie hadn't left. By this time, he had already reported to Vice Admiral Menard and was considering getting Enelu and Bartholomew an identity. Well, a Navy private will be fine. If Zhang Ao doesn't follow Tina, it would just happen to form the trio of private swordsmen. In the following month or so, Sauries spent his time in peaceful training with Enelu and the others, during which he continued to collect various interesting plants. During this time, Admiral Akainu, stationed in the New World, sent an invitation for Sauries to come to the New World and chase pirates with him, but Sauries resolutely declined. What a joke! The New World is full of powerful foes and hockey users everywhere. With his current strength, it will be fine to deal with a regular pirate crew. But what if he encounters a Yonko's crew? "Colonel Sauries, Vice Admiral Menard wants to see you." A soldier found Sauries one day. "Got it," Sauries said, then walked out. "Vice Admiral Menard, you were looking for me?" Menard looked up and saw Sauries come in, handing him a document. "This is a document sent from headquarters. Zifa has recently been pursuing a target called the Buskare Pirates. Buskare Chote has a bounty of 190 million berries and is quite troublesome. Admiral Zifa hopes to have a highly mobile force to assist him in the operation. Since Admiral Kazuru has gone to the New World, Marshal Sengoku has asked you to make a trip." Sauries took the document, glanced at it, and saw that Buskare Chote had a big sausage-like nose and a very arrogant smile. "Where's Teacher Zifa now?" "The last report was near Ringo Island in the Grand Line. You need to hurry. Buskare Chote has already destroyed 3 towns. This is Admiral Zifa's transponder snail number." Menard said, "Got it." Sauries put away the document and walked out. After leaving Menard's office, Sauries dialed Zifa's transponder snail and inquired about his location. After finding the location on the nautical chart that Zifa mentioned, Sauries flew straight out of the Sabeti archipelago. Boom! Boom! The sound of cannon fire echoed in Ein's ears. The suffocating fear and the adrenaline-pumping tension made Ein tremble all over, even struggling to hold onto his weapon. The nauseating smell of blood in the air made Ein, who was participating in battle for the first time, want to vomit. Here is the town of Red Rock Island, where Admiral Zephyr has finally cornered the notorious pirate Buskare Chote, who retreated from the New World after 2 months of pursuit. At this moment, the entire town of Red Rock Island has become a battlefield. The land is stained dark red with the remnants of limbs and bodies amidst the gunfire. The sounds of gunshots, cannon fire, the pirates' sinister laughter, and the shouts of Navy soldiers formed the main melody of the battlefield. Ayn did not expect her first battle to be so brutal and bloody. Zephyr also did not anticipate that Buscaercho would still be so powerful after his defeat in the New World, with over 500 fierce pirates under his command. In contrast, Zephyr brought only 236 ordinary Navy soldiers and trainees. For justice, Ayn heard a roar of defiance coming from not far away. She turned to see a Navy chief petty officer lying on the ground. At this moment, fear made Ayn feel as if she was suffocating. Hee Navy, a bunch of pathetic cowards. A contemptuous and arrogant voice sent chills down Ayn's spine as she saw a pirate, dripping with fresh blood from his knife, grinning wickedly as he approached her. Faced with this pirate, Ayn gripped the knife tightly in her hand. However, her trembling hand betrayed her current feelings. The pirate reveled in Ayn's fear and laughed heartily, saying, "Little Navy, go to hell and uphold your justice. Ha ha." The pirate laughed loudly and swung his knife at Ayn. Just then, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing in front of Ayn, a white justice cloak billowing in the wind. "Rookie, don't be cowardly. You must overcome your fear. The Navy has no weaklings." With this statement, the pirate that had advanced suddenly sprayed a large amount of blood from his chest and fell to the ground. This is the moment when Saris descended and struck down. At this time, Saris looked at the situation on the battlefield, and Zifa was already engaged in battle with the big-nosed pirate named Buscaercho. Saris needed to quickly eliminate the other pirates. Every second on the battlefield saw Navy personnel dying. "Go!" Saris exclaimed, and the 8 gates of Dunjia instantly opened, green flames surging around him, causing his black hair and cloak to flutter wildly. In the next moment, Saris disappeared from Ayn's sight. In mid-air, flashes of blades continuously flickered, and the pirates of the Buscaer pirate crew, who were fighting the Navy, fell one after another, blood spraying out like plum blossoms blooming in the cold winter. The Navy was no coward. "I am no coward." Ayn, perhaps infected by Saris, felt her blood boiling at this moment. She shouted and charged at a pirate with her sword. An unprecedented feeling began to awaken and rise within Ayn's heart. "Black Arm Zifa, your subordinates and those trainees are about to die. Ha ha ha." The large, barrel-carrying Buscaercho shouted while battling Zifa. Zifa, of course, noticed the situation, which prevented him from concentrating on attacking Buscaercho. At this moment, Zifa was watching with concern. The soldiers and trainees in his hands were all good prospects, and he felt a hint of regret. Hishuntia brought the trainees out for training so early. He thought there wouldn't be any strong enemies in the first half of the Grand Line. At this time, Zifa's hope lay in Saris. As long as Saris arrived in time, he could save those soldiers and trainees. Just then, Saris arrived. Upon seeing Saris quickly reaping enemies, Zifa couldn't care less about Saris being too ruthless. He shouted, "Buscaercho, our battle has just begun." Saying this, Zifa's arms, filled with haki, struck toward Buscaercho. Meanwhile, Saris, having opened the 8 gates of Dunjia, completely integrated moonwalk into his forward slash. He was the reaper of the battlefield. Navy stop. A Western swordsman wearing glasses and holding a rapier blocked Saris. This is the vice captain of the Bass Pirates, the dapper Gentleman Jean, a beast in human clothing. Saris looked at the sharply dressed scum and slashed forward with his sword. Steel slash. Step forward slash. Saris first executed a massive crescent-shaped flying slash, followed by a step forward slash. With the enhancement of the 8 gates, just as the flying slash reached the front of the dapper Gentleman Jean, Saris had already arrived at his side. Jean had just dodged the flying slash when he realized Saris was at his side, raising his western sword to block Saris's autumn dew. Clang, 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 clang. "Slow, you're too slow, too slow." Saris furiously attacked Jean with autumn dew and his elephant knife. Jean, facing Saris's attacks, retreated step by step, barely parrying with his western sword. His glasses had fallen off, and his face showed a look of panic. Suddenly, the sound of clashing blades ceased. Saris stopped his attack, while Jean was still swinging his western sword out of inertia. It was only after he realized Saris had stopped that he finally halted his sword swing. Not only a beast in human clothing, but also a silver-tongued fool, Saris said, and then with a thud, a wound appeared across Jean's waist, blood gushing from the injury. "When did that happen?" Jean said, somewhat incredulously. Feeling a surge of understanding from Jean flowing into his body, a sense of swordsmanship enlightenment surfaced in his mind. Step forward slash. Saris vanished again, continuing to slay the pirates of the Bass Pirates. With Jean dead, no one could stop Saris now. At this moment, Baschote had realized something was wrong, but he couldn't shake off Zephyr. Instead, he was suppressed because Zephyr was focused on the battle. Bang! Bask was sent flying by a hockey-infused punch from Zephyr. Bask, today is your end. Come with me to Impel Down. Zephyr said. Zephyr, you go too far. I will never go to Impel Down even if I die. Bask shouted in anger, then took down the barrel of alcohol on his back and drank furiously. Bask's skin began to show a faint red hue, and his eyes became hazy with drunkenness. Yet he grew increasingly ferocious. I will kill you. Bask roared as he lunged at Zephyr, his crimson fists wrapped in hockey. Bang! A massive shockwave erupted between Zephyr and Bask. After the Pirate King, the bounties for pirates skyrocketed. However, it didn't inflate to the exaggerated levels of later generations. A bounty of 190 million berries. Although not considered high, it was still a genuine big pirate with real strength to back it up. During this period, the bounty for the 7 warlords of the sea was only between 200 million and 400 million. When Sories dealt with all the pirates, the battle between Zephyr and Bask was at its most intense. However, Sories also got involved at this time. Super Vine, Binding Coffin. A massive, mutated vine and vine hybrid burst through the ground, first entangling Bask's legs, then quickly wrapping around his waist, and finally enveloping his entire body. Damn Marines! Bask struggled in anger. Snap! A vine was torn apart, but Zephyr seized the opportunity and punched Bask in the face. Ah! Bask screamed as he fell to the ground. At this moment, more vines wrapped around Bask's body, completely encasing him. Immediately, Souries' hand slowly tightened. Let me go, it hurts like hell. At this point, the vines had tightened, and the immense, strangling force prevented Bask from exerting any strength. Even if he had the power, he couldn't break free. Souries remained indifferent, continuing to clench his fist. Crack! Crack! A series of crisp sounds came from Bask's body. Souries, stop! Zephyr tried to stop Souries, but the next moment, Souries' fist was completely clenched. A surge of heat flowed from Bask into Souries' body, a gift that enhanced his physique and armament hockey. As his stamina and the abilities of his fruit were continually developed, Souries' fruit abilities became increasingly powerful, and he obtained exceptionally resilient vines, greatly increasing the lethality of this move. Moreover, ever since he finished off the green pepper, Souries felt that the techniques of the forest fruit were too few, and he had recently developed quite a few, but unfortunately, he hadn't had the time to experiment. At this moment, with Bask's death, the vines slowly dispersed and retracted into the ground, leaving a bizarre corpse on the ground, which was none other than Baschot. The pirate who was supposed to be imprisoned and impelled down ended up dying at the hands of Sories. Zephyr looked at the corpse of Busker Jot and the surrounding sea of pirate bodies, casting a complex glance at Sories. This disciple, truly. On Hongyan Island Town, many mounds have appeared on a hillside. These mounds have no gravestones, but each mound is topped with a blood-stained military cap. A solemn and sad atmosphere pervades this cemetery. Ayn stands quietly in front of the graves, tears streaming down her cheeks. Today, her comrades have shown Ayn what dedication, fearlessness, and justice truly mean, through their blood and lives. All right, Ayn, don't be sad, Bin said as he walked over to comfort her. Ayn shook her head and replied, Bins, I really hate my weakness. Everyone has a first time. I was also very scared just now, Bin said somewhat shyly. But I saw you fighting the pirates, Ayn said. At that moment, I just wanted to live up to this uniform, Bin said, scratching his head a bit embarrassed. This war has caused this group of trainees to grow a lot in an instant. Only those who have experienced the brutality of war can understand the evil of pirates. And only those in the Navy who have been baptized by gunfire can better understand what they are fighting for. Souries and Zephyr stood at a distance, silently watching this group of trainees. Zephyr had only taken him on a mission once in the 3rd year, unlike now. Teacher Zephyr, I don't think it's suitable to take these trainees on missions right now, Souries advised. He couldn't remember when Zephyr's arm had been cut off, but it must have been in recent years. That incident left only 2 trainees from this batch, Bins and Ayn, while the others all died. It's because of the recent unrest among pirates in various regions that I thought of taking them out together to train them in advance, Zephyr said with a hint of guilt. Recently, the Navy indeed lacked manpower. Even the always mobile Admiral Kazuru had been dispatched, which showed how tight the manpower was. Souries, your strength has indeed grown rapidly, but your killing intent is too heavy. Zephyr earnestly educated Souries again. Teacher Zephyr, our paths are different. My path is to stop evil with killing and to stop war with battle. I cannot choose your path, Souries stated directly. He admired Zephyr, but he would not become someone like him. If one day Zephyr truly had to die, Souries would personally give him a dignified death. Zephyr's later death was because he had gone mad, willing to take the explosive rocks in an attempt to destroy the world. Of course, deep down, Saori still hoped that Zephyr would not die. A general who fought for justice all his life should not end up in misery in his old age. He should enjoy his later years. Saori spoke so bluntly that Zephyr had nothing more to say. At this time, everyone outside still did not know that Saori's had awakened his Conqueror's Haki. A Navy officer awakening Conqueror's Haki would probably shock the Gorosei. After all, in so many years, only Sengoku had awakened Conqueror's Haki based on his justice that reigned supreme. Teacher Zephyr, what is the next step for you? Saori's asked as he looked at the silent group of Navy trainees and soldiers who were still walking back. First, we'll return to Marineford. These trainees still need more training. They should have grown quite a bit this time, Zephyr said. Seeing that Zephyr had changed his mind and would no longer take the trainees to chase pirates, Saori showed a slight smile. Colonel, thank you for saving my life on the battlefield, Ain said as she walked towards Saori's and bowed in gratitude. The best way to thank me is to kill more pirates. Remember, pirates have no right to live in this world, Saori said without caring about Zephyr's somewhat darkened expression, encouraging Ain to kill more pirates. Seeing that Zephyr was about to reprimand him for his erroneous viewpoint, Saori quickly said, Teacher Zephyr, I'll head back to Sabati Archipelago now. Saying that, without waiting for Zephyr to speak, Saori took off into the sky and flew away. Wow, he can actually fly, Benz exclaimed from the side, then asked, Teacher Zephyr, who is that colonel? He is your senior from the previous class, named Saori's, second in overall performance, Zephyr replied. Yes, already that strong as a senior? Ain and Benz looked in the direction Saori's flew away, greatly shocked. At this moment, Zephyr reminded them, don't listen to Saori's nonsense. Do not let killing and hatred blind your eyes. Understood, teacher, the trainees replied in unison. Teacher, if the second is already this strong, then what about the first? Benz asked curiously. The first is named Virgo, and he is currently in the 93rd Navy branch. Zephyr said with a smile. For a while, Saori's remained quiet, either training or going out to hunt pirates every day. However, during this period, the latter half of the Grand Line was anything but peaceful. First, Kaido and Whitebeard battled for 3 days and nights. Then, one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, fought Whitebeard for territory. Doflamingo officially took complete control of Dressrosa. The Revolutionary Army incited the allied nation of Steli to declare independence. One event followed another. The stormy winds of the New World kept all 3 major forces of the Navy in the New World. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed on Saori's warship as Annie kept shooting at distant targets with a short gun, her accuracy quite good. Saori's, let's have a big feast when we get back. It's been a long time since I've had a snack. Bartolomeo, leaning against a reclining chair, said weakly. He was seasick. Coming from a criminal background, Bartolomeo was not used to being on a ship. Whenever there were strong winds and waves, he would get seasick and could only chew gum to cope. All right, just in time for NLS drum and stick to be ready. We can pick them up on the way, Saori's agreed. Gaga. Hearing they could go eat delicious food, Dayton Duck was very happy. Stupid Duck, I suggested this. You need to thank me, Bartolomeo reminded. Gah! Dayton Duck shot Bartolomeo a glare and waddled over to Annie. Stupid Duck, one day I'll roast you, Bartolomeo said, showing his sharp teeth. This sentence made Ducky's rear tighten, and it hurried to Anne's side. On this ship, only Annie treats it well. She wouldn't throw it into the water to fish. Annie wouldn't think about eating the silly duck, wouldn't make the silly duck scrub the deck, and wouldn't play duck-catching games with it. Goodness, this is the tragic history of the silly duck. On their way back to the Chambord Islands, Saori's and the others arrived at Area 43, which is a tourist area with various restaurants and shops. Saori's first brought a custom-made drum and sticks for Enelu before they prepared to go to the restaurant that Bartolomeo liked. However, shortly after they arrived in Area 43, they saw a group of people kneeling on the ground. As Saori's and the others were walking through Area 43, they noticed that everyone ahead had knelt down and cleared the middle of the road. Saori's looked up and saw a giant crawling on its knees, with a throne welded onto its body, and sitting on the throne was a fat, big-eared freak wearing a glass dome on his head, accompanied by 4 bodyguards in black suits. Celestial Dragon? Saori's recognized this strange breed. Get out of the way, you lowly scum. The esteemed world noble, Saint Tesseru, has arrived. Do not block the road. In front of the Celestial Dragon, 2 rude, arrogant lackeys were clearing the path for the Celestial Dragon behind them, while the surrounding commoners dared not resist at all. You despicable commoner, how dare you steal a glance at me? Saint Tesseru. Suddenly, the Celestial Dragon roared in anger, then drew a golden gun from his waist. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a commoner fell into a pool of blood. Not satisfied, he fired several more shots, killing several other commoners near the first one. After doing all this, the one called Saint Tescaru slightly restrained his anger. But then he noticed Sories, Inalu, Bartholomew, Annie, and a seemingly silly duck standing out from the crowd. Instantly, Saint Tescaru became furious again. Navy, why don't you kneel before me, Saint Tescaru? Even your generals bow to me. Hearing the words of that brainless celestial dragon, Sories' eyes twitched slightly. Then he softly muttered, "Idiot." He then turned to leave. He had no intention of paying attention to the celestial dragon, let alone getting into a conflict with him. However, kneeling before him was something Sories would never do. Although Sories had crossed over, he still had black hair and black eyes. The saying from his ancestors, "A man kneels only to heaven, the earth, and his parents," had deeply penetrated his soul and bones. So, how could he kneel before trash? You despicable lowly commoners, you are the dogs we raise, yet you dare to ignore me. Saint Tescaru. Saint Tescaru shouted in anger and then fired 2 shots at Sories. Bang! Bang! The bullets were caught in Sories' hand and then crushed. Feeling attacked, Sories' expression turned a bit ugly. Meanwhile, Enalu's face changed dramatically. Dog! How dare you call me a dog? This reminded Enalu of some very unpleasant memories from his childhood. When he was young, Enalu often fought with stray dogs for food, and some children of his age called him a dog, even mocking him with food. This was his scar, his humiliation. Bartholomew was unfazed. Having grown up in a gang, he had seen everything. You 4, go kill that little Navy colonel and that long-eared, green-haired freak, and bring that woman and the duck to me. I want them as my slaves and playthings. Saint Tescaru loudly ordered the 4 bodyguards in suits. Without much hesitation, the 4 bodyguards charged forward. Unforgivable, unforgivable, die. An enraged Inalu instantly unleashed a 50-million-volt thunder dragon, piercing through one of the bodyguards' chests. Then Inalu lunged at the other 3 bodyguards. These 3 are all CP0 members, loyal dogs of the Celestial Dragons, and their strength is not weak. However, facing the enraged Enel, they're not enough. Seeing that Enel cannot control his temper, Sories sighed and moved his lips. Then, Bartholomew seemed to receive a command and laughed as he lunged at a suited bodyguard. Just what I wanted. Enel and Bartholomew started fighting, and although Annie was very afraid of the Celestial Dragons, she still pulled out her gun, but Sories held her down. Ordinary people fear the Celestial Dragons. It's in their nature. After all, they have been enslaved for hundreds of years. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. With 2 consecutive moves, he took down 2 suited bodyguards. Enel grinned as he walked towards Tescaru. "Ha ha, you dare to call me a dog," Enel said, punching Tescaru in the face. Immediately, the helmet on Tescaru's head shattered, blood and teeth flying out, and Tescaru screamed as he fell from the back of the giant slave. This scene left many people stunned. "Are you crazy? How dare you hit a celestial dragon?" shouted the suited bodyguard fighting against Bartholomew. "So what if I hit you?" Bartholomew seized the moment when the bodyguard was distracted and smashed his fist, wrapped in a protective barrier, into the bodyguard's face, knocking him to the ground. Crack! Bartholomew followed up with another punch to the bodyguard's throat, producing a crisp sound of breaking bone. Meanwhile, Enel had approached the bloodied celestial dragon once again. Despite his anger, he turned to glance at Sories. When he saw Sories give a barely noticeable nod, Enel raised his golden staff and struck down with a burst of electricity. Boom! Red and white liquid splattered as the celestial dragon's head was smashed in. For Sories, fighting the celestial dragons and killing them were the same concept. Both were enemies. And if not killed, they might seek revenge later. So, it was better to eliminate them. The celestial dragon is dead, Run. At that moment, looking at the dismembered body of the celestial dragon, someone among the nearby civilians shouted. Instantly, everyone around panicked and scrambled to escape in all directions. "You got your wish," Sories said to Enel with annoyance. Although the corrosion seeds made them loyal, their personalities didn't change much. "Boss, what do we do now?" Bartholomew asked. "2 things. You 2 need to leave Sabeti Archipelago immediately and head to Dock 50 to steal a coded pirate ship. Go to Fishman Island, enter the second half of the Grand Line, and then find a place to hide. This incident has caused a huge stir, and the Marine Admirals will definitely be hunting you down. Remember, you can only come out to act once you have mastered the Marines' 6 styles in hockey. Understood?" Sories raised 2 fingers. "And the second thing?" Bartholomew eagerly asked. "The second thing is for Enel to attack me with your thunder," Sories replied. "By the way, if you get lost looking for pirates, you need to bring a navigator, Soares hadn't finished speaking when Enel's lightning struck. Immediately, white smoke rose from Soares, and he felt intense pain as a large hole was burned in his marine uniform. Damn it, what are you rushing for? Let me finish speaking, Soares yelled. What else is there? Enel asked. If you get lost, you need to bring a pirate's navigator. Now get out of here, Soares said, frustrated. Enel and Bartolomeo nodded and turned to run at full speed toward Dock 50. Soares looked at Enel and Bartolomeo as they quickly disappeared and said to Annie, "Little Annie, we have to put on a show together soon." "What kind of show?" Annie asked in confusion. Bang! Soares knocked out Little Annie with a punch and then turned to stare at Dazed Duck. At that moment, Dazed Duck was anything but dazed. It was so frightened it turned to run, but Soares raised his hand and threw another punch. Boom! A large bump appeared on Dazed Duck's head, and it fell to the ground, tongue out. After knocking out Annie and Dazed Duck, Soares quickly followed up with several kicks to the back of the heads of the Celestial Dragon's servants and bodyguards, as he feared they might still be alive. Finally, his gaze fell on the giant. Clang! 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 The blade of his sword unsheathed, cutting through the chains binding the giant's neck and limbs. "You're free now, go," Soares said. However, the giant shook his head. "Pang can't go. My legs are broken, and I have no strength to run." Soares noticed that it wasn't just broken legs. The tendons had been severed a long time ago and had atrophied, making it impossible to reconnect. This is what the Celestial Dragons did to prevent the giant from walking. They wanted him to crawl like a beast. "So, I'm sorry," said Soares. The next moment, Soares picked up the pistol of Tescaru's Saint and shot through the giant's heart with one shot. He couldn't leave any survivors. Otherwise, the giant would hold on and reveal his connection with Enel and Bartolomeo. After dealing with the giant, Soares tucked away Tescaru Saint's 12-shot pistol. The next story would be written by Soares. In the world of pirates, guns can fire continuously. Navy soldiers' rifles can fire continuously, and their also Capone Beebs Gatling gun. Sabadi Archipelago, Area 60, Navy Base. "What did you say? The Celestial Dragon was killed?" Maynard jumped up from his chair in shock. "Yes, sir. And it seems that the murderer is Colonel Soares," reported the Navy officer who came in. Before Maynard could digest this news, Soares burst into Maynard's office, holding the unconscious Annie in one hand and the Dazed Duck with a big bump on his head in the other, stumbling in. "Vice Admiral Maynard, Private Enel and Bartolomeo have defected, injured me, and killed the Celestial Dragon. They've run away. I request you to order the capture of Enel and Bartolomeo," Soares said with a face full of grief and indignation as soon as he entered. This sentence left Maynard stunned, unable to believe. "You were defeated by 2 privates? General, Enel is a Logia-type devil fruit user. The Rumble fruit," Soares said. "Why didn't you tell me?" Maynard exclaimed angrily upon hearing that Enel was a Logia-type devil fruit user. "You didn't ask," Soares replied with an innocent expression. "Shouldn't this subordinate's ability be reported proactively?" "Really? No, it's not the time to talk about the devil fruit. He needs to report the situation immediately. Come with me to the scene first, and tell me what exactly happened." Maynard didn't report impulsively. He needed to confirm that what Soares said had no loopholes. Next, Soares recounted the events. The whole story was about the Celestial Dragons humiliating the Navy and insulting Soares and others, to which Enel could not stand the humiliation and rose up in rebellion. In short, Soares was the victim, and Enel and Bartolomeo were understandable. At this moment, little Annie had already woken up and was quietly listening in Soares' arms. "Is everything you said true?" Maynard asked suspiciously. Soares stared with sincere eyes and nodded. After that, Maynard surveyed the scene again before he began to report to Admiral Sengoku. While Soares was reporting to Maynard, Enel and Bartolomeo had already taken the coated ship and were coercing a ship full of pirates to head to Fishman Island. At this time, not just them, but all the pirates were scrambling to flee from the Sabadi Archipelago after hearing about the death of a Celestial Dragon, especially the major pirates with bounties on their heads. They knew that with the Celestial Dragon dead, it was a huge deal, and soon an admiral of the Navy would arrive at the Sabadi Archipelago. Pirate ships were quickly fleeing. Those that had been coated headed to Fishman Island, while those who hadn't made it in time were running in all directions across the seas. In short, they could not stay in the Sabadi Archipelago. Marineford, Navy headquarters. After Sengoku received Maynard's report, he felt a buzzing pain in his head. "Call Vice Admiral Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru over, along with Vice Admiral Momonosuke, Vice Admiral Chaffone, and Vice Admiral Go Spider," Sengoku ordered. "Yes." The soldiers responded and quickly ran out. Soon, the 5 vice admirals gathered in the conference hall. "Everyone, take a look." This is what Maynard reported. Saori's subordinate Enel and Bartolomeo have defected and killed a celestial dragon. Sengoku threw down the document that Maynard had submitted. Ha ha, they actually dared to kill a celestial dragon. Garp laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Tsuru picked up the document to read. Garp, you need to correct your attitude, Sengoku said angrily. Although Sengoku also disliked the celestial dragons, he couldn't say it out loud. Soon, Vice Admiral Tsuru finished reading the document and then handed it to Momonosuke. After Momonosuke read it, he passed it to Ghost Spider and Chiffon. Let's hear what everyone has to say, Sengoku said. Admiral Sengoku, regardless of the circumstances, since they dared to strike at the world nobles and killed one, we can't remain indifferent, can we? Chiffon spoke first. Those scum, dead is dead. Garp took out a scallop and said, Garp, noiting, Sengoku shoutif. We definitely have to manage this. But forcing away a Logia-type devil fruit user is not worth the loss. That is the rumble fruit, and given time, it will surely become another great pirate. Vice Admiral Tsuru analyzed rationally. With Tsuru's intelligence, she could see at a glance that there was something wrong with the report from Vice Admiral Maynard. Just then, Sengoku's phone rang. This is a video call with the 5 elders. The call connected, and on the other side appeared 4 individuals in black suits and a bald old man dressed in samurai clothing. They were the highest leaders of the world government. The 5 elders. Upon seeing the 5 elders, everyone present stood up to pay their respects. You need to give us an explanation regarding Sengoku and Teskaru, said one elder with long white hair. I am currently investigating this matter, Sengoku replied. What is there to investigate? A noble of the world has died, and everyone involved cannot be spared, the blonde elder among the 5 elders said coldly. I will order Kizaru to return and pursue the assailants Enel and Bartolomeo. Major Menard, who failed to protect the celestial dragons, will also be punished, Sengoku said after some thought. This really is a case of a man was sitting at home, but the pot came from the sky. I heard there is a Navy officer, the superior of Enel and Bartolomeo. Why didn't he stop Enel? The long-haired elder who spoke first asked again. The 5 elders are indeed quick to gather information, only a little over 10 minutes later than Sengoku. Enel is a Logia-type thunderfruit user, and Sabo is also injured. Sengoku can only report according to what Menard has written. So why didn't he fight to protect the celestial dragons? Everyone else is dead. How come he survived? Is there something wrong with him? The long-haired elder continued with doubts. Hearing this, Momonosuke wanted to stand up and speak, but was held down by Crane on the thigh. I will get to the bottom of this matter. The Navy has its own system, so there is no need for the 5 elders to worry, Sengoku said. Neither soft nor hard. Even as the highest leaders, the 5 elders have no right to interfere in Navy internal affairs, which has always been opposed by past admirals. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku said, issue a bounty. Enel, the Thunderfruit user, bounty of 150 million. Bartolomeo, bounty of 60 million. Crane, Momonosuke, you will each take troops to the Sabati archipelago to capture Enel and Bartolomeo and investigate the incident involving the celestial dragons. Sabo was recommended by Crane and Momonosuke, and Sengoku trusted Crane's character to let them investigate. If Sabo really had problems, Crane would definitely not cover for him. Kizaru, you go to the New World to replace Kizaru. Kizaru will specifically hunt down Enel. Menard failed to protect the celestial dragons and is to be recalled to headquarters on standby. Ghost Spider, you will temporarily take command at the Sabati archipelago. Sabo is not capable of managing his subordinates, so he will be demoted from colonel to major. Wow, Sabo is going back to prison, and he is being demoted even more harshly. Last time he was demoted to colonel, and this time directly to major. In fact, Sengoku had been preparing to promote Sabo to rear admiral for taking down Buscairchote and other pirate crews. After issuing several orders, the people in the hall quickly dispersed. Soon, the orders were conveyed, and Menard learned of Sengoku's orders through the Den Mushi. He looked at Sabo with a face full of resentment. Ever since encountering this kid, he and T had it easy. Congratulations, Major Sabo, Menard said gloomily. Same to you. Sabo replied with a smile and clasped his hands together. More than an hour later, Vice Admiral Crane, Vice Admiral Momonosuke, and Vice Admiral Ghost Spider arrived simultaneously. Greetings, Vice Admiral Crane, Vice Admiral Momonosuke, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Sabo stepped forward and said. Ghost Spider nodded at Sabo, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. As the top hawkish representative under Akainu, the cold-hearted Ghost Spider greatly admires Sabo, who never leaves any pirates alive. Unconsciously, he categorizes Sabo into his faction. Sabo, take me to the scene, Crane said. Okay. Sabo led a few people to the site where the celestial dragons were killed. Menard, have you questioned the nearby residents? Crane asked. Yes. They all said they weren't at the scene and don't know the situation. Menard replied helplessly. It's also human nature. Who would want to get involved with the celestial dragons? It could cost them their lives. Crane didn't ask more questions, but instead began examining the scene. There were strong electric shock marks, consistent with Enel's rumble fruit powers. The giant's shackles were opened, likely done by Sories, and the giant's fatal injury was from a pistol. If the giant was already dead, why would Sories still cut open the shackles? 2 of the celestial dragon's bodyguards died from electric shocks. 1 died from a kick to the back of the head, and 1 died from a broken neck. What ability does that Bartolomeo have? Crane suddenly asked. He is a barrier fruit user, capable of using barriers for defense or attack. Sories replied. Upon hearing this, Menard was taken aback and said, Why didn't you mention that Bartolomeo is also a devil fruit user? You didn't ask, Sories replied innocently. At that moment, Maynard really wanted to smash his fist into Souries' face. If he had a big knife in his hand, he would definitely kill that bastard Souries. Did you cut the shackles off this giant? Crane asked, her eyes fixed on Souries. Crane believes in pure justice. She absolutely does not allow anything else to mix with justice. I did cut them off. I didn't want him to be dead or a slave, still wearing shackles. Souries said without dodging Crane's gaze. When it comes to justice, Souries' sense of justice is definitely greater than Crane's. Crane nodded upon hearing this, and considering Souries' background. It made sense. She finally turned to look at Annie, who was dressed in a Navy uniform. Little girl, were you here the whole time? Crane asked kindly. Annie nodded. Then can you describe the process? Crane continued to ask. It was the celestial dragons who angered Enel. Then Enel went crazy, injured Major Souries, and killed the celestial dragons and those bodyguards. Annie said succinctly, but the gist was the same as what Souries said. Crane nodded. It seemed that was the case. Since nothing could be found on site, she should return to the Navy headquarters. Souries, what is your sense of justice? Tontada asked as she walked with Souries and Tina on the dock in Area 62. She had a vague feeling that the celestial dragon's deaths were not so innocent for Souries. My sense of justice? First, improve my strength, then eliminate the tumors of the world like pirates so that they can live freely and carefree. By the way, let this world have laws to follow, to govern evil with law and promote good with law. Everyone must act according to the law, and no one can surpass the law. I want sunlight to shine all over the land, with darkness and shadows nowhere to hide, Souries said with a faint smile. Speaking eloquently, this is Souries' ideal world, but it is actually very difficult to achieve. After all, where there are people, there will be disputes. People are selfish. However, one must have some pursuits and beliefs in life. If one has no pursuits at all in a lifetime, what is the difference from being a salted fish? Listening to Souries' words, Peach Rabbit pondered for a while before saying, Some darkness cannot be driven away. The heavier the entanglement of interests, the more severe the darkness becomes. It's like this sea. The deeper you go into the ocean, the darker it gets. Upon hearing this, Souries looked up at the sky and smiled. As long as we put shackles on this darkness and prevent it from spreading and causing harm, that's enough. Moreover, at the deepest part of the sea, there's still the sun tree, Eve, illuminating the ocean. People must have hope while living. In fact, Souries' sense of justice is not overwhelming. But ever since he witnessed the darkness of this world, he felt he should do something for it. He just wants to live a more meaningful life, and of course, he must have strength first. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Perhaps this is what Chinese men have ingrained in their bones. When poor, one should cultivate oneself, and when prosperous, one should help the world. The 3 parted ways at the end of the dock. Peach Rabbit and Tina boarded the warship to search for Enel's whereabouts while also combating other pirates. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Crane had already returned to Marineford with Maynard. This is an island filled with magical plants. As a legendary figure who has recently been frequently discussed in the Navy, Souries is on this island. As for why Souries is being talked about, there's a fool who has been promoted to colonel twice and demoted from colonel twice, which has set a record in the Navy. At this moment, on the west side of the island by the shore, a small boat about 7 or 8 meters long has stopped, and then 3 people disembark. The leader of the 3 is a tall, muscular man with a buzz cut, his face chiseled like it was carved from stone. Wearing a Shaolin monk-style outfit with snake patterns on both sides of the chest and the character embroidered on his chest. The second is a man with glasses and curly black hair, carrying a large gray steel pipe on his back. The third person is a short man with a long face. There are 3 people, one named Dasbones, the top bounty hunter in the West Sea, also known as an assassin. He has the ability of the quick slash fruit, and the other 2 are his subordinates. They look at a small military ship in the distance, which belongs to Sauries. Sauries has been demoted to Major, and the patrol ships are one size smaller. Inchi, are you sure Sauries is on the island and not on the ship? Dasbonis asked in a deep voice. Of course, boss. You know my abilities? Said the long-faced short man. At this moment, another man carrying a thick steel pipe said with some concern, But boss, we've only killed pirates with bounties of 50 million at most. That Sauries has a black market bounty of 1 billion. Can we really do this? A naval major. How strong can he be? The bounty in the black market sometimes doesn't depend on strength. This time, I'm going to meet a big shot. And this big gift from Sauries is just right. Dasbonis said calmly with a touch of confidence. But it seems he has killed pirates with bounties of 80 million. The steel pipe man said again. Dasbonis, who stood over 2 meters tall, slightly shifted his gaze and turned to the steel pipe man, saying, "Ly, what's wrong? Are you questioning me?" His voice was calm, and his expression was as still as a deep well. But at the moment he spoke those words, both of his subordinates trembled and their faces changed drastically. The steel pipe man quickly said, "And no, that's not it, boss. I was just asking casually. I absolutely believe in you. How could I possibly question you?" Upon hearing this, Dasbonis slowly withdrew his gaze and continued to walk forward, saying as he walked, "Not long ago, I also killed a bounty of 50 million easily. As long as the bounty is under 100 million, it's all the same. I don't want to hear any doubts in the future. If Sauries were here, he would definitely give a thumbs up to the confident Dasbonis. Inchi finds Sauries. Dasbonis said, "Okay, boss," the short man replied, and his nose began to twitch. Soon, his originally yellow nose transformed into a black dog nose. Spot. Sniff out the trail. In an instant, countless scents entered the short man's nose. After a moment, the short man pointed in a direction and said, "Woof. Boss, this way." As he spoke, the short man was the first to run in the indicated direction, and he ran faster and faster. Dasbonis followed closely behind, and the man with the steel pipe was running last. "Brother Sauries, are we here just to find this mushroom?" In a forest on the island, Annie saw Sauries squatting in front of a light gray mushroom, observing it for a long time, and then asked, "It can only be said to be a coincidence." Sauries said with a smile, clearly in a good mood. The mushroom in front of him glowed at night, and after Sauries understood its characteristics, he could enhance this ability with his plant mutation ability. If he were to fight at night and summon a large number of these mushrooms, they could replace the sun and help him with photosynthesis. Although the effect wouldn't be as good as the sun, it would still be decent. Just then, Sauries suddenly changed his expression and said to Annie, "It seems someone is coming towards us." "An enemy?" Annie said nervously. This time, all the naval soldiers on the warship stayed on the shore. Sauries shook his head. He couldn't tell whether they were friend or foe. After a few more seconds, Sauries noticed a person had landed on a nearby tree trunk. Just a few seconds later, a sound of breaking air suddenly arose, and Sauries caught a glimpse of a crouching figure jumping down, directly pouncing towards him. Clang! Sauries drew his sword, Autumn Dew, and blocked the attack. At this moment, Sauries also saw the appearance of the person attacking him. Muscular, with a buzz cut on top, his face was chiseled like it was carved with a knife and axe, with strong lines, and he was slightly shorter than Sauries. "This is the user of the quick slash fruit from the Baroque works, right?" Sauries asked, somewhat uncertain. "Why are you attacking me?" Sauries inquired. "I need to borrow your head for a bit," Dasbonis said coldly. In the next moment, his arms transformed into blades and began to attack Sauries. At that moment, when Dasbonis appeared, Annie tightened her grip on the golden pistol at her waist and pulled the dazed duck to hide, as she couldn't afford to be a burden to Sauries. This golden pistol fires 12 rounds and comes from a deceased celestial dragon. Clang, clang, ding, accompanied by a series of metallic clashing sounds. Dasbonis's expression changed slightly. This major truly had some skill. Master the slash. Dasbonis transformed his fingers into blade-like edges, reaching for Sauries' arm. His other hand aimed for Sauries' heart. Crack! Dasbonis grabbed Sauries' arm, but it felt as if he had grasped steel, producing a harsh sound. Faced with Dasbonis' heart-piercing claw, Sauries stepped back. Thus slash. Seeing Sauries retreat, Dasbonis crossed his fingers like blades and then executed an X-shaped flying slash toward Sauries. "Turn to fragments," Dasbonis said with killing intent. However, just as Dasbonis' flying slash was about to strike in front of Sauries, Sauries suddenly vanished and reappeared right in front of Dasbonis. Clang! Chiolu's knife cut out, and a startled Dasbonis barely raised his hand to defend. But before he could catch his breath, Sauries' left fist, imbued with armament hockey, struck towards Dasbonis' chest. The punch came so suddenly, both fast and urgent, that Dasbonis had no time to react and could only activate his body-slicing defense. The so-called body slicing means making one's body as hard as a weapon. Bang! With a muffled sound, Dasbonis' expression changed instantly. He felt as if he had been hit by a ship and was thrown out. Boom! Crack! The stubborn Dasbonis crashed headfirst into a tree, directly breaking the tree that was as thick as an adult's waist. At this moment, even Dasbonis, who was stubborn, felt dizzy. Additionally, he experienced intense pain in his chest. When he looked down at his chest, he saw that his incredibly hard chest had actually caved in at one point. How is this possible? Dasbonis exclaimed in disbelief. As a user of the quick/fruit who had just entered the Grand Line, Dasbonis had never encountered hockey. He had only heard of it in passing. The thought made him shudder. If he hadn't sliced through a human, that punch, which felt as hard as black steel, would have likely killed him. If you don't want to die, can you tell me who sent you? Saris asked. A killer has his own rules. I won't reveal my employer's information, Dasbonis replied coldly. Is it Mr. Zero Crocodile? Saris guessed directly. He needed to know if Crocodile's Baroque Works was trying to kill him. If so, he wouldn't mind wiping out Baroque Works and then going after Crocodile. As for the Navy's rule against attacking the 7 warlords, with things like this happening, would Saris be afraid of being reprimanded by Sengoku? He could handle being demoted to private or third-class soldier. Upon hearing Crocodile's name, a hint of shock appeared on Dasbonis' face. From this expression, it could be inferred that it was not Crocodile. After all, Dasbonis might not have even joined Baroque Works at this stage. Just as Saris was defeating the quick/fruit user Dasbonis, Annie's battle began as well. 2 figures, one tall and one short, slowly approached Saris. They were a bit late because they had run slowly. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet hole appeared in the belly of the tall figure carrying the steel pipe, blood gushing out. Someone's ambushing. The 2 men were also experienced bounty hunters, immediately seeking cover. Damn it, where are they? The steel pipe man grunted, clutching his wound. To your left, 6 o'clock, the short guy sniffed and shouted. At that moment, behind a tree, Annie was also frustrated. She had clearly aimed for the chest. Next to her, the dazed duck looked a bit nervous, its silly hair bobbing occasionally. Looking at the 2 men again, the steel pipe man took out the steel pipe from his back after hearing the short guy's report. At that moment, the steel pipe revealed its true form, which was actually a rocket launcher. Whoosh! The steel pipe man aimed and pulled the trigger, sending a shell flying out. Boom! Crack! The immense power of the rocket launcher directly blew apart a large tree. The dazed duck, hiding behind the tree, was startled by the explosion, letting out a yelp as it knelt on the ground, hugging its head and sticking out its big bottom. Daze, I need your help. Annie was also startled, seeing the tall guy reloading and hurriedly pushed the dazed duck. But the dazed duck just shook its bottom and wouldn't get up. Annie was getting anxious. Daze. That ugly guy is reloading again. If you don't help me, you'll turn into roast duck. The sentence is effective. Upon hearing it, the silly duck lifted its head. You go out and attract their attention, Annie said. Quack. The silly duck stared wide-eyed at Annie, as if asking her, is this something a person would do? Trust me, they don't have many shells, and they won't waste a shell on a duck, Annie reassured. Just as the pipe man finished loading the shell and prepared to continue attacking. Quack, quack, quack. A duck waddled out with a stubborn gait. Yinchi, you smelled it wrong. It's just a duck, said the pipe man. While speaking, his rocket launcher was still aimed at the silly duck. At this moment, the silly duck was terrified, its legs trembling and its rear end twitching. The silly duck was holding it in, and holding it in. Sorry, it couldn't hold it anymore. Puffed. A pile of poop came out of the silly duck. As the saying goes, chicks don't urinate. Naturally, their essay reason. Ducks are the same. Poop and pee come out together. At this moment, seeing this silly duck actually pooping, the pipe man and the one called Yinshi were stunned, their eyes nearly popping out. The silly duck felt a surge of shame. Just as the 2 were left dumbfounded by the silly duck's performance, Annie quickly ran to the side. Then she dashed out from the bushes, rapidly shooting with a golden handgun in her hand. No, he's on the side, Yinshi said, hurriedly turning his head after sniffing the scent with his dog nose. What met his eyes, however, was the golden handgun that had already fired bullets. Bang, 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 bang. With a series of 11 gunshots, 11 holes appeared on Yinshi and the pipe man. This is not the first time Annie has killed someone, but it is her first time killing alone. Thud! The bodies of the pipe man and Yinshi fell to the ground one after the other. However, at the moment they hit the ground, the pipe man's hand still pulled the trigger. Boom! The rocket exploded not far from Dazed Duck, kicking up a large amount of dirt that landed all over Dazed Duck. Ah, Daze, what are you doing? At this moment, Annie came to the side of the Dazed Duck and was stunned when she saw the lump that looked like poop. Quack, quack, quack. I used poop to attract their attention. Although you were scared into pooping, I still have to thank you, Dazed. Annie said sincerely, quack, 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 quack. I told you I was acting. The dazed duck was furious. As for the explosions coming from a distance, Souries ignored them. This was Annie's battle and a training for her. Since you won't say, I can only send you on your way, Souries said to Dazbonies. Go to hell. Dazbonies suddenly erupted, turning his hands into dual blades and attacking Souries frantically. Whoosh! Souries retreated several meters using moonwalk, then said, Iron cutting flash. Souries' whole body was filled with a sword intent, and with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a slash. Clang! Puffed! Dazbonies raised one arm to block. His arm, as hard as steel, was instantly severed, and then the slash flew into his chest. Wow! Dazbonies spat out a mouthful of blood. He could finally rest in peace today. Both armed hockey and iron cutting had encountered him. I'll ask you one last time. Who hired you? Souries said expressionlessly. Dazbonies' expression changed, but he ultimately chose to face death generously. Skills are skills, and a killer has their own rules. A killer must have the grace of a killer. And he truly did not know the employer's information. This was a task he received from the Assassin Association. Souries granted Dazbonies a dignified end. He was a tough guy, though perhaps a bit overconfident. Souries' brother. Annie ran back at this moment. How many did you kill? Souries asked with a smile. 2. Annie held up 2 fingers and said excitedly. Her excitement came from being able to help Souries. Let's go back to the warship, Souries said. Annie nodded and followed Souries behind the dazed duck. The next day, the warship sailed on the sea. Blurb blurb, blurb blurb. Souries transpondis nayahan. Hello, who is this? Sir, this is Gaji. I've spent a lot of berries on the information you asked me to investigate, and I've finally gathered most of it. Gaji's voice came from the transponder snail. Spill it, Souries said, his expression shifting. What he asked Gaji to investigate was the properties and whereabouts of Lady Wembley. Lady Wembley had 19 slave ships, 12 of which were in the 4 seas, and 7 in the first half of the Grand Line. It was said that she also had 4 pirate crews under her command. Seeing that Gaji was about to go into a lengthy explanation, Souries interrupted him. The names of the pirate crews, the routes of the 19 slave ships, and most importantly, Lady Wembley's location. The location of the slave ships is unknown, but they have 2 islands they frequently dock at. Lady Wembley, my subordinates are incompetent. I can't find it out. Facing Souries' inquiry, Gaji hurriedly shared everything he knew. Soon, the transponder snail hung up, and Souries returned to the vicinity of the warship with Annie. Taking advantage of the early hour, Souries ordered the sails to be raised. Some things are better done sooner rather than later. Just as Souries began to pursue Lady Wembley's influence, the 5 elders of Mary Geos were holding a document. Name, Souries Tang. Ability, user of the Moku Moku fruit or Mori Mori fruit. Position, Major, graduated from the Naval Headquarters Academy. His village was destroyed by pirates. Holding deep hatred towards them, extremely despising pirates. Few of the pirates he exterminated were left alive, and none were sent to prison. Main achievements, killed the bounty of 80 million, the mountain pig Olive, assisted Admiral Zifa in killing the great pirate Busker Chote. Personality analysis, extremely violent, which shows he is a competent Navy. However, he has killed fellow Navy colonels of the same rank and often operates across regions, making him a Navy that doesn't follow the rules. He attacked CP-5 Commander Spandam before graduating, showing a lack of respect for the world government. This Souries has a personality somewhat similar to Sakazuki. One of the 5 elders, leaning on a cane with white curly hair, said, having a heavy killing intent is fine. Those scum and ants, it doesn't matter how many die. But killing fellow officers of the same rank and beating CP members shows a lack of big-picture thinking. A bald 5 elder with a large mustache said, none of this is a problem. The CP organization has never gotten along with the Navy, said another 5 elder. In the time Steelbone Kong and Sengoku became the Navy's marshal, the 5 elders still showed them some respect. It wasn't until Akainu took office that the Navy's status began to decline significantly. Even Lucci, who returned from CP9 to CP0, could use an order tone toward Akainu. Although Akainu often disregarded orders from above, it couldn't hide the fact that the Navy's prestige had decreased. At this moment, the golden-haired Gorisei, who had been silent on the sofa, finally spoke. The Enel who killed Tessaguru should be taken more seriously. Don't forget, he is a user of the Rumble Rumble fruit. Given time, he could very well become the next Kizuru. The Rumble Rumble fruit also allows for light speed movement, as demonstrated by the previous user of the fruit. Moreover, the attack power of the Rumble Rumble fruit is stronger than that of the Light Light fruit. As a pirate of Admiral level, he is at least on par with a Warlord of the Sea or even higher. Issue orders to CP2 and CP3 to quickly investigate Enel's whereabouts. The long-haired Gorosei made the decision. In the CP organization, CP2 and CP3 are intelligence agents who mingle among pirates and assassins, making their sources of information about pirates the quickest. Near Sift Island, a small island on the edge of the Grand Line. In the evening, in a small town, a group of pirates were celebrating with laughter, while many civilians knelt on the ground not far away. Captain Aguilin, I never expected there would be a devil fruit here. How much do you think we will profit this time? A bare-chested pirate laughed as he downed a mug of beer. Indeed, it's quite good. Who would have thought there was a devil fruit here? A scarred, dark-skinned pirate in his 30s said with a smile. Captain Aguilin, if you hand this devil fruit over to Lady Wembley, you will definitely be rewarded. An excited young pirate said beside him. He had already begun to fantasize about how his status would rise alongside Captain Aguilin's newfound favor. However, as soon as the young pirate finished speaking, the scarred, dark-skinned pirate Aguilin slowly put away his smile. The other pirates who were drinking alongside him also gradually lowered their mugs. Shelby, who told you that I was planning to offer the devil fruit to Lady Wembley? Aguilin said with a half-smile. We are Lady Wembley's pirate crew. Who else will we give it to? Although the young pirate was somewhat carefree, he seemed to realize that the atmosphere had turned awkward. Aguilin shook his head and sighed, saying, still too young. As he spoke, he set down his mug and slowly drew his sword from his waist. Captain, no, please spare me. The young pirate thought of Aguilin's usual ruthlessness, and his face instantly turned pale. Why would someone as naive as you want to become a pirate? As Aguilin slowly drew his sword, a hint of cruelty appeared on his face. Clatter! The young pirate stumbled back, knocking over a chair behind him. Out of fear, his lips and body trembled slightly. Captain, please spare me. I was wrong. The young pirate continued to plead for mercy. However, the next moment, a fierce light flashed in Aguilin's eyes. He swung his sword down. Splat! Accompanied by the splattering blood, the young pirate fell to the ground. In your next life, don't become a pirate. Aguilin left a piece of advice for the fallen young pirate. After that, Aguilin raised his mug again and said, Brothers, the loot from this raid, including the money from selling slaves, will be evenly divided. Oh ho! Long live Captain Aguilin! The pirates cheered together, raising their mugs. Just as the pirates were celebrating, a Navy warship appeared in the distance. Damn it, they're enjoying themselves while leaving us here to guard. On the pirate ship, a drunken pirate, hearing the distant cheers from the island, cursed while holding a bottle of alcohol. Next time, it won't be us. It will be Team 9's turn. A young pirate beside the drunken one said. As he spoke, the young pirate glanced at the sea. In the next moment his eyes widened as he hurriedly pushed the drunken pirate beside him. Old drunkard, it looks like a Navy warship. Upon hearing the young pirate's words, the drunken pirate hadn't even looked yet, but the other pirates on the ship had already turned to look. It is a warship. The Navy is coming. The Navy is coming. A nervous shout rang out. He couldn't help but feel tense. Being a pirate is a profession where one walks the knife's edge. Especially in the Grand Line, encountering the Navy can lead to losing one's life with just one mistake. At this moment, the drunken nose also looked towards the sea, and then the alcohol sobered up a bit. Quick, go notify Captain Aguilin. The Navy is coming. The drunken nose shouted. At his shout, the other pirates seemed to wake from a dream, and two pirates hurried down the ship and ran towards the town. Meanwhile, in the town, Aguilin, slightly intoxicated, slowly walked in front of the group of kneeling civilians. All the civilians looked at Aguilin in fear. Aguilin scanned the kneeling civilians and finally, with a wave of his knife, pointed at a woman in a black long dress, smirking lewdly as he said, You come out. Hearing Aguilin's words, the woman in the black dress trembled. Wait, pirate chief, you said we would give you all our money, and you would let us go, an old man pleaded. Did I say that? Aguilin replied with a confused look, but the next moment, his expression suddenly turned fierce as he shouted, I'm a pirate. Are you negotiating with me? Immediately after, he struck down the old man with a knife, and blood quickly soaked the ground. This made all the civilians even more fearful, and no one dared to voice any dissent anymore. The group of pirates had already gone on a killing spree in the town, and now only the frightened civilians remained. Without giving the old man a second glance, Aguilin stepped forward and grabbed the woman in the black dress that caught his eye. No, let go of Aunt Tusu. A childish voice cried out, followed by a cracked sound. Aguilin felt a sharp pain and looked down to see a 7- or 8-year-old girl biting into his thigh. Bang! Aguilin kicked the little girl away. You're quite brave. Leah, the woman in the black dress exclaimed as she rushed to check on her niece. But Aguilin grabbed her hair. If you accompany me well tonight, I might show mercy and let you go. I can be a benevolent pirate." At that moment, the woman in black was dragged by her hair, tears streaming down her face as she looked at the silent civilians and her niece lying on the ground, completely devastated. But just then, her niece, the strong little girl, struggled to stand up and shouted, "Let go of Aunt Tusu. You bad guys will definitely be killed by the Navy." The little girl's face revealed a hint of fearlessness, filled with hatred and disgust for the pirates. Her parents had been brutally killed by pirates 2 years ago, and her brother and uncle had also died at the hands of these pirates that morning. Now, they were bullying her aunt. All these events had fueled the little girl's hatred for pirates to the extreme. How great it would be if all these pirates were dead. At this moment, Agulon heard the girl's words, and his expression darkened, the cold, killing intent making the kneeling civilians tremble. "I was going to let you go today, but it seems I was too merciful," Agulon said. The pirates nearby also showed cruel smiles. "Captain, a Navy warship is coming." At that moment, 2 pirates ran over, panting. Hearing this, almost all the civilians showed joy on their faces. "Bad guys, the Navy is here. You're finished," the little girl said with a fierce expression. Upon hearing this, Agulon revealed a cruel smile on his scarred face. "Kill these people," Agulon said as he drew his pistol and aimed it at the little girl, whom he found annoying. Faced with Agulon's gunpoint, the little girl's eyes trembled. Despite her fear, she stubbornly and fearlessly stared with her big eyes fixed on Agulon. Bang! A dull gunshot rang out, the bullet leaving the chamber, and the surrounding civilians looked on in horror and anger. The little girl, named Leah, was about to die under the gun. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in front of the little girl. A white coat emblazoned with the word justice flapping in the wind. Slap! The bullet was caught. The sudden appearance left everyone stunned. "You're very brave. It's okay now." Saoirse turned and smiled at the little girl. The warm smile made the little girl's eyes turn red. Then Saoirse looked at the surrounding pirates, his smile fading, his gaze becoming extremely cold. "What a bunch of scum." With a sigh, Saoirse clapped his hands, and numerous green vines erupted from the ground, first wrapping around the pirates' feet, then quickly spreading to their bodies. "What is this? It hurts like hell." Clang! The pirates tried to cut the vines, but only managed to sever a little. Another vine was already wrapping around them. In the blink of an eye, within 100 meters around, except for the civilians in the town, everything else was covered in vines. And this pirate crew, over 100 men, was left with only Agulon. "Agulon, the captain of the Scarface pirate crew, with a bounty of 33 million. Your end has come," Saoirse said, having already arrived in front of Agulon. Clang! Saoirse stabbed at Agulon while kicking to safely move the little girl's aunt aside. "Wait, I'll trade the devil fruit for my life." Agulon, realizing he couldn't defeat Saoirse after just 2 strikes, hurriedly said, "Your crimes are unforgivable," Saoirse said coldly. He spoke as his attacks continued without pause. Seeing that negotiation was futile, Agulon, having survived at sea, naturally had a vicious side. "Even if I die, I want to let you get the devil fruit," Agulon said as he took out the devil fruit from a pouch behind his waist, preparing to eat it. Originally, he intended to check what kind of fruit it was before deciding whether to eat it or sell it. Seeing Agulon take out a black and white striped, pan-fried devil fruit, Saoirse flicked his wrist, and a sharp sword force broke through Agulon's defenses, striking his shoulder. Steel cut. One arm, the one holding the devil fruit, was severed. Then, Saoirse unleashed a horizontal slash, directly cutting off Agulon's neck, ending his evil life. Picking up the devil fruit, the vines surrounding the corpses of over 100 pirates slowly retracted back into the ground. "You're safe now," Saoirse turned and said. At that moment, the suppressed emotions erupted, and the remaining civilians in the town couldn't help but start crying. The little girl, Leah, ran to her aunt and hugged her tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. After all, she was still just a 7 or 8-year-old child. "Thank you, Navy sir," Leah's aunt said as she brought Leah in front of Saoirse to express her gratitude. After all, Saoirse had saved Leah's life. Saoirse smiled and nodded, asking the little girl, "What is your name?" "My name is Leah. Leah, AI. Navy brother. Can I become a sailor?" Leah replied, and then promptly asked Saoirse. As soon as these words were spoken, her aunt's expression suddenly changed. The Navy often engages in battles with pirates, which is a high-risk profession, and it was clear that she did not want her niece to become a Navy officer. "No, you are too young," Saoirse shook her head and said. This sentence made Leah feel a bit disappointed, while her aunt let out a sigh of relief. Soon, Annie arrived with a group of Navy soldiers, who killed the pirates on the pirate ship, and the stolen goods were also taken by the Navy. They were returned one by one to the people in the town. "Navy brother, when can I become a Navy?" Leah asked Saris again when the Navy soldiers began distributing money. This little girl is really persistent. When you grow up a bit more, you can apply to the Naval Academy. But you need to exercise more. Otherwise, you might be eliminated, Saris said gently. Leah, why do you want to be in the Navy? I want to kill pirates. I want to take over my brother's dream. My brother's dream was to be in the Navy, but he died this morning, Leah said, biting her lip, tears streaming down her face. Saris didn't comfort Leah. The pain of losing a loved one cannot be alleviated by words, and Saris was not one to offer comfort. In fact, he really liked this girl named Leah. Not everyone can face death and remain strong and unyielding. At least, when he was weak, Saris couldn't do it. Brother, why did you join the Navy? Leah looked up at Saris and asked. Saris pondered for a moment and said, to make more people live better, and this process must come at the cost of blood. Leah nodded, somewhat understanding. Are you really determined to join the Navy? Saris asked, staring into Leah's eyes. Leah nodded firmly. Saris thought for a moment, then took out the banana-shaped, black and white devil fruit. This is a devil fruit, a kind of treasure. It can give you power, but it will also make the sea despise you, and you will no longer be able to swim. Saris didn't know what ability this banana-shaped devil fruit had. It was most likely a Zoan type. Just like Shanks believed in Luffy, since Leah was so determined, Saris didn't mind helping her. After all, this devil fruit was of no use to him. This devil fruit comes from this island, and perhaps it was originally meant for Leah. The Navy base in Area 60 of the Sabati Archipelago. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider and Major Soris have not returned for half a year. Isn't that a bit too presumptuous? In the conference room, a blonde female Navy officer said to Ghost Spider, Kiss, hasn't Soris been busy hunting pirates? In the past 6 months, he has sent 3 batches of rescued civilians back to headquarters, and he has also wiped out 13 pirate crews and slave ships. Ghost Spider said without looking up, but he is assigned to Sabati. The female Navy officer who was about to say something was interrupted by Ghost Spider. Quiche, as far as I'm concerned, as long as he kills pirates, it doesn't matter if he doesn't come back for half a year. Even if he goes to the New World, I would support him. Moreover, Admiral Sengoku has already agreed to promote Soris back to Lieutenant Colonel, so from now on, he should be called Lieutenant Colonel. Ghost Spider glanced at the female officer, resting his legs on the table. For hawkish figures like Ghost Spider, as long as he can kill pirates, he wouldn't ask where they go, but would instead support them. To the West Sea, towards the Grand Line. On the warship Soris sat in a wrought-tan chair, holding a miniature red tree in his hands. The red tree changed into an S shape and then into a B shape in Soris' hands. Finally, with a crunching sound, the red tree transformed into a wooden figure, which then performed a set of combination punches in Soris' hands. Seeing the wooden figure appear, a smile appeared on Soris' face. Then, a green bean vine grew out from Soris' hand, and a mouth appeared on it, spitting out beans that shot at the nearby wooden figure, making a dong-dong sound. Name, Soris Tang. Age, 20. Height, 249 centimeters. Physical ability, 5 stars. Automatically turns into a moon. Swordsmanship. Fruit ability, plant mutation, corrosion seed, 0. Hockey, Conqueror's Hockey, beginner. Armament Hockey, intermediate. Observation Hockey, intermediate. Skills, Gale Swordsmanship, advanced. Navy 6 styles, advanced. Skydance technique, 8 gates. Number of gates opened depends on physical strength. Currently can open 5 gates. Current combat power, a reputation. Renowned across the seas. This is not a word count issue. These do not count towards the word limit. Some book friends suggested there were too many stars and it was hard to count. So, I posted the revised version. In the past 6 months, Saris has been dealing with the forces of Lady Wembley. The Wembley slave ships and the pirate crew raised by Lady Wembley have all been wiped out. However, Saris still has not located Lady Wembley. At this moment, Saris feels he is just one step away from reaching S rank and officially entering the ranks of Quasi-Masters. But that step is still elusive. Recently, a major incident occurred in the Navy. The trainee ship led by Zifa encountered someone who looked remarkably like Whitebeard. Zifa was defeated and lost an arm, with most of the Navy and trainees on board perishing. What was bound to happen eventually did happen. Therefore, Saris needs to go back and see what happened, as Zifa is his teacher. Bururu, Bururu. The sound of the transponder snail rang out. Hello, sir, this is Gaji. The voice of Gaji came from the other end. Gaji, what is the matter? Saris asked. Sir, are you heading to Reverse Mountain? Lady Wembley has hired 3 major pirate crews in the black market. Even our Germa 66 received an invitation, but I refused it. They plan to ambush you in the Grand Line. Gaji relayed the information he had to Saris. As the largest mercenary organization, Germa 66 can even participate in battles between nations, so they would certainly be contacted in such matters. Is this a corner dog trying to jump over the wall? Saris frowned slightly. In the past 6 months, Lady Wembley's business has probably been severely impacted by Soris, and after enduring for half a year, she can no longer hold back and is ready to counterattack Soris. Gaji, pay more attention to the news about Lady Wembley. That's it. As Soris hung up the phone, he began to ponder the situation. Since that's the case, let us make some noise. Faced with Lady Wembley's desperate counterattack, or rather her last-ditch effort, Soris still had no intention of changing course. Since Lady Wembley is fighting back, then let us engage properly. Avoiding confrontation is not Soris's character, and he also needs to return to the Navy headquarters to see Zephyr. Moreover, if he hides, he wouldn't know when he would be able to find Lady Wembley again, but he should still make some preparations. With that thought, Soris took out the Din Mushy again. Hello, Smoker. Yes, let us get together soon. There might be a battle. What? Chasing a red-nosed guy? Don't make excuses. Are you scared? All right. White hair. I'll be waiting for you. Hello, Virgo. Yes, come over to my side in a while. Get to the Grand Line as soon as possible. Hello, Shizo, where are you? Let us meet up in a bit. I'm in the West Sea now. Heading to the Grand Line. A squirrel, Admiral 1T, allow it? You've bulked up for nothing, and you can't handle a squirrel, Admiral? Okay. I'll be waiting for you. Hello, Shun, it's me, Soris. Long time no see. Let us get together in a few days. All right. You're still straightforward. Hello, Tina. One call after another, Soris continued on his way to Reverse Mountain. Whiskey Peak, as a must-pass point on the Grand Line, now gathered hundreds of pirate ships, turning it into a chaotic place. The bounty hunters that were originally here either fled or transformed into pirates. Lady Wembley didn't actually spend too much money in dealing with Soris this time. As the founder of the Wembley family, Lady Wembley has considerable connections. This time dealing with Soris is not just her idea. The support from the people behind her is the key point. There are world government officials, wealthy merchants, underground kings, and even the 7 warlords among them. It can be said that everyone with a grudge against Soris has come together for this. This time, 3 pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million have arrived. In Lady Wembley's mind, Soris is doomed this time. As for the Navy's top 3 admirals, except for Kizuru, are all in the New World, and Vice Admiral Garp is also in the New World. Other Vice Admirals are busy with their own duties. Even if they wanted to rush over, it would already be too late. Really, a small Navy has managed to hire so many people. I say all we need is our Black Bear pirate crew. A burly man over 4 meters tall with a thick chest hair said at the Whiskey Peak bar. Mom, Weevil is hungry, said a large, ugly man with a crescent-shaped white mustache, his nose dripping with mucus, next to a short old lady with bright red lips, wearing sunglasses, and leaning on a cane. Just as the old lady was about to speak, a shout came from outside the bar. A warship is coming from Twin Cape. It's the warship of the Azura Swordmaster Soris. Weevil, if you kill that Soris, we'll get $1 billion, and then I'll take you to eat whatever you want, said the blonde old lady. Okay, Mom, Weevil said as he picked up the Naginata beside him. After the news of Soris' arrival spread to Whiskey Peak, all the pirates quickly boarded their ships and sailed towards Soris' warship. Nearly 100 pirate ships, large and small, moved majestically across the ocean, a truly spectacular sight. Soris stood at the bow of the warship, staring at the large fleet of pirate ships in the distance, his expression serious. The Black Bear pirate crew, with a bounty of 130 million, the Twin Sword pirate crew, with 110 million, and the Del pirate crew, with 85 million. Additionally, there were quite a few smaller pirate crews joining in the fun. At this moment, all 150 naval soldiers standing with Soris were on high alert, some even trembling slightly. The dazed duck was tightly pressed against Soris' thigh. Are you scared? Soris asked the little Annie beside him. Not scared, Annie said, holding a pistol with a stern face. Hearing this, Soris smiled, then looked back and saw a warship rapidly approaching. It was Shun. Soris pointed to a nearby island and said, turn around and go to the island next door. Soon, the warship docked and Soris ordered all naval soldiers to disembark. Immediately after, Shun's warship also arrived. Soris, are you planning to have a big battle with them on this island? Shun shouted. That's right, you all wait here. I'll go destroy their pirate ships. Soris replied with a smile. Then Soris looked at the sun in the sky, used the sky dance technique to fly into the air, and headed straight for the Pirate Alliance. This guy really can fly, just as Smoker said, Shun thought as he watched Soris ascend. Thinking of this, he turned and said passionately, disembark, prepare for battle. Today is the time to prove the strength of our 187th branch. Roar. 200 naval soldiers shouted in unison and jumped off the ship. The reason Soris chose to fight on the island was that their ships were too small. Once a battle broke out, they could easily be blown to pieces. Moreover, fighting on land was more advantageous for him. In the sky, Navy reinforcements were arriving. The pirates on lookout spotted the rapidly approaching Saris first. Shoot him down. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons roared, and the pirate ships continuously attacked Saris. With agile movements, Saris dodged the cannonballs, clapping his hands as his black hair and navy coat billowed in the wind. The Red Tree realm descends. With Saris a shout, the sea began to tremble violently, and circles of ripples rapidly generated and spread. There's movement underwater. A pirate shouted, before others could react. A massive shadow quickly rose from the seabed. Boom! A gigantic red tree burst forth from the ocean. Boom! 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 As the first red tree emerged, one after another, red trees began to shoot up from the sea, numbering over 100. In an instant, a small island made of red trees appeared. A large number of pirate ships were suddenly lifted by the emerging red trees, with many being smashed in half. At this moment, around 60 to 70 pirate ships were directly rendered unusable. If it weren't for the scattered nature of the pirate alliance, the results might have been even greater. Among them, the biggest loss was suffered by the Black Bear pirate group, as they only had one giant pirate ship, which now had a massive hole in it. Lady Wembley stood on a nearby pirate ship, gazing at the miraculous red mangroves. She seemed a bit dazed, but soon her face displayed a cold expression. This kind of enemy should be killed as soon as possible. Damn Navy. The captain of the twin sword pirate crew drew his twin sword from his waist and wildly slashed at Saris. Waves of green flying slashes flew toward Saris. This is a genuine swordsman. Wind barrier. With a swing of the autumn dew, he used a wind barrier to deflect these slashes, and Saris turned to fly towards the small island. Thud! Landing on the small island, Saris threw a large handful of seeds from his chest. One by one, yellow sunflowers appeared on the island. These sunflowers could accelerate his photosynthetic ability, allowing him to recover faster. My big bear ship, swim over and take him down. Black Bear OBO shouted with red eyes from a small sailboat, looking at the big bear pirate ship he had worked so hard to obtain. This ship was just obtained from the Joker. Looking at the pirates who had already started swimming over, Saris turned his head and said loudly, "In today's battle, we either return victorious or become scars on our enemies. We will give it our all and face death without fear. This is what we, the Navy, should do. Justice will prevail. Roar! Justice will prevail." All the Navy, including Sean, shouted loudly. The sound echoed across the entire island. "Today, I want to see how you achieve victory." The captain of the twin sword pirates, Sandro, heard the shout and used a method similar to moonwalk to leap into the air, launching a series of green flying slashes toward Saris. Clang! Saris turned and used his sword, Autumn Dew, to unleash a hurricane that intercepted all the flying slashes. A massive figure, about 4 to 5 meters tall, jumped from the distant sea, crashing down towards Saris like a mountain. It was the captain of the Black Bear pirates. Facing the Black Bear, Saris' eyes flashed with ferocity as he instantly wrapped his left arm in armament hockey and threw a punch. Bang! Crack! The violent collision caused Saris to slide back several meters, while the Black Bear's fist was fractured, feeling the pain in his fist. The Black Bear roared in fury and transformed into his devil fruit hybrid form. "Navy, I'm going to eat you." The Black Bear roared and charged at Saris like a tank. "Just a trash who has just mastered armament hockey," Saris coldly said, not showing any weakness as he faced him head-on. The Black Bear, as a Zoan-type user of the bear fruit, excelled in strength. However, although Saris appeared smaller than the Black Bear, once he used armament hockey, the Black Bear was directly overpowered. Saris' extremely high speed left the Black Bear unable to react. But Sandro, the twin sword, was an anomaly. His swordsmanship was impressive and always helped the Black Bear critical moments. At that moment, another bounty of 85 million Del arrived at the small island. He wanted to join the battle, but was stopped by Shuan. Wearing a mask, Shuan said in a deep voice, "Your opponent is me." Among these 3 pirate crews, only Der has not ventured into the New World. Black Bear and Double Sword Sandro have both been to the latter part of the Grand Line, but they were educated and sent back. After Der, other pirates began to come ashore one after another. Bang, bang, bang. The naval soldiers on the shore started shooting frantically at the pirates swimming ashore. "Weevil, it's your turn to shine." "All right, Mom," Weevil replied while sniffling. Don't be fooled by Weevil being a big fat guy. His speed is not slow. With a flash of the blade and a scream, dozens of naval soldiers were cut in half with one slash. The sudden turn of events startled Saris, who then saw a big fat man with a crescent mustache charging into the Navy, wreaking havoc without encountering a single opponent. Weevil. He immediately recognized this future Whitebeard too. As someone who could sever Zephyr's arm and later kill 16 captains of the Whitebeard pirates with ease, and even hold his own against Kazoo, Weevil's strength is quite formidable. Bang! Just as he was momentarily stunned, Sauries was sent flying by Black Bear. Seeing this, Double Sword Sandro followed up with 2 slashes. Clang! Sauries blocked with his weapon, then crashed into a rock, kicking up a cloud of dust. Although using the 8 gates would increase physical exertion, he shouted kill. A green aura instantly enveloped Sauries, and then he transformed into a green afterimage. This time his target is the dual sword user Sandro, who is really annoying. Clang! A dull metallic clash suddenly sounded, and Sauries accelerated unexpectedly, catching Sandro off guard, barely managing to block Sauries' strike. However, Sandro noticed that Sauries' strength had suddenly increased significantly. He had to use almost all his strength just to barely deflect Sauries' sword. But at that moment, Sauries' leg, wrapped in armed hockey, followed closely and kicked Sandro in the stomach. Bang! With one kick, Sandro's eyes were almost knocked out. Die for me. The Black Bear lunged forward. Get away from me. Sauries drew his elephant sword with his left hand and slashed at the Black Bear. A massive elephant form appeared from the blade, which was the ability of the elephant's sword. After all, it had consumed the elephant fruit. Boom! The elephant form struck the Black Bear, causing it to stagger back 2 steps. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sauries approached the still gasping Sandro, who wielded dual swords. He stepped forward to slash. Clang! Sandro barely blocked the strike and quickly said, "No, I'm with the Flying Sky Pirate crew. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Golden Lion won't let you go." Slash! In response to Sandro, he received a throat-cutting blow. At this moment, not to mention flying in the air, even flying to the sky wouldn't help. The awakened Sauries crushed the bounty of 110 million on the dual sword Sandro. A sense of swordsmanship belonging to Sandro entered Sauries' heart. No wonder the dual sword Sandro's swordsmanship is strong. He must have received guidance from the Golden Lion. After defeating Sandro, Sauries lunged at the Black Bear. Face the gale. Whoosh! A massive tornado blew towards the bear-human state Black Bear. Numerous small wounds appeared on the Black Bear's body, and more importantly, his vision was obstructed. When he regained his sight, Sauries' figure had already vanished. Thud! A tremendous slash struck the Black Bear's back. The Black Bear fell forward, blood gushing from his back. Idiot Weevil, it's not worth killing them. Kill that black-haired officer. He's valuable, you fool. Weevil's mother, Miss Backen, scolded as Weevil began slaughtering the Navy. Oh, I got it, Mom, Weevil replied, releasing a Navy soldier he was about to kill and turning to search for the black-haired officer. Then he saw Sauries. At this moment, Sauries had just severely injured the Black Bear. He noticed that a large number of pirates had already landed, and many Navy soldiers had actually died. Sauries clenched his teeth, stomped the ground hard, and thick bean vines emerged from the ground. Then, mouths began to grow on the tips of the vines. As the mouths opened, green beans shot towards the nearby pirates. The beans shot from the vines hit the pirate's body like bullets, causing splashes of blood. However, with the appearance of hundreds of vines, Sauries could no longer maintain the 8 gates of Dunjia state. After all, first there was the arrival of the small red tree realm, then hundreds of vines, and the 8 gates of Dunjia. Killing you means I can eat my fill. At this moment, Weibel also charged towards Sauries. Clang! After just one exchange, Sauries' expression became serious. This nearly 7-meter-tall brute had immense strength. No wonder later on, Kizaru would say he had obtained all of Whitebeard's power. Sauries swung his sword to deflect Weibel's Naginata, only for Weibel to slash again. Swish! Boom! Facing the strike, Sauries dodged with Moonwalk and then stomped Weibel's Naginata into the ground, leaving a wound on his chest with a slash. Following that, he kicked Weibel in the chin. Thud! In a series of actions, Sauries kicked the nearly 7-meter-tall Weibel down to the ground. Ooh, it hurts! It hurts! Mommy, Weibel is in so much pain. Weibel actually cried. Idiot, hit him! Do you want to go hungry? Bakeen roared. Weibel got angry. He roared, and a faint black aura began to emanate from him. Armament Haki. He then swung his Naginata again towards Sauries. Soon, Sauries realized that Weibel not only possessed Armament Haki, but also Observation Haki. His swordsmanship wasn't great, but his Observation and Armament Haki were strong. Undoubtedly, Sauries was being suppressed. While Sauries was fighting, on a ship in the distance, a man with blonde hair wearing sunglasses, a pink feather coat, and cropped pants sat in a chair watching the battle unfold. Young master, do we need to intervene? A muscular man wearing a metal mask asked beside him. Get closer, bombard, clear out the small fries. This was none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Sourys had killed 2 cadres of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo remembered this very well. He was not one to let go of a grudge. Now, Sourys faced Weibel, a foe capable of contending with Zifa, while also having Doflamingo behind him. He was truly in a perilous situation. The trump card of Lady Wembley was Doflamingo. She had already sided with him. However, they had their schemes, and Sourys had his backup. Boom, boom, boom. Bang. The sound of cannon fire began to erupt. The bombardment from the Don Quixote family had arrived. Both pirates and navy were all within range. Sourys' vines were severely damaged under the bombardment, and a large number of navy soldiers fell in droves. Sourys witnessed and being blown away by a cannonball. Shuan had barely managed to block Del, but was heavily injured when distracted by the cannon fire. Everything fell into Sourys' eyes. Countless fragments of pirate ships lurked on the surface of the sea, mixed with a large number of corpses. Blood stained the coastline. The sudden cannon fire from the Don Quixote family temporarily halted the fighting between the navy and the pirates. Slap! Xiaoen tore off the blood-stained cloth from his face, looking at his trembling subordinate beside him, who was filled with fear. He grinned, revealing his bloodied teeth, and said, "Soldiers, in this dire situation, it doesn't matter who dies first or last. If death is to come, let me, Xiaoen, die first." As he spoke, Xiaoen adjusted his military cap and declared loudly with a smile, "Since I chose to be a navy, I am ready to die for justice at any moment. For the justice in our hearts, the navy will surely win." Xiaoen shouted and charged again at the pirate Del, who had an 85 million bounty. At that moment, the silly duck quietly crawled to the unconscious Annie and began to drag her away little by little. Perhaps Xiaoen's words inspired the surrounding navy, as one of the navy soldiers took the lead and initiated a charge. "Damn it, the navy is not cowardly. Fight for justice, charge. Fight for justice, let's go." Xiaoen's declaration of death inspired all the navy, but it also made Sourys feel guilty. If he hadn't called for Xiaoen, perhaps Xiaoen and the other navy wouldn't have to die. Not allowed. I absolutely will not allow it. Sourys roared in anger. But the next moment, a tremendous aura erupted from Sourys' body. The entire sky instantly darkened. The Conqueror's Haki was once again unleashed by Sourys. Unlike the last time he encountered Green Pepper, this time Sourys gradually felt a sense of being able to control the activation of the Conqueror's Haki. The Conqueror's Haki is divided into 4 levels. The beginner level cannot control the range, the intermediate level can control the range, the advanced level can crack ships, and the top level can entwine attacks. At the current stage, Sourys could not control the Conqueror's Haki. The sudden Conqueror's Haki instantly caused nearby pirates and navy soldiers to faint one after another. "Mom, what is this?" Facing the Conqueror's Haki, the simple-minded Weeble withstood its impact but also felt fear. He wanted to ask his mother, Miss Bakken. However, Miss Bakken had already fainted on the ship. The battle between Xiaoen and Del was also forced to come to a halt. Meanwhile, on the pirate ship, Don Quixote Doflamingo suddenly stood up and looked towards Sourys' direction. "Hee. The navy has awakened the Conqueror's Haki." Doflamingo laughed and flew towards Sourys. At this moment, not only did Sourys unleash the Conqueror's Haki, but the red trees on the sea and the vines on the island also began to wither. Previously, the sunflowers that Sourys planted, which still survived under the cannon fire, also withered one after another. These sunflowers can store photosynthetic energy, but they are obviously not as useful as expected. 8 gates, opening the 6th gate, Ki. In an instant, Sourys forcibly opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates. This is something that Sourys recklessly forced open, betting his life on it. But it can be seen that the 8 gates of Dunjia brought him a heavy burden. "Die for me, fool!" Sourys roared, his arms wrapped in armament Haki, and the autumn dew blade was also enveloped in the powerful Haki. A faint purple-black light began to flicker on the autumn dew, but it did not turn into a black blade. Only after a long time of wrapping with armament Haki would the weapon slowly transform into a black blade. If the 5th gate, the door of dew, greatly increases speed, enough to stir the air and shake the ground while moving, then the 6th gate, the door of Jing, can be said to significantly enhance both speed and power again. However, it has also entered a dangerous zone, greatly increasing the damage to the body. Therefore, it is said that this is a gamble on Sourys' life. He knows that opening the 5th gate is his limit. Having opened the 6th gate, Sourys knows he must end the battle quickly, or he won't last long. // The Conqueror's Haki already suppresses Weibel, and now he has opened the 6th gate. The / under the 6th gate arrived in front of Weibel. completely surpassing the limits of human vision. Weibel's swordsmanship was not strong to begin with, and now with the crazed Sauries, he found it hard to resist. Those with great strength fear those with great speed, especially since Sauries' strength is also very formidable. Clang! Clang! Poochie! Ooh, it hurts so much, mommy, it hurts! Sauries began to leave a trail of wounds on Weibel. With each slash, the sword momentum on Sauries became increasingly fierce. The insights from previously defeating the dual-sword Sandro surged in his mind. Bang! Sauries seized the opportunity, kicking Weibel in the chest, using the force to leap back several meters. This sword momentum grows fiercer with each cut. Face the gale. Sauries shouted. A blade about 10 meters long, but a highly condensed whirlwind appeared. Oh, mommy! Weibel, dazed by Sauries' combination attack, was lifted into the air by the whirlwind. However, Sauries felt that his sword momentum was not exhausted. He swung his sword again. This slash was called the Gale Extermination Slash. Sauries stepped forward and swung his sword again. A massive slash, like a country S-mite, flew toward Weibel. In midair, Weibel crossed one hand, holding a naginata in front of his chest, his arm covered with black armament hockey. Clang! Poochie! One hand was accompanied by a large splash of blood. As Sauries' strongest strike under the sixth gate, this slash broke Weibel's armament hockey. A huge wound appeared on Weibel's chest, along with a severed hand. Thud! Weibel fell into the sea, his life uncertain. The aura generated by the 8 Gates of Dunjia slowly faded, and a tremendous sense of emptiness and weakness made Sauries feel terrible. He delivered the final blow to the heavily wounded bounty of 130 million, the Black Bear, while also receiving a feedback from his physical body. Just as he was about to finish off Weibel and then turn a deal with the 85 million bounty on Dell, he sensed an attack from behind with Kinbunchika Haki. Sauries jumped forward, and a sharp pain shot through his back. If he hadn't dodged forward, that strike would have hit his head and neck. Ah, you actually dodged. An annoying voice came from behind Sauries. He turned to look, wearing sunglasses, dressed in a pink feather coat and cropped pants, and accustomed to wearing pointed shoes. He looked like a frenzied flamingo. Who else could it be but Don Quixote Doflamingo? Doflamingo, Sauries said, but his heart sank slightly. Facing Doflamingo, Sauries felt a bit heavy. Unlike Weibel, who, though able to fight against a marine admiral, had severe shortcomings that were just right for Sauries to exploit. However, Doflamingo was different. This guy was very well-rounded, and the main issue was Sauries' condition. After continuous battles, his stamina was nearly depleted, although his photosynthesis ability was constantly restoring his stamina. Due to the Black Bear, the dual-sword Sandro, and Weibel, Sauries had chosen to open the 8 Gates of Dunjia, causing his stamina to be consumed excessively, and the recovery speed of his photosynthesis ability could not keep up. Sauries stared at Doflamingo and said coldly, Doflamingo, as a warlord of the sea, are you willing to attack the Marines and give up your identity as a warlord? Sauries was stalling for time, try to recover his body as quickly as possible. A Marine with Conqueror's Haki is quite a headache. It's better to eliminate you sooner. Overheat whip, Doflamingo said, striking out with his palm, sending a mass of white threads flying towards Sauries. In full bloom, Doflamingo attacked Sauries, who had just fought 2 battles in a row. From the start, Sauries was suppressed. Damn, is he going to use that move? But it's still not mature enough, Sauries thought darkly. However, facing Doflamingo, Sauries had no other choice. From the beginning of learning the 6 forms, Sauries began to study Life Return. Life Return, in essence, is about control over the body, allowing free control of the body, hair, and internal organs. As long as consciousness is poured in, any part can be freely controlled. For example, with Spider and Lucci, Spider can control his hair to extend, wield a knife to attack, just like a spider's legs. This is a change in the external body, and there's another method involving Luffy and Kid, who control the internal organs for life restoration. They can quickly consume food and then control their bodies to absorb it rapidly, restoring their vitality. Sauries is also researching this direction. As a user of the forest fruit, Sauries inherently possesses recovery properties. As long as he uses his photosynthetic ability, he can continuously restore his stamina and injuries. Photosynthesis excels in endurance, but is slow. However, it can almost keep up with him if Sauries does not activate the 8 Gates. At that time, since he had not yet discovered the glowing sun mushroom, Sauries had contemplated what to do if there was no sunlight or insufficient photosynthetic ability on cloudy or dark days to quickly recover injuries and stamina. There are only 2 solutions. One is to recycle the plants he summoned to restore stamina, which actually embodies the principle of life restoration. similar to how Luffy consumes food to recover. The second is to burn life force, forcibly accelerating the rapid division and death of cells in his body to quickly recover stamina and injuries. Food, photosynthetic ability, and life force are essentially all forms of energy. However, burning life force is a form of overdraft, akin to chronic suicide. A person's cellular division has a limit, and once they can no longer divide, death is inevitable. But at this moment, Saories had no choice. In such an era, being alive is a stroke of luck, so why worry about anything else? Without much thought, Saories used his still immature life restoration ability. A large number of cells began to die and were expelled with blood, while a significant number of new cells started to appear. The wound on his back, inflicted by Doflamingo's string fruit, was visibly healing. Doflamingo, let's fight to the death. Saories roared, activating the 8 gates once more, then charging at Doflamingo with his autumn dew. In an instant, Saories disappeared and reappeared right in front of Doflamingo, his fierce face filled with murderous intent, his eyes full of ruthlessness. Doflamingo's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the closed Saories, realizing he couldn't dodge in time and could only raise a spider web in front of him. However, it was still a moment too late. With a muffled grunt, Saories slashed Doflamingo away. As Doflamingo landed, he looked at the red mark on his arm, which was wrapped in armament hockey, somewhat astonished. But just then, a tornado flew towards Doflamingo. As he barely dodged, he felt a chill on his back and heard a sound of air exploding, coming at him horizontally. Whoosh! Doflamingo's body transformed into a mass of white threads, reappearing in another location. Regaining his form, Doflamingo's face darkened, and a fierce light glinted in his eyes behind his sunglasses. This navy is not to be underestimated. No wonder it awakens the conqueror's hockey. Overwhelming foot slash. Doflamingo began to counterattack, kicking towards Saories. However, just as the sharp foot slash flew towards Saories, 5 wooden planks made of red tree trunks rose from the ground. Boom! The massive wooden planks burst forth from the ground. The foot slash pierced through 4 of them before being blocked. Overwhelming whip. A whip made of numerous white lines wrapped around the wooden wall and flew towards Saories. Saories dodged with a flash of his figure. But Doflamingo seemed to know where he would evade to and was already waiting there. Foot slash. Bang. Saories was kicked toward the ground. Hey. Doflamingo laughed. His foot, imbued with armament hockey, smashed down onto Saories. Boom. A huge pit appeared, and wood chips flew everywhere. A wooden dummy was shattered by Doflamingo's kick, but Saories had already vanished. Before Doflamingo could react further, several bean vines wrapped around his legs. Just as he was about to cut the vines with his white lines, a black object resembling an oversized black dragon fruit burst forth from the ground. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed across the island. Doflamingo was directly blown away. Just as he was sent flying from the explosion, the vanished Saories reappeared. Dragon's breath slash. A strike as powerful as a kingdom's assault flew towards Doflamingo. Spiderweb wall. A wall made of white silk threads blocked in front of Doflamingo. Clang! The strike collided with the spiderweb wall and was halted. Impressive. Doflamingo steadied himself, looking down at his blood-stained leg and torn pants, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He was already furious. Just as Saories and Doflamingo were engaged in fierce combat, the Don Quixote family's ships gradually approached the shore. Those pirates who had been stunned by Saories' conqueror's hockey, along with those who weren't, were within their cleaning range. However, at that moment, cannon fire was heard from afar once again. The White Hunter Smoker arrived first. Clear the navy first, said Don Quixote's Lao Ji. However, as soon as he finished speaking, 3 warships appeared in the distance. Virgo, Sabo, and Tina had arrived. Moreover, due to Tina's presence, Vice Admiral Guion also came. The sudden turn of events left the members of the Don Quixote family exchanging glances. Young master, the navy is coming, Circa shouted towards Doflamingo, who was battling Saories in the distance. Guion? Virgo? Doflamingo recognized Guion and Virgo through the naval flags. He recognized Virgo because he was his undercover agent. He recognized Guion because when Admiral Saru was pursuing Doflamingo, Guion had been right beside her, and they had crossed hands a few times. Fu, you all go first, Doflamingo said. The appearance of Guion made Doflamingo realize that today's objective could not be achieved, and this small navy captain was unexpectedly strong. Is this a dam, Colonel? Flamingo, fight me. Are you still daring to get distracted? Saories roared, slashing forward with a blade. Clang! The line between Xiaolu and Don Quixote Doflamingo emitted a piercing sound. Immediately after, Saoirse turned and threw a punch at Doflamingo's head. Bang! Doflamingo raised his arm covered in haki to block Saoirse's fist. At this moment, Doflamingo didn't want to fight Sabo anymore. After confirming that the Don Quixote family's ship had sailed far away, Doflamingo laughed, hee, and with a swift move, forced Sabo back. Your navy companion is about to die, Doflamingo said, then flew away directly. Sabo turned around and saw Shuan about to be killed by Del, who had a bounty of 85 million. He let out a loud shout and transformed into an afterimage, rushing towards Delegate Dai. A punch, like a landslide, struck Del's head. The punch landed directly on Del's head. It burst open like a watermelon. Huff huff. Saoirse gasped, watching Doflamingo leave. At the same time, he also noticed Lady Wembley preparing to depart. Where do you think you're going? He ignored Weibel and gave up on Doflamingo, charging straight towards Lady Wembley. Boom! The red tree broke through the surface of the sea, blocking Lady Wembley. Thud! Saoirse landed on the ship. He looked at Lady Wembley, who was of an age and heavily made up, and a smile appeared on his face. Hello, Lady Wembley. Seeing the Navy man in front of her, Lady Wembley forced herself to stay calm and said, You can't kill me. I know you're CP officials, and I also know. Without waiting for her to finish, Saoirse punched Lady Wembley in the stomach, the tremendous force creating a hole in her abdomen. The nightmare of Saoirse has finally come to an end at his hands. When Saoirse returned, Guion, Tina, Smoker, and others were already dealing with other pirates. The severely injured Weevil woke up, but was once again heavily beaten by Guion. Saoirse wanted to kill Weevil himself, but was stopped by Guion. Saoirse, our navy does not have the habit of killing capture criminals. Upon hearing this, Saoirse didn't say much, as it was a concession to Guion. You're not too late, are you? Smoker said with a smile. If you hadn't come, I would have been dead, Saoirse replied irritably. We've come as fast as we could, the burly Ryuzo said while holding the seriously injured Shuan. In this battle, Saoirse gained quite a bit, and he has broken through to S level in the realm between life and death. As for Don Quixote Doflamingo, Saoirse will definitely settle the score with him in the future. Gaga. After the battle, Dazed Duck dragged Annie out from behind a tree. Ding 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 ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Skill Seal of the Immortal. Seal of the Immortal. Beginner enhances physical strength. Allows bodily cells to accommodate more energy. With a beginner level of 5 times, increases physical recovery. Combat is the best way to enhance the Seal of the Immortal. Name, Saoirse Tang. Age, 20. Height, 251 centimeters. Physical ability, 5 stars. Automatically turn into a moon. Swordsmanship. Fruit ability, plant mutation, corrosive seed. 1. Haki, Conqueror's Haki. Beginner. Armament Haki. Advanced. Observation Haki. Advanced. Skills, Gale Swordsmanship. Master. Navy 6 styles. Master. Skydance Technique. 8 gates. The number of open gates depends on physical strength. Currently can open 6 gates. Seal of the Immortal. Beginner enhances physical strength. Allows bodily cells to accommodate more energy and vitality, with a beginner level of 5 times. Increases physical recovery. Current combat power. S. Reputation. Known across the seas. Saoirse has successfully stepped into S level, and the appearance of the Seal of the Immortal has increased his physical ability by 3 stars. In the future, he is likely to be a physical monster like Carp or Whitebeard. If he encounters Weevil again, Saoirse feels he won't be at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Navy Colonel Saoirse Tang has awakened his Conqueror's Haki and has annihilated 3 major pirate crews. The Whiskey Peak battle was reported in the newspapers, and the scene of Saoirse awakening his Conqueror's Haki was also published. I really don't know how these reporters are so elusive. That Seagull newspaper tycoon controlling the world's newspapers still has some skills. Similarly, Saoirse awakening his Conqueror's Haki has caused a huge stir within the Navy. It should be known that among the Navy, only Fleet Admiral Sengoku has awakened Conqueror's Haki. There are rumors within the Navy that it is impossible for the Navy to awaken Conqueror's Haki because the Navy is under the world government, and true navies do not possess the heart of a king, so they naturally cannot awaken Conqueror's Haki. At the same time, Saoirse has once again entered the eyes of the 5 elders and the sight of some great pirates in the second half of the Grand Line. After all, even the current 3 admirals of the Navy, including Carp, have not awakened Conqueror's Haki. In comparison, Saoirse naturally does not know this, nor would he care if he did. He returned to the long-lost Marine Ford, where he met Zifa. Compared to their last parting, Zifa clearly looked more haggard and aged. This time, the loss of an arm and the casualties among his students had a significant impact on him. Although he does not agree with Zifa's sense of justice, he is still Saoirse's teacher. Teacher Zifa, the Navy still needs you. Losing an arm means you can get a mechanical one, Saoirse comforted. Zephyr raised his head and saw Saoirse, revealing a faint smile. It's Saoirse. I'm fine. I've heard from Smoker that Weevil was caught and lost an arm as well. Thank you for capturing him. Unfortunately, that old hag Big Mom got away. Saoirse shook his head, saying that he had forgotten about Big Mom that day and didn't know when she had escaped. Teacher Zephyr, if possible, you should stay at the Navy Academy to train new students. I have brought many excellent prospects, Saoirse said with a smile. Zephyr nodded. He also had this idea. Being old is being old. One cannot deny it. After staying with Zephyr for a while, Saoirse went to the Guion area and then to the Navy Academy. He first went to see Guion, but Guion was in a meeting at headquarters. Soon, it would be time for the world government's tribute of gold from the sky. So Sengoku recalled most of the Navy's admirals and vice admirals. Since he did not see Guion, Saoirse went to the Navy Academy to see the children he had sent there. It's Big Brother Saoirse. Big Brother Saoirse is here. As soon as Saoirse arrived, the entire Navy Academy erupted with excitement because 90 of this batch of special recruits came from the civilian Saoirse had rescued. Just as Saoirse was about to see those children, Smoker found Virgo with Tashigi. Virgo, let's have a match. Why should I fight you? Virgo asked, puzzled. I want to challenge Saoirse, but he said I need to defeat you first to qualify to challenge him, Smoker said with fighting spirit. Although Smoker had fought with Saoirse at the academy, neither had used their fruit abilities. They had never had a real fight where they gave it their all. So Smoker always wanted to challenge Saoirse. Upon hearing Smoker's words, Virgo thought for a moment and nodded. Since you want to fight, then let's do it. Saying this, he slowly picked up his bamboo stick. Seeing this, Smoker also took out his weapon, the jit, with a fierce fighting spirit. Buzz! Virgo's bamboo and both hands quickly enveloped in armament hockey. At this stage, Virgo has not fully mastered armament hockey, but he is already quite formidable. Next, it was Smoker's turn to take a beating. Armament hockey not only has strong attack power and can harm Logia-type fruit users, but it also enhances one's own defense. The damage Smoker inflicted on Virgo was almost negligible. However, Virgo's fists and bamboo stick hitting Smoker would make him unable to bear it. Damn, how can there be such a big difference? Smoker said in disbelief. You focus too much on your fruit abilities. Virgo pointed out Smoker's shortcomings directly. This battle ultimately ended with Smoker's defeat. Next, Sora was going to challenge Virgo. Hey Sora. As he left the Navy Academy, Sora ran into Akainu and Spider. Admiral Akainu. Vice Admiral Spider. Sora saluted. Sora. Akainu looked at Sora, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. This junior, whom he has always favored, unexpectedly awakened the Conqueror's haki. However, Akainu felt no jealousy, just a bit of envy. As an admiral, he still had that much magnanimity. Saoirse, I heard that you fought against the Sea Rogue, Don Quixote, Doflamingo this time. Will you take me to the New World? Let's teach him a lesson together. This is the second time Akainu has invited Sabo. Although the 7 warlords are all under the world government, Akainu clearly doesn't like them. Admiral Akainu, I will follow the orders of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. This time, Sabo did not refuse. All right, I will wait for you in the New World. Akainu patted Sabo and then walked toward the Navy headquarters with Onamaru. Sabo then arrived at the residence of Shuzo and Shuen. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw Annie training. Ever since she was knocked out by a cannon, she has been working very hard on her training. Nearby, the dopey duck was sitting in Sabo's rocking chair, wearing sunglasses, soaking up the sun. Quack quack. The dopey duck called out upon seeing Sabo return, showing no signs of moving. Sabo ignored it and went inside to check on Shuen's recovery. Sabo, you're back. Tina smiled when she saw Sabo. At that moment, Tina was preparing a meal. Who would have thought that Tina had such great cooking skills? What about Smoker and Jozu? Saoirse asked. I sent them to call Virgo for lunch together this afternoon, Tina replied while cooking. Just then, bruised and battered Smoker and equally bruised Jozu walked back in. Did you guys get beat up? Saoirse asked, somewhat speechless. No, by the way, Tina, Virgo agreed to come over this afternoon, Jozu said, quickly changing the topic while covering his eyes. As soon as the words were spoken, it was clear that the two were educated by Virgo. Smoker shot a displeased glance at the oblivious Roranoa and was the first to enter the house. At this moment, Saoirse was watching Annie practice on the sandbag when he kicked the complacent duck off the rattan chair. Quack! The duck, suddenly kicked off, got up ready to complain. But upon seeing Saoirse, it pouted and sat back down on another stool. Annie, come on, let's spar, you can use a gun, Saoirse said. As a tree rose from the ground, which then transformed into a wooden figure about the same height as Annie. Recently, Saoirse's fruit ability had been continuously improving, and his manipulation of trees was becoming more and more effortless. just like when he fought Doflamingo with the explosive dragon fruit and the wooden wall that blocked Doflamingo's attacks. Along with the wooden figure now, Soares felt that if he progressed further, his fruit ability would likely enter the next stage. At that time, he would be able to use most of the imagined techniques. Moreover, the appearance of the seal of the immortal also provided Soares with the potential for large-scale attacks. In the afternoon, Virgo also came over, and everyone had a meal together after being separated for 3 years. However, the gap in strength among the group was gradually becoming evident. Without a doubt, Virgo and Soares were on the same level, Smoker and Roranoa were on the same level, and Tina and Shun were on the same level. They enjoyed a rare few days of leisure in Marineford. That day, Soares was out shopping with Tina when he received an order from Sengoku. Not long ago, the two supernovas had fought in the Sabati archipelago, destroying half a street in the amusement area, and Soares had to go deal with the matter. Along with this order came the news of Soares being promoted back to the rank of colonel. Due to the Battle of Marineford, Soares single-handedly wiped out 3 major pirate crews, which allowed him to regain his rank. He has now become somewhat of a legend in the Navy, quickly demoted and quickly promoted. As Sengoku said, merit must be rewarded, and faults must be punished. Shun, are you sure you want to stay by my side? Soares asked at the Marineford dock. You need a deputy, and I noticed you don't even look for a navigator. I can just double as a navigator. Shun replied with a stern face, as he had mostly recovered from his injuries. He was a cold person, not fond of smiling, somewhat resembling Virgo. During their time at the academy, Tina had the best grades, and Shun was second. Therefore, he could help Soares with nautical knowledge. Shun still remembered what Soares had said in school. Wherever the eye can see, it is all a land of justice. This sentence has always been remembered by Cheyenne. He knows that his talent cannot compare to Soares or Smoker. Therefore, he is willing to be a brick, to be the cornerstone under Soares' feet. Just for the dream that Soares spoke of. Looking at Soares' warship slowly drifting away, Smoker said to Tina, who was staring at the warship, "If you like him, you should boldly pursue it, just like Vice Admiral Tashigi." The deeds of Vice Admiral Tashigi had long spread throughout the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing this, Tina smiled. Being too close to him might affect his pursuit. Tina has always been a very confident girl, and at this moment, she did not hide her feelings for Soares. If you don't act quickly, you might lose him. I see that girl Annie, although she is still young. Her eyes are full of Soares, and Vice Admiral Tashigi treats Soares very well too. Smoker warned in a low voice. Hearing this, Tina turned to look at Smoker. Vice Admiral Tashigi only sees Soares as a younger brother. Smoker didn't expect that Tina liked the experienced type like Vice Admiral Tashigi. One sentence made Smoker's face blush, and white smoke seemed to rise from his head. Tina, don't talk nonsense. In the end, Smoker pouted and said softly in the entire Navy headquarters, how many people don't consider Vice Admiral Tashigi as their dream lover? On the warship, Soares held several documents. There seemed to be a few good supernovas in this generation. Smiling Swordsman, bounty 130 million berries. Captain of the Flying Swallow Pirates, known for his swordsmanship, kills while smiling. Hence called the Smiling Swordsman. Hobby, licking his own sword. Upon seeing this hobby, for some reason, Soares suddenly thought of the scene of licking his own sword and being poisoned. Bonebreaker Rue, bounty 108 million. Captain of the Bonebreaker Pirates, has a fierce personality and enjoys breaking his enemies' bones. Lady Death Vera, bounty 150 million. Captain of the Death Pirates, was once a slave, became a pirate after killing her master, and has taken thousands of lives. Hobby, the wails of dying people before death. Pikehead Hammer, bounty 120 million. Nephew of the 8 Treasures Navy, aspires to take over the 8 Treasures Navy, possesses a sharp head like a bell pepper. Hobby, Treasures. Sabertooth, bounty 240 million. Captain of the Triceratops Pirates, Zoan-type, ancient species, Triceratops form. Strong and fierce personality, was the instigator of the recent chaos in Sabati archipelago, and has previously destroyed 10 Navy warships in a row. Isn't this guy one of Kaido's subordinates? Has he not joined yet? Jingu Duo, bounty 180 million. A physical monster, he can fight tirelessly using the iron armor installed on his arm, and has once defeated a Navy rear admiral in direct combat. These 6 are the supernovas of this generation. After them, the more famous ones should be from Ace's generation. Then comes the worst generation, including Luffy, Zoro, and others. In the world of pirates, every year there are a batch of outstanding pirates, most of whom make a name for themselves before entering the New World. The 4 emperors also pay attention to these new pirates who are active in the first half of the Grand Line. Once they enter the New World, they will bring them under their command. Among the four emperors, Kaido and Whitebeard pay the most attention, but Whitebeard recruits based on charisma, while Kaido is more ruthless. Any new pirate who catches Kaido's, I will be swept up in one fell swoop, beaten down, and forcibly brought into his crew. However, for this generation of supernovas, it is uncertain whether they can still enter the New World. Since Sories has been sent to Sabidi Archipelago, if this group falls into his hands, their pirate journey will likely come to an end. Shuin, call the Navy base in Area 60 of Sabidi Archipelago and ask where those supernovas are. We will go directly there. Okay, Shuin replied. Sabidi Archipelago, Area 20, Sories, along with Shuin, Annie, and Dodo Duck, landed in this area. It's the Navy. How did the Navy dock here? As soon as they approached the Area 20 dock, some pirates spotted Sories' warship and immediately began to whisper among themselves. As an illegal zone, very few dared to enter this area. When Sories stepped ashore, the expressions of some pirates changed drastically, and they scrambled to hide. Run. It's the Shura Swordmaster Sories. Don't attract his attention. What's wrong with Sories? Does he dare to act recklessly here? Some confused pirates said. How dare he bully us? Where did this idiot come from? We'll throw him into the sea later. Some pirates who had been hanging around Sabidi Archipelago for years ran away as fast as they could. They knew clearly who could provoke them and who couldn't. After all, the massacre in Area 0 to 9 was still fresh in their memories. Soon, the area became eerily quiet. After walking a few steps, Sories was met by a large group of people walking toward him. The leader, at first, didn't pay much attention to Sories and the others, as they had seen the Navy before. However, after a few steps, they gradually stopped. A blonde-haired pirate recognized Sories, and his strong survival instinct made him quickly tell the people behind him, "Get against the wall, make way for the adults." With a rustle, over 20 people immediately pressed themselves against the wall. When they saw Sories' gaze turn toward them, the blonde-haired pirate swallowed hard and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Lord Sories. We are bounty hunters, not pirates." In fact, if it were an ordinary Navy officer, they wouldn't need to be so afraid. The main reason was that Sories was too fierce. None of his subordinates were left alive. Several recent newspapers, combined with rumors, had already turned Sories into a monster in their eyes. In the recent Wilgi naval battle, many pirates were captured, and it could be said that this was the highest number of survivors under Sories' hands. "How do I get to the Bloody Sword Bar?" Sories asked. "Sir, just go straight, take a left at 3 streets, and you'll be there," the blonde-haired pirate hurriedly replied. Sories nodded and continued walking forward. Watching Sories leave, the blonde-haired pirate breathed a sigh of relief. "Captain, why does Sories want to go to the Bloody Sword Bar?" his subordinate asked. The blonde-haired pirate thought for a moment, swallowed hard, and said, "It seems that the supernova Death Lady Vera and Triangle Dragon Sabuki are there." "Vera, why do you keep chasing me?" Sabuki said impatiently inside the Bloody Sword Bar. "To challenge you, and then kill you," Death Lady Vera replied with a cruel smile. Vera was an extremely strong woman, but just looking at her body, it was hard to associate her with the word lady. "My bounty is 100 million higher than yours. Do you think you can be my opponent?" Sabuki said disdainfully. A high bounty doesn't mean strong power," another voice chimed in, belonging to a young man with an exaggerated smile that seemed to stretch to his ears. The Bonebreaker Rue was also there to challenge Sabuki. He wanted to use Sabuki to make a name for himself. Just then, the bar's door was pushed open. "Wow, it's lively in here," Sories said as he walked into the bar. The sudden appearance of 3 Navy officers and a fat duck left all the pirates in the bar momentarily stunned. "It's the Shura Swordmaster Sories. Why is he here?" Someone recognized Sories and started murmuring among themselves. "Triangle Dragon Sabuki, Death Lady Vera, Bonebreaker Rue. Perfect. I can catch them all at once, saving the trouble of hunting you down one by one," Sories said as he walked directly toward the 3. What a big mouth. "Navy, if you don't want to die, get lost," Bonebreaker Rue said with a face full of impatience and ferocity. "Rue, this is the Shura Swordmaster Sories," a subordinate beside him reminded. "So what if it's Sories? Just a Navy braggart. The Navy is all trash," Bonebreaker Rue said dismissively. However, at that moment, Sories suddenly disappeared from Rue's view. In the next second, Sories appeared behind Rue and placed his hand on Rue's head. Boom! Sories directly smashed Rue into the floor. "Navy, trash," Sories said with a disdainful smile as he stepped on Rue's neck. For the first time, Rue experienced this kind of crushing battle. He was no match at all. Damn it! Feeling the foot on his neck, Rue's ferocity surged, and he pushed against the ground, trying to get up. Boom! However, even as the floor broke, he couldn't get up at all. "How is this possible?" Rue said in shock. But Sories wouldn't give him a chance. Bang! Crack! Soris forcefully stomped down, pushing Rue's upper body into the ground. His neck bent at a strange angle. The Bonebreaker was ultimately broken by someone else. One less of the 6 supernovas. Captain. The crew of the Bonebreaker pirates were dumbfounded. Their captain was finished just like that? It was too fast. Faced with this scene, the pirates of the Bonebreaker pirates were filled with rage and fear, but dared not act. After all, Soris had just taken down their powerful captain with a single move. A bounty of 108 million? Is this level really how low the Navy's bounties have fallen? Soris said with a disappointed expression, feeling that Bonebreaker Rue didn't even have the qualification to make him stronger. He then turned his attention to Triangle Dragon Sabuki and Death Lady Vera. At that moment, under Soris's gaze, both Triangle Dragon Sabuki and Death Lady Vera felt an immense pressure. Are you two coming together, or one by one? Soris beckoned to the two and said, Don't underestimate us. Vera roared, throwing a punch at Soris. Armament hockey. As a supernova about to enter the new world, Vera had surprisingly mastered armament hockey. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and Vera widened her eyes. Soris had actually caught her fist with his hand. This kind of strength was not enough. Soris said expressionlessly. Then he pulled his right hand back, bringing Vera closer to him, and in the next moment his elbow, wrapped in armament hockey, crashed into Vera's sturdy chest. Crack! Accompanied by a dull sound of bones breaking, Vera flew out, crashing into the wall and out of the bar. Run, run! At this moment, it was unclear who shouted, but the pirates inside the bar suddenly came to their senses and rushed out. Oomph! Soris snorted coldly and leaped out of the bar. Windlass slash! 2 massive slashes flew into the bar. The bar collapsed with a loud crash, and the pirates inside were either dead or injured. Just as the bar was falling, 2 flying slashes aimed at Soris. Triceratops slash! It was Sasaki who struck. Soris didn't back down and clashed with the 2 slashes. After exchanging a few blows, Sasaki realized that his swordsmanship was at a disadvantage against Soris. He directly descended from the sky, transforming into a giant Triceratops as he came down. Cannon Horn Triceratops. This strike can be said to be Sasaki's strongest blow, and later under Kaido's command, it was this very strike that nearly destroyed General Frankie. This move seems similar to the Plague Queen's, instantly waking up the old lady. Faced with this blow, Soris did not dodge. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by a series of sounds, an oval wooden shield appeared, resembling the shape of an ice house. Boom! The horn of Sasaki collided with Soris's wooden shield. The first layer of the wooden shield was punctured, but it was easily blocked by the second layer. Crack, crack, crack! The wooden shield opened, and Soris clapped his hands, causing 2 red trees to rise from the ground. The 2 trees then intertwined, eventually forming a giant wooden figure over 20 meters tall. The wooden figure grabbed Sasaki's horn and knocked him to the ground. Then its massive fist began to rain down on Sasaki's Triceratops body. Boom, 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 boom. The violent punches struck repeatedly, and after a dozen blows, Sasaki could no longer maintain his beast form and reverted to his human shape. However, the wooden figure continued its assault, and as stones flew, a large pit quickly formed under the wooden figure's attack. Damn Navy, I'm not dead yet. A roar came from behind. The Death Lady, Vera, who had been knocked away by Soris's elbow, returned. However, her chest had already caved in. Isn't playing dead good? Soris said expressionlessly as he looked at Vera. It is said that the intelligence of pirates in the pirate world is touching. Perhaps this is also a kind of pirate's demeanor. Shave, slash, steel flash, sheath the sword. The Death Lady Vera took 2 steps forward, and suddenly a large amount of blood spurted from her neck, collapsing to the ground. The power of these supernovas is equivalent to that of an A level, not even reaching A. Soris stepping into S level is a crushing blow to them. Sasaki is indeed a bit stronger, but he definitely won't reach S level. After 7 years, he would only be S level, perhaps S-. The wooden figure continued to strike Sasaki until he completely ceased to breathe. A pit several meters deep appeared, and a green-haired Sasaki lay inside, utterly silent. One of Kaido's flying 6 in later generations. He died here without even reaching the new world. Sensing the gift coming from Sasaki, Soris prepared to look for his next opponent. Not far away, a swordsman dressed in a white kimono slowly hid. He is this smiling swordsman, and as a swordsman, he wisely chose to back down. He wouldn't be as foolish as the Death Lady Vera, knowing he would die and still charge in. In Area 13, at Shaki's bar, Rayleigh looked towards Area 20 and sighed. This batch of supernovas is in trouble. At that moment, a tall, dark-skinned, blonde man with high cheekbones walked out. Jingudo, if you go, you might die. Shaki at the bar kindly reminded him that Souris is as ruthless as a Kainu. He should be going for the destruction of the sightseeing area. I can't implicate you all, Jingudo said. The sightseeing area was damaged during his battle with Sasaki. Just as Souris dealt with the Triceratops Sasaki, two people from the adjacent street heard the sounds of fighting and were coming this way. Perona, let's not go. What if we get caught up in it? Said a person holding a pile of fruit. What do you mean caught up? We are the subordinates of 7 Warlord Moria. Who would dare touch us? Said a girl with pink twin tails, wearing a crown, often holding a wine-red umbrella, and munching on an apple with a proud attitude. These two are indeed the subordinates of the Shadow Master, Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the 2 members of the Horde 3-masted ship, the 3 weirdos, the Ghost Princess Perona and the transparent fruit user Absalom. As they were talking, they turned a corner and arrived at the street where Souris was fighting, just in time to see Souris kill the Triceratops. Suddenly, Perona pointed at the apple that Absalom was holding and shouted, "Eek! Ah, apple! What's wrong with the apple?" Absalom replied, but his expression changed immediately. Devil fruit? Absalom's tone changed. He had just bought apples, so how could a green fruit with 3 horns suddenly appear? At this moment, Souris also noticed them. The horror 3-masted ship, the 3 weirdos, Moria's men. Then, his gaze fell on the pile of apples in Absalom's arms. Devil fruit? It can't be the fruit of the deceased Triceratops, can it? What a coincidence. Thinking this, Souris approached Perona and Absalom. He had clearly seen that devil fruit, and, judging by the 3 horns, it should be the animal-type ancient Triceratops form devil fruit. You, give me that devil fruit, Souris said directly. How rude. Why should we give our devil fruit to you? Perona floated in front of Souris and pointed at him. Although you look cute, it's better for pirates to die, Souris said as he reached for the handle of his sword, Chilu. Souris, don't make a move. They are Moria's people. If you kill them, Admiral Sengoku will have a headache, and you can't get demoted again. Shoen, who had been responsible for protecting Annie and Dazed Duck, hurriedly stopped Souris. The 7 warlords and the Navy are both under the world government, and in theory, they shouldn't attack each other. In his view, if Souris couldn't get promoted, his justice would have nowhere to be upheld. Still want to kill us? Negative ghost, Perona said, and several ghosts flew towards Souris, Annie, and Shoen. Don't. Absalom wanted to stop Perona from attacking, but it was too late. He seemed to remember who this Navy was. He had recently seen him in the newspapers. Perona's ghosts touched Souris, but were blocked by Souris' armament hockey. However, Shoen, Annie, and Dazed Duck were all affected. The 2 humans and 1 duck all knelt on the ground. Shoen, born as a human, I feel very sorry. I'm really useless. If there's a next life, let me be a caterpillar that just eats and waits to die. Annie, I'm really useless. I can't help my brother at all. I'm so useless, I have no confidence to live on. Dazed Duck, quack, quack, quack. Why can't a male duck lay eggs? It's so embarrassing, but I'm sorry. I want to lay an egg. Souris looked at the 2 humans and 1 duck hit by the negative ghosts, his eyebrows raised, and his expression began to turn unfriendly. 1 strike, it's your ability to survive, Souris said with a cold glint in his eyes. The negative ghost actually has no effect? Perona was surprised. Perona, run, Absalom said, activating his invisibility ability. Face the gale. Hasa, Ki Chilu unsheathed. A massive tornado blew towards Perona. Super large ghost divine wind bomb. Perona unleashed her ultimate move. Boom. A huge explosion sounded. However, the super large ghost did not dissipate the tornado. Perona was directly blown away by the tornado and kept rising higher, as wounds appeared on her skin, showering blood. After a moment, the tornado disappeared, and Perona fell from the sky, not knowing where she landed, her life or death unknown. There's one more, Souris said, and saplings appeared on the street. Through these trees, Souris' observation hockey acted like a net, locking onto the entire street. Soon, Souris locked onto the invisible Absalom. Fierce wind, final slash. A massive slash flew out vertically. When the slash reached a corner, it seemed to hit something, and with a spray of blood, the invisible Absalom revealed himself. Damn, how'd he find me? This is the last thought of Absalom, who has a huge wound on his chest. Tap, tap, tap. Souris looked at the severely injured and dying Absalom, picked up the enemy's ancient Triceratops fruit, and turned to walk away. Keeping his word, he struck as promised. If they died, it was only because they were too weak. Absalom is very likely not going to make it. Hey, you 3, how long are you going to be so negative? Souris yelled at Shoen and Annie. After a moment, Shoen and Annie came to their senses. Shoen looked at the fallen Absalom in the distance and said, You didn't kill them, did you? If this kills him, Moria will definitely come looking for revenge. The upcoming escort mission for the Sky Gold is already stretching the Navy's forces thin, and we can't afford to have a conflict with the Seven Warlords. If he has good luck, maybe he can survive, Sauri said while thinking to himself. What would happen if he killed the warlord Moria? In Sauri's view, Moria is the easiest to deal with among the Seven Warlords. But if the Navy kills a warlord, the repercussions would be significant. Since they are both under the world government, the Navy would undoubtedly be held responsible. However, thinking too much about it is premature. At worst, he would just be demoted again. What kind of devil fruit is this? Shuan asked curiously. It is most likely an ancient Zoan-type Triceratops devil fruit, Sauri's replied. How could a Triceratops devil fruit appear in their hands? Shuan was somewhat surprised as he glanced at the Triceratops fruit user who had died in the pit. Sauri's explained, when a devil fruit user dies, a new devil fruit will be born. However, if there are nearby fruits with similar appearances, there is a chance that the devil fruit will regenerate from one of the similar fruits. This incident served as a reminder for him to prepare more fruits on the ship in the future. When the time comes to defeat those pirate users of devil fruits, it's possible that new devil fruits could be generated from the fruits on the ship. This method is very feasible. Encountering Perona and Absalom was completely unexpected, and I even obtained an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit. What do you think? Surprised? Excited? There's one more, Sauri said, quickly disappearing, accompanied by several afterimages. And he arrived at a corner of the street. There are more than 20 pirates hiding here. The Flying Swallow Pirates, led by their captain, the smiling swordsman Kenjiro. While searching for Absalom using plants, he happened to discover them. In fact, Kenjiro didn't want to leave. He was mainly afraid that running away would attract Sauri's attention. So he planned to wait until Sauri's left before coming out. Unexpectedly, Sauri's ended up finding them. Smiling swordsman Kenjiro, I give you a chance to duel like a swordsman, Sauri said expressionlessly. I haven't attacked the Navy, nor have I provoked you. Kenjiro gritted his teeth and replied. Sauri's shook his head. Becoming a pirate is your mistake. Captain, fight him. Yes, use your flying swallow 3-stage slash and kill him. The pirates behind Kenjiro couldn't help but shout. Kenjiro's flying swallow pirates chose a policy of elite troops, similar to the red-haired pirates, with only about 20 members, all of whom were quite strong. Hearing his crew's words, Kenjiro knew he had no way out. He slowly grasped the hilt of his sword at his waist. Since that's the case, let's fight to the death, Navy, Kenjiro said, his face filled with intense killing intent and determination. Sauri's nodded, knowing that since he was called a swordsman, the opponent should have some skills. Swish, swallow return. Accompanied by a sharp flash of the sword, Kenjiro struck. The flash of the sword was quick, resembling a blade draw. Crack! Sauri's blocked Kenjiro's slash with a single strike. The next moment, Kenjiro in front of him actually disappeared. Swallow wing slash. Swallow cloud slash. Swish, swish, swish. Kenjiro instantly transformed into 3 phantoms, appearing on Sauri's left, right, and behind, all slashing at him together. Steel slash. Sauri's turned and struck with the blade, accompanied by the sound of the weapon cutting into flesh. Kenjiro's 3 phantoms vanished. Kenjiro looked at the sword wound, piercing his chest, somewhat in disbelief. How did you discover my true form? Kenjiro asked in confusion. There is something called observation hockey. Your swordsmanship is good, but doesn't he deserve to be called Swallow Return? Sauri said, turning to look at the other members of the Flying Swallow Pirates. Forward slash. Puffed, puffed. Accompanied by flashes of blades and afterimages. The pirates of the Flying Swallow Pirates seemed to freeze in place. The path of destruction is shorter than you can imagine. Only the innocent can sleep peacefully. Don't be a pirate in your next life. Crack. With the sound of Sauri's sheathing his sword, blood spurted from the frozen pirates, and they collapsed. 4 of the 6 supernovas have fallen. Shoen, we're that Jindu and that Green Pepper's nephew. Jindu, as a supernova who fought against the Triceratops fruit user and destroyed a part of Scenic Street, Sauri's would definitely not let him go. As for the Conehead Hammer, if encountered, it would be dealt with casually. When facing supernovas, he wouldn't hold back like Kizaru. In the original work, if Kizaru hadn't held back, none of the supernovas would have escaped. Hearing Sauri's inquiry, Shoen called the Navy in Sabaody. Soon, Shoen said, they said Jindu was last seen in District 13. The Conehead Hammer's location is unknown. In this area, Sauri's immediately thought of an old man wearing glasses. Let's go to District 13. With that, Sauri's took the lead and walked towards Area 13. Saki's bar Sauri's arrived here, glanced at the sign above, and pushed the door open to enter. Inside Saki's bar, there were still some pirates gathered. Upon entering the bar, Saori saw a woman with short black hair, smoking a cigarette. Saki. Then, Saori spotted an old man in the corner, with silver hair and beard, wearing glasses, and having a straight scar over his right eye. The Underworld King, Silbaz Riley. Finally, Saori's gaze landed on a tall man with dark skin, high cheekbones, and blonde hair. Iron Arm, Jingu Duo. Oh, it's rare to see a navy here, Saki said, exhaling smoke upon seeing Saori's and his group. Saori's merely glanced at her, and then said to Jingu Duo, are you coming with me willingly? Or do I have to take you by force? Little guy, fighting is prohibited here, Saki reminded, leaning on the bar. Huh? Saori's chuckled lightly, saying, what's wrong? Don't dare to come out. If you want me to surrender, dream on. Jingu Duo said with a stern face as he stood up. Good. That's the spirit a pirate should have. If you don't step out, I would have thought all pirates are just hiding and peeking, Saori said as he turned to walk outside. I'll be waiting for you outside. Watching Saori's walk out, Jingu Duo said to his crew, you all wait for me here. What a joke, Jingu Duo, just a navy, are we scared? That's right, Captain. We're not the kind of people who fear for our lives. Only a grandson fears for his life. Let's go out together. With that, Jingu Duo and his crew walked out of Saki's bar. Jingu Duo was a physical monster, so Saori's planned to end the battle as quickly as possible. Shuin, take any back, Saori said as he slowly placed his hand on Chiulu's hilt, gathering the sword intent within him. Jingu Duo also sensed Saori's gathering power and directly roared as he charged towards Saori's, throwing a punch at him. Clang! This punch compressed the surrounding air as if it were about to split mountains and crack stones. However, Saori's quickly crossed his blade, and a barrier of wind appeared, easily blocking the punch. Immediately afterward, Saori's transitioned from a horizontal strike to a downward slash, unleashing a massive cut. Clang! Jingu Duo crossed his two iron arms in front of him. The force of his slash left a knife mark on the iron arms. Bang! As Jingu Duo defended, Saori's followed up with a swift side kick that struck Jingu Duo's arm. The immense power sent Jingu Duo flying backward. But just as he landed, several bean vines entangled his feet, followed by his waist, then his chest, and finally his head. The vines are extremely thick, wrapping around each other, making it impossible for Jingu Duo to break free. As he watched, Saori's left hand slowly raised, fingers beginning to form a fist. Captain! Jingu Duo was tightly entangled by the vines, constricted like a giant python. His crew couldn't bear to watch and rushed towards Saori's with cries. Whoosh! Chiulu swung his weapon, delivering a flying slash that killed several pirates on the spot. Crack! Crack! The sound of the vines tightening continued. Just as Jingu Duo was about to die under Saori's vine restraints, two flying slashes suddenly shot out from Shaki's bar, cutting all of Saori's vines. Little guy. He has some connections with me. I can't let you kill him. He hasn't experienced the true joy of the Grand Line yet. With these words, the Dark King Rayleigh, wearing flip-flops, walked out of the bar. Finally can't hold back anymore, huh? Scum of the old era. Saori's looked at Rayleigh with an expressionless face. Little Navy, if you retreat now, you might still have time. I haven't made a move in a long time, Rayleigh said casually, pushing up his glasses. Oof. Scum will always be scum. Even when old, still scum, Saori said, his expression suddenly turning cold, as Chiulu slashed towards Dark King Rayleigh. Furious wind slash. With this slash, Saori's included both himself and Shaki's bar. What an uncultured little brat, Rayleigh said, as his sword shattered Saori's attack. Uncultured? That's still better than you trash who swore to turn the world upside down. Saori's roared as he charged at Rayleigh. Back then, Pirate King Roger had invited Rayleigh to help turn the world upside down. Pirate King Roger succeeded, and as the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Dark King Rayleigh naturally contributed a lot. Boom! Saori struck with all his might. Ding! A metallic, piercing sound echoed as Rayleigh blocked Saori's attack with his sword. Really aggressive, Rayleigh said, a cold glint flashing his eyes behind his glasses. The next moment, a dark, ink-like foot wearing flip-flops kicked towards Saori's stomach. Bang! Saori's left hand was sealed. Boom! A massive force erupted from Rayleigh's foot, sending Saori's flying backward, carving two deep grooves in the ground. Before Saori's could steady himself, a crescent-shaped flying slash over 10 meters long swept through the air, tearing through the ground and charging fiercely at Saori's. Bang, 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 bang. 5 giant wooden stakes appeared in front of Saori's. Rayleigh's slash effortlessly destroyed 2 of them, stopping in front of the 3rd stake. 8 gates open. In an instant, Saori's activated the 8 gates, opening up to the 6th gate. Green flames erupted, blowing away the surrounding debris and wood. Die for me, Saris roared, instantly appearing in front of Rayleigh. Clang! A deafening sound rang out, as if it would burst people's eardrums. In this attack, Rayleigh did not expect Saris to be so strong, and his body flew into the bar. Saris relentlessly pursued and also charged in. But a whip-like kick, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced, came whistling in. Boom! Saris' pupils constricted, and his left hand rose, directly blocking the whip kick. Bang! With tremendous force, the ground collapsed. The front half of Shaki's bar instantly crumbled, and the two shadows quickly separated. My bar! Kid, you gone too far. Shaki was furious, ready to take action herself. Shaki, I'll handle this. Rayleigh's expression was grave. When did the Navy produce such a monster, and how old is he? At this moment, Saris had opened the 8 gates. Even without an SS level, he definitely reached S+. Saris didn't give Rayleigh any extra time. Youth is feared in combat. Filled with a festive aura of forgiveness, he tore through the air and charged at Rayleigh once more. The autumn dew was also entwined with the hockey of armament. Clang, clang, clang. With a series of metallic clashes, the sword intent emanating from Saris grew increasingly fierce. Death like the wind, accept your fate. Gale Absolute Cut, a slash nearly 100 meters long, was unleashed by Saris. This can be said to be his strongest sword strike. Boom! With this sword, Rayleigh did not take it head-on, and both Shaki's bar and Halfway Street were turned into ruins. At the moment when Saris swung this sword, Rayleigh instantly appeared in front of Saris, spun around, and ruthlessly kicked directly towards Saris' chest. After all, he was an old pirate, and his combat experience far surpassed that of Saris. Armament. In an instant, a pitch-black armament hockey, with patterns resembling tree bark, covered Saris' upper body. Bang! Saris was kicked away, crashing into a row of houses. During the flight, blood sprayed out and dripped to the ground. Saris' brother. Seeing this scene, Annie shouted and raised her gun to shoot at Rayleigh. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets flew straight towards Rayleigh's face. Clang! With just one sword, Rayleigh swept away these bullets, then fixed his eyes tightly on the shop that Saris had crashed into. In the next moment, a domineering aura suddenly erupted. The sky darkened abruptly, and all the surrounding pirates couldn't help but roll their eyes and faint on the ground. Conqueror's Hockey! Shaki exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Rayleigh's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he unleashed his Conqueror's Hockey. Crack! Crack! The two waves of Conqueror's Hockey clashed violently, with red lightning continually spreading at the point of impact. The dark clouds in the sky unexpectedly spread apart to the sides due to the clash of their Conqueror's Hockey, creating a gap in the middle that made it seem as if the sky were being torn apart from a distance. Boom! 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 Great burial of the forest. Accompanied by Saris' roar, enormous bean vines and creepers burst forth from the ground. The area within 100 meters was instantly occupied by a dense mass of bean vines and creepers, with some pirates getting directly entangled by the vines. Damn it! Quickly help me cut it open. Captain, save me. These pirates are just watching the show. The target of these vines and creepers is Rayleigh. Facing a large number of creepers and vines attacking like pythons, Rayleigh swung his sword, delivering slashes one after another. Some of the creepers and vines were cut in one blow, while others only had part of them severed, but surprisingly began to heal rapidly. Seeing this, Rayleigh frowned, and the sword in his hand began to emit a glow. Meteor. In an instant, countless streaks of light flashed by, resembling a meteor shower. The dazzling light cut through with extreme precision, and after a white slash, it forcefully shattered a large number of creepers and vines. However, just as most of the creepers and vines were severed, a 20-meter-tall wooden giant appeared from behind the vines and punched towards Rayleigh. Due to the interference of the numerous creepers and vines, Rayleigh was caught off guard and couldn't dodge in time, so he could only meet the punch head-on, sending him flying. Although Rayleigh was knocked back by the wooden giant's punch, he quickly flipped in midair, stepping on the air and charging at the wooden giant again. A blade of light flashed like a star. A huge wound appeared on the wooden giant's waist. However, in the next moment, Rayleigh was somewhat surprised. He saw that the wooden giant, with the massive wound, was healing rapidly, exhibiting the same trait as the creepers. While Rayleigh was dealing with the wooden giant, Saris swung his sword at the iron-armed Jindu and the pirates beside him. Divine Slash. A horizontal crescent-shaped slash flew towards Jindu and the others. This move is another application of the Gale Sword technique. Air Cannon. Jingu exerted all his strength to throw a punch. Boom! This punch shattered Saris' slash. However, at that moment, Saris flickered and appeared beside Jingu Duo, with Chulu heading straight for Jingu Duo's neck. A forward slash. Nowadays, Saoir's Gale Swordsmanship has become increasingly powerful. Just as Jingu Duo was about to die under Saoir's blade, a slender leg, wrapped in armament haki, kicked towards him. "You brat, don't be so arrogant." It was Xia Qi, the old apprentice of Rayleigh, who made her move. Boom! Faced with Xia Qi's attack, Saoir's could only redirect Xiolu, slashing at Xia Qi's leg. The clash of blade and leg occurred, and at that moment, Jingu Duo also reacted, throwing a punch at Saoir's. Saoir's had no choice but to retreat. "Truly irritating," Saoir's said with an icy expression. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Xia Qi. Clang! Saoir's swung his blade down, but it was blocked by Xia Qi's armament haki-covered hand. Just then, Saoir's Conqueror's haki erupted again, causing Xia Qi to momentarily freeze in place. Immediately after, Saoir's left fist slammed heavily into Xia Qi's abdomen. Xia Qi screamed and was sent flying. "Die, meddlesome old hag." Saoir's followed up with a flying slash. Whoosh! At that moment, Rayleigh, who had been held back by the wooden man, appeared and blocked Saoir's slash. Looking at the wooden man, its legs and arms had all been severed by Rayleigh. Cough, cough. Seeing Xia Qi continuously coughing up blood, a ruthless expression appeared on Rayleigh's face. And his Conqueror's haki radiated out again, clashing violently with Saoir's Conqueror's haki. Then, Rayleigh disappeared and reappeared in front of Saoir's, his western sword slashing towards Saoir's with a sound that tore through the air. Boom! As the two clashed, the collision of Conqueror's haki created dark red lightning that continuously erupted, spreading in all directions, causing the black and white strands of their hair to fly wildly. The entire sky roared in an instant, with winds rising and clouds surging. At this moment, Rayleigh kicked out, with a whirlwind of wind and the sound of a sonic boom, striking at Saoir's. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, Saoir's raised his knee, colliding with Rayleigh's leg. A powerful force clashing head-on. Crack! A fissure over 10 centimeters wide tore open the ground between Saoir's and Rayleigh. However, both of them were completely indifferent, fiercely exchanging blows. This is truly a visual feast. The storm rages, dark red thunder sweeps through, accompanied by the sounds of metal clashing and the dull thuds of drums, shaking the heart. In the battle between Saoir's and Rayleigh, the entire Japan has turned into a wasteland. Their fight lasted from the afternoon until the sun was low in the west, going on for over 2 hours. During this time, Saoir's reduced the 8 gates to 5 and then to 4. The prolonged battle was not enough for him to maintain the 8 gates. Even with the 4 gates open for over 2 hours, Saoir's body and photosynthetic abilities were already extraordinary, all while he was continuously getting injured. Boom! Saoir's was kicked by Rayleigh into a building. But soon, Saoir's charged out again. It must be admitted that the Dark King Rayleigh is the strongest opponent Saoir's has faced so far. His strength lies not only in swordsmanship, but also in combat experience and the use of haki. For Rayleigh, fists, feet, legs, elbows, and swords are almost all weapons. In the fight, their figures were barely visible. Each attack brought a howling wave of air. The clash of swords and the pure physical collisions created a visually stunning spectacle that left everyone fortunate enough to witness it dumbfounded. 2 newsbirds in the distance kept taking pictures of Saoir's and Rayleigh. Tomorrow, this will surely be front-page news. The 2-hour battle made Rayleigh realize that this Navy kid was a fighting machine. During these 2 hours, even when injured, Saoir's would quickly recover. He had to finish Saoir's off in one go. However, as the sun was about to set, Saoir's knew he was no match for Rayleigh. Even with the 8 gates released, he had only managed to injure Rayleigh once, while he himself was covered in wounds. If it weren't for his photosynthesis ability and the enhancement from the immortal seal, he would have been finished long ago. What a tough opponent, Rayleigh said as the sword in his hand began to emit a terrifying brilliance. Meteor 1,000 paths. Rayleigh's sword moved swiftly, and points of light that resembled star glimmers appeared, followed by a comet-like rush toward Saoir's. Bang, bang, bang. Several wooden stakes appeared in front of Saoir's. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The stakes were pierced one by one, but ultimately managed to block the attack. However, at that moment, Rayleigh suddenly appeared at Saoir's side, his western sword glowing with a black light as it slashed toward Saoir's. Flash strike. Wind barrier. A blue wall of wind appeared, but then with a loud crack, the wind wall shattered. Clang. Rayleigh's western sword struck Saoir's autumn dew. Saoir's eyes widened. He saw autumn dew break. The sudden turn of events startled Saoir's, and at that moment, Rayleigh's sword came again. Thud! A wound appeared on Saoir's waist. Just as Rayleigh was about to attack again, several black dragon fruits suddenly appeared on the ground. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, sending countless flames and dust flying, giving Saories a chance to distance himself. Covering his wounded waist with one hand, he drew out the elephant knife with the other. To be honest, he wasn't very accustomed to using the elephant knife. The gap was really huge. Saories gasped as he spoke. Having come this far, Saories had already decided to leave. Fighting stubbornly when he couldn't win was madness. Just as Saories was preparing to use a big move to restrain Rayleigh and then escape, a golden light appeared, landing in front of Saories. Oh, how terrifying! With an extremely annoying voice, a figure clad in a justice coat appeared. The newcomer had short black hair, a bit curly, wore sunglasses, had a stubbly face, was tall and slender, dressed in a yellow and white striped suit with a dark green shirt. Who else could it be but Kizaru? After fighting for so long, if the Navy headquarters hadn't received news, that would be too useless. Kizaru's appearance delighted Saories, but caused Rayleigh's expression to change. That troublesome Navy kid hadn't been dealt with yet, and now a top-tier admiral had shown up. Rayleigh felt that today might be over. Who would have thought that after Kizaru arrived, he didn't attack Rayleigh, but instead spoke to Saories. Kid, how are you? I'm fine, Saories replied. Hearing Saories' words, Kizaru said, if you're fine, then go. Upon hearing this, Saories was taken aback. Aren't we fighting? Can you beat him? Kizaru retorted. Saories shook his head. What a coincidence. I can't beat him either, Kizaru said with a pout, feeling helpless. What a dog show. At this moment, Saories really had the thought of killing Kizaru. If you're not going to take action, what are you doing here? I can run away anytime. Saories didn't know that Sengoku's order to Kizaru was to save him. There were no other orders, so with Kizaru's personality, he naturally wouldn't seek trouble. Sure enough, the justice that clocked out was really infuriating. Saories helplessly complained at his heart. In the end, this battle, which had frightened the entire illegal zone, ended in a whimper. However, before leaving, Saories said, Rayleigh, do you know someone named Little Eight? He is already dead, killed by my hand. This sentence made Rayleigh's gaze turn fierce again. Xiaoba had once saved his life when Rayleigh was young, but it did not stop Saories from leaving. He merely warned. The Navy, being too persistent, is bound to die young. Ha ha ha. Death? I'm not afraid. Next time, I hope you could defeat me again. Saories chuckled as he left. Next time, he would definitely defeat Rayleigh. Saories had that confidence, so he wasn't afraid of Rayleigh's resentment. Rayleigh, you're bleeding, Xiaoqi said, watching the blood drip down Rayleigh's shoulder. It's nothing. I haven't moved for a long time. I'm getting old, Rayleigh shook his head. 2 seniors. I must thank you for saving my life. Jingu Duo knelt before Rayleigh and Xiaoqi. Although Jingu Duo was not dead, many of his crew members had died, most of them in Saories' great burial of the forest. He felt guilty because it was his fault that Rayleigh and Xiaoqi's bar had been destroyed. Kid, no need to be polite. It's just good to move this old body a bit, Rayleigh said with a smile. At the Navy base in Area 60, Saories said to Admiral Kizaru, Borsellino, could you please use your devil fruit ability, Yiksha Mirror, on me? The Yiksha Mirror can emit a beam of light, and wherever the light ends, Kizaru can appear there. Kizaru was somewhat puzzled by Saories' words. Kid, are you joking? Kizaru asked, after seeing Saories shake his head. His fingers emitted light. Yiksha Mirror. The golden light shone on Saories. In an instant, Saories felt a warm sensation all over his body. It was indeed effective. The artificial photosynthesis ability. Admiral Borsellino, can you make it more intense? Saories continued. Upon hearing this, Kizaru intensified the Yiksha Mirror, and, at that moment, the Yiksha Mirror looked like a small sun. Under the Yiksha Mirror, Saories' injuries were visibly healing at a rapid pace. Kizaru also noticed this scene and couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. What's going on? Does his flash fruit still have healing abilities? At this moment, Saories confirmed that the yellow monkey-S fruit was a perfect match with his forest fruit. What a pity, the flash fruit on the yellow monkey is a waste. After a while, Saories said, that's enough. Hearing this, the yellow monkey put away the 8-sun mirror, and during this time, Saories' expression had clearly improved a lot. He was almost fully recovered and felt like he could take on 10 more. All right, my task is complete. It's time to report back, said the yellow monkey. I also want to thank Admiral Borsellino for his assistance, Saories said with a smile. Soon, the yellow monkey left, and Saories returned to his residence. This battle greatly benefited him, and he gained new insights into the Gale Swordsmanship. Unfortunately, his autumn dew was broken. That was the sword given to him by Guillaume. It seems he still needs to find a good weapon. Saories muttered. Actually, a saber will be fine too, but it doesn't feel very comfortable to use. Of course, Saories can fight barehanded, His combat power without a sword is not inferior. He remembers that the 7 warlords, Moria, actually has a good sword. The autumn water from the great swordsman Longma, known as the Great Sword 21. The next day, newspapers about the battle between Sauries and Rayleigh were sent all over the world. The clash of the new generation of naval monsters with the old generation of strong fighters. The collision of Conqueror's Haki with Conqueror's Haki. There is no mention of Rayleigh's name on it, but the appearances of Rayleigh and Sauries were both captured, as well as the summon of the Wooden Man and the clash of the 2 men's slashes and Conqueror's Haki. Interestingly, it is written that Sauries and Rayleigh were evenly matched, even though Sauries was clearly at a disadvantage. As expected, the media loves to exaggerate. In the New World, the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, held the newspaper, drinking while watching the description of Sauries and Rayleigh's battle. Gururara, Conqueror's Haki. The Navy has produced another monster, able to go toe-to-toe with Silver's Rayleigh. Worth getting drunk over. Old man, if you want to drink, just say so. Why do you need to find such an excuse? A man who looked like a pineapple said helplessly. This is Marco, the 1st Division captain of Whitebeard. Gulalala. Only with strong individuals can this vast sea avoid loneliness. Without strong people, this sea would be quite dull, and of course, it's worth getting drunk, Whitebeard. Edward laughed. Meanwhile, red-haired Shanks was also looking at a newspaper about the battle between Sorius and Rayleigh. Conqueror's Haki, the determination to kill most pirates. This guy might be even more troublesome than a Kainu. At the same time, Sorius also caught the attention of the Yonko Kaido. However, Kaido was thinking about whether Sorius could kill him or injure him. Kaido had been searching for a way to die. As the being known as the strongest creature, Kaido possessed unimaginable defense and vitality. As a pirate, he had suffered defeat 7 times, been captured by the Navy and the Yonko 18 times while challenging them alone, and had been sentenced to death a total of 40 times. Even when subjected to hanging, he could break the chains. Even when brought to the guillotine, he could smash the blade. Even when pierced by a spear, it would end with the spear breaking. He had sunk as many as 9 massive prison ships, and no one had ever been able to kill him, not even Kaido himself. In fact, from Sorius's perspective among the Yonko, Whitebeard, despite his desire for strong individuals in the sea, is considered the least threatening. Whitebeard has no ambition to dominate the world, unlike Kaido, Big Mom, and red-haired Shanks, who all have their own goals. Shanks is particularly intent on inheriting Roger's will. Additionally, the main reason Rayleigh stayed at Sabati Archipelago is that it is home to many pirates. It is a necessary route to the latter half of the Grand Line. Here, he can see all the outstanding pirates, and he wants to select someone who can become the second Roger. In the end, he chose Luffy. When Roger once invited Rayleigh onto his ship, he mentioned wanting to turn this world upside down. Clearly, Rayleigh wants to choose a successor to Roger to continue turning this world upside down. This is also the reason why Sorius was extremely angry during the fight with Rayleigh. Sorius is not a paranoid person, and there's a reason why he scolded Rayleigh. Rayleigh can be said to have made a significant contribution to Roger's achievements, and later, he also provided great help to Luffy. This is simply an old pirate who is unwilling to remain calm. If he truly wanted to live in seclusion, why would he choose such a chaotic place as the Sabati Archipelago? He is merely looking for someone. Of course, this includes Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, Shanks, and Rayleigh. These people all share a common characteristic. They never consider the consequences for ordinary people. Marine Headquarters. Sengoku watched the battle scene between Sabati and Rayleigh, as well as the ruins of Area 13. After some thought, he decided to have Sabati patrol the first half of the Grand Line. If he stayed in the Sabati Archipelago, there might not be many places that would be destroyed. Hey, Admiral Kazuru, did you see Sabati's battle yesterday? Is his combat power really that strong? Sengoku asked Kazuru around the conference table. It's terrifying. I'm almost not a match for him anymore, Kazuru said, putting down his coffee. Although Kazuru's words were exaggerated, everyone present knew that Sabati's combat power was probably comparable to that of a rear admiral in the headquarters. The growth rate is too fast. Beside him, Gion, who was sitting with Sorius, was thinking about where to find a good knife for him since Sauris's autumn dew had broken. In the early morning, laughter and joy filled Sauris's yard. Sauris, Annie, and Dazed Duck were enjoying breakfast made by Shun. However, while having breakfast, Dazed Duck was reminiscing about Bartholomew's barbecue. Shun's cooking was simply terrible. How did they manage to eat it? The plump Dazed Duck looked at Sauris and Annie eating the same food and began to question life. Wasting food is shameful, you fool, Sauris said while eating. Dazed Duck loved sweet food, but Shun made salty dishes, so Dazed Duck couldn't eat it. Faced with Sauris's reprimand, Dazed Duck had no choice but to go to the kitchen and grab a jar of jam, pouring it all over Shuin's prepared food. However, after taking a bite, it exclaimed, "Much better." But Souries' next sentence sent Dazed Duck straight to hell. "Annie will train for a while, and you, Dazed, have to train too." Quack, quack. Dazed Duck shook its head. It didn't want to train. "Look at how fat you are, and that big, but as a member of our group, you at least need to have the strength to protect yourself," Souries said, patting Dazed Duck's plump backside. The flesh wobbled like a water-filled balloon with a slap. After breakfast, Dazed Duck habitually wanted to waddle over to Souries' lounge chair to relax, but Souries kicked it aside, saying, "You lazy duck, if you don't train today, you won't get any food all day." Quack, quack, quack. "So what if I'm a fat duck? What do you mean by lazy?" Dazed Duck glared sideways at Souries in defiance. "You look again, and see if I'll hit you?" Souries waved his hand, revealing a wooden spike club. Seeing that big stick, Dazed Duck sighed heavily, feeling quite exhausted, and stubbornly waddled over to a dumbbell to start training. For lunch and dinner, and to avoid being beaten, it was all or nothing. But after just a short while, Dazed Duck felt so tired, really tired. Bang! It threw the dumbbell on the ground. Quack, quack, quack. Quack, quack. "I'm not training anymore. I'm a pet. Why should I do this?" But after Souries landed a loving iron fist on its head, Dazed Duck had big tears in its eyes, a lump on its head, and started training again, only this time the quack sounds kept coming. Quack, quack, quack. "I'm not human anymore. Who forces a pet to work out?" Dazed Duck could never have imagined it would come to this, but with no way to resist, it could only endure. Quack, 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 quack. "But why? You make a duck work out. Aren't you sick? It's too much for the duck. As a pet, shouldn't it just eat while its owner takes care of the mess?" With a heart full of resentment, Dazed Duck began the long road of exercise. After a tiring day, when Souries prepared its favorite orange cake, Dazed Duck finally chose to forgive Souries once. However, Souries' next sentence made it feel like all the light in its duck life had vanished. "Dazed, you did great today. Let us continue tomorrow." This sentence made Die Duck feel that the delicious orange cake in its mouth had lost its flavor. The next few days were a time of hardship for Die Duck, as the high-intensity weightlifting tortured both its mind and body. Die Duck missed the days of lying in the Souries' rocking chair, watching Annie train. It didn't want to exercise. However, facing Souries' loving iron fist, Die Duck had no choice. In fact, Souries didn't ask for anything else, just wanted Die Duck to shed its excess fat, be able to run fast, and drag Annie along in a sprint. Annie had the precision fruit, which allowed her to shoot even while moving quickly. At that time, Die Duck would run with Annie, and Annie would shoot. Wasn't that just mounted archery? A perfect combination. Quack, quack, quack. "So tired, master. I'm so tired. Can we take a break?" Die Duck had large tears in the corners of its eyes and 2 big bumps on its head, looking pitifully at Souries. "Do 50 more, or you won't get any food," Souries said expressionlessly while swinging a super huge barbell. With such a ruthless master, Die Duck could only continue to work out. At this moment, the silly duck squatting with a barbell looks particularly heart-wrenching. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. A warship is sailing on the Great Sea Route. Is Souries' warship. The warring states fear that Souries will cause another commotion in the Shambadi archipelago, so they send him out. Due to the celestial dragons and the conqueror's haki, the 5 elders have been extremely concerned about Souries. He is being protected, and he must not remain in the sight of the 5 elders for too long. It is very dangerous. Abluru bluru, abluru bluru, abluru bluru. Colonel Souries. The transponder snail on the warship is crying. Annie exclaimed. On the warship, Annie cannot call Souries' brother. She must call him Colonel. Hearing Annie's words, Souries walked out of the training room. Sure enough, he saw the standard transponder snail on the warship crying. Is someone asking for help? Souries said uncertainly, as if he had learned about it in the academy. Of course, it's a call for help. How did you learn back in school? Shuin came out of the kitchen and questioned angrily, then reached out to pick up the transponder snail. Hello, hello. This is the Souries warship. Where are you? This type of standard phone bug can automatically search for nearby phone bugs. However, it has a limited range. If it can reach here, it must not be too far away. Oh, it finally got connected. I am Captain Moden of the warship. We are under attack near Gaia Island. Please help us. Hey, where exactly is Gaia Island? Suinaskith. There's no time. It's Basha's, it's Basha's. Boom. With a loud bang, there was no sound from the other side. Is he dead? Shuin was taken aback. Head to Gaia Island, Salis ordered. Gaia Island is located in the first half of the Grand Line and is one of the 7 routes to the Shambadi archipelago. The name Basha's felt familiar to Salis. He must have heard it somewhere or seen it in his previous life. Definitely a familiar name. When Salis' warship arrived, after circling around Gaia Island, they finally saw debris floating in the sea to the south of Gaia Island. In addition, there were a few naval soldiers in Navy uniforms being eaten by fish in the distance. This should be the nearby waters, Shuan said, looking at the distant corpses and some wooden debris. Collect the bodies of those soldiers and go to Magic Valley Town, Sali said expressionlessly. Magic Valley Town is a town on Gaia Island. If Whiskey Peak is inhabited entirely by bounty hunters, then Magic Valley Town is filled with pirates. The most notorious kind of pirates. 9 years ago, the Navy conducted a cleanup here, led by Zephyr, and captured many people. But people are forgetful, and soon, due to the geographical location, a large number of pirates gathered again. Magic Valley Town has gambling, red light districts, bars, and slave markets, everything you could imagine. The only thing is, there are no ordinary people here. Everyone has blood on their hands. Here, the impression of Saories is very deep. In the previous life, watching anime, when Luffy and his crew arrived here, what caught their eyes was either fighting or killing. This place is truly a gathering of evil. Hey, do you want to disembark? Saori smiled as he asked Dazed Duck, who was standing at the bow of the ship. At that moment, Dazed Duck was wearing a military cap, a navy shirt, and had Saories' hanging at its waist, nodding firmly with a resolute expression. Quack! It was no longer the same Dazed Duck from before. Colonel, we will also disembark with you, said the Navy soldiers gathered not far away. Saories nodded and said, leave 100 people to guard the warship. The rest come with me to experience this town full of pirates. At the port of Magic Valley Town, there were people coming and going, all of whom were armed with knives and guns at their waists. Even the women were the same. There were no good people here. Street battles and killings were commonplace. However, when Saories and his men arrived in the town, all the pirates' eyes turned toward them, and their gazes were extremely unfriendly. Some pirates even began to slowly approach Saories and his group, gradually encircling them. Leading the way, these pirates surrounded Saories and the others. Seeing the fierce-looking pirates around, Dazed Duck, who had originally been swaggering with a knife, slowly withdrew its swagger and pressed its wings tightly against Saories' leg, looking like a pet that didn't want to be noticed. Indeed, Dazed Duck was still that same Dazed Duck. Don't be impulsive. That's the Shura Swordmaster Saories. Some pirates recognized Saories and quickly pulled their companions. So what if it's Saories? This is Magic Valley Town, a forbidden area for the Navy. A ferocious-looking pirate brandished his knife and said, watching the encroaching pirates, Saories sighed. As expected, the average intelligence of pirates in the pirate world isn't high. If they were smart, who would become a pirate? After saying this, Saories continued, can anyone tell me if Bosch's is here? Perhaps it would make my killing a bit cleaner and smoother. Stop being arrogant, Navy. Boss Bosch's could turn you into mush with a single punch. A pirate boy about 15 or 16 years old shouted fiercely, filled with admiration for Bosch's. Saories nodded. It was good that Bosch's was here. He looked up at the bright sun and said, it's sunny. What a great day for killing. Before his words fell, 2 wooden swords appeared in Saories' hands. In the next moment, his figure vanished, reappearing among the group of pirates. The slaughter began. The instant Saories made his move, Annie also drew the golden spear from her waist. At the same time, Shuin used Moonwalk to dash into the group of pirates. The other 100 Navy soldiers also drew their swords or took out their guns, beginning to attack. The sounds of gunfire, screams, and splattering blood became the main theme of the port of Magic Valley Town. At that moment, outside the port, cannon fire also erupted. It was Saories' warship attacking other pirate ships docked at the port. Rin Shun slash. Finally, Saories ended the battle at the port with 2 horizontal fan-shaped slashes. Nearly 400 pirates fell to the ground. Looking at the fallen pirates, Saories clapped his hands and shouted, Forced wooden cage technique. With Saories' shout, wooden sticks rose from around Magic Valley Town, thicker at the bottom and thinner at the top. Ultimately, all the wooden sticks interlocked at the top. The gaps between the wooden sticks were only a few centimeters wide, making it impossible for ordinary people to escape. This wooden cage was designed by Saories, inspired by the birdcage design of Doflamingo. Shun, you take them to the town center. I'll go ahead, Saories said. The wooden cage is complete. Go. Shuin nodded in response. Whoosh. Saories' figure vanished. Boom. Accompanied by a roar, for Navy men, 3 men and 1 woman, were thrown out of a room, lying on the ground in pain and wailing. You can't even make Bajas excited. Worthless. With this remark, a strong man wearing a wrestler's mask, with long purple hair and a metal arm with ventilation holes on his right arm, and a golden championship belt around his waist, over 3 meters tall, stepped out. Good job, Bajas killed him. The surrounding pirates cheered as they watched Bajas begin to perform a brutal slaughter of the Navy. Watching the excitement is indeed a common human sentiment. These 3 men and 1 woman were captured by Boches from a warship for entertainment purposes. These people were completely unaffected by the gunfire from the docks. To be precise, Magic Valley Town was too chaotic. The daily sounds of gunfire and fighting had made them accustomed to it. Boches, whose full name is Gizes Bayez, was nicknamed the Fighting Champion. He came from the fighting arena, so he had a habit of brutally killing his opponents. Accompanied by piercing screams, one by one, the naval captives were twisted into various shapes by Boches. Seeing this scene, the surrounding pirates cheered wildly. Boches himself was also immersed in this cheer, making him feel as if he had returned to the fighting arena. When he was torturing the last female Navy officer, a figure suddenly appeared. Bang! A wooden sword blocked Boches' punch. Immediately after, a dark kick sent Boches flying. Looking at the female Navy officer whose arms were twisted like a pretzel and 1 leg was broken, along with 3 other disfigured Navy officers not far away. Killing intent began to boil in Sauri's heart. "Sorry, I'm late," Sauri said to the female Navy officer. "It's Sauri's." The female Navy officer, on the brink of collapse, recognized Sauri's. With her hair tied back and wearing a righteous Navy coat, who else could it be but Sauri's, who often appeared in the newspapers? "Kill me, then avenge us." Tears streamed down the female Navy officer's face as she spoke. She had become a useless person now, unable to continue as a Navy officer. "It's okay. Everything will be all right," Sauri's gently reassured her. Then he grabbed the female Navy officer and threw her into the sky. A vine rose from the ground, catching the female Navy officer. After doing this, Sauri's checked the other Navy officers and confirmed they had all breathed their last before turning his gaze to the retreating Boches. At that moment, he had already recognized the man not far away, the fighting champion Gizes Bayez, a future crew member of Blackbeard, who had achieved considerable merit while following Blackbeard in his campaigns. "Wahaha, another Navy officer has come." Boches laughed maniacally upon seeing Sauri's look over. "Boches, he is Sauri's, the one who killed the Lady of Death, Vera," a pirate shouted nearby. Hearing this, Boches' expression turned fierce. "It was you who killed Vera? She was my most promising disciple." As Boches spoke, his arms had already bulged, indicating he was preparing to attack. The Lady of Death, Vera, as a supernova, came from the same fighting arena as Boches, and he had taught her a lot. She was a junior he had high hopes for. "Soon, you'll meet Vera," Sauri said with a cold, killing intent. The next moment, a green aura erupted from Sauri's. In Boches' vision, Sauri's instantly disappeared. Then, Boches saw Sauri's had already appeared right in front of him. Buzz. Accompanied by a tearing sound of the air, Sauri's punched Boches in the face. Bang! At the critical moment, Boches raised his right arm to block Sauri's punch. Despite Boches' large stature, Sauri's punch made the metal armor on Boches' right arm emit a grating sound, as if it were about to shatter. After one strike, another whistling sound followed. Sauri's lifted his leg and executed a sweeping kick. This kick struck Boches' side, waist directly. Boom! Boches was kicked so hard that his eyes bulged out, and his massive frame, nearly 3.5 meters tall, flew horizontally out and crashed into several houses. Did I see that wrong? The champion Boches was kicked out? A pirate watching the spectacle rubbed his eyes, a bit incredulous. The reports in the newspaper and what I saw with my own eyes are completely 2 different concepts. This Sauri's is really not to be messed with. Just now, they didn't see Sauri's moves clearly. At this moment, some clever pirates had already begun to slowly retreat. Boom! Accompanied by a cloud of dust, Basis stood up from the ruins of the collapsed house. "Damn the Navy, die for me!" Basis roared as he elbowed towards Sauri's. Unsinkable fleet elbow strike. At this moment, a large amount of steam erupted from Bosch's arm, and a violent shockwave burst forth from his arm. Whoosh! Sauri's swiftly dodged the shockwave. Boom! The shockwave crashed into the building behind him, and with a roar, a large section of the building collapsed. Wave impact elbow. As Sauri's evaded, Boches leaped forward, charging at him, and his right elbow slammed fiercely towards Sauri's. However, what happened next sent chills down Bosch's spine. Crack! With a crisp sound, Sauri's actually caught his elbow strike with one hand. Then, Sauri's grabbed Bosch's arm and performed a shoulder throw, directly flinging Bosch's towards the ground. Boom! A large pit appeared on the ground, with dust flying everywhere. At this moment, Sauri's extended his palm, and vines emerged from the ground, wrapping around Bosch's body. Binding coffin. Sauri's hand slowly tightened, and Bosch's screams began to emerge. Let me go, Navy. At this moment, those slow-reacting pirates also realized what was happening and turned to run towards the dock. With a whoosh, Accompanied by Souries' fist suddenly tightening, Bosch's instantly lost all breath. Feeling an extremely weak flow of heat entering his body, Souries shook his head. At Bosch's level, the improvement to him was too minimal, almost negligible. Facing the fleeing pirates, Souries did not pursue them, but instead approached the female Navy officer first. "Hang in there," Souries said, and with a crack sound, he twisted the female Navy officer's contorted arms and broken thigh back into place. The process made the female Navy officer scream loudly. After completing the bone restoration, Souries emitted a green glow from his hands, a manifestation of the photosynthetic ability of the forest fruit, capable of healing some minor injuries. After a while, seeing that the female Navy officer's injuries had stabilized, Souries floated in midair and conjured 2 wooden swords in his hands. The moment of slaughter had begun. "What is this thing? Why can't it be cut open?" Around Magic Valley Town, some pirates attempted to break through the wooden cage summoned by Souries. However, their weapons left marks on the wooden cage, but would quickly heal, returning to their original state. Unless these pirates had the strength to sever one at once, they had no hope of breaking the wooden cage. Without any mercy, Souries, who had activated the 8 gates, resembled a killing machine, continuously harvesting the lives of the pirates. Just as the pirates in Magic Valley Town were fleeing in terror, Souries suddenly felt his wooden cage being broken. He moved swiftly towards a dock. When he arrived at the dock, he saw a small-sized green pepper punch flying Shuan away. Shuan spat blood and crashed into a building. However, he quickly emerged again. After all, Shuan was an elite Navy officer proficient in the 6 styles and was not so easily defeated. Just then, Souries appeared in front of him, his gaze fixed on the small green pepper. This should be the black pepper, known as the Conehead Hammer. It is said that he is the nephew of the green pepper from the 8 Treasures Navy, and upon seeing him in person, I can indeed see the resemblance, mainly due to that pointed head. The 8 Treasures Navy has a tradition of shaping their heads into cones, which allows them to open the ice vault of the 8 Treasures Navy and obtain treasures. The leader of the 8 Treasures Navy is called the Pillar, and each generation of pillars must be able to open the treasure vault. Perhaps this character, who doesn't appear in the original work, is someone that the green pepper wants to cultivate as the next generation pillar. They killed the soldiers on the warship outside. Shuan gritted his teeth and said. At these words, Souries' expression turned cold. He looked back and saw that his warship was gone. By leaving those 100 Navy soldiers on the ship, Souries had only harmed them. At that moment, Black Pepper also changed his expression upon seeing Souries. He hadn't expected that the Navy here was Souries, which was also related to Souries' warship being a standard Navy vessel. "I thought you had already gone to the New World, but since you haven't, prepare to die," Souries said coldly. He thought Black Pepper was lucky to have evaded him, only to run into him again after all this time. Black Pepper hurriedly said, "Wait, I'm just here to find crew members." The reason he hadn't gone to the New World was also related to Souries. After seeing Souries' ruthlessness in the newspaper, Black Pepper believed he wasn't qualified to go to the New World yet, so he planned to hone his skills in the first half of the Grand Line and quickly recruit a few crew members. He never expected to encounter Souries here. However, it was pointless to say more now. Having killed Souries' soldiers, Souries would certainly not let him go. "Whatever you have to say it to my subordinates." Before Souries finished speaking, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Black Pepper, his feet wrapped in armament hockey, and he kicked out. Facing Souries, who appeared in the blink of an eye, Black Pepper's expression changed dramatically. He had no time to defend himself, and was kicked in the stomach by Souries. Bang! Boom! Black Pepper was sent flying, crashing into a group of pirates behind him. "Damn it! Don't think I'm easy to bully, Conehead Hammer," Black Pepper roared. Blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with rage, and then the sharp tip on his head turned black as he charged toward Souries. Souries chose not to dodge. First, a layer resembling tree bark appeared on his right hand. Then it transformed into a dark purple color. After that, he smashed a fist forward. Clang! This is a pure clash of armament hockey with armament hockey. The pitch-black sharp tip collided with the purple-black fist, holding each other for 2 seconds, and then the sharp tip of the Black Pepper began to bend. Boom! The Black Pepper was smashed to the ground by Souries with a punch. Looking at his sharp tip again, it did not get crushed like Carp did to the green pepper, but instead, it bent forward from its originally straight upward position. This is somewhat reminiscent of how Old Kai later kicked the tip of the green pepper. Only one bent to the left, and the other bent forward. With a punch, he knocked down Black Pepper, and Souries quickly lifted him up, then kicked him into the air. 10 fingers turned into green light Gatling guns. Souries' hands transformed into countless afterimages. The green light continuously shot out from his hands, penetrating Black Pepper's body and creating bursts of blood flowers. After a moment, when Saori stopped, Black Pepper's massive body crashed down. The tip of the cone hammered Black Pepper death. In 1513, among the 6 supernovas, except for the protected Kintur by Rayleigh, all others perished at the hands of Saories. Bang! Saories brought his hands together, and the wooden cage that Black Pepper had smashed a large hole and closed once more. His fruit ability needed to be strengthened. Such a small Black Pepper was able to break his wooden cage. The closing cage instilled great terror in all the pirates, and only some clever ones managed to escape through the hole first. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire rang out first, with Annie being the first to strike. Each bullet, like the scythe of death, took away the lives of one pirate after another, accompanied by bursts of blood flowers. Dazed Duck nervously guarded beside Annie, holding a knife with its wings. Subsequently, other Navy personnel also joined the battle. Saories began his slaughter once again. After a long time, the battle came to an end, and the entire Magic Valley town fell silent. Shuin, along with the remaining 70 pirates and nearly 100 slaves found in Magic Valley town, as well as a large amount of berries, slowly walked towards the dock. These slaves are from entertainment venues such as bars, casinos, brothels, and red light districts. Most of them are women, and they're the lowest beings here. After all, when pirates return from the sea, they also need to vent their frustrations. And these slaves are their targets for release. At the dock, gather all the bodies of the Navy soldiers that can be found, collect their identification tags, and bury them. These identity cards have their names on them, and through the names, one can find their addresses to send condolence payments. All the Bailey found in Magic Valley town will be given by Saories to the families of these fallen soldiers. This was all he could do. Because the warship was destroyed, Saories seized the pirate ship Black Pepper and brought everyone on board. Looking at the silent Magic Valley town, a faint sadness spread on the ship. This time, Saories' team suffered significant losses. The female Navy officer, who was saved by Saories, thought of her companions who had tragically died at the hands of Boches, and tears fell drop by drop. People are emotional beings. No one is truly cold-hearted. Saories knew that the death of comrades who had been with him day and night made many Navy soldiers feel a bit downcast. He said, "There's a saying in my hometown, a pot will inevitably break at the mouth of the well. Generals are bound to die on the battlefield. As a Navy, one must be prepared to die in battle. Perhaps the next to die will be me." In the waters not far from Gaia Island, a group of pirates was desperately rowing a small boat. They were part of the fortunate pirates who had escaped from Magic Valley town. "Brother Rian, where are we going?" one pirate asked. "Home," a young man said, pursing his lips. "Huh? Are we not going to be pirates anymore?" The younger brother beside him exclaimed in surprise. "No more, it's too dangerous. We're going home to grow apples," the young man named Rian said firmly. Today, the figure that resembled a demon had left him with a huge psychological shadow. 3 days after Saories left Magic Valley town on Gaia Island, news of the battle spread rapidly through newspapers across the first half of the Grand Line. Hee, really ruthless, it's getting more and more troublesome. In the kingdom of Dressrosa, Don Quixote da Flamingo, dressed like a flamingo, looked at the freshly delivered newspaper, laughing as he spoke. Although da Flamingo felt that Saories was becoming increasingly troublesome, he did not feel threatened. He was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and Saories, as a Navy officer, would not trouble the 7 warlords. "Ever since I became a 7 warlord, Admiral Tsuru hasn't pursued me anymore. The Navy is just a dog raised by the world government." In the first half of the Grand Line, outside a casino, a middle-aged man with black short hair, a circle of beard around his mouth, and closed eyes silently listened to someone beside him reading the newspaper. This man had an X-shaped scar on the left side of his forehead, extending to his eyes. He was tall, wearing a light purple kimono, tied with a black-purple obi, a purple scarf wrapped around his neck, white arm guards on his hands, bandages on his arms, wooden sandals on his feet, and holding a cane sword. He was Yi Xiao, the future Admiral Fujitora. "Thank you, young man." Yi Xiao tossed a coin and smiled. Then he slowly stood up and said, "I've lost all my money. It's time to see that Azura's swordsman Saories' justice." Not a very impressive title. It seems his justice is quite similar to that of Admiral Sakazuki. With that, Yi Xiao stepped toward the distant dock. Yi Xiao was blind, but his blindness was not congenital. He chose to be blind. In his words, not seeing the world is also a blessing. There are far too many dirty and lowly people in this world that are unbearable to look at. Yi Xiao's eyes were closed because he did not want to see the evils of the world and chose blindness for himself. For so many years, Yi Xiao has been searching for a sense of justice that resonates with him, or rather, he has been looking for a justice that he can recognize. A pirate ship flying the naval flag sails across the endless sea. At this moment, it has been 7 days since the incident at Magic Valley Town on Kaya Island, and there are now more than 100 additional people on Saoir's ship. These are slaves that were inadvertently rescued along the way. These people, the overage Saoirs, will give some of the Baileys a place to live, while those who are not overage will be sent to the Naval Academy. In the future, these people will form the backbone of Saoir's system. When I touch plants, I can obtain their characteristics. Why can't I do the same with devil fruits? Saoir's asked, sitting in a wrought-tan chair. Host, devil fruits cannot be obtained because they have detached from the original devil fruit tree, and the characteristics they carry are too one-sided. The system explained. What about the Adam tree? Can I touch the trunk of an Adam tree that has been cut down? Saoir's asked again. Recently, he planned to buy some branches of the Adam tree to try touching them. Additionally, he wanted to go to Little Garden to meet the 2 captains of the giant pirate crew, Blue Demon Dory and Red Demon Broggy. It is rumored that the Adam tree is located in the giant kingdom of Elbaf. The reason Saoir's hasn't gone to Little Garden is that these 2 giants are quite terrifying. Their slashing attacks are more powerful than that of the Yonko Big Mom. Over 100 years ago, the bounty for the 2 giants had already reached 100 million, and at that time, there were far fewer pirates and there was no inflation. Let us put it this way, the strength of both of them is definitely stronger than that of Qingjiao. The host could try to obtain a branch of the Adam tree. Since the system hasn't seen the actual item, it can't determine if there's still any viability inside. The system continued. It seems we still need to find a branch of the Adam tree to try. Bururu bururu. Just as Saoir's was planning for his future. The phone bug in his arms rang. Hello, this is Saoir's. Saoir's, this is Sengoku. There has been a riot in the kingdom of Siwalando. You need to handle it. But don't be too harsh. Also, be careful of the Revolutionary Army, as there may be their influence behind this. Sengoku's voice came from the other end of the phone bug. He was afraid that Saoir's would suppress the riot too brutally like a Kainu, so he warned him in advance. As for the Revolutionary Army, they had already incited the independence of 2 countries in the East China Sea and South China Sea in recent years. I understand, Marshal Sengoku. I'll head there now, Saori said as he hung up the phone bug. Shuan, bring me the sea chart. From the sea chart, Saoir's learned the location of the kingdom of Siwalando and then instructed Shuan, you all return to the Shambadi archipelago first. Handle the soldiers' compensation and the arrangements for these people. Leaving this sentence, Saoir's soared into the sky, heading towards the kingdom of Siwalando. The kingdom of Siwalando is not a wealthy country. When Saoir's arrived here, all he saw was desolation. As a member state, it had to contribute heavenly gold every year. To meet this requirement, Siwalando had imposed heavy taxes for 5 consecutive years, with the tax rate reaching an astonishing 70%. If they couldn't pay, people from their homes would be taken to mine, and once taken away, they would almost never return alive. Under such circumstances, the king and the royal family still lived in luxury and extravagance, which ultimately led the struggling citizens to revolt. At this moment, a large number of citizens surrounded the Siwalando palace. Valando 13, come out. Why don't you give us a way to survive? Come out and explain. Our relatives can't die for nothing. Yes, my father can't die for nothing. You need to give us an explanation. Murderers, you should be hanged. Father, those commoners are storming the palace, claiming they want to hang us. A young man with a center-parted blonde hair hurriedly walked into the palace and said, those despicable commoners. How dare they? We are the royal family, and they actually dare to disrespect us. We're the guards. Why Haven T, they expelled those commoners. Valando 13, who had always lived in comfort, said angrily, then turned his ire towards the palace guards. Your Majesty, we have already tried. They won T leave. Now, those commoners can't survive anymore. They want you to open the treasury. The captain of the guards said, impossible, absolutely impossible. How dare they covet my treasures? Upon hearing the captain's words, Valando 13 instantly exploded with rage. Those treasures were his prized possessions. King Verando 13 is also a greedy man, with many treasures in his treasury. However, he never takes them out. Instead, he extracts wealth from the common people to pay the world government. How long until the Navy reinforcements arrive? Verando 13 asked. We have already sent a distress signal. They should be here soon, the chief guard replied uncertainly. The closest is the G-83 Navy branch, but it was just attacked not long ago, so they can't send too many people. That's why Sengoku sent nearby Saoir's to help. According to the world government's requirements, each member country has a Navy station nearby to protect them. Seeing that the Navy's arrival was uncertain, Verando 13 became extremely anxious, fearing that the commoners would break through the palace gates. Father, just kill these commoners. I've been practicing shooting these days, and it's not satisfying enough to use those slaves. These commoners are perfect, said a boy, probably only about 10 years old, holding a pistol. Then let's kill them. It will serve as a warning to others. Verando, 13, hesitated for a moment, then agreed with a ruthless expression. Bang, bang, bang. The intense gunfire echoed throughout the West Verando Kingdom Palace. The sounds of screams, curses, and shouts intertwined. However, although the palace guards killed a large number of civilians, it only fueled the anger of the people even more. They continued to try to storm the palace. At this moment, Saris arrived at the West Verando Kingdom, and what he saw was the kingdom's guards slaughtering civilians. This scene made Saris frown. He prepared to stop the massacre first, and then investigate what was happening. Just then, a long-awaited mission prompt appeared. Activate random mission. Water can carry a boat and can also capsize it. King Valando 13 of the West Valando is greedy to the core, plundering the wealth of the people and forcing civilians to mine for extended periods, resulting in tens of thousands of civilians dying in the mines, which finally sparked a rebellion among the people. Help King Valando 13 suppress the rebellion. Reward: 1 star to physical strength, 1 star to swordsmanship, 1 star to fruitability. Help the West Valando civilians seek justice, allowing them to survive. Reward: 1 seed of corrosion. The system has given him 2 choices. If he chooses the first option, his strength will probably rise from S to S level. Unfortunately, Saris is destined not to live for the sake of the upper class. Here, Saris did not find any signs of the Revolutionary Army. This uprising should be the result of the West Valando civilians' long-standing grievances. Whoosh! Saris arrived on the city wall of the West Valando Palace. Stop it! Saris shouted. The sudden voice startled the guards on the palace wall, and when they saw Saris in a navy uniform, they all stopped. Only a little fatty continued shooting. I said stop. Didn't you hear me? Saris said with a stern face. Your Highness, stop it. One guard advised. Upon hearing this, the little fatty disdainfully replied, You think just because you say stop, we have to listen to you? I want you to kill those lowly civilians just like slaughtering pigs. I'll reward you with 100,000 berries for each one you kill. Saying this, the little fatty fired another shot, leaving a bloody hole in a civilian below. How infuriating. This brat is the worst. Bang. Looking at this arrogant little brat, Saris couldn't hold back any longer and kicked him down, causing him to fall into the pile of corpses below. The little brat let out a miserable scream. The civilians below were also stunned when they saw the brat fall. It's the little prince. Someone recognized the brat. The civilians slowly approached the brat. Don't come over. Help me, the brat shouted, pointing a gun at the encroaching civilians. You dare to harm our little prince? The head of the palace guards, Zivalando, angrily pointed at Saris. Bang! With a kick, Saris broke the guard's waist with immense force. This startled the guards on the city wall. A clever guard quietly ran into the palace to look for his king. Look at those dead comrades below. They are the executioners, the murderers. They do not deserve to be your leaders. What are you waiting for? Do you think they will spare you? Saris said calmly, looking at the civilians surrounding the troublemaker, who dare not take action. This situation is simply due to the long-standing royal authority that makes these commoners somewhat fearful. Following Saris's words, they looked around at their companions lying in pools of blood, and someone suddenly got agitated and kicked the troublemaker down. Then everyone rushed to take action, followed by the troublemaker's miserable screams. No, it hurts so much, father, save me. Just then, Valando 13 hurried over with the crown prince. What are you doing? You dare to harm the noble royal family. I will definitely report your crimes to the world government and to the 5 elders. Valando 13 immediately threatened Saris with the world government and the 5 elders. This tactic had always worked for him when engaging with other navies. King Valando 13 arrived at the city wall and saw his young son screaming below, his small eyes glaring fiercely at Saris. Navy, go kill those lowly people now and rescue my son, or I will make you pay the price. What price do you want me to pay? Saris calmly asked in response. Everything must be judged by right and wrong. King Valando 13 had exploited the common people for heavenly gold while leaving his own treasury untouched, leading to the ordinary citizens being unable to survive. The wrong lies with the Valando royal family. When they err, they must naturally pay the price. And no one is exempt. I will call the Warring States Marshal right now, King Valando 13 said, pulling out a pink phone worm. Navy, let us compromise. You don't need to save my brother. Just kill those lowly people and help the Valando royal family through this crisis. We can treat everything else as if it never happened. You should know that the Navy is supposed to serve us. We have been giving you heavenly gold every year. added Valando, Xi's eldest son, the one with the center-parted blonde hair. For him, his brother's death was better. No one would compete with him for the throne. But these audacious, lowly people had to be cleared away. Hearing their fantastical words, Saories couldn't help but chuckle. You are the sinners. The kingdom of West Valando does not belong to you, but to all the citizens of West Valando. You are merely the managers. And you are no longer worthy of this position. As Saories spoke, he kicked King Valando XIII and his son down with 2 swift kicks. Subsequently, accompanied by the flash of blades, all the palace guards fell under Saories' sword. Not only that, but he did not spare the other royal family members hiding in the palace either. However, even though he dealt with the king, the real headache was still to come. Watching King Valando XIII and his son meet a tragic end at the hands of the enraged citizens, Saories stood quietly on the palace city wall, watching until everyone had vented their anger and calmed down. At this moment, Saories said loudly, "As king, Valando XIII has the responsibility to ensure the survival of his people. Remember, the kingdom of Zivalando belongs to all of you, not just the Valando royal family. And now, his actions have disqualified him for being your king. Therefore, I hereby declare Valando XIII guilty and the Valando family guilty. Long live the Navy! The Navy will prevail! The Navy will prevail!" The cheers of justice echoed through the sky. Just then, a group of people came running from a distance. It was the Navy of the G83 branch. Now, with no royal family, the kingdom of Zivalando will be under naval control. Listen, I will open the palace treasury shortly, and I will distribute its contents evenly among all of you. But you must be orderly. Additionally, for the entire kingdom of Zivalando, anyone who is not here can be called in to receive their share by family, 1 portion per family, Saories shouted. This sentence excited everyone immensely, and they couldn't help but shout in excitement again. Saories flew up and came to the front of the G83 Navy, saying, "I am Colonel Saories from the headquarters, and from now on, you will be under my command. If there are any objections, you can call to consult Marshal Sengoku. The highest commander of the branch is also a colonel, but Saories is different from them. Saories is a colonel from the Navy headquarters, and he is a naval hero. Because Saories often appears in newspapers, many sailors are familiar with his deeds, and a headquarters colonel is inherently a rank higher than a branch colonel." Colonel Luca from the G83 branch complied with Colonel Saories' arrangement. A branch colonel stepped forward. Saories nodded and said, "All right, I'm sorry we're late. King Valando has already died. I have calmed the furious civilians. Later, you will follow me into the palace, open the palace treasury, and distribute all the wealth plundered by Valando XIII equally among the civilians." This sentence left everyone speechless. Colonel Ruka, are we going to distribute the treasury of King Valando XIII to the commoners? Colonel Saories asked. Colonel Rukas hesitated a bit. What is your sense of justice, Colonel Rukas? Saories inquired. To eliminate pirates and defend the territory, Colonel Rukas replied without hesitation. Perhaps this was not his sense of justice, but it was the mission of his G83 branch. Then, when you defend the territory, are you defending the well-fed royalty or the commoners? Saories asked again. This question made Colonel Rukas hesitate, as they had primarily been responsible for protecting the royalty and nobility of the member states in the past. At this moment, Saories said again, "As a navy, we must understand where our justice lies, and my justice is to ensure that those who trust us, the navy, can live without worries. We are not tools for the high-ranking nobles to exploit ordinary people. We are soldiers, not slaves." Saories' words were not heavy, but they lit up the eyes of many sailors. In the face of those high-ranking nobles, they were also just enduring. "I don't care what doubts you have, but I'm in charge here now. Follow me into the palace," Saories shouted. Yes, all the Navy soldiers responded. Next began the most troublesome time for Saories: counting wealth, tallying food, counting people, and clearing the battlefield. At this moment, Saories regretted that it would have been better if Shuin and Annie were by his side. They could handle these matters. Tina would also be fine. She is quite suitable for these tasks as well. First, for the food. Saories distributed it based on the number of people, allowing any civilian from Zivalando to come and collect it. Next was the wealth in the treasury. These riches were distributed by Saories to families. Although the wealth of King Valando XIII was substantial, if distributed in full, each household would not receive much. However, the common people were still very happy. Then there was a tax reduction. The original 70 tax was lowered to 20. It could have been reduced even further, but it couldn't be done. As a member state, the Kingdom of Zivalando must continue to pay the heavenly gold. Otherwise, it would lose its status as a member state, and the world government would send troops over. This is the first half of the Grand Line. The world government said that by destroying the kingdom of Siverando, they could eliminate it. After that, naval control will be implemented, and in the future, a parliamentary system will be established here. But for now, everything is not perfect, and military control can only be enforced. After all this busy work, more than a month has passed. Saories had long sent his report to Admiral Sengoku. Saories only mentioned that when he arrived, King Valando XIII had already been killed by the mob, and he could only pacify the rioters. After that, he reported the implementation of martial law. The death of a king was not considered a big deal in the eyes of the warring states. After all, Germa 66 had killed 3 or 4 kings of allied nations without much consequence. Saories was still too merciful. Those rioters who killed Valando XIII were the root of the chaos and should be eliminated. In the conference room, Akainu looked at Saories, who was being dragged into the kingdom of West Valando, and said solemnly, "They just want to survive." Vice Admiral Crane said. She felt relieved that Saories was able to save those civilians and prevent the situation in the entire kingdom of West Valando from deteriorating. It at least proved that Saories was not a person blinded by slaughter. In fact, this had already exposed the differences in justice between Akainu, Sakazuki, and Saories. Both were known for their ruthless methods, but they had different approaches. Saories' sense of justice was greater than Akainu's. "Sakazuki, your responsibility for the Sky Gold route is almost done, so return to the New World in the next couple of days," Sengoku said from the head of the table. Akainu nodded and asked, "Yes, but when will you assign Saories to me?" Akainu had been delaying his departure these past few days, just to bring Saories under his command. "Sakazuki, I plan to keep him and Kizuru as mobile personnel." Sengoku dismissed Akainu's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Akainu frowned and said, "Is that so? Then I understand." With that, Akainu stood up and walked out. The riots in the kingdom of West Valando had also come to the attention of the Gorosei. To be precise, every time there was a kingdom riot, the Gorosei took it seriously, especially concerning the Revolutionary Army. Now that the Revolutionary Army had instigated rebellions in 2 allied nations, the Gorosei initially thought the kingdom of West Valando was also the work of the Revolutionary Army, but only realized after receiving reports from CP5 that it was not. According to CP5's report, there was no involvement from the Revolutionary Army. The short-haired Gorosei said, "That's good. At least the Revolutionary Army doesn't dare to be too rampant in the Grand Line." The Gorosei with a cane said. However, based on the information CP5 gathered from the civilians in West Valando, it was this Saories who pushed King Valando XIII off the city wall. The long-haired Gorosei said, "A king of small nation is dead. So what? Saories used a king's life to quell a rebellion. This is nothing significant." The bald Gorosei, holding a katana, said, "In their eyes, a king dying is not a big deal. As long as the Sky Gold is delivered on time, there is no problem. What I mean is that his stance is problematic. If it were Sakazuki, he would have killed all those rioters in these allied nations. If we cannot guarantee the survival of their royal family, will they still follow our world government?" The long-haired Gorosei said, "No, I think he is quite adaptable. A king, if he can't even govern his country well, deserves to be replaced, and his stance remains to be seen." The bald Gorosei said, holding the katana, "What does stance matter? Even Karp's son has become a leader of the Revolutionary Army, and the Gorosei have still tolerated it. What matters most is strength. Indeed, if the royal family is gone, the country still exists. Our rule will not be shaken. At least these people lean towards the Revolutionary Army." Another Gorosei said, "Ultimately, they did not care about the life of the king at all. Otherwise, Germa 66 would have long been sanctioned." Just as Saories was dealing with the situation in the kingdom of West Valando, Enel, who had been quietly training on an island for more than half a year, chose to set sail. "Enel, we are setting sail now. The Navy will definitely capture us." Bartolomeo said, "The increase in strength is too slow. Only fighting can quickly enhance combat power." Carrying 4 drums, Enel said with ambition. Suddenly, Bartolomeo's eyes lit up. "Then let us form a pirate crew?" "But forming a pirate crew requires a ship, and we don't even have a ship. Besides, that guy Saories won't agree to us becoming pirates." By the end, Bartolomeo looked a bit dejected. "We can rob a ship. If Saories disagrees, then we can form a bounty hunter pirate crew that only kills pirates." Enel said, "There's always a way if you think of it." Ever since deciding to set sail, Enel had been pondering these things. Bartolomeo naturally also wanted to set sail, and he went along with Enel's words. After all, if Saories blamed them, Enel would take the heat. "What should we call it?" Bartolomeo asked. "Let us call it the Pirate Crew of God." Enel said, but then he shook his head. That name probably wouldn't pass with Saories. After a moment, Enel said, "Since Saories wants to break the darkness, Then let us call it dawn, breaking the darkness and welcoming the sunrise. Since we are tied to salaries in this life, let us work hard for salaries' dream. All right, let us call it the Dawn Pirate Crew, no? The Dawn Bounty Hunter Crew, Bartolomeo said excitedly. Regardless of what it's called, let us set sail first. Then, the two contacted Sauries regarding their setting sail. Sauries only inquired about hockey. After learning that Enel could skillfully use armament hockey, he agreed to their departure. Enel's observation hockey was exceptional. As long as his physical fitness kept up, ordinary people couldn't handle him. As for Bartolomeo, with the barrier fruit, he could protect himself without any issues. After receiving Sauries' approval, the two set sail cheerfully. However, once they set sail, they were stunned. They didn't have Sauries' skills. They couldn't read the nautical charts and couldn't tell directions. Moreover, Bartolomeo had a habit of getting seasick. Their small boat rocked violently, and Bartolomeo felt even worse. They could only rely on chewing gum to overcome seasickness. Brother Enel, I feel like we should change to another ship and find navigator, Bartolomeo said weakly while leaning against the ship's railing. Enel replied impatiently, I don't even know how to change ships. In this vast sea, we do need to encounter a ship to change. When we set sail, didn't you say you could sail? Is this just drifting along? What do we do now? I can't find east, west, north, or south. At that moment, Enel was just about to attack Bartolomeo. I have a way. Bartolomeo thought of the countryside grandma who had taught him many things. He took out the Din Din Mushy, recalling the grandma's Din Din Mushy number, and dialed it. Hello, who are you looking for? After a moment, the Din Din Mushy connected, and a kind voice came through. Grandma, it's Bartolomeo. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Bartolomeo instantly felt emotional and wanted to cry. Oh, it's little Bartolomeo. I saw your wanted poster. I thought you were caught since I hadn't heard from you in so long, the grandma said on the other end. Grandma, this isn't the time for that. I have a pirate crew now called the Dawn Pirate Crew. No, it's the Dawn Bounty Hunter Crew. But I'm lost at sea in the New World. Bartolomeo blurted out a lot in one breath. Oh, lost? Where are you now? Which direction are you trying to go? The grandma asked. There's a crescent moon island here. I want to go there. Where are we now? Bartolomeo looked around at the vast ocean and couldn't help but ask Enel. Enel, where are we now? Enel could no longer hold back and shouted. If you don't know, how would I know? Grandma, we don't know where we are. Bartolomeo could only say to the grandma on the other end of the line. Don't worry. Is your location far from Fishman Island? The grandma said. Not far. It shouldn't be far, Bartolomeo replied, his tone clearly lacking confidence, as he wasn't sure how far it was. The sun should be on your left. If you walk to the right, you'll find an island, but be careful, there are many pirates over there, the grandma recalled and reminded him. Oh, okay, thank you, grandma. That's it then, I'll hang up now, Bartolomeo said as he hung up the Din Din Mushy. He stretched out his hands to confirm which way was right, then pointed to the right and said, let's go this way. One must say, Bartolomeo's luck was indeed remarkable. 3 days later, they finally found the island. Their first battle soon erupted on this island, as Enel was insulted with a remark about his long ears. In the New World, although not everyone possessed hockey, pirate captains would definitely master it. Just like in Dressrosa, the Navy under Fujitora would. Enel's first opponent was a skilled user of armament hockey. Fortunately, his Logia-type Rumble Rumble fruit was not to be underestimated, allowing him to defeat his opponent without much effort. However, this also made the arrogant Enel realize that the New World was not like the first half of the Grand Line. There are many experts here, but this is also a training for Enel. Enel has inherited Sauries' ruthlessness. As long as it's an opponent, he will definitely kill them. After a battle, Enel and Bartolomeo successfully obtained a pirate ship, but they still needed a navigator. Enel, being arrogant, looked down on ordinary navigators. At this moment, looking at the kingdom of Siverando, Sauries had already withdrawn from there and started preparing to return to the Sabati archipelago. At the same time, the random mission was also completed and he received a corrosion seed. At this stage, he has 2 corrosion seeds. You must be from CP, right? Why are you monitoring me? At the Siverando dock, Sauries quietly approached 2 men in black suits from behind and asked. The sudden voice startled the 2 men, and they quickly turned to look. Tell me, why are you watching me? Which CP are you from? Sauries asked calmly. Admiral, you have mistaken us, said the slightly older man in the suit. Tell me, which CP are you from? I can spare your lives, Sauries continued to speak calmly. Colonel, you have mistaken us, the man in the suit insisted. Colonel, you have mistaken us, the man in the suit insisted again. At that moment, Sauries suddenly made his move. With 2 muffled thuds, the 2 men fell to the ground, rolling their eyes. Could you at least change into some inconspicuous clothes before lying? Saori said as he rummaged through their suits. Soon, 2 identification cards were taken out, along with a photo bug, a video bug, and an anti-eavesdropping bug. CP5? Spandam? Saori murmured as he looked at the identification. As he spoke, the ground shook, and 2 vines emerged, pulling the 2 CP agents along with their identification and the bugs that Saori had crushed into the ground. Before long, there were no traces left here except for the freshly turned soil. The appearance of CP5 made Saori frown slightly. Is this the meaning of the 5 elders or Spandam? If it's Spandam, then it's fine, but if it's the 5 elders, then Saori needs to be more careful in the future. Some outrageous things need to be done more secretly. Also, his rank should be promoted soon. It's not far from the gourmet city. Let us go to the gourmet city first. Only love and good food should not be disappointed. Saori murmured as he flew towards gourmet city. After enjoying a meal, he would return to the Sabaody archipelago. Blurp, blurp. Just as Saori was enjoying his meal in gourmet city, his transponder snail rang. Hello, this is Saori. After swallowing the squid he had just put in his mouth, Saori said, Saori, this is Gion. Gion's sister. What's wrong? Saori asked. Recently, one of the 7 warlords, Gecko Moria, has been looking for you, so be careful. Gion's reminder came from the other end of the transponder snail. This surprised Saori for a moment, but he quickly reacted, realizing that Moria must have come for Perona and Absalom. I understand now, Sister Gon. It's just the right time to teach him a lesson, Saori said. He really wasn't afraid of Moria. Otherwise, he would have wanted to find a reason to visit the Thriller Bark and retrieve Longma's great sword, Qiushui. A great sword in the hands of a zombie was somewhat of a waste. After hanging up the phone bug, Saori continued to eat heartily when he heard a strange voice beside him. Hey, Navy guy, although I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation, you can't be too careful. Moria is one of the 7 warlords. Upon hearing this, Saori turned his head and his pupils shrank. Toguro, what a smile. As a pirate, I naturally have nothing to fear, Saori said with a smile. You're quite confident. Can I sit next to you? Toguro politely asked with a smile. Saori nodded and shifted his position, saying, Get this uncle an order of squid fried noodles and abalone balls. Oh, thank you, Navy guy. There aren't many good Navy officers like you around, Toguro said gratefully as he sat down. Upon hearing this, Saori raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, What? Are all Navy officers bad now? Toguro shook his head and replied, Not really. It's just that recently there's been a sure swordmaster in the Navy. And I've heard he kills like it's nothing, taking out many pirates. At this moment, Saori understood something. Yixiao was either laughing at him or had specifically come to find him. He put down his bowl and said, Isn't it good to kill pirates? Pirates do many evil things, and if all the pirates are dead, others can live good life. Most pirates are indeed guilty, but they should be given a chance to turn over a new leaf. Yixiao shook his head, rejecting Saori's words. But what about those who died? Who has the right to forgive the pirates on behalf of the dead? Saori retorted. This sentence left Yixiao stunned. Indeed, who has the right to act on behalf of the deceased? Saori continued. A small number of pirates may not deserve death, but the number of pirates is too large to distinguish. For the safety of civilians, they must all be killed. It is better to sacrifice a small number of people for the greater good of the majority. The reason Saori explained so much was to hope that Yixiao would quickly join the Navy. Even if he didn't join, he shouldn't develop a dislike for the Navy. If Yixiao could help during the Marineford War, what would that mean? Saori's words made Yixiao ponder, especially the first sentence, which deeply moved him. No one can forgive pirates on behalf of the deceased. Therefore, once a pirate has blood on their hands, they should pay with their lives. However, this conflicted with Yixiao's long-held belief that many pirates could still be saved. Seeing Yixiao lost in thought, Saori paid, and then stood up to head toward the dock. He wanted to see the sea train. Yixiao noticed Saori's leaving but did not stop him, still immersed in his thoughts. The sea train was built by the great shipwright Tom and his 2 apprentices, Frankie and Iceberg. It had just been completed recently. Last year, the world government executed Tom for the plans of the Pluton. The plans had fallen into the hands of his eldest apprentice, Iceberg, sitting on the ship. Saori wanted to find a station to take a ride on the sea train to Water 7. It was better for him to keep the Pluton plans safe. Thinking of the Pluton plans, Saori recalled CP9, which would infiltrate Water 7 in about a year, particularly the Door fruit user Bruno, whom he valued highly. To be precise, he valued the Door fruit highly. Now entering 1514, CP9 had been lurking for 5 years, meaning they would infiltrate Water 7 next year, in 1515. Hey, Germa 66. This is Saori. Saori dialed the phone. Sir, what can I do for you? Germa replied. I need your help to experiment with how to steal devil fruit abilities. You should be quite skilled at this, Saori said. If anyone in this world understood devil fruits best, it would definitely be Dr. Vegapunk. Saory's sword was a product of Vegapunk transferring devil fruit abilities to the sword. The second would be Germa. Of course, Blackbeard and Caesar also had considerable knowledge. Caesar was the one who created artificial devil fruits. Meanwhile, pacifists and bloodline factors were all intricately related to devil fruits. All right, sir, I'll start researching right away. Germa resolutely executed Saory's order. After hanging up the phone, Saory's arrived at the small island next to Food City, preparing to take the sea train. However, while waiting for the train, the small island was surrounded. It was the Baroque works. Saory's, come out and die. Saory's, come out and die. With a roar, dozens of pirate ships from Baroque works began bombarding the town on the small island. The scene made Saory's expression turn cold. Truly reckless. As he spoke, Saory's clapped his hands together. Wooden cage. With a clap, wooden planks rose up, protecting the town on the island. Then, Saory's quickly flew towards the Bao Navy's pirate ship. Boom! Explosions hit the wooden cage above Saory's, leaving only a few dark marks. Crack! In midair, Saory's clapped his hands again, and wooden stakes began to grow wildly on the Bao Navy's pirate ship. Accompanied by creaking sounds, the ship's cabin was being shattered one by one. Abu from the Bao Navy, wielding a large axe wrapped in armament hockey, blocked a wooden stake that was protruding from the broken deck. Clang! A deafening sound made nearby pirates cover their ears. Upon closer inspection, the wooden stake had only a crack of less than 1/3, and it was quickly healing. As numerous vines began to reach for other Bao Navy members, Abu roared and charged at Saory's in midair. Bastard, stop right there! Abu shouted, swinging his axe at Saory's. 8-pulse martial blade. The axe blade, wrapped in a metallic black sheen, came crashing down towards Saory's, creating ripples in the air, the effect of tearing through the atmosphere. A wooden sword appeared in Saory's hand, and with a reverse swing, he directly deflected Abu's axe. Then, he executed a spinning kick, sending Abu plummeting from the sky. Go back where you came from. Boom, boom, boom. Some Bao Navy members, taking advantage of the ship not having sunk yet, frantically fired cannonballs at Saory's. Buzz. Whoosh. Gale of absolute silence. Slash. Huge, slicing attacks began to soar from Saory's hands. Many already leaking Bao Navy pirate ships were split into pieces. A large number of Bao Navy members died, and the sea began to ripple with red blood. Stop it, you bastard. Abu kicked back, watched as Saory's destroyed nearly half of the Bao Navy ships he brought in an instant, while the other ships were sinking due to being pierced by wooden stakes, and couldn't help but roar, charging towards Saory's again. 8-pulse fist ultimate technique. Cone Dragon Strike. Abu gathered the essence of the 8-pulse fist and the power of armament hockey into his fist, striking at Saory's. Facing this punch, Saory's left hand gleamed with a black metallic sheen with wooden textures, meeting the attack head-on. Boom! The roaring shockwave swept through the surroundings like a wild wind, blowing Saory's hair and navy coat into a frenzy. The immense disparity sent Abu crashing into the sea like a meteor, splashing a huge amount of water. A vine emerged from the sea, pulling Abu back to the surface. Green Pepper, why did you send this junior to his death? Saory's asked while hovering above the water using the sky dance technique. Grandpa will be here soon. Wait for your death. Abu replied defiantly. Old Kai and Abu are both of the younger generation under Green Pepper, and recently, he killed Black Pepper, who is the uncle of Old Kai and Abu. Because Saory's killed Black Pepper, Green Pepper split the Bao Navy into 3 teams, searching for Saory's everywhere. Today, it just so happened that Abu found Saory's, and in an attempt to prevent Saory's from escaping, he recklessly tried to take action against him. Since that's the case, I will wait for your grandpa. Saory's held Abu in one hand and wielded a wooden sword, crazily attacking the other Bao Navy members. When Saory stopped, aside from Abu, there were no living souls left in the Bao Navy. A large number of broken ship fragments floated on the sea, and blood stained the surface, attracting schools of fish. Saory's retracted the wooden cage, bound Abu with vines, and summoned a vine chair to rest. Since Green Pepper wanted to kill him, he would wait for Green Pepper to arrive. The people on the island also knew that a great battle was about to happen and began to leave the island. However, many did not go far, but instead watched from a distance, including many from the Food City, as they came to watch. Many of them were pirates, and witnessing the battle between Navy Saory's and the Bao Navy in person was simply too worthwhile. Hopefully, that Saory's gets killed by the Bao Navy. This is the thought of many pirates. As a profession that licks blood at the edge of a knife, many of them are not afraid of death. In the area around the Food City, is relatively peaceful. When the Navy comes, they generally do not attack pirates, because many of the people in Food City are ordinary folks trying to make a living. Frequent battles nearby would lead to a decline in business for these ordinary people, making it hard for them to survive. As the sun gradually sets in the west, a fleet of 30 to 40 pirate ships slowly approaches, flying the flag of the 8 Treasure Water Army. It's the Pepper the Cone. He actually came. Among the crowd watching the battle, someone spotted the figure of the 8 Treasure Water Army's Pepper through binoculars. Pepper, who is that? Some newly debuted pirates had never heard of Pepper. Some older pirates began to educate these young pirates, saying, Pepper, he is a great pirate from the same era as the Navy hero Carp. He is known as the Cone Pepper, with a peculiar cone-shaped head. He has knocked many people to death with that head, and almost no enemy can withstand his charge. Cone head? But his head looks like a peach. It doesn't seem sharp at all. A pirate with a binoculars questioned. Upon hearing this, the older pirate smiled slightly and said, his head was flattened by a punch from Navy Vice Admiral Carp. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding pirates looked at each other in surprise and then burst into laughter. If Green Pepper heard their mockery, he would definitely make them change their ways. At this moment, Green Pepper looked at the debris on the sea, his entire beard flying, like a volcano about to erupt. Sauries, you dare to slaughter my 8 Treasure Water Army. Green Pepper roared in anger. Green Pepper, you came too late. If you had come any later, your grandson would be dead too, Sauries said expressionlessly. In the last battle, the two had barely reached a stalemate. However, this time, Sauries was absolutely confident he could defeat Green Pepper. It wasn't just because Sauries had grown stronger, but also due to his self-confidence and conviction. Nowadays, Green Pepper could hardly be called a strong fighter. He was once able to match Carp, but in the end, even Doflamingo's subordinate, Sika, could fight him to a standstill. How could someone like that be considered strong? Look at Carp and Rayleigh. Even in old age, they remain terrifyingly strong. Green Pepper, my life and your grandson's life are both on the line. If you want them, come and take them. Sauries shouted as he stood up. He was already prepared to step over Green Pepper's corpse to rise higher. Green Pepper, if you want your grandson's life and mine, come at me, Sauries yelled. Hearing this, Green Pepper clenched his fists in anger, letting out a roar as a black sheen rapidly covered his smooth head. He suddenly leapt into the air, directly crashing his dark, iron head into Sauries on the island. 8 Fist, Warrior's Head. Sauries raised his wooden sword to slash down, unleashing a powerful and brilliant strike. Bang! Green Pepper's head broke through the slash and finally collided with Sauries' wooden sword. The tremendous impact caused Sauries to slide back several meters. 8 Fist, Warrior's Head, reverse. Green Pepper did not give Sauries a chance to catch his breath. After knocking Sauries aside, he immediately touched the ground with his head and spun rapidly like a top, charging toward Sauries. Fierce Wind Absolute Slash. Sauries unleashed 3 consecutive slashes. Boom! Boom! The slashes struck against Green Pepper's spinning head, and the explosive force impacted the surroundings, sending waves of air that kicked up the sand on the ground, which then fell like raindrops, hitting nearby buildings and making crackling sounds. Green Pepper, if you don't give it your all, I'm going to attack. Sauries couldn't help but say as he saw that Green Pepper was still using the same old tactics. Upon hearing Sauries' words, Green Pepper's attack stopped. He stood up and rubbed his head, realizing that he had been seen through by this young man. Kid, prepare to die next. Today, I will fight for the honor of the 8 Treasure Water Army and avenge the men of the 8 Treasure Water Army. I am the 12th pillar of the 8 Treasure Water Army. As Green Pepper spoke, his gaze sharpened and his aura began to rapidly condense. The honor of the 8 Treasure Water Army was Green Pepper's last support. He would never accept defeat. In the next moment, the color of the Conqueror's haki erupted, radiating outwards in all directions. At this moment, Sauries unleashed his Conqueror's haki. The tall and short figures locked eyes, initiating a clash of their haki. Red lightning flickered continuously between them, spreading outwards. In the distance, the pirates and civilians watching couldn't help but swallow hard. When Conqueror's haki was released, the atmosphere immediately became heavy. Speaking of which, Sauries, already over 2.5 meters tall, was not short by any means. However, compared to Green Pepper's towering height of 5 meters too, there was still a significant gap. Crack! Green Pepper clenched his 5 fingers, producing a crisp sound. In the next moment, armament haki enveloped his hands. 8 burst fist combat strikes. Green Pepper charged at Sauries like an enraged brown bear, his fists infused with concentrated armament haki targeting Sauries. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the 2 dark fists collided, sending dust and debris flying. Saories executed 2 backflips before landing on his feet, while Green Pepper staggered back 2 steps. Whoosh! Whoosh! After landing, Saories swung his wooden sword, unleashing 2 3-meter-high slashes that cleaved the ground, aimed at Green Pepper with a terrifying momentum. Green Pepper let out a loud laugh, directly crashing through the slashes. However, at that moment, Saories appeared on Green Pepper's right side, his wooden sword wrapped in armament hockey, swiftly slashing down towards Green Pepper's waist. I knew you would come. Green Pepper roared as he threw a punch at Saories, clearly having become familiar with Saories' tactic from their previous exchanges and waiting for him to close in. The earth-shattering sound of their clash erupted, a gust of wind sweeping through as Saories was sent flying back, leaving 2 trenches in the ground with his feet. Navy, you're still too inexperienced, Green Pepper mocked. But the next moment, Saories vanished, reappearing right in front of Green Pepper. Green Pepper's eyes widened, instinctively throwing a punch at the close-range Saories. But he was just a bit too slow, and with a muffled grunt, Green Pepper's massive form was sent flying. Just as Green Pepper landed, he felt a white figure with the words "Justice" flash by him, accompanied by a sound of slicing air. Saories delivered a powerful horizontal kick towards Green Pepper, creating a gust of wind. Damn it, armament hockey. Bang! Green Pepper used his armament hockey-imbued head to collide with Saories' leg. The two were locked in a stalemate for 2 seconds, and then Green Pepper's body suddenly spun around. 8 burst fist armament hockey spin dance. The rotational force directly pushed Saories' leg away. Following that, Green Pepper's fist struck towards Saories like a whirlwind. Clang! 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 Saories defended against the barrage of attacks with his wooden sword. The spectators present could hardly see the exchange between the two. After a moment, they separated, and Saories glanced at his cracked wooden sword, casually tossing it aside as a new one appeared. Remembering their last encounter, Saories had to open the 8 gates back then, but this time he managed to hold his own against Green Pepper without using the 8 gates. Is this the power of Saories? To actually stand toe-to-toe with the great pirates of the previous era. A chef in the distance, holding a frying spoon, exclaimed in surprise. He had once been a pirate himself, but felt he wasn't suited for it, so he changed careers long ago, swapping his sword for a large spoon, and now he was the head chef of a restaurant in Food City. In the distance, a smile was quietly using observation hockey to sense the battle. Green Pepper looked at Saories, who had switched to a new wooden sword, and sighed. I have to admit, you are a formidable newcomer in the Navy, but my dignity will never allow a Navy foot to tread upon me. After saying this, Green Pepper infused his fists and head with armament hockey and charged at Saories once more. When pirates still take pride in their status, scum. Saories showed no fear, raising his sword to meet Green Pepper. In the blink of an eye, the clash between head and blade occurred dozens of times. The small island trembled, as if it could collapse at any moment. As time passed, Green Pepper felt himself weakening, even experiencing a ringing and dizziness in his head. Saories glanced at the already set sun and said, Green Pepper, it's time to end this. Whoosh! The 8 gates opened, and green flames began to envelop Saories' entire body. Don't underestimate me. Green Pepper roared as he charged at Saories once again, his body starting to spin in midair. No needle dragon, no needle nail dance. At this moment, Qing Jiao concentrated all his strength at a point on his head. This was his strongest strike and his peak state. Watching the charging Qing Jiao, Saories shouted loudly, his navy coat billowing. The armament hockey wrapped around his wooden sword as he slashed down. Boom! A fierce gust of wind ravaged the area, and a powerful shockwave spread out, lifting the ground and creating an unparalleled impact, scraping the surface without any blind spots. Dust flew everywhere, and the entire small island was in chaos. The few buildings that remained standing collapsed, and those watching from the edge of the island were directly blown away. When the smoke and dust settled, the entire island was a wreck. Looking at Qing Jiao, his body had slid over 100 meters, leaving a trench in the ground, and a long knife wound was glaringly visible on his head. Casually tossing aside the broken wooden sword, Saories said, You are not even qualified to witness my new sword technique. With blood still flowing from his head, Qing Jiao slowly struggled to get up from the ground. Upon hearing Saories' words, his eyes turned red with rage, and he snarled, Damn you, little brat. Don't look down on people too much. Damn carp. Even so, Qing Jiao continued to curse carp. It had already become his catchphrase. Extreme anger made Qing Jiao abandon his thoughts and charge at Saories once again. Undeniably, Saories' strength had shaken Qing Jiao's confidence in his own abilities. Whoosh! Saories vanished, reappearing at Qing Jiao's side. From a distance, Saories appeared as a series of green afterimages. At first, Qing Jiao could fend off one or two strikes, but soon he could no longer keep up. Bang, 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 boom, accompanied by Saories punching Qing Jiao into the air. He then stomped on Qing Jiao's chest. Crack! With the sound of bones breaking, the battle came to an end. The pirates and civilians from the gourmet city watching around the island were stunned. The bounty of 500 million on Qing Jiao had been defeated. The chef who had spoken earlier couldn't believe it. At this moment, the 8 Treasure Navy was also in shock. Dongliang has lost? How could Dongliang lose? Many members of the 8 Treasure Navy could not accept this scene. Grandpa, bastard, I will kill you. I will definitely kill you, despicable Navy. Abu, entangled in the vines, cried out in anguish. After defeating Qing Jiao, Saories felt a surge of heat, and his armament hockey increased. At this moment, he glanced at the clamoring Abu, and the vine wrapping around him slowly exerted force. Accompanied by a few crisp sounds, Abu followed in his grandfather's footsteps. At this moment, the wooden sword reappeared in Saories' hand as he approached the 8 Treasures Water Army. Whoosh, whoosh. 4 flying slashes instantly destroyed 4 pirate ships of the 8 Treasures Water Army, causing the pirates to shudder in fear at the sight. The Azure Swordmaster was indeed no joke. However, just as Saories was about to eradicate the threat, a blind man with an X-shaped scar on his face blocked his path. It was Yi Xiao. Navy kid, bullying the weak is not what the Navy should do, Yi Xiao said, blocking Saories' wooden sword. They are pirates. Saories replied emotionlessly. But not all of them deserve to die, Navy kid. Yi Xiao smiled, believing that as long as the main culprit was dealt with, other pirates could be reformed. Hearing this, Saories stared at Yi Xiao, considered for a moment, and finally put down his sword. What if they commit evil again? If more people die at their hands, you will be the culprit. With that, Saories soared into the air and flew away into the distance. With Yi Xiao blocking him, it was difficult for him to kill these people. After hearing Saories' words, Yi Xiao thought for a moment and looked back at the 8 Treasures Water Army, warning, everyone, if you commit evil again, I will personally execute you. However, while it was easy to issue a warning, the 8 Treasures Water Army, as a pirate group from the Flower Country, would not stop their wrongdoing. Unless they ceased to be the 8 Treasures Water Army, as long as they continued to be pirates, they would inevitably do what pirates do. After all, so many people needed food and shelter. Captain Enel, there are Navy warships approaching. Idiot, shake them off. Bartolomeo shouted. Aren't we fighting back? A steering pirate asked. We are bounty hunters, bounty hunters. Bartolomeo replied. At this moment, Enel, sitting on the mast, sighed. It's so uncomfortable, being restricted, but he had no choice with Saories' orders. He couldn't resist. In Saories' words, it was either follow my orders or find a place to hide and not go out to sea. After finally shaking off the Navy, when Enel and the others arrived at a town, they encountered a group of pirates numbering nearly 200. It was the Thunderfruit user Enel, with a bounty of 150 million and a guy with a bounty of 60 million. This group of pirates had discovered Enel and the others. Not far away, Bartolomeo was furious upon hearing this. Do I not deserve a name? Why do I only have 60 million? Hearing this, the group of pirates burst into laughter, and one pirate with a mouth full of steel teeth said, You're the natural type Thunderfruit user? You don't look like much, huh? If you kneel and beg for mercy now, maybe it will be less painful when you die later. Ha! The pirates laughed again. The confidence that comes from numbers was undoubtedly a true reflection of this group. In the distance, a man with a cane, wearing a top hat and looking like a silent film actor, silently watched this scene. Are these people idiots? When has a natural type fruit been so underestimated? He thought silently, watching with great interest as Enel and the others. I wonder how you will react. Thunderfruit user, I hope to see your strength. Indeed, as the boss said, the average IQ of pirates is pitifully low, Enel said disdainfully as currents began to appear around him. In the next moment, 2 bolts of lightning shot out, instantly striking a pirate in the front. The man didn't even react before being blasted away by the tremendous electric shock, knocking down more than a dozen people behind him. When he landed, a large hole was clearly visible in his chest, indicating he was beyond saving. Seeing Enel make a move, Bartolomeo also wrapped his hands in the barrier fruit, impatiently saying, Damn guys, you're delaying my meal. Bartolomeo used the moonwalk to charge forward. In less than a minute, 170 or 80 pirates were knocked down to the ground by Enel and Bartolomeo like fallen leaves in autumn. All of these more than 100 pirates are dead, with not a single survivor. Among the corpses on the ground, most were electrocuted, while others had their bones crushed. Some had concave chests, while others had broken spines. This masterpiece is by Bartolomeo, who wraps his fists and feet with barriers. The strength of Bartolomeo's fists and feet exceeds that of armament hockey. Moreover, Bartolomeo has been constantly training his body, so his strength should not be underestimated. As expected, a Logia-type devil fruit is indeed a Logia-type devil fruit, with lightning-fast movement speed and terrifying destructive power concentrated at a single point, capable of piercing even ordinary armament hockey. The person wearing a top hat, who is watching the excitement from a distance, secretly thought to himself, "This natural fruit, if it continues to grow, will likely be more difficult to handle than Admiral Kazuru." Water 7 is a very beautiful place, known for its famous and complex waterways. In addition to the transportation on the flat water surfaces, there are also waterways that extend down from high points in the city. The local residents raise a creature called buru as a means of transport on water. Besides its use for water transportation, buru has a strong carrying capacity and can also assist in moving. Saoirse came here to start searching for Frankie. He remembers that the blueprints for Pluton are inside Frankie's body. He doesn't know if they are still there or if they were put in later. What is Frankie called now? Saoirse can't remember. He can only wait at the iceberg for a chance. Saoirse believes that Iceberg and Frankie are like brothers. So Frankie will definitely come to find Iceberg. However, Saoirse does not know that Frankie was seriously injured while trying to save his master Tom from being captured and transformed himself into a cyborg. During this time, he went missing for 4 years, and it wasn't until 4 years later that he reunited with Iceberg. Tom was executed in 1512, which means Frankie must have appeared in 1516. These details, although Saoirse has watched One Piece, how could he remember them all? Just when Saoirse arrived at Water 7, the newspaper published the news of Saoirse's battle with Green Pepper. The Azura swordsman Saoirse used the corpse of the 500 million berries bounty pirate Green Pepper to prove the rise of a new Navy star. This time, the press release was clearly written by a fan of Saoirse, as the entire piece praised him. On Ghost Island, the terrifying three-masted ship, Moria looked at the report in the newspaper and angrily tore it to shreds. "Find him for me. I want to cut out Saoirse's shadow and turn it into a living puppet." Moria was so furious that Saoirse dared to kill his subordinate that he wished he could dismember Saoirse. In a new world, at the castle of Kraikana Island, a man with short black hair, sharp yellow eyes like an eagle, and a short beard looked at the photo of the moment Saoirse struck down with a sword against Green Pepper. After thinking for a moment, he picked up a knife that was about his height and went out. Soon, a small boat sailed across the vast ocean. This is Hawkeye Jorah Cormahawk, who recalled his friend Shank's comments on Saoirse. Therefore, he decided to test the skill and temperament of this Azura swordsman. In fact, he was just itching for a fight with a swordsman. Time quietly stepped into the year 1514, and Saoirse, who had not found Frankie, could only leave Water 7. Just as he was preparing to return to the Sabati archipelago, he received a call from Tina. Guion was injured, and the one who injured her was the Golden Lion, who had escaped from prison years ago. No one expected that Guion, while on a mission, would encounter the Golden Lion. Given Guion's personality, she would definitely not let the Golden Lion go, so an inevitable battle broke out. Guion's warship was destroyed, and many naval soldiers lost their lives. Upon receiving the news, Saoirse immediately returned to the Marine headquarters in Marineford. The Golden Lion escaped in 1500, and for all these years, it was unknown where he had been hiding, but there was no doubt that he was gathering strength. However, no one expected him to suddenly appear and coincidentally run into Guion. Although Saoirse knew from Tina's call that Guion was seriously injured but not life-threatening, he still needed to go back and check on her. Flying quickly, it took Saoirse 2 days to fly from Water 7 to the Marine headquarters. To be honest, it was Saoirse's first time seeing Marineford from the air, which, as part of the iron triangle formed with Impel Down and Judicial Island, looked quite majestic and magnificent from above. At a glance, the most striking feature was the massive naval building towering at the peak, with the enormous characters Marines standing out and the dark cannon barrels gleaming coldly under the sunlight, sending shivers down one's spine. As he slowly descended from the sky, Saoirse directly arrived at Guion's residence. These days, Tina has been taking care of Cheyenne, while Chibuta comes by every day to fawn over her. However, Cheyenne really has no feelings for him. "You're here." As Saoirse walked in, Tina immediately noticed him. "Where's Sister Cheyenne?" Saoirse nodded and asked. "She's inside, recovering well," Tina replied with a smile. Saoirse walked into the room and saw Cheyenne, with her long legs stretched out on the couch, one leg wrapped tightly in white bandages and hanging above. Her arms were also bandaged. "Sister Cheyenne," Saoirse called out as he sat down beside her. "I told you I'm fine, and Tina still called you back," Cheyenne said a bit shyly. As a strong woman, it made her a bit embarrassed to be seen in such a weak state by her younger brother. Saori smiled, but he was pondering about the golden lion. Sister Cheyenne, how strong do you think the golden lion is? Saori's asked, regardless of his identity as a fugitive or a notorious pirate who injured Cheyenne. Saori's would not let the golden lion off easily. You want to go after him? Cheyenne immediately guessed Saori's thoughts. Saori shook his head. He can fly. Where can I find him? I'm just preparing in advance. Saori still remembered that he had killed a guy named Sandro, who called himself a member of the Golden Lion Pirates. The Golden Lion is strong. Both his swordsmanship and devil fruit abilities are formidable. But the pressure he gave me wasn't that strong, even less than a Kainu. The main thing is he's old. Cheyenne recalled her battle with the Golden Lion. In fact, Cheyenne had initially matched up well against the Golden Lion in swordsmanship, but once he used his devil fruit ability, she fell behind. After the warship broke apart, in order to save the Navy soldiers, Cheyenne was severely injured by the Golden Lion's lion's might. Deep down, Cheyenne wanted to find an opportunity to fight the Golden Lion again. She believed she might not lose if it were on land. Although stamina wasn't her strong point, the Golden Lion's stamina wasn't great either. He was old and had a ship's helm stuck in his head. Saori's also believed that the Golden Lion with the helm in his head probably didn't have the strength of a vice admiral anymore. Otherwise, how could he be defeated by Luffy and his crew? One admiral would be enough to easily crush Luffy and the others. Due to his age and being severely injured by the helm, the Golden Lion's strength had likely dropped to that of a reserve admiral. Of course, this was all speculation. Only by encountering him would they know for sure. At least after defeating Green Pepper, Saori's wasn't afraid of the Golden Lion. The older generation of pirates should accept their age and stop jumping around. Otherwise, one day they would end up like grasshoppers in autumn. Saori's decided to stay in Marineford for a while, treating it as a vacation for himself. While he was at the Navy headquarters, a girl with a white stripe in the middle of her hair arrived at the Navy Academy, escorted by an older man. The girl gazed at the towering buildings of Marineford, especially the large characters for justice at the top, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Sure, Veda, uncle. You can go back now. I can manage myself, the girl said as she stepped onto the shore. Leah, I have to personally take you to the Navy Academy. I promised your aunt, the uncle replied with a smile. They made their way to the Navy Academy. Uncle, I want to sign up to be in the Navy. Leah declared loudly at the registration office of the Navy Academy. A Navy soldier, who looked to be in his 20s but was mature for his age, was suddenly taken aback when called uncle. He then touched his face and said helplessly, "This isn't the time for Navy Academy registration. You should call me Big Brother instead." Hearing that she couldn't register, Leah felt a bit disappointed, but then her eyes lit up as she said, "Uncle, I'm Saori's disciple. He saved me." "Colonel Saori's? Then that's fine," the mature soldier said. Saori's often brought rescued civilian children, and the fleet admiral had ordered that these children could enter the academy regardless of the time. Even if it wasn't class time, they could treat the Navy Academy as home. Moreover, Zephyr, Cheyenne, and others would come to teach from time to time. Even Garp and Akiji had visited once in a while. Soon, the enrollment process was completed, and as Leah walked into the Navy Academy, she waved and said, "Sure, Veda, uncle. You can go back now. I will definitely learn well and protect my hometown." "Thank you, Navy uncle." With that, Leah walked into the academy with a light step. The Navy soldier, who had been called uncle, touched his face and felt that he might never find a wife in this lifetime. These kids nowadays are really not cute. The mature soldier sighed. Because Saori's was staying at the Navy headquarters, Annie and Shuen also hurried over from the Sabeti archipelago. One day, a man and a woman, along with a duck wearing a sword at its waist, arrived at a villa in Gion. At that moment, Saori's was about to go out and saw a chubby duck wearing a Navy hat coming towards him. Quack! The silly duck saw Saori's and excitedly called out, ready to pounce on him. But someone was faster. Annie kicked the silly duck over and quickly ran in front of Saori's. "Saori's brother. Annie, it seems like you've grown a bit taller. Did you get a new gun?" Saori said with a smile as he saw Annie running over. Mentioning the gun made Annie realize, and she took the gun off her back. "Brother Saori's, this is from General Crane. It was used by her when she was younger." Annie said excitedly, "This is a flintlock gun with a peculiar pattern, and the barrel is very long." In his youth, Admiral Tsuru partnered with Carp and Sengoku, using a gun until he got older and acquired the wash fruit, at which point he slowly gave up the gun. "Haha, not bad. It seems Admiral Tsuru values you highly," Saori said with a smile, then turned to Shioen and asked, "Shioen, have you handled the pension matters? Any news about the Atom Branch?" "It's all taken care of, but there's still no news about the Atom Branch," Shioen replied. "Oh, let's go. I was just about to head to the academy. Let's go together," Saori said, watching Saori's and Annie chatting and laughing, and then talking with Shioen. The Dai duck lying on the ground felt completely drained of energy, sensing that there was no hope left in the world. Destroy it all, I'm tired. It wasn't until the three were about to head to the Naval Academy that Saoirse looked at the die-dyed duck. Hey, stop playing dead. You've gained weight again recently. Without my supervision, you've definitely been slacking off. Quack, quack, quack. Am I playing dead? I'm in deep despair. The die-dyed duck said, getting up to follow Saoirse and the others. All right, I'll buy you your favorite fish and chips later. Saoirse said. This rekindled dazed duck's confidence in life. Saoirse bought a lot of things, all for the cadets of the Naval Academy. Nowadays, the number of people sent to the Naval Academy by Saoirse has exceeded 800. Saoirse may not be able to provide them with anything else, but at least some good food is not a problem. I said, Saoirse, isn't this a bit too much to buy? Xiaowen said while carrying 2 big bags of snacks. Not too much. There are over 800 people, divided among them. It's not that much, Saoirse replied, while also carrying 2 big bags. Not only Saoirse, but Annie and Dazed Duck each carried a bag as well. The shopkeeper nearby was already grinning from ear to ear. Welcome to come again. When Saoirse arrived at the Naval Academy, he saw 2 instructors training numerous cadets. Saoirse didn't disturb the students' training, but quietly observed. During this time, he also saw Leah, who had a whole strip of white hair on the top of her head. At this moment, many cadets also noticed her and became excited, working even harder in their training. After a training session was completed, seeing those cadets who were so exhausted they could barely stand still trying to come over, Saoirse was the first to walk over. Brother Saoirse, you came to see us. The cadets exclaimed excitedly. Yes, take a break. Brother Saoirse brought you a lot of food, Saoirse said with a smile, then began to unpack the bags one by one. In the Naval Academy's office, it just so happened that Admiral Crane came to find Zephyr. Marshal Sengoku had made a sea stone right arm specifically for Zephyr. But Zephyr needed to go to the technology research room for it to be installed by Vegapunk himself. Crane was there to inform him of this and also to visit an old friend. Those kids really like Saoirse, Crane said, standing by the window. Upon hearing this, Zephyr looked down at the group of cadets gathered around Saoirse, chatting and laughing, and after a moment of silence, he said with some concern, Do you know they secretly formed an organization called the Saoirse family? All these kids are members of the Saoirse family. This sentence caught Crane off guard. As a senior staff officer in the Navy, she immediately thought of Zephyr's concerns. These children will all graduate from a naval academy in the future. In just 10 years, they will become the backbone of the Navy, and they will all be supporters of Saoirse. These children are good kids. They treat this place as home. However, Saoirse's character constantly influences these children, and in the future, who knows how many figures like Sakaski and Ghost Spider will emerge. Zephyr expressed his concerns. If the Navy is divided into hawks and doves, then Zephyr is the most dovish of the doves. Hearing Zephyr's words, Crane fell silent for a moment and said, Saoirse is also a good kid. I will find time to talk to him. But despite saying this, Crane didn't believe she could change Saoirse's mind. Although Saoirse respects her, someone who has awakened the Conqueror's Haki has an extremely firm will. How could they easily change their thoughts? At this moment, Saoirse looked up at Zephyr's office and felt the gaze from within. Recently, for some reason, his observation Haki seemed to be strengthening. Saoirse's brother. I saw the newspaper from Teacher Zephyr. I saw that you defeated the great pirate Green Pepper some time ago, a little boy said excitedly. Saoirse nodded and replied, He's not a big pirate. The real big pirates are in the second half of the Grand Line. Saoirse's brother. When can we go with you to catch pirates? Another student asked. The most important thing is for you to learn your skills well, and in the future, you'll have to lead your own teams to capture pirates. There are still many pirates on this sea. I can't catch them all by myself, Saoirse said with a smile. Just then, a dark-skinned boy who looked slightly older than the other children said, Saoirse's brother, this world is so ugly. If we kill all the pirates, will the world become beautiful? This sentence left Saoirse momentarily stunned. When he saw the eyes of the dark-skinned boy, he hesitated a bit. What kind of eyes are these? In these eyes, Saoirse saw indifference, pain, and hatred, even a hint of distortion. This gaze is reminiscent of his past, but Saviors has never lost his original intention. He has always looked up to heaven. However, this young boy, Saviors does not know what kind of childhood this boy has experienced, and he does not easily answer yes or no, as it could mislead him. After thinking for a moment, Savior said, This world is pathological, more cruel and twisted than one can imagine. This mistake comes from humanity, is human nature. As he spoke, Saviors drew 4 circles on an open space. The largest circle represents the civilians, who make up 80% of the world's population. The second circle represents the pirates, who account for over 10%. And the slightly smaller circle represents our Navy. First, we must acknowledge one thing. Eliminating these 10% of pirates will allow 75% of civilians to live in peace. This is our first step, Savior said, pointing at the circles. But Teacher Zephyr said, not all pirates deserve to die, a girl asked. Saviors nodded, don't listen to him. Perhaps some pirates do not deserve to die, but that proportion is too small for us to identify. Becoming a pirate is a mistake. Sacrificing a small number of people for the majority is the right thing to do. What about the 5% of civilians? The dark-skinned boy stubbornly returned to the previous question. Looking at the dark-skinned boy with determination in his eyes, Savior said, in the future, you will understand what the top circle represents. I will only say this once today. Remember, we are not the ones in the wrong. It is this world that is wrong. This world is twisted, and what we need to do is correct this twisted world. As Savior spoke, there was a glimmer in his eyes. This was his dream. You must believe that we will definitely put this world back on track. But this process requires iron and blood, and may also require sacrifice. We will definitely follow Brother Saviors to correct this world, shouted Leah, with her entire head of white hair excitedly. Yes, we will follow Brother Saviors to correct this world, the others echoed. At this moment, Saris took out a devil fruit, the ancient Zoan-type Triceratops devil fruit. It could greatly enhance your strength in the future. The next assessment will determine who gets it. Whoever comes in first will take it. And those who have already eaten a devil fruit are not eligible. Looking at the devil fruit, the dark-skinned boy tightly pressed his lips together. The others also showed a gleam in their eyes. Leaving Daisy Duck and Annie behind, Saris brought some gifts to Zifa's office. Teacher Zifa, Vice Admiral Crane, you are here, Saris said as he entered. Saris had always respected Crane because without her, he wouldn't be where he is today. How long do you plan to stay in Marineford? Crane asked with a smile. I'll wait and see when Admiral Sengoku gives me a mission. Saris replied with a smile, then turned to Zifa and asked, which of these trainees are outstanding? There are quite a few who stand out, mainly because they know how to work hard. You can come and guide them more often. But don't spread your ideas all the time, Zifa said in a reprimanding tone. Saris could only smile brightly and did not refute. In the following days, Saris would often visit the Naval Academy, and he taught everyone his wind swordsmanship. However, whether they could learn it depended on them. As for who got the ancient Zoan-type Triceratops form, Saris learned that the dark-skinned boy's name was Greg. A month later, Saris set out to sea again. It was an order from Sengoku. The saber-toothed tiger pirates had just destroyed a warship and killed 12 CP agents, and they were now coasting at the Sabeti archipelago, preparing to head to the New World. The captain of the saber-toothed tiger pirates is also a celebrity. In the future, he will be one of the Flying Six under Kaido's beast pirates, known as FUSF. This person was once a key member of CP9, but 5 years ago, during the transportation of the rubber fruit, he was intercepted by red-haired Shanks. As a result, the mission failed, and he was thrown into the prison on Judicial Island for reformation. However, he later escaped, went into hiding for several years, and killed many CP personnel. Last year, he formed the saber-toothed tiger pirates, and his bounty is now 260 million. He has the Paramecia-type rubber fruit and the Zoan-type mythical beast Nika form. It's quite unbelievable how it turned into a mythical beast type. Saber-toothed tiger Fuzifu is very powerful, proficient in the Navy's 6 styles and hockey. Tina said that he has killed many CP personnel, and even CP0 couldn't catch him. Shun said expressionlessly while holding Fuzifu's wanted poster. Saris lay in a rocking chair, gazing at the distant sea level, and boredly said, the Judicial Island is incompetent. CP0 can handle their own people better than 2. Fuzifu won the Flying Six. Even 6 years later, he would just be S-class at most. How strong could he be now? At this stage, Saris is at S-. He previously thought that admirals were at the double SS level, and those who master Conqueror's Haki should be at the triple SSS level. Doflamingo and Katakuri should be at S-class or S. But in fact, this is just Saris' speculation, as he hasn't reached that level and doesn't dare to be certain. According to the author of One Piece, Oda, Navy admirals are the highest combat power of the world government. So far, there's been no combat power surpassing the admiral level. Therefore, the strength of admirals should be comparable to that of the 4 emperors, at least on par. Thus, Saris has uncertainties about the strength evaluation of Navy admirals and the 4 emperors. However, he has fought Doflamingo and believes Doflamingo could only reach S. If Doflamingo surpasses S and reaches SS level, even if Saris opened the 8 gates, he would have no power to resist at all. The Navy headquarters is too close to the Sabeti archipelago. At full speed, it took just over an hour to arrive. When Saris reached the Navy base, Two CP8 personnel were already waiting. What? The Navy only sent you a colonel? One CP8 said with some dissatisfaction upon seeing salaries. One colonel is enough. The Navy is not comparable to your incompetent CP. Salaries glanced at the bespectacled, well-dressed man in front of him and said, "Damn it, what did you say?" The other CP8 angrily responded upon hearing Salaries' words. Bang! With a simple kick, Salaries sent the other person flying out. "Now, tell me where Fusifu is. I don't have time to waste with you," Salaries said calmly. The CP8 leader wanted to say something, but ultimately held back. Nothing was more important than the mission. "He's in the number 3 illegal zone. I'll take you there," CP8 said. The CP organization has varying levels of combat power, with the strongest in CP0, followed by CP8 and CP9, and CP0 is the leader of all CP organizations. The number 3 illegal zone, in Sabaody, after Salaries' previous rampage, is still bustling with activity. And pirates are still plentiful. Pirates can often be seen fighting in the streets, and bodies can be spotted in the corners. When some pirates saw Salaries and his group suddenly appear, they immediately became tense. "It's Salaries. Salaries is here again, run." Those pirates who recognized Salaries quickly disappeared, vanishing in the blink of an eye. They thought Salaries was going to go on a killing spree again. Sengoku had already instructed Salaries not to go on another rampage. The previous incident had already drawn dissatisfaction from the 7 warlords, and causing more trouble would attract the attention of the 4 emperors. The Sabaody archipelago is a balance point between pirates and the Navy, and it must not be disturbed. Big Beard Tavern. Bang! Salaries pushed the door and walked in. The sudden appearance of the Navy instantly silenced the previously noisy tavern. Salaries' gaze fell on a man with pink long hair, earrings on his ears, a chest with a pattern resembling an eye, dressed in a red suit, shoes, and trousers, with a cigarette in his mouth. "Fusifu, come with me. Your journey ends here," Salaries said expressionlessly. Fusifu, who was drinking, glanced at Salaries, then looked at the CP8 beside him, and said arrogantly, "This is really embarrassing. They actually called the Navy." However, before he could finish his sentence, Fusifu's figure suddenly disappeared, reappearing right in front of Salaries. Moonwalk. A very skilled moonwalk. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Finger pistol. Fusifu immediately used one of his strongest 6 styles. He knew this Navy officer, the Shura swordsman, wouldn't be weak based on that title. Fusifu's hands turned into afterimages, targeting various parts of Salaries' body. However, just as Fusifu's attack was about to land, a wooden board blocked Salaries' front. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of impacts, the wooden board shattered. At that moment, Salaries reached out and grabbed Fusifu's rapidly moving arm, kicking towards Fusifu's body. Fusifu reacted quickly, raising his leg to block just as Salaries' kick came in. Boom! With a fierce impact, Fusifu was sent flying out of the tavern. Indeed, very strong. Fusifu got up from the ground, took out the dagger from his waist, moved his slightly pained right leg from the earlier impact, and said, "Fusifu's character is rebellious. He dared to challenge stronger opponents when he was under Kaido. He also knew Salaries was strong, so he transformed into the ancient saber-toothed tiger hybrid form, resembling a bipedal saber-toothed tiger. Once transformed, a trace of bloodthirsty killing intent flashed in Fusifu's eyes, and he wildly swung his dagger. A series of flying slashes headed toward Salaries. Wind barrier. Salaries swung his wooden sword to create a wind barrier, easily blocking these slashes. At that moment, Fusifu's figure flashed again, and he appeared at Salaries' side, biting towards Salaries' neck with his sharp steel teeth. Moonwalk Fong. But Salaries reacted even faster, lifting his leg to kick Fusifu's chin. Fusifu was sent flying again, and the tremendous force nearly shattered his teeth. As Fusifu landed, Salaries' figure flashed again, appearing in front of Fusifu, and kicked out once more, this time using armament hockey. Armament iron block. Salaries' speed was too fast. Fusifu had no time to dodge, so he chose to brace himself with his chest using basic armament hockey and iron block. Bang! Crack! Wow! Fusifu's eyes bulged out from the kick, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body rolled and flew out several dozen meters, leaving a trench in the ground. "Is that it?" "Iron block," Salaries said, glancing at CP8, implying, "This is the strength you can't handle? Damn it, I'm going to kill you." Fusifu shouted after being kicked out 3 times in a row. Fuss was clearly angry and a bit scared. His hands were wrapped in armed color hockey, but his eyes were looking around, seemingly wanting to escape. Salaries, on the other hand, raised his wooden sword. "Dying under this newly comprehended strike of mine would be considered a favor to you. This is a treatment even the green pepper doesn't receive." As Salaries spoke, he swung his sword. The cutting strike of the Gale sword technique. The sealed dust absolute thought slash manifested as a slash that spanned several dozen meters, skimming the ground and leaving a cut on the surface, flying straight towards Fuzf. Faced with this sword, Fuzf was greatly terrified. He activated all his speed and desperately dodged the blow. However, before he could catch his breath, a voice came from behind him. "It's over." With this statement, Fuzf felt himself flying. Then he saw his own body, his headless body, two of the future flying six. The six suns in the air had already died at Sauri's hands. To be honest, the strength of these two was really not impressive. They didn't even satisfy Sauri's. After dealing with Fuzf, one of the future flying six, Sauri's ignored CP8 and turned to walk towards the Navy base. Quack quack. Adai tugged at Sauri's clothes with his wings. "What did you say, Adai?" Sauri's asked, confused, as he didn't understand duck language. "Adai wants to eat fried fish balls." Annie translated. The silly duck nodded in agreement. At this moment, Sauri's was a bit surprised. He could understand that. "Let's go eat fish balls." Sauri's agreed. But after walking a while, Sauri's turned to look behind him. "Hawkeye, Dracul Myhawk, why are you following me?" He saw behind them a man with a large sword on his back and eagle-like eyes, sharp as a blade, silently following Sauri's and his group. "Shura Swordmaster, let's find a place to fight," Hawkeye Myhawk said bluntly. The way Hawkeye addressed Sauri's indicated that he was coming for Sauri's reputation as a swordmaster. In recent years, there hadn't been anyone worthy of his attention. He used to seek out red-haired Shanks when he felt restless. But ever since Shanks lost his arm, the visits to Shanks became less frequent. Hawkeye Dracul Myhawk does not bully the disabled. Right here is fine. "I also want to see the gap between me and the world's #1 swordsman," Sauri said, bringing his hands together, and a wooden sword appeared in his hand. On Sabeti Archipelago, it's most suitable to fight in lawless areas. The underlying meaning of his later statement was that if Sauri's were to engage with Hawkeye, it would be based on his identity as the world's #1 swordsman, not as a warlord of the sea. Looking at Sauri's wooden sword, Hawkeye slowly touched the hilt of his black sword, Yuru, and calmly said, "As a swordsman, I won't hold back when I draw my sword. Once the battle begins, be prepared to die." As Hawkeye spoke, a faint aura of sword intent began to silently manifest around him. Not far away, the pirates who were secretly watching were stunned, wondering why Sauri's hadn't left yet. "What is going on? What's happening? Is that Hawkeye Myhawk? Are they going to duel?" "Damn it, don't duel in Area 3. I looted 5 villages just to buy a shop." "Still thinking about the shop. Let's keep our distance. If they start fighting, who knows what will happen." Facing the sword intent radiating from Hawkeye, Sauri's black hair slowly began to flutter, and gusts of cold wind started to swirl around him. At this moment, the wind whispered softly, yet the momentum of the sword grew increasingly fierce. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as Sauri's drew his sword. The violent slash tore through the air, carrying a cold blue light, flying towards Hawkeye. Swoosh! Hawkeye's black sword, Yuru, was drawn. Sauri's slash was split in two, flying to either side. Ultimately, it crashed into 2 nearby shops. Boom! The shops that the slash passed by were instantly split in half, then teetered dangerously before collapsing with a deafening crash. Stepping forward with a gale, the windlass cut. Sauri's figure vanished, only to reappear right in front of Hawkeye. Bang! The wooden sword clashed against the black sword Yuru. A visible circular shockwave spread out, pushing everything aside. Crack! On the street, a large amount of glass shattered under the shockwave. The chilling wind rushed at them, causing everyone on the street to feel their hair stand on end. How terrifying! Just the residual force from their attacks created such a massive disturbance. An old pirate said, somewhat dumbfounded. Clang! Clang! Bang! Clang! Sauri's wooden sword, infused with armament hockey, clashed fiercely with Hawkeye. Hawkeye Myhawk, wielding Yuru, had a sharp glare unique to swordsmen, continuously unleashing slashes. The Azura swordsman Sauri's and the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Myhawk, were fighting. Go watch. As the two fought, some pirates received news and rushed to spectate. The Azura swordsman is just a newcomer. Can he really contend with Hawkeye Myhawk? Haha, who cares about that? It would be better if he got killed, so I wouldn't have to worry every time I set sail, forcing me to start plundering the seas myself. An excited, one-eyed pirate said. At this moment, not just him, but many other pirates who had come over also had a glimmer of malicious intent in their eyes, staring at Sauri's. If Sauri's were to lose, these pirates would not hesitate to kick him while he was down and finish him off. Quack quack! Dazed Duck watched the battle with a face full of despair. Weren't we going to eat fried fish balls? Where are the fish balls? At this time, Annie picked up her gun, her eyes glinting with killing intent. She had just heard a pirate bragging about robbing 5 villages, and she had already locked onto that pirate. Sure enough, there aren't many good pirates. Shuan looked at the pirates gathering around, his eyes filled with caution. Looking back at Saories and Hawkeye Mihawk, the flashes of swords and lights danced continuously. Fierce gusts of wind swept through, and massive slashes appeared from time to time. Face the gale. Koseki, Saori shouted, swinging the wooden sword upward. A whirlwind of over 20 or 30 meters wide formed with Saori's swing, rapidly flying towards Hawkeye Mihawk. My dragon tornado. A pirate recalled when Saories had rampaged through Area 0 and Area 1. Take this slash. Hawkeye Mihawk, unwilling to show weakness, swung the black sword Yoru, and in the next moment, a massive slash flew out from Yoru. The sharp slash instantly created a huge cut on the street, smooth and tidy. Buzz. The slash met the whirlwind, and after a brief stalemate, the slash split the whirlwind in two, continuing with unstoppable force toward Saories. Windless cut. Saories swung the wooden sword again, and another massive slash appeared, colliding heavily with Mihawk's slash. Boom! Dust and dirt flew everywhere. The number 1 swordsman is indeed the number 1 swordsman. Even after slicing through Saories' whirlwind, his slash remained sharp, and after clashing with Saories' windless cut, it unexpectedly dispersed Saories' attack. However, it was ultimately powerless. As it reached Saories, he casually waved it away. Impressive, Saories exclaimed sincerely. The gap between the swordsman and the great swordsman is indeed vast. As soon as he finished speaking, Saories' figure flashed and lunged towards Hawkeye Mihawk again. However, although Saories moved like a ghost, he could not escape Hawkeye's observation hockey. Ding! Clang! Clang! Accompanied by a series of clashes, the onlookers were dumbfounded. They couldn't see the exchanges between Saories and Hawkeye with the naked eye. Yet, the shockwaves generated by their attacks told everyone that their fight was intense. Bang! With a deafening sound, Saories and Hawkeye separated. Let me show you my newly comprehended sword technique, Saories said. As soon as he finished, another wooden sword appeared in Saories' hand. Dual wielding? Hawkeye showed a hint of interest. The way of the wanderer, to live by facing death. Saories said as he slowly closed his eyes. A cold breeze suddenly appeared, brushing against his cheek. The wind is very cold, like the wind of winter. However, this cold breeze is just the beginning. Soon, wave after wave of cold wind appears, making everyone's skin feel as if it's aching faintly. Twin blade flow, sealed dust. Absolute thought slash. Whoosh. A horizontal slash appears. Meanwhile, Saories disappears from Eagle Eye's sight. At this moment, Hawkeye also moved, and an unprecedented blade, aura, appeared on the black blade of night. He swung out a cross slash, instantly breaking Saories' attack. Immediately after, Hawkeye swung out a second blade. Crack. Accompanied by a crisp sound, Saories and Hawkeye passed each other. A very good move, using the slash to conceal his figure, almost evading my observation hockey, but unfortunately, the blade was lacking. Next time, use a better sword, Hawkeye said, and with the sound of the black blade returning to its sheath, he stepped away. Looking at Saories again, the wooden sword in his hand had only the handle left. As Hawkeye Mihawk left, blood flowed from Saories' abdomen. In a simple duel between swordsmen, he lost, and the gap was significant. It wasn't just because of the weapon. His final move was seen through by Hawkeye Mihawk, which revealed the disparity in swordsmanship. Sure enough, my swordsmanship is still very poor. Saories looked at the wound on his waist and sighed softly. As he spoke, a glow emanated from his hand and pressed against the wound. Saories is injured. He is injured. Kill him, a pirate said excitedly. The surrounding pirates immediately showed fierce and menacing smiles. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out. A bullet, full of killing intent, shot straight toward Saories' head. The timing and angle were exceptionally good, tricky, and ruthless. Just as the bullet was about to hit Saories' head, he took half a step back. Whoosh! The bullet grazed Saories' forehead hair, hitting the ground not far away, leaving a deep hole. 600 meters away. A pirate, wearing glasses and holding an obviously modified flintlock gun saw the shot that he was confident about miss, and his expression changed. That shot just now came from this man's hand. He thought he had timed it perfectly, and the accuracy was beyond doubt, so he was very confident about the shot. Before pulling the trigger, he even couldn't help but visualize the scene of the Shura Swordmaster Saories' head exploding. However, reality often does not meet expectations. Nevertheless, this shot opened the curtain for the many pirates to besiege Saories. Kill Saories and go to Joker to collect the bounty. A pirate was the first to rush towards Saories, followed by other pirates pouncing on him. Saories, You are being hunted by the captain of the Blood Shadow pirate group, Blood Shadow Nick, with a bounty of 80 million berries. A pirate wielding a curved blade charged at Sories with a sinister smile. These pirates wish nothing more than for Sories to die. Ever since Sories appeared in the first half of the Grand Line, their pillaging and plundering have been filled with anxiety, and they are far from happy. Moreover, the main point is that if they can kill this rookie naval officer Sories, they will gain unimaginable fame. In these seas, sometimes reputation is more important than anything else. What a touching level of intelligence, Sories said expressionlessly, and his killing intent suddenly flared up, turning into an afterimage as he lunged at the group of pirates. He hadn't intended to kill anyone here. He had promised Sengoku he wouldn't. Bang! Annie also fired, shooting dead the pirate who had plundered 5 villages, and then she began shooting at the other pirates. Dazed Duck held a knife, keeping an eye out for any other pirates that might appear, ensuring they didn't get too close. And he was also ready to carry Annie and run at any moment. The two of them were a team. Meanwhile, Shoen turned and ran toward the direction from which the bullet had come, looking for the sniper. He needed to eliminate the hidden threat behind Sories. Is your name Blood Shadow Nick? Facing the reckless Blood Shadow, Nick charging at him, Sories suddenly appeared in front of him and greeted him. Blood Shadow Nick didn't expect that Sories, with so much blood flowing from his abdomen, could move so fast. Just as he was about to attack, he felt the world spinning. His head was severed. Then Sories' figure vanished, and the streets were devoid of Sories' presence. Yet one pirate after another inexplicably fell to the ground, stabbed, accompanied by continuous screams. Sprays of blood filled the air. Blood, slaughter. The wooden sword in Sories' hand transformed into a Grim Reaper scythe. At this moment, in the adjacent area too, a pirate ran into a bar, excitedly shouting. Sories fought against Hawkeye Mihawk and was severely injured. Right in Area 3, everyone hurried to collect the bounty. The noisy bar suddenly fell silent. After 2 seconds, it erupted. The Shura Swordmaster Sories is destined to die at the hands of my Black Fist Cedo, said a giant man over 4 meters tall, wearing a half-metal mask. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged out of the bar, heading toward Area 3. Oh, I haven't settled the bill for this drink yet. The bartender couldn't stop him in time. When Black Fist Cedo arrived at the edge of Area 3, what met his eyes were corpses strewn across the ground and Sories, his navy coat stained with blood. Cedo looked at the massive wound on Sories' abdomen, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. As long as he killed Sories, the immense fame would be enough for the Yonko to extend an olive branch to him. At this moment, Cedo was already fantasizing about the glorious days of joining the 4 Emperors' camp. Sories, remember this. The one who will kill you is the Black Fist Cedo, with a bounty of 125 million. Cedo roared, raising his fist the size of a large pot, wrapped in armament hockey, and smashed it toward Sories. Sories slightly raised his eyebrows, looking at the overly confident Black Fist Cedo. With a movement of his feet, his figure instantly disappeared from Cedo's sight. Seeing Sories suddenly vanish, Cedo's eyes narrowed, and a strong sense of crisis surged over him. As an experienced pirate, Cedo swung his arms in a circle. Bang! Sories used his hand to block Cedo's punch. Seeing that he had actually forced Sories to reveal himself, Cedo was overjoyed and threw another punch at Sories. Bang! Sories raised his left hand, fingers spread, and caught Cedo's fist. The fists collided with a muffled sound, simultaneously releasing a small shockwave. What? Cedo was astonished to see that Sories had easily caught his fierce punch, and his arm didn't move at all. He was taken aback and swung another punch with his other hand. Bang! Another muffled sound. This time Sories directly grabbed Cedo's wrist. Having both hands easily caught made Cedo feel a twinge of unease. Cyrus seems to be in great condition. Cedo will want to pull back his hands, but at that moment, Cyrus suddenly exerted force with the hand gripping Cedo's wrist. Excruciating pain began to spread throughout Cedo's entire arm. The two of them began to grapple with their hockey activated. Let go of me. Cedo felt like his arm was about to break, and he roared as he kicked toward Cyrus. However, unexpectedly, Cyrus yanked down on Cedo's arm with great force, causing Cedo to lose his balance. Then, Cyrus lifted Cedo and executed a shoulder throw. Bang! One shoulder throw wasn't enough. Cyrus, who was half the size of Cedo, lifted him again. Bang! Cedo was thrown 180 degrees and slammed to the ground once more. Then came a third time. Are you coming again? Cedo's pupils contracted sharply. This time, Sories jumped directly into the air and slammed Cedo down to the ground with all his might. It was just like the super move from KOF's Geese Howard. Boom! With a loud bang, a large pit appeared. Sito lay in the pit, looking utterly despondent. At this moment, he looked at Sauries, who had once again come before him, and felt a chill run down his spine, his whole body icy cold. Black Fist Sito. I think it's better to call him Mondo. These were the last words Sidwa heard. Before he could figure out who Mondo was, a vine wrapped around his neck. And with excruciating pain, his consciousness slowly faded away. In his final moments, he seemed to see his mother, who advised him not to become a pirate before her death, saying that being a pirate was too dangerous and he would inevitably get into trouble. Sure enough, in his next life, he would listen to his mother and not become a pirate. Also, it seemed he hadn't paid for the drinks at the bar. He should have known to drink a few more. While Sauries was killing, Shuan also killed a dozen pirates and finally arrived in front of the gunmen who had shot at Sauries. Attacking the Navy is a capital offense, Shuan said as he activated Moonwalk and lunged at the gunmen. Meanwhile, after killing the Black Fist Sidwa, Sauries walked towards the pirates who had followed Sidwa. Was the bounty of 125 million berries for the Black Fist Sidwa just that easy to take? Sidwa was a pirate who had been to the New World. The many pirates looked at Sauries with fear. Miss Sophie, weren't you going to kill Sauries? A pirate trembled and asked. The sentence made a tall and beautiful female pirate's expression change. As the saying goes, pirates eagerly await the death of their companions. If they can take one down, they will. Sophie did indeed want to kill Sauries. It would enhance her reputation. But seeing Sauries so fierce, she felt a bit intimidated. At the same time, she was secretly cursing Sito's incompetence. He had been killed so easily. I was just joking, Colonel, Sophie said, throwing a flirtatious glance at Sauries. In the end, Sophie decided to back down. She was still young and didn't need to take unnecessary risks. However, at that moment, she noticed Sauries' figure had disappeared. Sophie's face changed drastically as she quickly drew her rapier from her waist. Accompanied by a flash of the blade, Sophie felt a sharp pain in her neck. So strong was Sophie's last thought. Don't think that just because you're pretty and throw a flirtatious glance, you want to be killed. Sauries wiped the blood off the wooden sword and then looked at the other pirates. Run, run. At this moment, these pirates deeply regretted coming here to watch the excitement. Forest's great burial. Sauries clapped his hands and shouted. Rumble. The ground of the entire street began to surge, and huge vine-like tendrils burst out like earth dragons. The pirates screamed and fled backward, but soon they were dumbfounded. From a back street, countless vine-like tendrils also surged up from the ground. It's just like Makai's ultimate in League of Legends. However, Sauries' ability is two-way. Like a meat grinder, no one can escape. A large number of vine tendrils entangled the pirates. Cries of agony constantly escaped from the pirates' mouths. After a moment, as the screams faded, the slaughter came to an end. The numerous tendrils that had emerged from the ground slowly retracted back underground. Sauries looked at the broken street and the bodies of the pirates scattered everywhere, feeling somewhat helpless. Here we go again. What is this? I promised Admiral Sengoku that if this continues, when will I be promoted to Rear Admiral? Brother, how's your injury? Seeing that Sauries had finished fighting, Annie immediately asked with concern. Sauries looked down at his wound, which was slowly healing. It should be fine in 2 or 3 days. It's nothing serious, he said, then turned to someone hiding behind a wall, taking pictures of him. Are you a reporter? It seems like you've been following me. During this period, Sauries' observation hockey was extremely sharp. So even though the reporter was well hidden, he still managed to catch him. Colonel, I'm just a reporter. My name is Green Gull, and I mean no harm, shouted the reporter wearing a green hat. At the same time, he was very excited. His boss Morgans was right. The Navy's new Star Sauries was indeed a news generator, so he needed to stick close. Last time, when Sauries fought against the Cone Pepper, he was severely criticized by the newspaper president Morgans for not arriving on time. Since then, he had been closely following Sauries. Sure enough, he managed to capture another good hot topic. My reports will strive to be factual and not exaggerated. Sauries did not stop Green Gull. He also needed fame. The greater his fame, the more influence he would have in the Navy in the future, and the more admirers he would gain. Okay, Colonel Sauries, Green Gull readily agreed. At this moment, Shuan also returned, holding a modified flintlock pistol in one hand and a modified shotgun in the other. These were the weapons of the bounty of 67 million, the deadly gun Gannard. Shuan handed the long and short guns to Annie and said, Quack, quack, quack. We're the fried fish balls. Hearing the silly duck's call, Sauries laughed. Let's go eat fried fish balls. Are you okay? Shuan asked. Sauries shook his head. You know my constitution. This made Shio En think of when he was at the academy, where Sauries, no matter how exhausted or injured, would be full of energy the next day. The three of them and the duck immediately headed towards Zone 40 of Shambody. On the way, Annie sat on the back of the dopey duck, constantly disassembling the gun that Shio had given her. Annie had already thoroughly researched the disassembly and assembly of these firearms. She was a girl who loved to learn. The battle between Saories and Hawkeye Mihawk made it to the newspapers, and it was also reported that Saories, despite being severely injured, killed a large number of pirates in Zone 3. This time, Sengoku did not blame Saories. They had gone to Zone 3 to capture Fuzz. The pirates wanted to kill Saories, but could Saories not fight back? During this time, Sengoku was actually preparing to promote Saories. Speaking of Saories, there was another headache. Smoker from Rogue Town had left his post without permission to pursue a pirate called Jester Buggy across sea territories, which also delayed a Navy capture operation. As the days went by, Saories continued to work hard on his training, relentlessly hunting down pirates. Blur blur, blur blur. Hey, Saories, this is Sengoku. Oh, Marshal Sengoku. What can I do for you? Saories replied on the phone. You are relatively close to Kagawa Island. Head to the Navy branch there to apprehend a Navy traitor named Gasper. His information will be sent to you shortly. Once you handle this matter, return to headquarters. You will need to switch to a larger warship. Sengoku's voice came from the other end of the transponder snail. Saories understood what changing warships meant. It was a promotion for him. Shuin, change course to Kagawa Island, Saories shouted. Soon, the information about Gasper was transmitted. Gasper was originally a Navy colonel at headquarters, but not long ago, he stole the rare steamship Saramanda. He established the Gasper pirate crew. The bounty was 50 million berries. He was a candy fruit user. A Maltose man looking at this information, Saories remembered Gasper. He was the one defeated by Luffy with flour, but his bounty seemed to be much higher back then. Saories, there are pirates attacking a village up ahead. The lookout Navy soldier shouted loudly as Saories recalled everything about Gasper. Attack! Saories stood up and said without hesitation. At this moment, Annie, who was training, climbed up the lookout tower with her gun in a flash. From her high vantage point, she began shooting wildly. Bang! Bang! With the crisp sound of gunfire, not a single shot missed. Each shot hit its target. As Annie said, C1, take one down. The gun of justice never misses. Shuin was stepping lightly in the air, creating shockwaves as he landed on the pirate ship. Against ordinary pirates, Annie was a reaper. If one day she could cover her bullets with armament hockey, then her threat level to powerful foes would be immense. This group of pirates, Saories did not participate, and Shuin and Annie dealt with them. The pirates' wealth was directly given to the local villagers. Saories, we should actually keep some berries. Don't forget that you are acquiring Adam's treasure tree branches, and you have no money now, Shuin suggested. Hearing this, Saories was momentarily stunned. Indeed, he had no money. But then he thought of the burly Gaji and said, It's okay, I have a way. Gaji. 2 days later, Saories and his group arrived at Kagawa Island. However, Kagawa Island had long been deserted. Gasper had already fled. After questioning the remaining Navy soldiers, Saories began his pursuit of Gasper. However, Gasper was on a steamship, and with the vast ocean, where could Saories chase him? 7 days later, Saories conveniently eliminated a group of pirates, and Shuin stepped onto the deck, carrying a pirate while performing the moonwalk. Saories, I found a reason for the recent increase in pirates in this area. There are rumors of treasure on Whale Island, and many pirates have rushed there, Shuin said. Whale Island. Do you think Gasper might also go to Whale Island? Saories pondered. Even if he doesn't go, killing the pirates at Whale Island wouldn't be a loss. Annie said, while cleaning her gun. Quack, quack. Dazed Duck agreed. Makes sense. Let's go to Whale Island, Saories decided. Hearing this, Shuin snapped the neck of the pirate in his hand and casually tossed him into the sea. Under Saories' influence, there were no saintly Navy members on their warship. Sitting in a wicker chair, Saories watched Dazed Duck eating fruit again and said, You fool, fruits have a lot of fructose. If you eat too much, you'll get fat. So eat less. Quack, quack, quack. Dazed Duck replied with a hint of defiance in its small eyes, arguing back with Saories. Still arguing? Let me tell you. Stay out of my cultivation room. I've recently noticed a lot of beans are missing, and it's all because of you eating them, Saories said irritably. Dazed Duck didn't argue, but its eyes revealed its discontent. The beans were something Saories had recently cultivated, storing energy similar to photosynthesis, which could quickly restore stamina. Somewhat like the Senza beans in Dragon Ball, but definitely not as effective. Full speed ahead. 1 day later, Saories' warship arrived near Whale Island. The shimmering sea water rippled, and at the end of their line of sight, a massive island that looked extremely like a whale appeared before them. However, before getting close, Saories suddenly heard countless whales ringing in his head, causing a dull pain. He stood up and looked towards Whale Island. The wailing sounds were coming from that island. What was happening? What were these sounds? Saoirse knocked on his head. This was his first time experiencing such a situation. Looking at the pirate ships surrounding the island, Saoirse calmly said, "Prepare for battle. I'll go over first." Upon hearing this, the Navy soldiers on the warship immediately sprang into action. Annie organized the bullets, putting them away, and strapped on 2 short guns and 1 long gun. Even Dude-Eyed Duck put on a military cap and had a knife strapped to his waist. Saoirse was the first to fly towards Whale Island. Whale Island was a large island with 2 towns, north and south, known for producing a fruit called Songyu fruit. When Saoirse landed on the island, he directly smashed and sank all the pirate ships docked by the shore. Soon, the warship approached the shore, and Shun and Annie led the soldiers down. At this point, Saoirse stood in front of town, his expression calm, yet gloomy. The town before him had towering buildings. Judging by its scale, the flow of people was probably considerable. However, the entire town now seemed eerily quiet, so quiet it was frightening. As Saoirse walked step by step into the town, the scene before him made his eyes twitch uncontrollably. Collapsed and broken houses, violently damaged doors. Corpses littered the ground, and a dried-up dark red stream ran through. It was horrific. Everything here was unbearable to look at. The sole reason for this scene was the pirates. Saoirse felt a sharp pain in his head. He didn't know why, but suddenly some noisy voices filled his mind. Just then, Shun also arrived, and upon seeing the scene before them, he was also somewhat astonished. This was the 3rd time he had witnessed such a scene of complete devastation. Saoirse gazed at the distant mountain that resembled a whale's head and said, "Let's go find those pirates. You take them towards that mountain, and I'll check out another town." As Saoirse spoke, he soared into the sky. Following a faint feeling in his heart, Saoirse arrived at another town on Whale Island. It was a similarly horrific sight. On this side of Whale Island, Saoirse saw numerous pirate ships hanging menacing skull flags, quietly anchored along the shore. A rough count revealed there were as many as 50 or 60 ships. Hovering above the pirate ships, Saoirse clapped his hands together, and enormous bean vines began to sprout from all the pirate vessels. The vines twisted around the ships like the legs of a giant squid, then pulled tightly. "What is happening? What is this? I'm trapped. Cut it off quickly." The pirates left on the ships shouted in panic. Creak, creak, crack. With the immense twisting force of the vines increasing, the pirate ships began to emit distressing creaking sounds under the strain. It sounded like the breaking of planks and keels. Moments later, a large amount of debris appeared on the sea, occasionally erupting with splashes of blood that slowly drifted and spread in the water, eventually attracting a swarm of fish. After dealing with these pirate ships, Saoirse flew towards the central mountain that resembled a whale's head. Halfway there, he heard gunfire in the distance. Then his snail phone rang. Blurb blurb. Hello. Saoirse, we've encountered a large number of pirates. On the other end of the phone, Shun's voice came through. Got it. I'll be there soon, Saoirse replied, accelerating towards Shun and Annie's location. When he arrived, a large number of pirates were attacking Shun and the others, and there seemed to be around 2,000 of them. Fortunately, both Shun and Annie were strong, continuously taking down the approaching pirates. However, some of the other Navy soldiers had died. Watching Shun, who was flashing among the pirates using shave and moonwalk, and Annie, who was shooting with 2 pistols while riding on a ducky, Saoirse shouted, "Vine Tree Realm, activate." With a bang, numerous thick vines burst from the ground, wrapping around the surrounding pirates. The sudden turn of events stunned the pirates. The vines grew thickly, leaving no space for the pirates to evade. In an instant, apart from the area around Annie and the others, a radius of about 300 or 400 meters was occupied by mutated vine trees. Countless pirates had nowhere to hide, and even if they managed to avoid it, new vines emerged from the ground. A terrifying thicket of vines, covering an area larger than 3 or 4 playgrounds, appeared. Within it lay countless bloody corpses, a horrifying sight. After a while, the thicket slowly withered, and some energy began to return to Saoirse. Saoirse, I just asked. Their target is that mountain. I estimate at least 5,000 or 6,000 pirates are coming, Shun said to Saoirse. Saoirse nodded. Previously, he had been too far away. Now, through the amplification of the forest, he sensed the presence of a large number of pirates. You continue forward, Saoirse said as he flew towards the highest mountain on Whale Island. Upon landing at the mountain peak, Saoirse felt the large number of pirates below and threw out countless green light spots. These green light spots rapidly flew around the entire Whale Island. Then, Saoirse took a deep breath, and a tremendous momentum began to rise within him, causing his navy coat to rustle. Come out, wooden cage. As Saoirse fully activated the powers of the forest fruit, the ground trembled. In the next moment, wooden planks began to rise from the very edge of Whale Island. The wooden strips are wider at the bottom and taper as they rise. They continuously ascend, ultimately converging in midair to form a wooden cage resembling Doflamingo's birdcage. Moreover, the size of Sauri's wooden cage, while smaller than Doflamingo's in Dressrosa, is still quite substantial, almost the same size. What is this? Who did this? The pirates on Whale Island discovered the wooden cage and began to ask each other in a flurry. At this moment, Sauri saw the cage completed and wore a slight smile. No one is getting away. Saying this, he tossed a photosynthetic bean into his mouth. After swallowing it, Sauri's clapped his hands again. Green light began to surge around Whalehead Mountain. In the green light, green bean vines rose from the ground, appearing near the many pirates. When the green light vanished, the pirates could clearly see what was within it. They saw bean vines over 2 meters tall and as thick as a thigh. Then, astonishingly, mouths appeared on these vines, which began to spit out green seeds. Some vines even had 2 or 3 mouths. The seeds they expelled struck the pirates, making holes in them. Countless pirates were hit in an instant. Some pirates reacted and tried to cut the vines, but to their surprise, the vines could whip and entangle them when they got close. In a short time, a large number of pirates fell. Just then, Shuan and Annie also arrived with their crew. Looking at the numerous bean vines and the wooden cage in the sky, a man wearing a navy coat, with a red X painted on it, a long face and golden hair, displayed a hint of fear. His body still had several holes from the seeds shot by the vines. However, his body was composed of a substance resembling green jelly, so the vines' attacks did not harm him. Instead, he quickly returned to normal. It was him. It was Sauri's. He had arrived. The man said with a face full of fear, and then turned and ran. The pirates who had followed him to the island saw their captain flee and hurried after him. Lord Gasper, are we not going for the treasure? One pirate asked while running. This person is the naval scum, Gasper, a user of the candy fruit ability. Get lost, idiots. If you want to die, go ahead. Gasper said as he ran even faster, using the moonwalk technique. When he reached the edge of Whale Island and tried to attack the wooden cage, he couldn't break the wooden bars at all. Looking at the palm-sized gap, Gasper gritted his teeth and began to drill his way out. As he struggled, his body gradually transformed into soft, green candy, and then he squeezed out through the gap in the wooden cage. Seeing that Gasper had actually made it out, the pirates behind him were left dumbfounded. What should we do, Lord Gasper? One of the pirates asked anxiously. Hearing this, a hint of disdain appeared on Gasper's face. You? Just go die. With that, Gasper ran toward his steamship, the Salamander. However, he was also unfortunate. After escaping the wooden cage, while he was running towards the steamship, he was spotted by Sauries from high above. These pirates committed such heinous crimes. How could Sauries allow anyone to escape? He directly opened a hole in the wooden cage and flew out. It was truly a case of finding something where it seemed impossible. Just as Gasper was about to run onto the steamship Salamander, Sauries descended from the sky and landed right in front of him. The sudden appearance of Sauries caused Gasper to stop in his tracks. Cold sweat instantly covered Gasper's face. Where do you think you're going, Gasper? Sauries asked calmly. Sauries. Gasper slowly backed away, his heart racing with fear. Why betray the Navy? Sauries asked again. Upon hearing this, Gasper's expression hardened as he said, What betrayal? The Navy's system only hinders me. In this chaotic era, where all evils emerge, it's the best time for the victors to take the stage. I refuse to be trapped by the so-called Navy. Well said, Sauries exclaimed. In the next moment, Sauries disappeared and appeared next to Gasper, delivering a punch. In a panic, Gasper transformed his body into a gummy form. However, in the face of armament hockey, his trick was ineffective. Bang! With a muffled sound, Gasper let out a painful wail. Just one punch left Gasper completely drained of strength. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 simple and brutal punches, Sauries withdrew his bloodied hand. At the same time, he looked at the steamship, where some fallen Navy members who had betrayed along with Gasper were present, all of whom had an X drawn on their uniforms. Sauries flew up and began his slaughter. Sir, we were wrong. We were forced. One fallen Navy soldier begged for mercy in the face of Sauries' killing spree. Sauries shook his head. Wrong is wrong. If you make a mistake, you must pay the price. Everyone is the same. In the end, on the steamship Salamander, only an old man and a baby in a swaddle were left. Sauries knew that this old man was the one who created the steam engine, treating it as a treasure. As for the baby, the old man had picked him up. After executing Gasper and the fallen Navy on the steamship, Sauries returned to the wooden cage. Among this group of pirates, besides Gasper, There were 2 other pirate crews with decent strength. However, they had all been dealt with by Shun. When night fell, the wooden cage surrounding Whale Island slowly shrank until it completely disappeared. Soweries then returned to his ship with his subordinates. It was time to head back. However, he did not let go of the steamship, dragging it behind the warship. If Soweries got a new warship, he wanted to convert it into a steamship. The only remaining old man and the baby on the steamship were taken back to the warship by Soweries. Annie and Shun both liked children, and upon seeing the baby, even the usually stern-faced Shun showed a hint of a smile, which then startled the baby into crying. At this moment, in the bottom storage of the warship, the dazed duck was sneaking some fruit. The Navy's warship storage is divided into 2 types, one for storing food and drinks, and one for storing weapons and ammunition. For those who spend years at sea, maintaining their vitamin intake requires regular consumption of vegetables or fruits. Moreover, Soweries had bought a lot of fruit to attract devil fruits. Preserving fruits is a big challenge, so Soweries directly planted several fruit trees in the bottom of the cabin and continuously ripened the fruits on them. After more than a week, the fruits would ripen and be picked. Once the picked fruits were consumed, a new batch would be ready to harvest. Thus, this place became a frequent haunt for the dazed duck, which loved eating fruit. In the bottom storage, many boxes were piled up, containing freshly picked fruits. The dazed duck came here, as usual, to select fruits. After eating 2 of its favorite pears, it turned around and discovered a strange green fruit among a pile of red tomatoes in the adjacent box. This peculiar green tomato had swirling patterns on its surface. It was hard not to notice such an odd green tomato mixed in with a box of red tomatoes. The dazed duck tilted its head and suddenly remembered what Soweries had told it. If it found any unusual or strange-looking fruits, it should show them to him. Instantly, the dazed duck quickly finished the pear in its hand and picked up the peculiar green fruit, scurrying toward the deck. Quack, 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 quack. The dazed duck ran out and rushed in front of Soweries, showing him the fruit in its hand. Devil fruit? With just one glance, Soweries recognized that this should be a devil fruit. Quack, quack, quack. The dazed duck pointed towards the cabin. Found in the food storage? Soweries asked. The dazed duck nodded. It was green, shaped like a tomato, and translucent. Soweries then thought of Gasper's devil fruit ability. Isn't this the gum-gum fruit of Gasper? Speaking of Gasper's gum fruit, it's somewhat similar to Katakuri's mochi fruit. If it falls into the hands of someone with great potential, it should significantly enhance their strength. A devil fruit like this is indeed an unexpected gain. Good job, Daze. From now on, you go to the food storage. I won't say anything more about you. Soweries patted Daze's head and praised him. Upon receiving Soweries' compliment, the feathers on Daze's tail couldn't help but perk up. Everyone says Daze is silly, but most of the time, he's actually quite clever. Not long after, he could eat fruits freely. Next, Soweries was preparing to rush back to the Marin Vondo Naval Headquarters to accept his promotion. He was finally going to become a brigadier general. He wondered if he could become a major general in 2 years. Once he reached the rank of brigadier general, he could change to a large warship. However, Soweries planned to build one himself, using branches from the atom tree. Colonel, we have spotted a pirate ship ahead. It's the terrifying 3-masted sailing pirate crew. On that day, when Soweries' warship passed by Ghost Island, a soldier on the lookout tower shouted. On Soweries' warship, Annie was holding the baby she picked up, occasionally teasing him. Annie, you should train, Soweries scolded. Hearing this, Annie kissed the baby's delicate little face and asked Soweries, Brother, when are you and Sister Tina going to have a child? Puffed. Shone, who was drinking water, suddenly sprayed it all out upon hearing this. Soweries almost fell out of his wicker chair as well. What nonsense are you talking about? Soweries reprimanded with a dark expression. Upon hearing Soweries' words, Annie seemed to understand, saying, Does that mean you like General Peach Rabbit? As she spoke, Annie's eyes sparkled as if she had discovered a new continent. Whoosh! Soweries suddenly disappeared and instantly appeared behind Annie, delivering a punch to her head. Bang! A large bump appeared on Annie's head. It hurts, it hurts. Tears streamed down Annie's face. Soweries casually took the baby. At that moment, a Navy soldier on the lookout tower shouted, Colonel, we've spotted a pirate crew ahead, flying the bat flag. It seems to be the terrifying 3-masted ship pirate crew. The Navy soldier's voice was somewhat fearful because the ship ahead was enormous, almost like an island. Hearing this, Soweries handed the baby to his grandfather. Uncle, take the child to the captain's cabin. The old man hurriedly took the baby and ran into the captain's cabin. Soweries approached, gazing at the round, terrifying 3-masted ship. He walked along the edge of the Bermuda Triangle. He admitted there was a gambling element, but he never expected Moria would dare come looking for trouble. Moreover, he was driving the enormous, terrifying 3-masted ship. Ever since being defeated by the Yonko Kaido, Moria had become reclusive, and the terrifying three-masted ship mostly stayed in the Bermuda Triangle. Therefore, the appearances of the seven warlords' Moria ship were few. But it was truly massive, almost like a moving small to medium-sized island. At this moment, behind him, Annie looked at Sories' coat billowing and silently said in her heart, "Brother, actually I also like you. He, I finally found you, Sories." On the three-masted ship, the enormous and oddly shaped Moria looked at Sories standing at the bow of the ship and said with a smile, "Master, should we attack?" A zombie with an explosion hairstyle asked. He. Of course, we attack, Moria replied. Boom, boom, boom. The dense cannonballs were instantly fired from the terrifying three-masted ship. Crack, crack, crack. Wooden planks rose from the warship, shielding it. Meanwhile, Sories soared into the sky, heading straight for Moria's terrifying three-masted ship. Clap. Sories landed on the terrifying three-masted ship. Moonlight Moria, you are attacking the Navy, Sories said, looking at the 6-meter-tall Moria across from him. He. My subordinate Absalom won't die in vain. I will turn you into a living doll, living in darkness forever, and I will gladly accept your shadow, Moria laughed, while his surrounding zombie subordinates slowly closed in on Sories. Looking at the zombies around him, Sories shook his head. Moria, quantity has never been a measure of one's strength. Ever since Moonlight Moria was defeated by the Yonko Kaido, all his crew had been killed, leaving only Moria. After that, Moria gave up on enhancing his personal strength and instead sought an advantage in numbers. However, this had deviated from the essence of being strong. Otherwise, Moria would not have been easily knocked down by Jinbe, a fellow warlord, with just one punch, nor would he have been casually defeated by Luffy. However, Moria completely ignored Sories' words, and at his command, the surrounding zombies lunged at Sories. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Divine slash. 3 massive slashes instantly took down a large number of zombies. Then Sories transformed into an afterimage and began to reap. As he watched the zombies he had painstakingly collected fall one by one, many black shadows attempted to escape. Don't run, my shadows, Moria waved his hand, capturing all the fleeing shadows. At that moment, a figure dressed in a white kimono, with the character for dragon embroidered on both sleeves and white hair, resembling a mummy, rushed out and wielded Sories' wooden sword. The dragon swordsman, Ryuma. Sories smiled slightly at the appearance of the figure. He, someone actually remembers me, the zombie Ryuma said in a strange voice. Sories knew that this was because the shadow within Ryuma was Brook the musician. If Sories were a woman, he would definitely have said something about wanting to see his underwear. Clang, clang. The two exchanged blows in an instant, 3 rounds. If the Ryuma swordsman had these skills, then I shall accept the black blade, Chosue, said Sories as he knocked Ryuma back with a single strike. If Ryuma was a true swordsman in life, then the current Ryuma, at most, is just a swordsman. His strength has diminished too much after becoming a zombie. If you want Chosue, you must show me the strength to impress me, Ryuma said as he quickly charged at Sories. Bouques final. Clang. Uft. The flash of the sword revealed a massive wound at Ryuma's waist. He was defeated. Just then, a gigantic ghost flew towards Sories. Sories, look at my super ghost bomb. It was Perona. Boom. The ghost bomb exploded, but Sories dodged it first. Suspended in midair, he looked at Perona and calmly said, "So you're not dead yet. I hope you're as lucky today." As Sories finished speaking, 2 massive slashes flew toward Perona. The flying slashes scared Perona into tears. Clang. A giant pair of scissors appeared and blocked Sories' slashes. He. It seems I underestimated you. Moria finally couldn't hold back and made his move. Sories was too lazy to say anything more to Moria, who lived in his own world of arrogance. He clapped his hands, and huge green bean vines burst forth from the deck, wrapping around the over 6-meter-tall Moria. At the same time, a large number of trees appeared at Sories' feet, and a very realistic wooden figure quickly formed. This wooden figure, although made of trees, stood about 30 to 40 meters tall, its entire body particularly lifelike and imposing. Boom, boom, boom. Moria dodged the attacks of the giant bean vines in succession. After the wooden figure appeared, 2 of the bean vines transformed into 2 green dragons, coiling around the wooden figure. The dragon heads rested on either side of the wooden figure's shoulders. Sories stood atop the wooden figure's head, coldly looking down at Moria. Behind him, the navy coat with the words "Justice" fluttered in the wind. At this moment, Sories directly suppressed the opponent with momentum. Such a big head. I have one too. Looking at the wooden man towering 30 or 40 meters high, Moria said, his eyes filled with greed. He was envious of Saoir's shadow. If he could obtain Saoir's shadow, he would add another powerful subordinate. Boom, boom. With Moria's words, accompanied by footsteps, a 100-meter-tall, red-skinned giant appeared. The demon Oz. Oz. The demon berserker belongs to the giant race, but is several times larger than an ordinary giant. He was the founder of the Wanghua and died frozen while attacking the Ice Kingdom, later obtained by Moria. Although he didn't know who Shadow Oz was now. The power of the giant race should not be underestimated. Roar. The wooden man, half the height of Oz, let out a roar and charged at the demon Oz without showing weakness. A punch was thrown, while two green dragons formed from bean vines also pounced forward. Boom! The wooden man's fist collided with Oz's fist, creating a strong shockwave, and the immense power of demon Oz made the wooden man somewhat unsteady. After watching the battle between the two giants, a bang sound echoed as Saoir's charged towards Moria, breaking the air. Shadow Slash. Moria swung the giant scissors towards Saoir's. Well, in a way, the giant scissors are also a type of blade. Facing Moria's giant scissors, green light flickered, and a wooden stake suddenly appeared in front of Saoir's. The giant scissors snapped down on the wooden stake, breaking it instantly. However, there was no sign of Saoir's behind the stake. He had already moved behind Moria. When did he get there? Moria was startled, realizing Saoir's was behind him, but his body couldn't react in time. Boom! A massive sound of breaking air rushed in, and just as Moria was about to turn around, a tremendous force of impact hit his back. At that moment, Moria felt as if he had been struck by a sea king. His round belly protruded forward, and he fell to the ground, tumbling and sliding for 20 or 30 meters before finally coming to a stop. This scene terrified Moria's subordinates nearby. Master, Captain. Meanwhile, some villagers watching from a distance secretly rejoiced. How impressive! The Navy knocked Moria away. These villagers are people whose shadows were taken by Moria. Without shadows, they can never see the sunlight and can only survive in the dark. Kicked away, Moria was furious. He had never been so embarrassed in these years. Damn Navy. You actually ambushed me. Moria stood up from the ground and roared. But was it really an ambush? In fact, it was just that his body didn't react in time. You are too weak, Saoir said calmly. This sentence directly broke Moria's defense. He was anxious. Suddenly, a red light flashed in Saoir's eyes, and his body shifted half a step to the side. Immediately, a black shadow spear pierced in from behind. At the same time, a shadow resembling Moria's figure appeared behind Saoir's. This is Moria's skill, Shadow Mage. Seeing Saoir's, Moria easily dodged, knowing that this was the use of observation haki. He felt somewhat frustrated because he couldn't use observation haki. Yes, one of the 7 warlords, who once roamed the New World and dared to challenge the Yonko Kaido, couldn't use observation haki. Even with armament haki, he had been neglecting his practice in recent years and was no longer as proficient. Is this all there is to it? Saoir's said with some disappointment, as he lunged at Moria again. This time, Saoir's didn't use a knife. He fought entirely with his iron fists covered in armed color haki. His fists collided with Moria's giant scissors, and the surging shockwave transformed into a circular shockwave, sweeping out in all directions. A brief stalemate. Saoir's exerted force with his fists, pushing Moria's scissors away. Then he kicked again. Boom! The fierce shockwave swept and exploded. Moria blocked Saoir's kick with one hand. However, Saoir's other foot was already in the air, aiming directly for Moria's chin. This kick was extremely tricky and swift, but when Saoir struck the target, he realized something was off with the flesh. With a loud bang, Moria's body suddenly exploded, transforming into a swarm of bats that wildly rushed towards Saoir's, biting furiously. This is Moria's skill, Shadow Scatterbat. Facing the bats that came rushing in, armament haki instantly covered the upper body of Saoir's. Then, Saoir's quickly created distance. Just as he steadied himself, 2 shadow slashes flew towards him. Looking at Moria, who wielded large scissors, Saoir's realized why this guy used a knife when fighting Kaido. It turned out his swordsmanship was not weak either. While Saoir's was battling Moria, the fight between the wooden man and the demon Oz was becoming increasingly intense. Although the wooden man was not as strong as Oz, he was much more agile than the zombie state Oz. Moreover, under Saoir's control, he had a brain. At this moment, Oz had torn apart a green dragon made of bean vines. However, another green dragon had wrapped around Oz's legs. With his lower body unsteady, Oz suddenly fell forward, also toppling the wooden man who was close in combat. Boom! The 2 massive beings fell together. However, although the wooden man fell, his legs kicked against Oz's stomach, then pushed hard. Oz was unexpectedly kicked into the air, heading towards the nearby sea. Zombies move using the powers of the devil fruit, and their weakness is salt. Even more so the sea. In a critical moment, just as he was about to fall into the azure sea, Oz grabbed the edge of the terrifying three-masted ship with both hands. But as he struggled to climb up, he was met with the massive fist of the wooden man. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of punches, the demon Oz fell into the endless sea. Not my Oz. Seeing Oz fall into the sea, Moria couldn't help but cry out in pain. Fighting with me and still daring to be distracted. Saori's voice rang out beside Moria. Bang! With a heavy thud, Moria's enormous form was sent flying, crashing into a building. Boom! The building collapsed with a roar, burying Moria inside. Clap! Saori's clapped his hands together, causing a large number of trees and vines to sprout, rushing towards the collapsed building and Moria inside. Master! At this moment, all members of Moria's pirate crew were shocked, and Perona was even scared to tears. In the distance, those civilians who had their shadows taken and some captured pirates were overjoyed, seeing hope for the return of their shadows. Just as Moria was about to be covered by a mass of plants, a sharp shadow spear shot out. It instantly severed all the trees and vines, flying straight towards Saori's. This move is called Shadow Angle Gun, the most powerful technique in the hands of Moonlight Moria. During the War of the Best, even little Oars was pierced through by it. Faced with the tremendous power of the Shadow Angle Gun, Saori's did not dare to take it head-on and dodged at the first moment. Damn! Damn Navy, I will chop off your legs and then take your shadow away, making you live in darkness for the rest of your life. Moria roared in anger as he stood up from the ruins. You forced me to do this, Shadow Gathering, Moria said, taking a deep breath. Amid the exclamations of all the zombie subordinates, black shadows flew out from their bodies and entered Moonlight Moria's mouth. Moonlight Moria's size was rapidly increasing, and he was becoming more and more grotesque. Hee. Die. No one can stop my shadow gathering, Moria said as he threw a punch at Saori's. Boom. With just one punch, a large part of the terrifying three-masted ship's deck, like an island, collapsed. It's over. The captain has lost his mind. Run. The shadow gathering of 1,000 shadows can even blow up a small island. One of the three weirdos of the three-masted ship, Hogback, said in panic. Then he turned and ran away. Perona was also very scared, and she quietly found a place to hide. At this moment, looking at the enlarged Moria, a smile appeared on Saori's face, and green flames began to rise from his surface. 8 Gates of Dunjia, open. I am the bounty of 320 million. Moonlight Moria. Moria roared as he swung his hand. With a fierce sound of breaking air, the palm strike descended like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain. The powerful momentum stirred up wind and sand, moving recklessly. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down, the strong air waves blowing through Saori's black hair. Saori squinted, with a mass of trees entwined around his right fist, transforming it into a giant wooden fist. Boom! The fists collided, shaking the mountains and cracking the stones, causing the stone deck beneath Saori's to collapse. A massive shockwave erupted, its momentum terrifying, sweeping away everything around. This strike can be considered evenly matched. At this moment, Moria's other hand tore through the air, striking at Saori's with a piercing scream. Saori's nimbly dodged and then shook his head. Too cumbersome. No wonder Moonlight Moria was defeated by the Fishman Jinbei with a single punch. Moria simply couldn't fully control the shadow gathering. There were too many flaws and weaknesses. Having reached this point, Saori's had already lost interest. After fighting with Moria for so long, he just wanted to experience his shadow gathering. Now that he had seen it, it was nothing special. When Moria launched his third attack, Saori's took a deep breath, and the green flame surrounding him intensified once more. Boom! Saori stepped forward, transforming into a streak of light, whistling past. The stone slab beneath his feet instantly exploded, and a large crack appeared on the terrifying three-masted ship. At that moment, the air was burning, and he seemed to break through space, instantly appearing in front of Moria. The pitch-black foot, with an unstoppable momentum, kicked Moria in the stomach. Bang! Wow! Moria spat out a large mouthful of blood, accompanied by a mass of black shadows. Not only that, but blood also flowed from his ears. Boom! Countless fragments of stone flew everywhere, and Moria collapsed. After kicking out, Saori's threw another punch, smashing into the fallen Moria's chest. This punch directly brought the terrifying three-masted ship to the brink of tearing apart, and it caused Moria to completely lose his resistance. His body rapidly shrinking from the several meters gained by absorbing shadows back to a normal height of over 6 meters. Captain Moria, seeing Moria knocked down, Perona flew to his side, crying loudly. With Moria's fall, the shadows he had absorbed flew away, returning to the people from whom they had been taken. The shadows are back. Oh, we can finally see the sun. The civilians cried out in excitement. Saoirse slowly walked toward Moria. At that moment, the swordsman Longma, who had been wounded in the waist by Saoirse, blocked his path. Longma was one of the few who had not had his shadow taken by Moria. The other was Hogback's woman, one of the three weirdos. I have a sword that has been hidden deep in my mind. Even if I become a monster, I will not forget it. If you could defeat this move, the autumn water will surely not be buried in your hands. Upon hearing this, Saoirse summoned a wooden sword. Come on, crack. Longma sheathed the autumn water and then quickly charged at Saoirse. Along the way, he gripped the hilt of the autumn water tightly. This is an opening move of the Iaedo style. Iaedo Dragonfly Cut. Buzz. A sound as crisp as a dragonfly's buzz rang out. Facing the dragon horse swordmaster, the wind began to swirl around Saoirse. At this moment, the wind whispered and the blade trembled. With a soft clang, Longma slowly turned his head. I have lost. Please take good care of Chioshui. With these words, Longma's upper body was split in two. A black shadow flew out from within him, heading towards the depths of the Devil's Triangle. Saoirse walked over and picked up the black blade Chioshui. Chioshui, one of the great swords of the kingdom, is known as a national treasure of the Land of Harmony. Chioshui is relatively heavy, but its length is not longer than other swords, which gives it a thicker spine. The blade features a chaotic reverse T-shaped pattern, with a black-purple body and red serrated designs. This sword is incredibly tough. Even if a dinosaur stepped on it, it wouldn't bend by a millimeter. Crack! Saoirse sheathed Chioshui and stepped towards Moonlight Moria. Seeing Saoirse approach, Princess Perona recoiled in fear. Yet even so, she did not abandon Moria. Moria protected Perona with his arm. Saoirse, kill me, but don't touch my crew, Moria said, forcing himself to speak. Saoirse shook his head. You should be grateful for your title as a warlord. If there was any uncertainty in my previous battle with Qingjiao, today's fight with Moria has almost confirmed it. When a person starts to doubt themselves and their beliefs waver, that is the beginning of defeat. The already deceased Qingjiao was, and now Moria is as well. The former Moonlight Moria dared to challenge Kaido. However, he ended up so degraded that he couldn't even defeat a freshly set sail Luffy and was easily taken down by Jinbei, another warlord. There is no one more disgraceful than him among the so-called strong. Since Moria was defeated by Kaido and dared not seek revenge, he stopped striving to improve his strength. Instead, he began to gather numbers, hoping to overwhelm giants with a swarm of ants. From this, it is evident that his spirit and belief have vanished. Failure has become inevitable. Just then, the shadows returned and gathered in front of Saoirse. Navy Lord, thank you. Please take us away. Thank you so much, Navy Lord. Saoirse successfully defeated one of the warlords, Moonlight Moria, rescuing thousands of civilians oppressed by Moria. Of course, among these civilians were some pirates captured by Moria. Regarding Moria, Saoirse didn't even consider using the corrosion seed. He was not worthy of it. At this moment, Saoirse returned to the warship, where one person looked particularly grim. And that was Shun. Shun, go check who among these people are pirates and who are civilians, Saoirse said. Saoirse, we need to talk, Shun said with a serious expression. Oh, what's wrong? Saoirse asked, somewhat puzzled. Saoirse, you just sealed the warship with a wooden cage. While it blocked cannonballs, we can't get out either, Shun said with a stern face. Upon hearing this, Saoirse realized he had indeed forgotten. I know you want to protect us, but we have our own battles. This is the dignity and path of promotion for all soldiers. We can't just cheer from the sidelines. I understand you're trying to protect us, but for Navy soldiers to die in battle is also a form of honor. As a general, this is not what you should be doing, Shun stated seriously. The meaning of this sentence is that Saoirse understood that it was actually a battle of soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals. Saoirse took on all the responsibilities, which not only hurt Shuren's pride, but also blocked the promotion paths of other soldiers. I understand now, Shuren. Saoirse patted Shuren on the shoulder and then said, deal with those pirates mingling among the civilians. Shuren nodded and turned to leave. Saoirse looked up at the sky and waved his hand. In the sky, a large seagull wearing glasses turned and flew down, landing on the deck of Saoirse's warship. The seagull landed on the deck and transformed into a man with glasses. Colonel Saori. The person is the reporter Green Gull from the World News Agency. Green Gull. Do not report today's battle with Moria, Saoirse said, watching the terrifying three-masted sailing ship gradually distance itself. Why not? Colonel Saoirse, reporting current events is our duty as journalists. Green Gull firmly refused with a serious expression. Looking at this guy who somewhat resembled a green parrot, Sourys felt an impulse to stab him. Fortunately, Green Gull was not a pirate, which saved him. Under Sourys' sharp gaze, Green Gull suddenly felt a chill down his back. Then just report briefly. Don't write about the outcome, and don't describe it in detail. Give me some face, Sourys said calmly. All right, that's acceptable, Green Gull readily agreed, as Sourys' reputation still held some weight. Mainly, Green Gull was afraid that if Sourys was displeased, he might kill him. In fact, this underestimated Sourys, at most. He would just give him a good beating. Additionally, Sourys didn't want the news of defeating Moria to leak out, fearing that the world government would cause trouble for Sengoku. If that happened, he might as well just kill Moria directly. Looking at the somewhat crowded warship, Sourys closed his eyes. With his observation haki, he could sense a wide range. After the incident on Whale Island, his observation haki had noticeably strengthened. However, the sounds that had appeared before on Whale Island were no longer present. Even if Sourys wanted to listen, they did not reappear. He had previously wondered if he had also awakened the ability to hear all things, but it seemed he was overthinking it. However, Sourys had a premonition that with the enhancement of his observation haki, he should be able to hear again. Marineford, Navy Headquarters. Sourys returned here once more, heading straight to Sengoku's office. Marshal Sengoku. Colonel Sourys reporting in. Sourys said outside Sengoku's office. Come in, Sengoku replied, taking a file folder out of the drawer. Once Sourys entered, Sengoku asked, Did you win the battle with Moria? Sourys nodded. Hearing this, Sengoku smiled and handed the file folder to Sourys. Congratulations, Brigadier General Sourys. I hope you will continue to contribute to the Navy in the future. Yes, Marshal Sengoku, Sourys said as he took the file folder. This time, Sourys was promoted to Brigadier General, and all of his subordinates were also promoted by one rank. Annie went from private to sergeant. Shun was upgraded from major to lieutenant colonel. In fact, Sourys' promotion to Brigadier General should have happened long ago. However, Admiral Steelbone Kong blocked it on the grounds that he was too young. Sengoku knew that this was probably the intention of the world government. However, Sengoku believed that Sourys' strength was already enough to become a brigadier general or even a major general. An ordinary lieutenant general could not compete with the green pepper of the cone. Moreover, the number of pirates killed by Sourys was enough for him to be promoted. In fact, if it weren't for Steelbone Kong's suppression, Sengoku would have wanted to promote Sourys to major general. However, moving from colonel to general is already a significant leap, and directly promoting him from brigadier general to major general would indeed be a bit excessive. After this, go choose a warship for yourself, Sengoku said again. Admiral Sengoku, can I build my own exclusive warship? Sourys asked. He also wanted to build a personal warship, just like Harp and Vice Admiral Tsuru. Yes, but I hope you wait until you are promoted to Major General or Lieutenant General before building it. Sengoku nodded and said, Oh, by the way, Zephyr is injured, so take some time to check on him. Sengoku added at the end. Injured again? Sourys was a bit surprised. Just go check on him. Sengoku didn't explain why. In fact, this time the injury was quite peculiar. Zephyr had a new arm, but as a very difficult to make sea prism stone arm, it had many imperfections. This time it was the loss of control of the arm that caused the injury. In the original story of One Piece, Zephyr perfected it after multiple attempts, and only at the age of 70 did he successfully complete the sea stone arm. While Zephyr is currently 66 years old, Marineford, the Navy hospital, is located not far from the Naval Academy. There are many people here coming and going. After all, every day there are Navy soldiers getting injured. The Navy profession is too dangerous. Sourys changed into new shoulder insignia and arrived at the Naval Hospital with Shun. Annie took the silly duck to the Naval Academy. In a high-end ward, they saw Zephyr sitting in a chair. Teacher Zephyr. Sourys put down the fruit basket in his hands and called out. Next to him, Sourys noticed Ein with blue hair accompanying Zephyr. Hearing this, Zephyr turned his head and saw Sourys and Shun, saying, You two are here. How did you get injured? Sourys looked at Zephyr's bandaged shoulder and asked. It's nothing. That arm made by the Navy Science Department is a bit hard to control, Zephyr said with a smile. Then he noticed Sourys' shoulder insignia and asked, You've been promoted to Rear Admiral? Sourys nodded. You guys sit first, I'll go wash some fruit, Ein said as she took some fruit and walked out. Sourys watched Ein leave and asked, Teacher Zephyr, what is Ein's current strength? Well, she can already skillfully use the 6 styles, and she's also a devil fruit user. The reverse fruit, Zephyr said with a smile. Sourys knew about Ein's fruit ability and asked, Teacher Zephyr, can Ein's fruit ability make you young again? It can make me young, but my strength won't return to what it was 12 years ago, Zephyr said, obviously having experimented with it before. The rest also bins. who is quite good, also a devil fruit user. He has the verdant fruit, which is somewhat similar to you. Mentioning his disciple, Zephyr brought up Binz again. Teacher Zephyr, why not let them follow me? Saris suddenly said. Seeing Zephyr like this, it was clear he wouldn't be able to go to sea anytime soon. Moreover, Saris hoped Zephyr would focus on the Naval Academy, which was his area of expertise. Follow you? Upon hearing Saris' words, Zephyr instinctively wanted to refuse. He was afraid Saris would lead Binz and Ein astray. Teacher, if they don't go on missions and don't experience life and death combat, their strength will stagnate, Saris advised. After thinking for a while, Zephyr said, I have no objections. You can ask them. Once Zephyr said this, it was settled. Ein idolized Saris. So if she agreed to follow him, Binz would certainly agree to come along too. Just then, accompanied by the sound of a door opening, a tall figure entered. Wearing a white vest and dark blue shirt, draped in a navy coat, with a green eye patch on his forehead, holding a fruit basket similar to Saris's. It was Admiral Kazan. I didn't expect you to come as well, and judging by the fruit basket, it seems you bought it downstairs like Saris, Zephyr said. You're here too, have a seat. Kazan said. He was also his student. Back for promotion? Kazan looked at Saris's new shoulder insignia and asked. Yeah, and I'll take a break for a while. Saris nodded. In the Navy, when a school-level officer is promoted to a general rank, they must return to the Navy headquarters. Being at the general rank also means Sengoku can no longer demote him. Soon, Saris left Zephyr and arrived at the Naval Academy. He had already told Ein that when he went to sea again, she should report to his ship. Saris still had a devil fruit in hand. He was thinking about who to give it to, and he could only choose from the Naval Academy. In fact, he had considered giving one to his wooden dummy to see if it could gain the abilities of a devil fruit. After all, the bloodline factor exists in animals and plants. As long as there's a bloodline factor, theoretically, there's a possibility of using a devil fruit. Even a knife can use a devil fruit. However, the experiment must be done with a Zoan-type devil fruit, not a Paramecia or Logia type, as that would be too wasteful. Little did Saris know, soon after, he would do something even more wasteful. At the Naval Academy, Saris spent some time with the kids. And in the end, Saris, the silly duck, Annie, and Shu and all returned to Mamatatsu's place together. With just one glance. Mamatatsu noticed the black sword Shue at Saris' waist. Kid, let me see your sword. In response, Saris shook his head and said, as long as I'm alive, I won't easily hand over my weapon as a swordsman. It's an important partner. Upon hearing this, Mamatatsu's eyes began to emit a dangerous light. Her fingers trembled slowly, a sign that she was about to make a move. Of course, except for Sister Guion, Saris said, taking a deep breath and handed Shue to Guion. This made Peach Rabbit put the 40-meter-big knife, which she had already drawn halfway in her heart, back. With a swish, Peach Rabbit reached out and took the autumn water, first feeling the scabbard, and finally drew the sword out. Looking at the patterns on autumn water, Shizuyuin said, as if recounting a treasure, the great knife, 21 craft autumn water, comes from the land of harmony, the weapon of the sword master Ryoma. I didn't expect you would obtain it. What a pity. As she spoke, Shizuyuin had a look of regret on her face. Sister Shizuyuin, what kind of expression is that? Am I not worthy? Saris said angrily. Take good care of it. Peach Rabbit shot Saris a glance and returned autumn water to Saris. At this moment, the dazed duck had already walked into the house, then sat down on the sofa. Saris and the others followed in. Soon, Tina returned with 2 bags of vegetables. You're back. You must be hungry. Tina will prepare something to eat. Following Peach Rabbit, Tina may not have learned much else, but she learned to smoke and to cook. I'll help you, Sister Tina, Annie said as she followed Tina into the kitchen. Tina is really great, Shioan whispered to Saris. Quack quack, Dazed Duck agreed. Saris shot Shioan a glance, telling him to be quiet. To be honest, Tina had the figure and looks, could manage both the living room and the kitchen, and treated herself well. She was simply the perfect setting. However, Saris had his own concerns. This path was bound to be filled with hardships and could easily implicate others. Soon, a table full of delicious dishes was ready. It's time to eat. Annie's voice came from the dining room, and the impatient dazed duck bounced up from the sofa and ran towards the dining room. At night, the starry sky was dotted with meteors streaking across the sky. In the courtyard, Dazed Duck and Annie stood facing each other, holding wooden swords, looking serious. I'm coming, Annie said solemnly. Quack, Dazed Duck shouted back defiantly. Huh. Annie stepped forward and swung her sword. Bang. The wooden sword held by Dazed Duck was knocked away. Annie's wooden sword hit Dazed Duck on the head, causing a sharp bump to appear, and the sharp pain brought 2 tears to the corners of Dazed Duck's eyes. This can be considered both inexperienced and playful. Tina didn't know when she had sat down next to Saoirse. The two watched Daisy Duck and Annie fooling around. Although they didn't talk much, there was a subtle warmth between them. In fact, Saoirse was very grateful to Admiral Crane, as well as to Guion, Tina, Smoker, and others. It was these people who made him feel a sense of warmth, which brought comfort to his heart tainted by darkness. "Raise your hand," Tina said at that moment. "Why?" Saoirse was puzzled, but raised his hand anyway. Tina took Saoirse's hand and used a nail clipper to trim off a few pieces of his nails. "I want to make some life cards. That way, if we are in danger in the future, we'll know," Tina said. The life card is a unique item in the world of One Piece. It is resistant to both water and fire, made by mixing one's nails into the material, representing the owner's vitality. Typically, people tear it apart and give it to family or friends who are about to part, and the torn pieces will attract each other. The life card shrinks when the owner is injured or weak, and returns to its original size when the owner recovers. If the life card slowly turns to ashes, it indicates that the owner is close to death. The warm days were short-lived. After staying at Peach Rabbit's place for more than half a month, Saoirse gave the gum-gum fruit to a boy named Diano. This was because the boy was the most hardworking, apart from Greg, who had eaten the Triceratops fruit. Of course, Liao was also very hardworking. Although it was still uncertain what kind of Zoan devil fruit the little girl had eaten, her fighting spirit was truly tenacious. These three people, 2 men and 1 woman, are considered to be the key focus of Saoirse's training and development. On that day, Saoirse selected a new warship, preparing to head to Alabasta. He couldn't remember when Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, began to harm this country. However, Saoirse would never ignore Crocodile's destruction. The royal family of Alabasta could be considered one of the few competent kings in the world of One Piece. Additionally, Saoirse remembered a country suffering from lead mercury poisoning, which seemed to be Trafalgar Law's country, and it was quite tragic. However, he couldn't recall the details about that country. It was too long ago. To clarify, he specifically asked Kaji about it. The white town, Frevans in the North Sea, had its citizens collectively suffering from lead poisoning, with the affected population exceeding 99% of Frevans' total population. Trafalgar Law had consumed the scalpel fruit because he suffered from this disease. Saoirse learned from Kaji that the king of this country was an extremely tyrannical ruler who cared nothing for the deaths of his people, only for money. If this continued, destruction was inevitable. Over the years, he has gained immense wealth through mining lead ore. Of course, a portion of this money must be paid to the celestial dragons, also known as the heavenly gold. If he directly kills King Frevans, the 5 elders would surely be displeased. I wonder how Enel is doing. I suddenly miss him. If he goes to the North Sea, will he be able to escape from the Admiral's pursuit? It should be fine. I could let him make a trip to the North Sea when there's time. Speaking of which, I also miss him and Bartolomeo a bit. However, Saoirse has set his sights on Enel. But killing the king is not the difficult part. The challenge is how to cure the illness of the Frevan citizens. It seems Trafalgar Law can treat it. Should I go find him? Saoirse frowned slightly. Finding a person in this vast ocean is like searching for a needle in a haystack, which is not easy. Moreover, he cannot seek help from the Navy. Achoo! In the New World, Enel, sitting on the deck, suddenly sneezed. Am I catching a cold? I am a god. How could I catch a cold? Enel was a bit confused. On the Dawn Pirates, Enel is just a hands-off manager, to be precise, a brawler. Bartolomeo is responsible for everything on the ship, and Bartolomeo relies entirely on his miraculous country grandma for help. The fact that they have managed to get this far without incident is truly a miracle. However, now the name Thunder, Enel has begun to spread gradually in the New World. Not long ago, a Kainu attempted to capture Enel. They fought once, and Enel was seriously injured. Bartolomeo used his barrier fruit to block a Kainu. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Enel abandoned the pirate ship and flew away with Bartolomeo using the Thunderbird. If it were Kizaru, Enel would probably be done for, as a Kainu is too slow. Unfortunately, at this stage, Kizaru rarely goes to the New World. Afterwards, Enel and Bartolomeo hijacked a pirate ship again, but this time they were much more low-key. Saoirse was preparing to head to Alabasta, but just as he was about to set sail, Sengoku's call came in, asking him to go to the headquarters meeting room. He arrived at the meeting room, where Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Akiji, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and Rear Admiral Momotaro were all present. You're here, have a seat. Once Saoirse sat down, Sengoku said, Have you heard of the Pirate Festival? The Pirate Festival is a grand celebration held every few years, exclusively for pirates. At that time, pirates from the Grand Line will gather together, and the total bounty amount can easily exceed 10 billion berries. Seeing Saoirse and the others nodding, Sengoku opened the Den Den Mushi behind him, and the Den Den Mushi began to project an image. A middle-aged man dressed in a black suit and wearing a hat adorned with many stars appeared on the wall. This person, Saories, is a king qualified to attend the World Conference. He is the king of Hanbao from the allied country of the Bollywood Kingdom. Recently, Mary Joya came to inform that 3 celestial dragons will be visiting the Bollywood Kingdom to welcome the celestial dragons. The king of Hanbao intends to hold a conference similar to the Pirate Expo, involving slaves and pirates, with the reward being 3 devil fruits. Are we supposed to maintain order? Akiji said, crossing his legs. Sengoku nodded. Indeed, to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons and prevent any chaos at the event. The Navy needs to be dispatched just in case. This time, I plan to send Peach Rabbit and Saories. Currently, other vice admirals from the headquarters have been dispatched, and if an admiral were sent, the pirates would likely not participate. Therefore, Sengoku decided to send Peach Rabbit and Saories, who was recently promoted to Rear Admiral. Admiral Sengoku, I have other matters. Saories directly refused. Saories, this is an order. Sengoku would not allow Saories to refute. Hearing this, Saories held back, genuinely wanting to ask Sengoku whether the Navy was a slave to the celestial dragons or a protective force for the safety of countless civilians at sea. Seeing Saories' expression turn somewhat unpleasant, Peach Rabbit said, "All right, I will go to the Bollywood Kingdom with Saories." Soon, the meeting concluded and Kizaru smiled and said, "Hey, Saories-kun, you don't seem to like the celestial dragons much. Do you like those scum?" Saories retorted. The sentence left everyone present in shock, and Zhangguo's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Hisu then reprimanded, "Saories, this is the Navy headquarters." She was reminding Saories to be cautious with his words, as there were many eyes from the world government around. Saories shrugged and said no more. At the Navy Headquarters Academy, Saories stood on the podium, quietly watching the many naval cadets train. Future naval flowers grow up quickly. Saories thought to himself. "Saories' brother, are you leaving?" asked Lia, who had a strand of white hair on her head. "I'm leaving tomorrow, on a mission." Saories replied with a smile. Upon hearing that Saories was going on a mission, Diano nudged Lia. Lia understood and said, "Saories' brother, we want to go on a mission with you too. Your strength isn't enough yet." Saories shook his head in refusal. "You said that only by experiencing setbacks and blood can we grow strong," Lia said with her big eyes wide open. "Did I say that?" Saories didn't even remember saying those words. "You did." Lia, Greg, and Diano all nodded seriously. Then Lia took out a notebook. It's all written in the Saories family quotes. Looking at the 3 of them and the group of standing cadets in the distance, Saories thought for a moment and said, "Only 50 can go, the strongest 50. Oh." Upon hearing that Saories agreed, Diano let out a cheer. Even the reserved Greg showed a hint of a smile on his face. Among these 50 people, he is definitely one of them. Even without the ability of the devil fruit, he is still among the best. Soon, Saories' words spread to other academies, and all the students cheered, then looked at each other, revealing a hint of fighting spirit. The 4 arenas of the Naval Academy were quickly surrounded by this group of naval students. Diano jumped directly onto the stage and said, "Who dares to come up?" Diano, I want to fight 10. "Stop bragging, Diano." With this remark, a long-armed boy jumped onto the stage. "Jaeger, don't worry. I will definitely make you fall off the stage in the most embarrassing way," Diano said eagerly. "Hit him." Jaeger hit Diano in the face. Yes, hit his face. I've disliked him for a long time. Students below shouted loudly in support. It seems that there are quite a few people who want to beat Diano. After Diano got on stage, Greg also jumped onto the second arena. "According to the game we always play, I will defend the stage." "Who's coming up?" Greg said. "This is a game they often play, the challenge. As long as you win 10 consecutive matches, all the clothes and socks for the next month will belong to the 10 people you defeated." "I'll do it." A boy with a simple appearance jumped onto the stage. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, the boy took off all his weights. Seeing this, Greg didn't dare to be careless and also removed his weights. In this match, he absolutely cannot lose. He wants to go to sea with Saories, which has always been his ambition. He wants to kill pirates, wipe them all out. On the third arena, Leah, holding 2 wooden swords, also jumped up. "Leah, you were from the second batch. Defending the arena is too disadvantageous." A girl with short red hair said from below the arena. Leah belongs to the second batch among these naval cadets, and being younger, her stamina would deplete quickly while defending. Diano and Greg, on the other hand, are physical monsters. Incomparable. "Sister Heisey, I can do it," Leah said, holding 2 wooden swords with a determined expression. She, Leah, will never be worse than anyone else. In the future, she will be the first of the Saris family. Since Leah is up, then I'll go up to the 4th arena. Indeed, Youth is endless. A young man, who styled his hair back like Sauri's and held a sword in his hand, jumped onto the fourth arena. He was about the same age as Greg, older than most of the kids. Brother Chuamu is also up. Hey, for idiots. As long as you get into the top 50, there's no need to fight so hard. Sure enough, intelligence is something innate. Below the arena, a blond boy, who looked even more annoyingly than Diano, said sarcastically, "Shut up, Saint Caddy. Get lost, you disgrace of the academy." The blond boy's words drew a wave of angry curses. Indeed, only a small portion of people in the world are clear-headed, while most are ignorant. That boy named Saint Caddy continued to mock. At this moment, Diano and Greg had already started fighting, and a girl with her hand wrapped in bandages jumped in front of Leah. That Chuamu also faced his first opponent. Although there were nearly 1,000 Sarah's family cadets in the academy, only about 200 actually participated in the battles. And these were the ones who usually ranked at the top. Looking at the noisy cadets, Sauri smiled. Diano and Greg both practiced the Navy Six styles and martial arts. Leah and that Chuanmu surprised Sauri somewhat, especially Chuanmu, who surprisingly used the Gale Swordsmanship. This talent completely outshined Sauri's. You should know that these kids had no foundation when they arrived. "Remy, you are not my opponent," Chuanmu said, touching the hilt of his wooden sword. "I will not give up." The naval cadet, named Remy, shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Chuanmu slowly closed his eyes. "Did you hear that? The wind is whispering. The long road is endless, and we shall move forward with the fierce wind." With these words, Chuanmu's eyes suddenly opened, and the wooden sword was unleashed. Swoosh! Accompanied by a light sound, Chuanmu withdrew his sword. "My original intention, I will never forget. The fierce wind flows with a clear heart." With this phrase, there was a loud pop, and Remy's belt snapped, causing his pants to fall down. A chorus of laughter and screams erupted, but fortunately, Remy was wearing big shorts underneath. "Damn Chuanmu!" Remy cursed as he ran off the stage, holding up his pants. "Sorry, Remy, I miscut," Chuanmu said apologetically. Seeing Chuanmu draw his sword, a hint of surprise appeared on Sauri's face. This kid's swordsmanship talent is quite impressive. "Chuanmu, you don't need to fight anymore. Just you is enough," Sauri shouted. It's not for any other reason. Chuanmu's sword is quite dangerous, and Sauri's was afraid of injuring others. Upon hearing Sauri's words, the other cadets showed a hint of envy. Meanwhile, down below, the blond boy, named the shame of the academy, Saint Caddy, looked at Chuanmu's recent sword strike with a serious expression. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, one will never be defeated. He was thinking about how he should respond when faced with that sword just now. The competition continued, and now Chuanmu was beside Sauri's, who looked at Leah, who was dancing with dual swords like a little tiger, and said to Chuanmu, "Have you practiced swordsmanship before?" "I once learned from an old swordsman in our village," Chuanmu replied. Sauri's nodded. "Practice well, and I will find you a good sword in the future." That night, the final ranking of the top 50 in this battle was announced. Greg, Diano, Leah, and Chuanmu were all among them, and the shame of the academy, Saint Caddy, also made the cut. This Saint Caddy is not to be underestimated. Sauri's has arranged for them to meet at Dock 19 tomorrow, in just over a dozen days. News is spread throughout the Grand Line and the four seas that the Kingdom of Balyu, located in the West Sea, will host a pirate grand tournament with the prize being 3 devil fruits. It has even made the newspapers. In an instant, pirates eager for power have flocked to the event. What do devil fruits represent for pirates? Devil fruits represent power. A single devil fruit, especially a good one, is enough for these pirates to establish a foothold in the Grand Line. A large number of pirates, whether from the four seas or the first half of the Grand Line, are pouring into the West Sea. The Kingdom of Balyu, located in the far west of the West Sea, is quite large, at least 3 times the size of Alabasta. This time, King Hanbao of the Balayu Kingdom is sparing no effort to please the celestial dragons. Although the Balayu Kingdom is already a member state, Hanbao wants more. He wants to be a kingdom that can participate in the meetings. In the comic, it turns out that Hanbao indeed becomes a kingdom that participates in the meetings. Because of this decision, it is unknown how many people from the West Sea will be killed or plundered during this incident. The warring states clearly anticipate this situation. After assigning the mission to Sories and Peach Rabbit, he also dispatched some naval forces from the other 3 seas to the West Sea. The headquarters general is keeping an eye on the movements in the New World, trying to prevent the notorious pirates from heading to the West Sea. The Navy in the 4 seas has always been understaffed. The 4 seas are simply too vast. The Navy needs a massive number of troops spread throughout various locations to ensure the safety of the people within their jurisdiction. Now, They are reallocating naval soldiers from the first half of the Grand Line and the other 3 seas to the West Sea. This made the already insufficient navy even more strained. The warships of Sauris and the warships of Taudu set off together. However, when they reached Cape Gemini, Sauris let Taudu leave first. He stayed here to guard. All this commotion was cause for a few celestial dragons. This point he cannot stop, but he can stop those pirates who want to head to the Grand Line in the West Sea. Pirates, unlike the Navy, do not need to stay in one place to maintain order. They roam freely like bandits, posing a huge threat to ordinary civilians. Once they find something valuable, they stick to it like leeches that smell blood. By the time the Navy arrives, they have already fled without looking back, moving on to cause chaos elsewhere. Moreover, the pirates on the Grand Line are different from ordinary pirates. They are far too powerful, and most ordinary Navy branches are no match for them. If things go poorly, they dare to attack the Navy branches of the 4 seas. Therefore, Sauris decided to intercept the pirates on the Grand Line here. Whatever they could take down, they will. The medium-sized warship Sauris began patrolling around Twin Cape. Brigadier General, pirate ship spotted on the left, shouted a Navy soldier from the lookout tower as they spotted the pirate ship. Sauris looked into the distance and said to Shuin, "Approach." Boom, boom. The 2 ships quickly closed in, and the sound of cannon fire rang out first. "Navy, it's the Navy," quickly turned the helm to the right. The unknown pirate captain shouted, but there was no escape for them. Sauris landed directly on their ship. This time, Sauris did not kill them all, but left 50 captives. He had Shuin take the captives back to the ship, and then said to the trainees, "Each of you choose one to be your opponent. These pirates will be your first lesson. If you can't kill these pirates, let them kill you." Sauris wanted these pirates to fight against the inexperienced naval trainees to help them grow. However, although Sauris said this, he did not provide the pirates with weapons. It was clearly bullying the pirates. Over the course of 3 days, a large amount of debris floated near Twin Cape, and numerous sea kings began to gather here, all attracted by the smell of blood. In the past 3 days, Sauris hardly made a move. The ones taking action were Shuin, Annie, Ein, and Binzi. Additionally, Binzi had taken on another task, nurturing the fruit trees in the ship's cabin. Although he had fought alongside Sauris before, this time Ein and Binzi truly realized how ruthless Sauris could be. There were no survivors. The only living person was kept alive for the sake of training the 50 recruits. And these 50 recruits all obeyed Sauris without question. In the future, there would be 50 little Saurises. "Ein, I feel like we boarded the wrong ship," Binzi said hesitantly while leaning against the ship's railing under the starry night sky. The bounteous fruit is considered a lower-tier fruit compared to the forest fruit, and Binzi had initially thought he could gain some experience from Sauris to strengthen his fruit abilities. Sauris indeed taught him a lot. However, Sauris' views contradicted what Binzi had always learned from Zephyr. "What do you mean?" Ein asked in confusion. "Brigadier Sauris is committing slaughter," Binzi said excitedly. As a user of the bounteous fruit, Binzi had always held a sense of reverence for life deep in his heart. "Binzi, have you ever thought that maybe Brigadier Sauris is right?" Ein countered. "Teacher Zephyr has been capturing pirates for so many years, yet the number of pirates continues to grow. Moreover, those who are not qualified to enter Impel Down are imprisoned in branch jails. But branch jails are not secure. Pirates often escape. After escaping, they continue to pillage and kill. Recently, the Navy Internal Report criticized Smoker for taking too long to capture a clown pirate named Buggy, only for Buggy to escape during transport. Just as the two were chatting, a blond boy with a rapier and 2 short pistols hanging at his waist approached them. Life will eventually come to an end. The lives of pirates hold no value to the Navy and civilians. If that's the case, why not let them exit the stage early? The boy is indeed Saint Ketty, one of the 50 trainees. He has recently been learning firearms under Annie, who is also on her own learning journey. Every life has its value. Binzi frowned in disagreement. Upon hearing this, Saint Ketty smiled but said nothing as a fallen noble. Maintaining composure is fundamental. During his time at the Naval Academy, he learned not to argue with foolish people, because they are likely to drag your intelligence down to their level. Sauris once said that the right path is lonely, painful, and often misunderstood. Therefore, one must persist in their dreams and steadfastly move forward. One day, you will reap what you desire. Perseverance is victory. A beautiful era will eventually come. In 3 days, Sauris destroyed at least 25 pirate ships. Until he received a call from warring states, he had to rush to the West Sea. The Celestial Dragons had already arrived in the Balewa Kingdom. Among all the allied nations, the Balewa Kingdom is considered quite strong. This time, the conference hosted by King Han Bao is not only for the Celestial Dragons to watch, but they also brought many slaves to participate. Moreover, to welcome the celestial dragons, King Hanbao divided the entire Balewu kingdom into civilian and noble districts. The noble district is spotless, and the celestial dragons reside there. The civilian district is where the pirates attending the conference stay. As soon as the pirates arrive, the civilian district becomes chaotic. However, the king of Balewu is completely indifferent. For him, the deaths of these civilians mean nothing. As for the venue of the conference, it is located between the noble and civilian districts, where a huge viewing platform has been built. This time, the Germa 66 kingdom has also arrived. King Hanbao of the Balewu kingdom spent a fortune to invite Germa 66 to make the competition more interesting. King Hanbao also revealed that this time, the devil fruit includes the transparent fruit. This fruit ability originally belonged to Absalom, a subordinate of the Shichibukai Gecko Moria, who was killed by Sabaody. Unexpectedly, the fruit appeared here. When Sabaody arrived at the Balewu kingdom, once again, various wails echoed in his mind for the second time. A tremendous discomfort made his face turn pale. The warship, under the command of the Balewu kingdom's personnel, entered the noble district's dock. In the noble district, Sabaody could see patrolling navy personnel appearing from time to time. Sister Guion, Sabaody was guided to find Peach Rabbit and Tina. At that moment, Peach Rabbit was talking with a middle-aged Navy vice admiral with a mustache and a man in a light green military uniform. You came just in time. Tomorrow is the day of the conference, Peach Rabbit said as she took a puff of smoke upon seeing Sabaody. Sister, what is that position over there? Sabaody asked, pointing to the east. That's General Taro over there. What is that position? Peach Rabbit asked the man in the light green military uniform beside her. General Taro is a subordinate of King Hanbao and a leader in the king's army. Over there is the slum, Taro said directly. Oh, where have the pirates been arranged? I saw quite a few pirate ships outside, Saoirse asked again. The pirates are over there too. Filthy pirates don't deserve to enter the clean, noble territory, Taro said with a proud expression. General Taro, aren't you separating the civilians from the pirates? If they're not separated, many civilians might die. Saoirse's expression was already somewhat grim at this point. There's no need to separate them. Those lowly people, even if they die, won't die cleanly, Taro said carelessly. The words made Saoirse unable to contain his anger any longer. He knew where the voice in his head was coming from. Shuin, Annie, let's go patrol the civilian area. As Saoirse spoke, he glanced at Peach Rabbit and Tina, then turned to leave. Tina, Saoirse may not have enough manpower. You should go with him and bring my navy along, Peach Rabbit said, sensing Tina's restlessness, taking a puff of smoke. Yes, Tina replied and hurriedly went outside. Peach Rabbit Admiral, what's going on? Another rear admiral from the naval branch asked in confusion. Aren't they supposed to protect the celestial dragons? Isn't it enough to ensure nothing goes wrong during the conference? It's fine. The duties are different, Peach Rabbit said, looking in the direction Saoirse had left without further explanation. How far can your justice go, Saoirse? Once, Peach Rabbit was also filled with passion, but with age, he slowly gave up his former convictions. This point is also true for Admiral Akiji, who was once a passionate young man, but is now quite lazy. With the sound of footsteps, 1,500 Navy soldiers marched in unison towards the slums of the Balewu kingdom. When Saoirse arrived here, the noise in his mind slowly faded away. Hee, don't run. Where do you think you're going? A girl was running frantically, covered in dust, with bruises on her face and legs. Tears were continuously falling from her cheeks, and her big eyes were filled with panic. Help! Help me! The girl cried for help as she ran. Some civilians hiding in their homes wanted to open the door to save the girl, but were stopped by someone nearby. What are you doing? Do you want to die? Look at those pirates behind. Hearing this, the person glanced at the pirates chasing after the girl, and a struggle flashed across his face as his hand slowly lowered from the door. Suddenly, the girl tripped and fell, and before she could get up, the pirates behind her caught up. What do you think you're running to? It's your honor that I have my eyes on you, the pirate said with a disgusting expression as he slowly approached. No, please, let me go. The girl sat on the ground, slowly retreating, perhaps realizing she could not escape. She cried out in desperation. Help me. Who will save me? She hoped that her cries for help would prompt nearby hidden people to reach out. But faced with a dozen pirates, none of the surrounding civilians dared to step in, not even to say a word. These pirates are ruthless, killing without a blink. Some of those hiding away might be feeling ashamed, silently shedding tears while covering their ears. Haha, it's useless, since you're so disobedient. I've decided to enjoy you before selling you off, the pirate said fiercely, grabbing the girl's soft hair. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out. A blood hole appeared in the pirate's forehead. Before the other pirates could react, bang, 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 with a series of gunshots. Blood holes appeared on their foreheads, one after another. It was Annie who had struck. After dealing with all the pirates, Annie calmly put away her 2 pistols. The sudden gunfire stunned the nearby people and left the girl in shock. Just then, a voice appeared in front of her. "Go home. Don't wander around recently," Saoirse said, clapping his hands. Wooden boards appeared in the area between the civilian zone and the noble zone, eventually forming a wooden circular area. He then said, "Shuin, Annie, you're in one team. Tina and Ein, you're in Benzi's team. Conduct a thorough search of the civilian zone and drive all the pirates out. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed on the spot. Prepare the Den Den Mushi and call for help at any time if you encounter danger." Though he said that, Saoirse was actually thinking about how to kill all these pirates. King Hanbao had guaranteed that with the celestial dragons backing them, there would be no capture of these pirates in the Balayu kingdom. That's why these pirates dare to come here. If Saoirse killed these pirates now, he would not only offend King Hanbao, but also the celestial dragons. After all, the celestial dragons cared about their reputation. They had promised not to touch the pirates participating in the conference. However, even though he couldn't kill all the pirates at once, Saoirse could still take out some of those who were jumping around. What he didn't know was that not long ago, a celestial dragon had just arrived and also entered the slums. Saoirse's brother, we can participate too. Watching Shuin and Tina leave with their teams, Diano applied. "You follow me. Knock on every door and drag out all the pirates," Saoirse said. With that, Saoirse led 50 students in a chosen direction. "System, what's happening with the voice in my head? Is my observation haki growing? Can I listen to everything?" Saoirse asked the system while walking, throwing out 3 questions in a row. "Host, your observation haki is indeed growing. However, it's most likely not the ability to listen to everything. There are many branches of observation haki, such as Fujitora's super long-range observation haki, Katakuri's ability to foresee the future, and the ability of the solitary red to see into people's hearts," the system patiently explained. Hearing this, Saoirse began to ponder what direction his future would take. Fujitora's observation haki goes without saying. Its vast range can pull meteors from space, so one can imagine how large the area is. So far, no one has discovered a greater range of observation haki than Fujitora's. And Katakuri from the Big Mom Pirates can see brief glimpses of the future, which is quite impressive. As for the solitary red, originally named Baroque Ridefield, he was from the same era as Roger, Whitebeard, Shiki, Garp, and Sengoku. He stood on equal footing with Roger and Whitebeard, possessing extraordinary strength. Later, he fought against the then Commander Steelbone Kong and was exhausted after defeating him, only to be captured by Garp, who had rushed over. His observation haki could see through people's hearts, but having seen the ugly inner selves of those around him, he developed a strong aversion to people and thus remained alone. In any case, the improvement of observation haki is a good thing. Saoirse has a premonition that his strength is about to rise from S to S rank. Additionally, thinking of the solitary red, he recalled the bat fruit, a mythical zoan type that he would consume in the future. This is also a good devil fruit, but where did the aloof red one come from? Saoirse couldn't remember, and there was no time to recall these things now. He would think about it later when he had time. Under the separate actions of Saoirse, Diano, and Tina, the slums of the Balayu kingdom began to be in chaos. Sounds of battle and the screams of pirates could be heard from time to time. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. We are the Navy conducting a routine inspection. Under the order of Brigadier General Saoirse, no pirates are allowed to stay in civilian areas. All must go to the designated isolation area outside. Diano shouted, knocking on the door of a civilian courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door if you don't open it. I'll kick it down. I know there are people inside. Diano shouted. Navy, sir, we have nothing here, no pirates. A voice came from inside after a while. Brigadier General Saoirse has ordered that all rooms must be thoroughly checked to prevent pirates from hiding. Don't worry, we are the Navy and will not harm you. Seeing that the door still did not open, Diano shouted, if you don't open it, I will count to 3, and, after 3 counts, we will break the door down. As he spoke, Diano was about to break the door when it creaked open. A woman opened the door. Looking at the young Navy cadets outside, she smiled and said, Navy, sir, we have no pirates here. However, there was a hint of forced smile in her expression. Behind her stood a middle-aged man, a young man, and 2 skinny children, 1 boy and 1 girl. Diano glanced at the 5 of them and stepped into the house. According to protocol, we need a search. Sir, we really have no pirates, just our family of 5. The woman hurriedly said. Yes, Navy, sir, there are only 5 of us, no one else. The middle-aged man also nodded and said. Diano looked around the house and yard and found nothing unusual, so he planned to leave. However, Greg, who had been standing at the door, noticed something wrong with the expressions of the two children. They seemed frightened. Just as Diano was about to leave, the boy instinctively wanted to speak, but was choked by the young man behind him. The young man, holding the boy, bent down with a smile and whispered, "Do you want to die?" Slap. Greg pressed down on Diano's shoulder to stop him from leaving and walked up to the boy, squatting down and asking, "Tell your Navy brother, who are they?" Hearing Greg's words, the middle-aged man hurriedly said, "Navy, sir, I am their father." "Yes, I am the older brother." The young man also chimed in. "Shut up, I didn't ask you," Greg said expressionlessly. Then, he tried to soften his facial expression and said, "Speak up. Who are they? Trust the Navy, trust justice." Greg's words seemed to give the boy great courage, and he shouted, "They are pirates. They killed my dad and grandpa." In an instant, a murderous aura surged from Greg, while the two pirates looked panicked. Greg immediately lunged at the middle-aged pirate, while Diano, though carefree, reacted quickly and pounced on the young pirate. Soon, the two pirates from the West Sea fell to the ground. Looking at the woman, crying while holding the two children, Greg searched the bodies of the two pirates and found some berries. Seeing that the amount of berries was not much, he took out some from his own belongings and handed them to the woman. "Sorry, we arrived late," Greg said. He then told the little boy, "Always believe in the Navy." Leaving this sentence, Greg dragged the two bodies out. "Hey, where did you get the berries?" Diano asked as he walked out of the courtyard. "I got it from the last group of pirates," Greg replied calmly. "Damn it, I didn't even know, and you didn't tell me," Diano said angrily. Not far away, Leah and Chwamu were also knocking on doors one by one. Soweries was using observation hockey to keep an eye on them, in case these rookies got into trouble. Under the order of Brigadier General Soweries, all pirates and gang members participating in the expo must go to the isolation area outside the civilian district. Those who disobey will be killed. Soon, Diano's voice began to shout again. The civilian area of the Balayu Kingdom was not small. Groups of pirates and gang members were forcibly escorted to the isolation area set up by Soweries. Tina's effectiveness was the most impressive under the power of the Kankang fruit. Capturing pirates and gang members was a sure thing. Soweries had the least achievements because most had been killed by Greg and Leah. Soweries noticed that Greg's killing intent seemed to be greater than his own. Greg was practically a replica of Soweries. "Ururu, Ururu, Moses, Moses." Soweries answered the transponder snail. "Soweries' brother, I've encountered a celestial dragon here." Annie's voice came from the other end of the transponder snail. "Soweries' brother, I've encountered a celestial dragon here." Annie's voice came from the other end of the transponder snail. "Celestial dragon?" Soweries frowned. "The celestial dragons also come to the slums?" "Yes, they have captured many slaves." Annie continued. "Wait for me." With that, Soweries hung up the phone. "Greg, Chwamu, you form a team. Be careful. I'll be right back." Saying this, Soweries soared into the air. The celestial dragons are easy to find. They are wherever there are many people. "Hey, hurry up. We still need 3 more. My puppet chest will be complete." "Quickly find me 1 female puppet and 2 male puppets," said a celestial dragon wearing a glass-covered hat and styled hair, sitting on a giant slave. "Yes, Lord Charlemagne." A man in light green military uniform nodded and bowed. He then turned to the soldiers of the Balayu Kingdom behind him and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Quickly find Lord Charlemagne 2 boys and a girl. It must be a clean girl." At this time, these soldiers already had nearly 100 slaves in their hands. "And you Navy, hurry up and find. This place is filthy, a bunch of dirty commoners." Charlemagne roared. The celestial dragons coming here were completely due to the efforts of King Hanbao of Balayu. He invented a puppet chess to please the celestial dragons. However, the celestial dragons found puppets uninteresting and wanted to use real people as puppets. Moreover, he wanted to take these puppets back to Mariehua to promote puppet chess to other celestial dragons. This way, other celestial dragons will worship him, Charlemagne. With this mindset, Charlemagne did not bring his 2 fellow celestial dragons and ran out by himself. "What should we do, Colonel Shuan?" a naval officer asked Shuan. Shuan, with a stern expression, replied, "We are the Navy, not the slaves of the celestial dragons." Seeing that the group of naval officers in the distance remained unmoving, Charlemagne couldn't help but become furious. "Lord Charlemagne, we've caught another one." At that moment, a soldier from the kingdom passed by, carrying a girl in front of Shuan. The girl looked at the nearby Navy with pleading eyes, hoping that the just Navy could save her. Seeing the scene, Annie instinctively reached for the shotgun at her waist, but was grabbed by Shuan. "Don't act impulsively. Do you want to implicate your brother Soweries?" In fact, if it weren't for Annie's phone call, Shun wasn't even planning to inform Saris. Annie looked at the girl's eyes, filled with disappointment and devoid of light, resembling dead ashes, and felt as if she were being tortured. But for Saris, she slowly lowered her hand that was reaching for the gun. Just when the girl felt a sense of despair, Saris, draped in a snow-white coat, descended. At that moment, the girl felt the large hand that was gripping her tightly suddenly loosen. The soldier who had been holding her fell to the ground. Immediately, a soft large hand touched the top of her head. Hurry home. Upon hearing this, the girl was stunned. She could hardly believe her ears. What are you waiting for? Don't you want to leave? Saris's voice came again. It was only then that the girl came to her senses and turned to run. As she ran, she looked back and saw light. What's going on? Navy, how dare you release my slave? Saris's actions infuriated Calamaco. Looking at the sparse kneeling crowd around him and the nearly 100 people who had just been captured, Saris took a deep breath. Those kingdom soldiers are not worthy of being soldiers. Execute them. Hearing Saris's words, Shun's expression changed, and he rushed to stop him. But it was too late. Annie was already waiting for Saris to say this. As soon as he finished speaking, Annie drew 2 handguns and frantically pulled the triggers. 2 guns, 24 bullets, instantly fired empty. Seeing Annie take action, Shun immediately closed his eyes. It's over. Saris had just been promoted to Brigadier General. The Celestial Dragons are the world's nobility. If a conflict arises with them, he could end up in impelled down. But since Annie had already acted, Shun could only step on his shave and rush out. If a conflict with the Celestial Dragons truly occurred, the consequences would fall on him, Shun. Perhaps his pursuit of justice alongside Saris could only go this far. In the blink of an eye, over 100 soldiers of the Balayu kingdom had fallen. 4 men in black suits rushed to Calamaco's side to protect him. In the distance, a green-feathered seagull excitedly held a camera phone, its hands trembling. Is there going to be big news today again? At this moment, Green Gull felt that his career might finally be coming. He was going to be the next top reporter, Zhuowei. However, just as he was envisioning a bright future, a powerful aura suddenly hit him. Conqueror's Haki? Green Gull did not react much, and in an instant his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Just before losing consciousness, he wanted to curse. Not only Green Gull, but also Annie and Shun, everyone present fainted. After continuous practice, Saris was gradually able to control the Conqueror's Haki. At least he could use it freely now. Clap. With a clap of his hands, a simple wooden house quickly appeared, enveloping the celestial dragon Charlemagne. Saris flashed and entered the house in the next moment. Looking at the unconscious celestial dragon, Saris kicked him in the stomach twice. The first kick caused intense pain, waking Charlemagne up. But as soon as he screamed, the second kick knocked him out again. After 2 consecutive kicks, Saris confirmed that the celestial dragon in front of him had lost his ability to resist. He took out a corrosive seed and threw it into his mouth. Although he wanted to kill this celestial dragon, it wasn't the right time yet. After a moment, Charlemagne slowly woke up. What should I call you? Saris asked calmly. Master? Charlemagne tentatively replied. Saris nodded, feeling relieved. From now on, don't do evil and don't call me master outside. We have no relationship, Saris said. Oh. Charlemagne nodded obediently. Crack. The wooden house slowly disappeared. Seeing the 4 CP0 bodyguards still unconscious, Charlemagne angrily shot at them a few times. The sudden pain immediately woke the 4 bodyguards up. A bunch of useless trash. I'm done playing. It's boring. Let's go back, Charlemagne arrogantly said, kicking the giant slave under him. Charlemagne, what about those slaves? Are we taking them back? One bodyguard said, holding his shoulder in pain. Forget it. It's not interesting, Charlemagne replied, watching the celestial dragon leave with the bodyguards. The awakened Shun looked at Saris in disbelief. How did you do that? I was prepared for the worst when we made our move. I didn't expect to wake up and find the celestial dragon gone. When did the celestial dragons become so easy to talk to? How did you do it? Shun asked. It's nothing. I just had a little talk about life with him, and he suddenly realized and went back, Saris said with a smile. This is something that only a ghost would believe. Shun definitely doesn't believe it. Shun wakes up all the captured people and sends them back home, continuing the search for pirates. Saris continued. When a reporter Green Crow wakes up, what he sees is the Navy sending the captured civilians back home. What about my big news? What about the celestial dragons? Green Crow was confused. He felt that his dream of being a top reporter was slipping away. Using Conqueror's Haki. It's inhumane. Green Crow gritted his teeth in anger. In the evening, a large number of pirates, gang members mingling in the civilian area, and fighters purely there to participate in the competition all gathered at the outskirts of the civilian area. Saris had specially made simple wooden houses for them. Of course, many pirates had also died in the civilian area. Most of those who died were small-time characters who roamed the seas. In the first half of the Grand Line, when pirates hear Sowery's call, they generally don't dare to resist, even if they pretend otherwise. They can't afford not to cooperate. Sowery's really kills. Perhaps in the first half of the Grand Line, many pirates with face blindness don't recognize Sowery's, but they have definitely heard of his name. Only some inexperienced small characters dare to take chances and disregard Sowery's. After all, he has someone who has even defeated Green Pepper. At this moment, some pirates who had come from the first half of the Grand Line were already contemplating leaving the Balayu kingdom. With Sowery's here, they felt uneasy staying. Shuin, tonight you take 1,000 men to patrol the civilian area, Sowery's said, looking at the many pirates gathered in the wooden house. All right, but Sowery's, many families in the civilian area have been shattered by pirates, and many are left with only children. We kill hundreds of soldiers from the Balayu kingdom today, and I'm afraid those people will retaliate against the civilians. Shuin's meaning was clear. He wanted Sowery's to adopt all the orphans who had lost their parents and take them back to the Marine headquarters at Marineford, just like Diano, Greg, and others. Hearing this, Sowery's thought for a moment and said, "Then you go tally how many want to come with us." Shuin nodded and turned to leave. The next day, more pirates continued to arrive. Near noon, King Hanbao announced that the Wanfang Conference would officially begin. The huge fighting arena was already filled with people. These people can be roughly divided into 4 categories. One category consists of those wearing black suits, sporting hats, with fierce-looking faces, many of whom have cigarettes in their mouths. These people are all members of the Mafia. The Mafia of the West Sea is famous throughout the 4 seas. The second group consists of merchants who are surrounded by followers. These merchants do anything and go wherever there is business opportunity, employing desperate people around them. The third group is made up of rough and fierce pirates. The fourth group consists of a large number of nobles, each accompanied by their own guards and slaves. These guards and slaves are here to compete. Of course, they are not competing to win first place, but to make an appearance in front of the Celestial Dragons and then lose to them. It's all for the sake of pleasing the Celestial Dragons, hoping to advance further. This time, a total of 5,000 Navy personnel arrived, but in front of this group, it could only be considered an extra white wave. In the center of the fighting arenas stands were King Hanbao and 3 Celestial Dragons. Besides Charles Mako, there was also a man and a woman. One was Charloros, with snot hanging from his nose, and the other was the still youthful Shalulia. Both of them are quite famous. The former is the one who was beaten by Luffy, while the latter was knocked out by Rayleigh using his Conqueror's Haki. St. Charlos and Shiryu are siblings, and they usually appear together. On the left side of the Celestial Dragon, there's a large group of nobles from the Balayu kingdom. On the right side is the Navy base, where Sabo and Momonosuke are located. With so many pirates around, something might go wrong, Tina said, looking at the pirates continuously pouring into the fighting arena. Those 3 devil fruits are sitting there in plain sight. It would be strange if nothing happened. Sabo turned to glance at the 3 devil fruits placed in front of King Hamburg. Not to mention others. Even Sabo himself wants to claim those 3 devil fruits for himself. King Hamburg's fighting tournament adopts a token collection system. Only those who collect enough tokens will advance to the next round, and teams can participate. Some invited contestants will directly enter the second round. This most primitive form of combat truly brings out a person's beastly nature. As blood splatters continuously in the fighting arena, the spectators can't help but shout in excitement. Moreover, to add to the fun, King Hamburg has released many wild beasts. Watching the chaos below as people scramble for tokens, St. Charlos, with snot running down his face, stood up and said, so weak I go kill them. Upon hearing St. Charlos, the CP0 member behind him removed the collar from a 3 or 4 meter tall fur tribe slave. The slave jumped into the arena as soon as he was freed. Roar. Accompanied by a roar, the fur-clad slave's body rapidly grew larger, soon transforming into a massive rhinoceros, which then charged wildly at the others. Boom, boom. With the rumbling of the earth, many contestants were either gored or trampled to death by Egu. A slave actually consumed an ancient type of devil fruit. What a luxury. Sowery's watched the rampaging rhinoceros below and sighed. Ha ha. Chamako Saint, look at my slave. This time, I will definitely take first place. It's settled. If I get first, I want that fragrant skin slave of yours. I've never seen a slave with pink skin. Charlos Saint smiled as he watched Egu's display of power. What a joke. I won't lose. Chalmako Saint retorted defiantly. Number 3, go down and kill that rhinoceros. If you can't, don't bother coming back up. If you succeed, I can let you return to CP0 Chalmako Saint ordered a nearby slave. Being a member of CP0, one could become a slave just like that. The battle continued, with soldiers from the Balayu kingdom entering to drag away the dead bodies. Patches of mottled blood on the ground resembled dark red flowers in the arena. In the evening, the day's competition ended, and the tension in Peach Rabbit eased slightly. However, for many, it was a sleepless night. Some were constantly scouting the terrain. "Boss, are we going to act tomorrow or the day after?" A pirate with a red bandana on his head laughed. "What do you know? Only with a crowd can chaos ensue. Do you think everyone is here to compete? Once chaos breaks out, we'll have a chance to snatch the devil fruit." In the darkness, it was clear that many were harboring similar intentions. Pirates had their plans, but Souries had his own plans as well. He was thinking about how to reasonably eliminate all these pirates without the celestial dragons losing face and reporting to the elders. The next morning, as Souries stepped out, he ran into the celestial dragon, Chalmako Saint. Upon seeing Souries, Chalmako Saint's eyes lit up. "The devil fruit I won from Charlos Saint Isnt, even in the devil fruit encyclopedia. I see nothing good about it. What a worthless thing. That navy over there. I'm giving it to you." Chalmako Saint casually tossed the devil fruit to Souries as if discarding garbage. The 4 CP0 members following Chalmako Saint had their thoughts but dared not voice them, fearing Chalmako Saint's wrath. However, thinking about it, it wasn't a big deal for a celestial dragon to casually give a devil fruit to a slave. Giving one to the navy was nothing extraordinary. Souries held the devil fruit, looking at Chalmako Saint, who was walking over with an air of superiority, feeling somewhat speechless. Was it this careless? Didn't we agree not to know each other? And that condescending tone really was annoying. Nevertheless, looking at the devil fruit in his hand, Souries still accepted it. This devil fruit is round, displaying a purple-black color, adorned with wing-like patterns, but in the center of the patterns, there are red, gem-like objects. "Annie, put it away. Don't drop it," Souries said as he handed the devil fruit to Annie, the little steward. The World Expo continues, and the participants today have become significantly stronger. However, the 3 celestial dragons, slaves, remain very formidable. By the afternoon, some powerful pirates or gangsters have started to reveal themselves. In the crowd, Souries also spotted Vinsmoke Achiji, who couldn't help but take action. This time, Germa 66, Vinsmoke Achiji, and Vinsmoke Reiju have arrived. Judge summoned them, partly to test the enhanced battle suits, and partly to showcase the reputation of Germa 66. "Brother Sori, can we participate?" Looking at the battle below, Diano said eagerly. "No." Sori rejected him without a second thought. Seeing Sori's firm refusal, Diano turned his gaze to Leah beside him. Leah simply turned her head away, ignoring Diano. She had no intention of asking Brother Sori for help. At this moment, although the battle was still intense, the atmosphere felt a bit off. Suddenly, accompanied by a burst of maniacal laughter, a pirate in the center of the fighting arena tore off his cloak and swung his sword towards the celestial dragons sitting in the center of the stands. Several massive flying slashes shot out. The sudden attack took everyone by surprise. Several CP0 members immediately shielded the celestial dragons. The flying slashes instantly tore through 3 CP0 members. It was the demon sword master, Droleap. Peach Rabbit exclaimed and drew her Kinairo no Kiba in front of the 3 celestial dragons. The unexpected attack suddenly silenced the entire fighting arena. "Anamai, Sakura Novaku." At this moment, large patches of pink cherry blossoms fell from the sky. As the cherry blossoms fell, they suddenly shattered, turning into individual pink light spots. There was something wrong with these flowers. As a user of the forest fruit ability, Souries immediately discerned that there was an issue with these cherry blossoms. The light spots, transformed from the petals, fell into the crowd. The petals have the effect of inciting greed in people. When most people saw the demon sword master Dorothea pounce on the devil fruit, they all erupted into chaos under the influence of the cherry blossoms. Grab the devil fruit. Pirates love to take advantage of chaos. It's not just the effect of the cherry blossoms. The arrival of these pirates and the mafia had other ulterior motives. They were just waiting for someone to ignite the spark. Now that someone has ignited it, they naturally erupted into a riot. In a short time, the entire fighting arena was thrown into disarray. This caught many people off guard, especially King Hanbao, as this was a conference he had meticulously arranged. How dare they, a group of scum, think that the kingdom of Balewu was unprepared? King Hanbao looked at the sudden chaos and shouted angrily. He then pressed a button beside him. With the button pressed, 2 large iron doors at the innermost part of the arena opened, and 5,000 soldiers from the kingdom of Balewu emerged with weapons, beginning to shoot everyone. "It's a trap," The kingdom of Balayu wants to kill us all. A roar echoed in everyone's ears. Instantly, the chaos intensified. Protect me, take me out. In the arena, nobles immediately called for their guards to protect them. At this moment, the Peach Rabbit had already engaged in battle with the Ghost Swordsman Dorope. The other Navy members were protecting the Celestial Dragons. King Homburg, didn't you say it was foolproof? The Celestial Dragon, Shalulia, scolded King Homburg. Rest assured, my lords, everything is under control, King Homburg replied, dialing another den mushy. Soon, the call connected. Germa 66. Help me eliminate those wicked pirates. 500 million berries. King Homburg shouted into the den mushy. As the largest mercenary organization, King Homburg had invited Germa 66 for this very purpose. Before long, Vinsmoke Ichiji and Vinsmoke Reiju, accompanied by several clones, began attacking the pirates. Cyrus looked at the chaos around him and said, Shuin, Annie, go find those trainees and protect them. The next moment, he clapped his hands. Crack, crack, crack. With a series of sounds, the wooden cage technique appeared again. A massive wooden cage slowly rose, surrounding the entire fighting arena. Cyrus had already intended to wipe out the pirates here. Now that he had a reason, he wouldn't let it go. Additionally, Cyrus was afraid that these pirates and the mafia would escape the fighting arena and cause chaos in the civilian area. As for trapping the nobles inside, what does it matter if they live or die? He didn't care. The suddenly appearing wooden cage darkened the entire fighting arena, leaving many people stunned. What's going on? Damn it, we can't get out. Another big news was happening. The reporter Green Gull excitedly exclaimed as he flew into the air, taking photos continuously. Mori, it's the Navy Cyrus who made his move. Don't care, follow the plan, kill those nobles, and then incite a civilian riot, a giant said. Following his words, many people immediately began to attack the nobles. The entire fighting arena was thrown into complete chaos. Some powerful pirates and numerous mafia members rushed to seize the devil fruits. The remaining pirates were attacked by the soldiers of the Balayu Kingdom and Germa 66. Soon, another group began to attack the nobles. Looking at the chaotic fighting arena and the large number of pirates, Cyrus unleashed another big move. The Forest of Trees descends. This time, the scale of the Tree Realm's arrival is massive. In the center of the fighting arena, the ground is churning, and a large number of vines and bean plants burst through the surface, surging in all directions. They also climbed up the surrounding stands. What is that? Stay away from me. I realized it was the power of the Navy's Sauries. Some pirates finally reacted. In a short time, a force formed. Under Sauries' control, a large number of pirates and gang thugs were entangled by the vines, bean plants, and various branches. Countless wails echoed. Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage and king of clearing the field, is no joke. However, there's one downside to Sauries' Tree Realm arrival. If those vines and bean plants want to maintain their aggressiveness, Sauries needs to continuously control them, which consumes a lot of his stamina. Therefore, constantly controlling a large number of plants requires a significant amount of Sauries' physical and mental energy. This consumption, over time, could become too much for Sauries to handle. Moreover, there is another issue. Due to the inability to perform fine control, it is easy to confuse friend and foe. Is this the strength of Big Brother Sauries? Diano said, wide-eyed, this is the kind of skill a strong person should possess. Leah said, her face filled with excitement and admiration. Greg, standing nearby, clenched his fist tightly. His strength was still too weak. Because of Sauries' intervention, some pirates regained their senses. They wanted to escape, but found they couldn't break the wooden cage. As for those with weaker strength, it's understandable, but for the stronger ones, as long as they couldn't break the wooden cage in one strike, it would quickly heal. However, this also ignited the ferocity in many pirates. Damn it, we can't escape. Let's fight. A pirate wielding a large axe charged into the ranks of the Balayu Kingdom soldiers. And amidst the frenzied slaughter, the Balayu soldiers were terrified and fled in all directions. The pirate looked at the navy above the stands, raised his axe, and shouted, boys, kill all those Navy men, grab the devil fruit. And there's nothing to fear from Peach Rabbit, just a woman. Yes, just a stinky woman. Kill Peach Rabbit, and we'll make a name for ourselves. Grab the devil fruit, and we'll get rich. With these words, the pirate who had scattered the Balayu soldiers was the first to charge towards the stands. Like a fuse, the other pirates behind him roared and charged forward as well. The giant axe pirate at the front suddenly swung his axe and knocked down a Navy soldier, getting entangled in a fierce battle with many others. A faint sense of emptiness arose within him, and Sauries touched the black blade, autumn water, at his waist. This feeling was just right. Saying this, Saoirse looked at the pirates rushing towards the devil fruit. The next moment, Saoirse disappeared, and with flashes of sword light, he took lives one after another, toward death and life. The passive skill Gale Swordsmanship activated automatically when stamina consumption exceeded 80% during a group battle, restoring a small amount of stamina with each opponent killed. The effect would disappear once stamina was restored to 50%. Just as Saoirse began to clear out the incoming pirates, the battle between Peach Rabbit and the Ghost Swordmaster, Dorope, intensified. Peach Rabbit's figure moved quickly, leaving behind a series of afterimages, striking at the Ghost Swordmaster with incredible speed that was hard to discern with the naked eye. Hey. As expected of a Navy's top female swordsman, her speed is impressive, but her strength is average, Dorope commented while defending against Peach Rabbit's attacks. Is that so? Then how about this strike? Peach Rabbit said in a low voice, slashing again. One sword style pull-off slash. With this strike, Peach Rabbit compressed the slash to the utmost limit. With this strike, the sword master Dorope, known as the Ghost Sword, did not dare to be careless. He swung his sword fiercely, and the pitch-black blade light, accompanied by the howling sound of the breaking wind, erupted. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted as his sword clashed violently with the one swung by Taudu. A violent airflow surged around them, spreading in all directions. Some of the nearby spectator seats, caught in the aftermath of their sword energies, were shattered into countless pieces, turning into piles of debris. No wonder he had once challenged Hawkeye. Feeling the opponent's power like a mountain flood, Taudu silently sighed. This strength-type swordsman is too restraining for her. Therefore, we can't continue to clash head-on like this. Thinking this, Taudu showed no sign of retreat. This kind of battle was exhilarating. She glanced at the protected celestial dragon, saw that they were unharmed, and decided to focus on dealing with the Ghost Swordsman Drop. She shouted, activating the shave from the Marine 6 styles. Her figure suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, she appeared behind the Ghost Swordsman Drop, stabbing towards his lower back with her Kinairo. Although the strength-type swordsmen had incredible explosive power, their speed was often not outstanding. As Taudu changed her strategy, the effect was immediate. Boom! 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 As the two fought more fiercely, the noise grew louder, and explosions continually erupted. Within a 50-meter radius around them, everyone was completely cleared out. No one dared to approach. Let's make our move too. Seeing that Taudu and Saoirse had made their moves, Diano was eager to try. No, you stay here. It's too chaotic, and I can't take care of you. Xiao-En stopped him. Colonel Xiao-En, we don't need your care. Brother Saoirse said that greenhouse flowers can't withstand wind and rain, let alone grow into towering trees. We don't want to be greenhouse flowers. Besides, Annie isn't any younger than me. She's also in battle, Greg pointed to Annie, who was riding on a Dai-Tai duck and continuously shooting not far away. Why is it always what Saoirse says? Xiao-En furiously turned his head. He looked over and saw that Annie was indeed in battle, constantly firing cold shots and killing pirate after pirate. Go! The hot-headed Diano was the first to pounce on a nearby pirate. Greg followed closely behind. Leah also drew the two knives from her back, charging out like a small tiger. She didn't mean to carry the knives on her back. It was just that her height was somewhat lacking, and the two knives were a bit long, sometimes dragging on the ground when placed at her waist. Seeing Leah charge forward, Chuan Mu also drew his sword and followed. He wanted to protect his junior sister. The other 40-plus students also followed suit, roaring as they charged forward. A blonde Saint Kaidi shook his head. Arrogance breeds death. Pain helps one grow. I hope that when faced with death, you can still be as fierce as a tiger. As for me, I'm always prepared for death every time I fight. Saying this, he also drew his western sword and rushed out. Idiot, their target is the devil fruit. You're still holding on to the devil fruit. Are you trying to get us killed? Charlemagne sat on a slave, looking at the bodyguard of Han Bao Wang, who was holding 3 devil fruits and couldn't help but get angry. Kill him. Throw away the devil fruits. Charlemagne ordered the CP-0 beside him. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and the bodyguard of Han Bao Wang fell down, dropping the 3 devil fruits onto the ground. CP-0 picked up the transparent box containing the devil fruits and forcefully threw it, sending it in different directions. Seeing the devil fruits he worked hard to acquire being thrown away, Han Bao Wang felt murderous. But facing the celestial dragons, he could only silently endure. The 3 transparent boxes containing the devil fruits were thrown out. One of them happened to fly towards Annie's direction. Devil fruit, devil fruit. Some people with sharp eyes saw the thrown devil fruits. Thud! The box of devil fruits landed 4 meters in front of the Dai-Tai duck. Quack, quack. The Dai-Tai duck blinked at the devil fruits ahead. Saories seemed to have said that the devil fruits were precious and could be traded for a lot of food. Die. Go pick up the devil fruits quickly. Annie also saw the devil fruits and hurriedly said, Quack, quack. The Dai duck called out and flapped its wings, rushing over and grabbing the box. Dumb duck, get my devil fruits back. Nearby pirates saw this scene and couldn't help but shout. With this roar, nearby pirates and gangsters all turned to look and then saw the devil fruit box in Dazed Duck's hands. Grab it. Put down, you fat duck. Boom. A large group of pirates rushed towards Dazed Duck. Quack, quack, quack. Dazed Duck wasn't a fool. It turned around and ran. Faced with the many ferocious thugs, Dazed Duck felt a tightness in its rear. Bang, bang, bang. Annie sat on Dazed Duck, continuously shooting bullets, taking down one pirate after another. Die for me. Just then, a giant cannonball flew towards Dazed Duck. This cannonball came from the West Sea Bandits. Only these mobsters like hot weapons so much. Die, run. At that moment, facing the cannonball, Annie's expression changed. Boom. Accompanied by a roar, the cannonball hit the left side of Die Duck. The tremendous impact blasted Annie and Die Duck away. Annie also fell off Die Duck. Meanwhile, the devil fruit box that had been held by Die Duck was thrown out as well. On Die Duck's neck, there was still a package, which was the devil fruit that Saories had asked Annie to keep. The cannonball blew a hole in this package. The purple devil fruit from Celestial Dragon Charmake Saint also fell out, tossed into the air. Another devil fruit. The pirates exclaimed. In midair, Die Duck saw that Saories' devil fruit had also fallen out. At that moment, it seemed to see itself being plucked and thrown into a pot. Bang! The clueless duck fell to the ground from midair, but its eyes were fixed on the falling devil fruit. Then, it quickly got up and ran forward, like an athlete going for an olive branch. Suddenly, the clueless duck felt something trip it from below. It was a vine root. Quack! The clueless duck, running at full speed, couldn't maintain its balance and crashed headfirst into the tree summoned by Saories ahead. Duong! With that sound, the whole tree shook, and one can imagine how hard the Dazed Duck crashed. After being hit hard, the Dazed Duck stumbled and fell to the ground. With a big bump on its head, tongue sticking out, it was dizzy. At that moment, a purple devil fruit fell from the sky and landed right on the Dazed Duck's face. The devil fruit smashed against the Dazed Duck's hard beak, causing juice to splatter everywhere. By chance, a small portion fell into the Dazed Duck's mouth. Being dizzy and with its tongue out, it felt something enter its mouth and swallowed it down. Dead duck, give me back my devil fruit. Seeing that a devil fruit had disappeared, several pirates pounced on the Dazed Duck with fierce expressions. A few other pirates were scrambling for the remnants of the devil fruit on the ground. They thought eating these fruits would also have an effect, not realizing that only the first bite of a devil fruit is effective. My devil fruit, damn duck, I'll kill you. One pirate grabbed the Dazed Duck by the neck and shook it violently, then swung a knife at it. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots rang out. It was Annie, who saved the Dazed Duck at a critical moment. Soon after, Shun followed, using Shave and Gus to take down the surrounding pirates. Looking at the battle between Peach Rabbit and the Demon Swordmaster Drolp, one must say that Peach Rabbit's strategy was spot on, as several wounds had already appeared on the Demon Swordmaster Drolp. I have to admit, you are strong, but I have found your weakness, said the Demon Swordmaster Drolp, baring his fangs. In the next moment, he charged directly at the Celestial Dragon. This scene made Peach Rabbit's expression change. Who? Accompanied by a huge slash, the Demon Sword Master Dellope struck towards the Celestial Dragon. Boom! With a resounding crash, Peach Rabbit blocked the strike of the Demon Sword Master Dellope. Just as the Demon Sword Master Dellope said, Peach Rabbit has a weakness, and that weakness is the Celestial Dragons. As long as the Celestial Dragons are attacked, Peach Rabbit has no choice but to defend and confront him head-on. Clang! Clang! Boom! With 3 consecutive strikes, accompanied by a loud, muffled sound, Peach Rabbit's tall figure was knocked back, creating a several-meter-deep pit in the stands. Damn, this guy's power is too great. As the smoke cleared, Peach Rabbit got up somewhat embarrassed. It seemed that the target of the Demon Sword Master Dellope was herself and others. The Celestial Dragon was terrified, and the snot-nosed Charlos said weakly, Why you dare to harm the Celestial Dragons? The world government will not spare you. Hearing this, the Demon Sword Master Dellope let out a creepy laugh, revealing a terrifying smile. At this moment, Peach Rabbit once again stood in front of the Celestial Dragon, ready to fight to the death. Seeing this, the Celestial Dragon hurriedly said to the CP0 beside him, Useless, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take us away. Captain Dorope, the transparent fruit has been obtained. Just then, a voice suddenly came from afar. Hearing this, the Demon Sword Master Dorope's smile grew even brighter. We're leaving. See you next time, said the demon sword master Dorope. His goal for coming this time was the transparent devil fruit. Although the transparent devil fruit can be detected by observation haki, what if the transparent devil fruit awakened? Then ordinary observation haki would be useless. The transparent fruit combined with his swordsmanship is a perfect match. This is also the reason why the ghost sword hero, Dorope, traveled a long way from the New World. However, if he wants to leave, it depends on whether another person allows it. Accompanied by the glint of a blade. The pirate who grabbed the transparent devil fruit had his head severed in one strike. In the next moment, Sauries, wearing a white justice coat, appeared in front of the ghost sword hero Dorope, holding the transparent devil fruit. Ghost sword hero Dorope, if you want the devil fruit, defeat me, Sauries declared. Be careful. He is the bounty of 440 million. The ghost sword hero Dorope, from the New World, warned Mamatatsu. I know, Sister Guion, you go protect those 3 guys. Leave him to me, Sauries replied calmly. Sure, sword hero Sauries, I know you. Seeing Sauries, Dorope revealed a faint smile, which quickly turned sinister. Since you want to die, I will grant you that. As he spoke, the ghost sword hero Dorope's body suddenly transformed into a shadow, rushing towards Sauries with a roar, slashing down with his sword. The sword hero of the New World is not to be trifled with. Swish! The black-red blade slashed out, accompanied by a chilling aura. Before the blade even reached him, it had already stirred Sauries' hair. Swish! Sauries' Chiao Shui was drawn, meeting Dorope's slash head-on. Boom! The 2 swords clashed, producing a deafening sound and creating a large wave of air. Unlike Mamatatsu, Sauries' strength was also formidable. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the 2 exchanged several blows. Bang! With a loud crash, Dorope was pushed back over 10 meters by Sauries' sword. Indeed, you have some skill, Dorope said, licking his lips with surprise. But this is what makes it interesting. With a hint of excitement, the ghost sword hero Dorope suddenly stomped his foot, disappearing in an instant. He reappeared right in front of Sauries, swinging his sword down. Sauries' gaze sharpened as he gripped the handle of Chiao Shui, lifting it to steadily block the strike. Clang! Sparks flew. Amid the piercing sound of metal grinding, Dorope slowly increased his strength. His overwhelmingly powerful force had always been his trademark. However, facing Sauries, the black sword Chiao Shui remained steady, as firm as a mountain. In the next moment, Sauries' arm shook, forcing Dorope's sword away. Following that, Sauries' Chiao Shui twisted, stabbing several times. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chiao Shui turned into afterimages, tearing through the air. Slash! Dorope barely managed to dodge, but his shoulder's clothing was still cut open. However, at a critical moment, black armament haki instantly covered Dorope's shoulder, preventing any injury. If that's all you've got, then let's end it here, Sauries said with some disappointment. Damn it, stop boasting and let's have a fair fight, a duel between sword heroes. Dorope roared. Sauries did not reply and chose to attack directly. Buzz! The black sword Chiao Shui, accompanied by a blade's whistle, slashed downwards towards the ghost sword hero Dorope. Whoosh! A fierce wind roared as Sauries' sword fell, creating a tempest within a radius of dozens of meters. The surging and biting wind followed the direction of Sauries' blade, ultimately transforming into a cutting strike made of wind. Such a massive strike made the ghost sword hero Dorope's expression tense. He shouted, gripping his sword with both hands, and swung out a black slash towards the front. Boom! The 2 slashes collided violently in mid-air, exploding into a large burst of light. Following that was a violent shockwave. In this clash, the ghost swordsman Dorope felt as if he had been swept away by an immense torrent. After a single strike, he actually retreated more than 10 meters before stabilizing his stance. On the ground, 2 clear indentations were visible. At this moment, Dorope's expression was extremely serious. He had originally thought that the Azura swordsman Sauries, who was defeated by the eagle-eyed Mihawk, shouldn't be that strong. Although he had also been defeated by Mihawk years ago, he now realized that the strength he prided himself on had not gained him even the slightest advantage. Instead, it seemed he was at a disadvantage. However, Dorope also had the pride of a swordsman, and he was determined to obtain that transparent fruit. With this thought in mind, Dorope adjusted his breathing, let out a low shout, and his figure leaped towards Sauries, his sword shining with a captivating light, striking at Sauries. Suddenly, the sword in Dorope's hand erupted with black light, obscuring Sauries' line of sight. Seeing this, Sauries activated his observation haki. With a black blade, Chiao Shui in hand, he slashed out. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, Dorope's sword was blocked by Sauries. Die for me! Dorope unleashed all his power. channeling all his strength into his arms, roaring as he pressed down hard. Boom! The platform beneath Saoirse's feet instantly cracked like a spider web. But then, Saoirse stepped to the left, effortlessly deflecting Durope's sword. In the next moment, with a flick of his wrist, Qiushui transformed into dozens of afterimages. Super/Steel Flash. So fast. The flurry of sword shadows before him caused Durope's expression to change drastically. He knew that defending against such a fast sword was not his forte. Great windmill. Durope exerted force with his feet, spinning with the great sword in hand. His sword was long and large, breaking through Saoirse's steel flash, and leveraging the momentum of his spin, he slashed towards Saoirse. Who would have thought that this ghost swordsman Durope had such a skill? Hopefully, he would pull off a righteous sword from the sky. Whoosh! Saoirse quickly dodged this slash. Boom! Durope's sword struck the ground, and a massive crack quickly spread forward, at least 100 meters long. Saoirse evaded this strike, and with armed haki wrapping around Qiushui, he attacked Durope once more. The two figures constantly intertwined, and the light of their swords flickered chaotically, with Durope surrounded by Saoirse's afterimages. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, Durope was sent flying, crashing into a distant vine tree. Cough! Durope coughed up a mouthful of blood, and upon looking at himself, he was already covered in wounds. Dambrat! Durope supported his body with his sword and slowly rose. I'll kill you, Ghost Fong Cross Slash! Durope roared, his momentum instantly becoming fierce, resembling a giant sea beast, radiating a terrifying aura that seemed to choose its prey. The lament of a defeated dog, Saoirse calmly said, and the next moment, a massive whirlwind erupted from Saoirse's Qiushui. The whirlwind swept towards Durope with unstoppable force. Immediately after, Saoirse's body vanished. Boom! Durope slashed through the whirlwind, but it seemed he heard a whisper of the wind in his ears. Looking again, Saoirse had already landed behind him. Crack! Qiushui returned to its sheath. You should be ashamed to remove his clothes. Dump! So fast! Durope turned to look at Saoirse. This was his final complaint, and then a bloodstain appeared on his neck, which was covered by armed color haki. Saoirse slashed through the armed color haki of the demon swordsman Durope. Thud! Durope fell down, and a surge of insight about the way of the sword flowed into Saoirse's body. The silent understanding was a gift from Durope, and Saoirse looked toward the other side of the fighting arena. There, a giant wearing a Scottish kilt was pounding on the nobles. This pervert seems to be a member of the Revolutionary Army. So that means these people are all part of the Revolutionary Army. Oof. Saoirse snorted lightly, but first lunged at the other pirates. He would deal with those Revolutionary Army members later. Tama took the Celestial Dragons and the Hanburg King to the exit of the fighting arena, but they were blocked by a wooden cage. Navy, what are you waiting for? Break this wood and let us out, St. Charlos ordered. Tama glanced at the Celestial Dragons, took a drag from her cigarette, and said, What's the rush? You won't be in any danger here. As she spoke, she quietly observed the situation outside. At this moment, the entire battlefield of the fighting arena was roughly divided into 4 areas. One was occupied by the giant in a Scottish kilt. Another was where Navy Shuan and Tina had gathered with the Navy. Germa 66 was in another area, and in yet another. Pirates and gang thugs were engaged in chaotic combat, fighting over devil fruits. After killing the swordmaster Durope, Saoirse also entered a harvesting mode. Before long, a large number of people had died under his blade. Just as he was about to pounce on the Revolutionary Army, he felt the wooden cage on the eastern side being destroyed. However, he still decided to deal with the Revolutionary Army first. You, who have ignited everyone's greed. Just as he was slaughtering the nobles, Yuhua suddenly heard a cold voice from behind her. In an instant, Yuhua felt a chill all over her body. Driven by her instinct to fight, she jumped up to try to create some distance. Puff! As she jumped, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. A black knife pierced through her torso. Cough! Yuhua spat out a mouthful of blood. Was her journey going to end here? How frustrating. She and T followed Dragon to go any further yet. Yuhua, the giant in the Scottish kilt, saw this scene and immediately went crazy, screaming as he charged over. He swung his trident forcefully at Saoirse. Boom! The ground shattered. However, Saoirse had already dodged to several meters away. With a person still dangling from his blade, it was the Revolutionary Army's Yuhua. Thud! Casually throwing the corpse off his blade, Saoirse quickly disappeared and reappeared next to the giant in the kilt. Puff! Blood splattered in the air as a wound appeared on the giant's leg. Ugh, that hurts. Mutti! A swordsman wielding dual swords saw the giant get injured and rushed at Saoirse. Just as Saoirse began to deal with the Revolutionary Army, Leah, Greg, and others were also experiencing their own battles. And among the 50 trainees, casualties had indeed occurred, while Leah and the others were dealing with ordinary pirates. They happened to run into a former Navy member who was now a pirate. The former Navy officer clearly recognized that these young men and women were naval cadets. With a single strike, a female cadet named Hasa fell at his feet. Gunpoint, "Are you Navy?" Chuanmu shouted. "To be precise, I'm a former lieutenant commander from the Navy headquarters." The newcomer replied with a sinister smile. "Come here." Greg roared as he looked at the fallen Hasa and threw a punch at the opponent. "Hey, not bad." The opponent complimented, followed by a swift kick. "Wow." Greg was sent flying, a massive wound appearing on his chest. Swift wind, flowing hard. Chuanmu swung his blade at the opponent. Shave. The former lieutenant commander from the Navy headquarters vanished in an instant, reappearing right in front of Chuanmu. Bang! With a muffled sound, Chuanmu was also sent flying into the vine thicket. With a single finger and 2 kicks, 3 opponents were taken out in an instant. Sister Hasa, not far away. Leah saw the situation and rushed over immediately. She saw her sister, who had always taken care of her, lying on the ground. A blood hole was in her chest, blood gushing out. "Run, you can't beat him." These were Hasa's last words to Leah. Unforgivable. Facing her sister's departure, Leah's eyes turned red. The black and white hair began to spread across her back. In the next moment, Leah charged at the former lieutenant commander with 2 knives. Shave. The technique that Leah had never mastered was suddenly unleashed, although not very precise. Kids these days are so strong. The former lieutenant commander remarked as he drew his sword to block Leah's dual blades and then kicked her away. However, Leah landed and charged again. Bang bang. Clang. Leah's reckless attacks resulted in her being continuously sent flying. In a short time, 2 life-threatening wounds appeared on her body. Blood dripped down, staining Leah's military uniform red. "You don't deserve to use the 6 dials." Leah shouted as she charged up once more. What a troublesome little brat. The lieutenant commander was clearly losing patience. Clang. He blocked Leah's 2 strikes, and his left hand thrust towards Leah's chest. A tall figure appeared in front of Leah. It was Greg. Greg grabbed the former lieutenant commander's left hand. His abdomen was pierced in a single blow. "Kill him," Greg said with blood in his mouth. Leah reacted quickly, swinging her 2 knives towards the opponent's arms and chest. Clang clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, but Leah's blades only tore through the opponent's clothing. Iron block. The former lieutenant commander looked at Leah, who was stunned, with a sinister smile, and swung his sword at her. Clang. With a muffled sound, another figure blocked in front of Leah. It was Chuanmu. "Leah, we are no match for him. Go call for help." Chuanmu exerted all his strength to block the opponent's sword, but the massive disparity in strength caused the opponent's sword to sink deep into Chuanmu's shoulder. Blood quickly soaked Chuanmu's shirt. Just then, a vine struck at the former lieutenant commander, forcing him back. 2 figures then landed in front of Leah, Chuanmu, and Greg. It was Ein and Binz. Binz immediately charged at the opponent, while Ein checked the injuries of the 3. "No, Leah and Greg need immediate treatment." Chuanmu, "Don't move either. Your ribs are broken. It could puncture your organs," Ein said with a serious expression. "I can still fight," Leah insisted, struggling to hold herself up. At this moment, Tina and Diano also noticed the situation here and rushed over. Sauris. Seeing the condition of the 3, Tina shouted loudly. "Pucci." Just as Sauris had dealt with the revolutionary soldier wielding dual swords, Tina's cry echoed in his mind. His observation hockey instantly expanded, and he quickly noticed the situation on the other side of the fighting arena. Just then, a giant in a Scottish kilt forcefully thrust a trident into the ground. A large chunk of the ground was lifted and smashed toward Sauris. After Sauris dodged, he saw a passageway. The remaining revolutionary soldiers were escaping through that passage. Sauris knew this was the devil fruit ability of the giant revolutionary. They could create passages underground at any time. Oomph. With a light snort, Sauris did not pursue. Leia and the others were more urgent. Sauris quickly turned and flew towards Tina. He looked at the injuries of the 3 and the silent Hasa not far away, and his expression slightly changed. Several green beans were quickly stuffed into Leia, Chuanmu, and Greg's mouths by Sauris. Then, clusters of green light continuously appeared, entering the bodies of the 3. As Sauris healed them, their injuries stabilized rapidly. After stabilizing their injuries, Sauris glanced at the situation of the student named Hasa, but could only sigh sadly. Finally, his gaze fell on the former Marine headquarters major fighting Binz. At this moment, the opponent was already panicking, wanting to escape but unable to shake off Binz. Whoosh! Sauris instantly appeared in front of him. Zong! Accompanied by a brilliant flash of light from his sword. The former Marine headquarters major was directly bisected. A person who has been bisected does not die immediately. They will struggle in pain for a long time before, finally, succumbing to death. This is the punishment for Saories. The battle in the arena is slowly coming to an end. Saories' wooden cage has been punched with 2 large holes. This indicates that at least 2 groups of pirates have escaped, plus the fleeing Revolutionary Army. In total, 3 groups have run away. The fighting arena, which gathered tens of thousands of pirates and gang thugs, ultimately saw 80% of them buried here. The consequence of this matter is that the Celestial Dragons have lost all credibility. There is no longer any trust between pirates and the world government. Of course, the world government will push all the blame onto the pirates and the Revolutionary Army. If it weren't for the sudden intervention of the Ghost Sword Master, Dora P.I., seizing the Devil Fruit, and if it weren't for the Revolutionary Army adding fuel to the fire, causing all the pirates and gangsters to be consumed by greed, things wouldn't have turned out this way. In this incident, the biggest victim is the Balayu Kingdom. Their Balayu soldiers have suffered heavy casualties. E.g., Reiju, tell your father to find an opportunity to occupy the Balayu Kingdom. Its king is already unworthy of the throne, and with so many nobles dead, it would be a pity not to take action. Saories took the time to find Vinsmoke E.g. and Vinsmoke Reiju. The Balayu Kingdom has a very advantageous geographical location, and Saories plans to use it as a base. In the future, those he rescues who are unfit to become Navy cadets will be sent here. Many who were previously unfit to join the Navy have been placed in the Sabati archipelago, where they found jobs to make a living. I am sorry, Saories. I didn't protect those cadets well. Shun approached Saories. It's not your fault. In battle, there are always casualties. Saories shook his head. Here. Shun handed Saories a box containing a devil fruit. Brother Saories, I need to tell you something. Annie stepped out from behind Shun. What is it? Saories was still unaware that the devil fruit he had given to Annie was eaten by the dodo duck. The devil fruit you gave me was eaten by the dodo duck, Annie said, looking down. Hearing this, Saories looked at the dodo duck, which was almost the same height as Annie. So it will be a dry duck from now on? It won't even have the function of bait? Saories said. You're the dry duck. Quack, quack, quack. The sudden voice left Saories stunned. He looked at the dodo duck and after a while said, it can actually talk? Oomph. The dodo duck raised its head proudly. The human fruit. It turns out to be the human fruit. Tell me, what type of human fruit did you eat? Saories gritted his teeth, his emotions somewhat agitated. He had a premonition that this might be a mythical Zoan type. The human fruit, mythical Zoan, Daikanga form. From now on, don't call me Dodo, call me Duck King. The dodo duck said. Upon hearing that it was indeed a mythical Zoan type, Saories felt a pain that could breathe. The human fruit, Daikanga form, is quite similar to the human fruit, mythical Zoan, Daimao form of the Bull Demon King from Wano country. I wonder what it looks like after transformation. A day later, Saories' warship began sailing on the vast ocean. The atmosphere among the cadets was somewhat oppressive. Out of 50 cadets that set out on this journey, only 48 returned. At this moment, there were 2 devil fruits placed in front of Saories. One was the transparent fruit. The other, according to the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, was called the zipper fruit. Both were paramecia types. These 2 fruits, as long as your imagination is big enough, will lead to great achievements in the future. Call Chuamu and Saint Kadi, Saories said to Annie. Upon hearing this, Annie walked toward the cabin. Soon, Chuamu and Saint Kadi came over. There are 2 devil fruits here. One is called the transparent fruit, and the other is called the zipper fruit. You can choose for yourselves, Saories said to the 2. Hearing this, the 2 exchanged glances. You go first, Saint Kadi. Chuamu said to Saint Kadi. Brother Saories, what effects do they have? Saint Kadi asked. The transparent devil fruit allows you to become invisible. The zipper fruit should be able to create zippers anywhere. Saories really didn't know how to explain the zipper fruit. It seemed quite useless. With just a little thought, anyone could tell that the transparent fruit, which grants invisibility, is much stronger. All right, then I choose the zipper fruit. Saint Kadi reached out to grab the zipper fruit. You. Chuamu wanted to say something, but Saint Kadi bit into it. The next moment, Saint Kadi's face turned green. This flavor is truly overwhelming. You can't spit it out. Swallow it. Saories said seriously. Gulp. Saint Kadi struggled to swallow it down. You have to finish the whole thing. This sentence directly plunged Saint Kadi into hell. Saories' command was irresistible. Looking at the fruit that had been bitten, Saint Kadi opened his mouth and swallowed it all in one go. Is it hard to eat? Kawamuku asked. Saint Kadi shook his head. Not very hard to eat. But I heard Diano say it was especially bad. As Kawamuku spoke, he picked up the transparent fruit and took a bite. It was quite terrible. At that moment, Saint Kadi's words finally arrived late. Gulp. Kawamoku forced himself to swallow it down. Then, imitating Saint Kadi, he swallowed the rest in one gulp. Isn't it effective just by taking one bite? Dazed Duck chimed in from the side. As soon as the words were spoken, Saories felt a strong resentment from Kawamoku and Saint Kadi. After returning from the West Sea, they passed through Reverse Mountain and entered the Grand Line. However, just as Saories was passing the Little Garden, the system's voice came through. A random quest was triggered. The last song of Elbaf. Defeat or kill the pirate giant Chingue Dongli and the red giant Brokey. And the rewards include an increase of 1 in swordsmanship, an increase of 1 in physical strength, an understanding of the Elbaf spear, and a chance to comprehend hockey. Seeing the long-awaited random quest appear again, Saories said, Shuin, head towards Little Garden. Aren't you following Major General Tahato? Shuin asked. Not following anymore, Saories replied as he took out the transponder snail to notify Tahato. Not long after, the warship approached Little Garden. Saories led the trainees off the ship, leaving the Navy soldiers to guard it. Little Garden is an island with a unique climate, where some prehistoric animals still inhabit. The island is mostly covered in dense forests, with towering giant trees and a variety of animals. Saories' brother, what are we doing here? Annie asked in confusion. Looking for 2 pirates from a long time ago, Saories replied as he walked. Just then, he suddenly felt his pants tighten. It was Dai Duck grabbing onto his pants. Saories looked down to see Dai Duck nervously staring at a small snake just a few meters away. Its tuft of hair was shaking, and one of its wings was already gripping the hilt of a knife, looking ready to fight at any moment. Dai Duck trembled and said, Saories, it's a snake. How? Perhaps it heard Dai Duck's words. As a little snake passing by turned its head to glance at Dai Duck. With that glance, Dai Duck gripped Saories' pants even tighter. What's wrong? Are you afraid of snakes? Saories asked, puzzled. After all, it was just a tiny thing. What was there to be afraid of? Dai Duck nodded, but then felt a bit embarrassed and quickly shook its head, saying, I'm not afraid. I'm just a little scared. How? Isn't this feeling just fear? Just like how Saories in his past life was afraid of dogs. When a little teddy dog pounced at him, he was scared. Come on, you are a duck that has eaten a devil fruit, Saories said. Then he continued to walk forward. Dazed Duck followed closely behind him. Saories decided that when they returned, he would train Dazed Duck well, at least to the level of Nyogue Wan. He didn't ask for much strength, but just to be a helper. A hellishly difficult training plan had already formed in his mind. Boom! Boom! As the group was walking, a volcano suddenly erupted in the distance. Immediately, 2 giants emerged from the east and west sides. One wielded a sword and a shield, while the other held an axe and a shield. Their height was twice that of the surrounding trees, the tallest trees barely reaching their waists. The 2 were the giants Di-Ri and Brogi. Clang! Clang! Clash! The battle between Di-Ri and Brogi was exceptionally fierce, their roars shaking the heavens, as axes and swords swung and clashed in a continuous exchange. The sparks produced from their collisions were about a meter in size, and the shockwaves from the battle were enough to spread across the entire Little Garden Island, causing the entire island to tremble. This is a true battle, filled with murderous intent, showing no mercy or leniency. Perhaps in the next moment, one of the 2 will fall. Who are these 2 giants? Shuin asked in surprise. The legendary captain of the notorious pirate crew that once roamed the seas. The blue demon Dong Li and the red demon Buluo Ji, who were offered bounties of over 100 million a century ago, said Saories. Are you fighting for them? Shuin asked again. Saories nodded. These 2 are formidable opponents. Perhaps they will allow me to advance further. They may be strong, but Saories is not afraid of the powerful. The strong in this world have always been forged in iron and fire. You wait here. As Saories spoke, he soared into the sky. His entire being was like an arrow released from a bow, quickly flying towards the distant Dori and Brogi. The Navy? Even in this life-and-death battle, Dori and Brogi noticed Saories immediately. The Navy uniform on Saories was too conspicuous. Navy, you're not welcome here, Dori said, but he first stopped fighting with Brogi. What? The little garden belongs to you? Saories tilted his head and asked. He remembered that later there seemed to be a giant named Helding, who was a little fan of these 2, eager to recreate the glory of the giant pirate crew. In the end, he seemed to have joined under Monkey D. Luffy. Brogi, it seems we need to deal with this Navy first. If others find out about our presence here, those annoying flies will disturb our duel. Dori was clearly more intelligent than Brogi. Hearing this, Brogi laughed and said, Navy, your timing couldn't be worse. But I won't join you, Dori, in attacking one person. That's not the giant way. Gentlemen, I would like to inquire about the Atom Tree. Isn't your giant country, Elbaf? Saories asked. As soon as these words were spoken, Dong Li and Biloki's expressions changed instantly. They actually dared to target Elbaf. Damn the Navy. Dong Li roared and charged directly at Saories. What the hell? Asking a question and getting so worked up. Boom! A giant sword swept towards him. Saories dodged at the first moment. Whoosh! The trees within 100 meters behind him were all cut down. Suspended in midair, Saories held the hilt of his black blade. Qiu Shui, stepping forward to slash. In the next moment, Saories disappeared and appeared behind the green-skinned Dong Li in the blink of an eye. He aimed a strike at Dong Li's back. With this strike, it seemed that Dong Li had not reacted in time. However, just as Saories was about to hit Dong Li, a large sword appeared behind him. Clang! Qiu Shui struck against Dong Li's sword. Dong Li had fought with Brokey for over 100 years, and his combat experience was unmatched. He had long awakened his observation haki. Dong Li could sense the eruption of a volcano in advance, which was the application of observation haki. A skill move. Qiu Shui clashed against the giant sword, causing Saories to feel a bit numb in his wrist. In the next moment, Dong Li had already turned around, and the giant sword swung down again. Whoosh! The air was torn apart with a sharp whistle. Boom! Saories narrowly dodged it. The giant sword struck the ground, creating a massive crack in the earth. Dong Li's attack was extremely fluid. After one strike, he felt Saories moving to his left. Gale Slash. The massive strike came down towards Dong Li. Clang! Dong Li raised a shield to block the attack. However, the sharp strike left a mark on the shield. This scene made Saories realize that Dong Li's weapon was no good. He remembered that both of their weapons seemed to be broken in the end. Clang! In their third confrontation, Saories chose to clash head-on, wanting to test the giant's strength. The deafening sound of metal clashing made Saories' heart race violently for a few beats. His arms shook violently, and blood slowly oozed from his tiger's mouth. The strike tore his tiger's mouth. A faint green light glowed, and Saories' tiger's mouth healed at a visible speed, slowly landing on a tree. Saories held the black knife Qiu Shui, his eyes slightly narrowed. A fierce gale began to blow, causing Saories' naval coat to flutter. Facing the raging wind, Saories gripped the knife with both hands and swung it upward. A massive whirlwind appeared, sweeping up a large number of trees and charging towards Dong Li. Boom! Dong Li ignored the enormous whirlwind and charged at Saories with his sword and shield. However, when the whirlwind surrounded him, Saories vanished from his perception. Blood splattered, and a huge wound appeared on Dong Li's back. When? Dong Li was exceptionally surprised. When did this little navy appear behind him? Damn it! Dong Li roared as he swung his sword to force back Saories. But Saories unleashed several gusts of wind to disrupt Dong Li, causing more wounds to appear on him. Dong Li knew he couldn't continue like this. He let out a loud shout, and the sword in his hand began to emit a dazzling light. Elbaf's spear dominates. Buzz. A massive slash was unleashed from Dong Li's hand. Boom! The world-shattering wave enveloped Saories. The fierce winds scattered, and life was extinguished. A chasm over 100 meters wide extended from one end of the small garden to the other, tearing through the sea before finally disappearing. It's over, Dong Li panted. If he hadn't used this move, he would have likely lost to that Navy man. The opponent could actually use the gusts of wind to evade his observation haki. Crack! 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 The sound of fine fractures echoed, followed by a crisp sound as his sword shattered into pieces. Whoosh! Indeed, the power was astonishing. Just then, a tree suddenly split open, and Saories crawled out from inside. He didn't die. Dong Li was somewhat surprised. Having witnessed Elbaf's spear, now you should die, Saories said calmly. As he spoke, Saories clapped his hands together. Whoosh! Huge vines burst from the ground, wrapping around Dong Li's legs. They quickly climbed up toward Dong Li's body. Snap! Dong Li forcefully tore off one vine, but immediately more vines coiled around him. Boom! Dong Li lost his balance due to being entangled and fell to the ground. Enough! Brokey, watching the battle, stepped forward with his axe to help Dong Li escape. Dong Li is lost. You should leave. Brokey shouted. Saories was somewhat moved by Brokey's naivety. If he had been hit by Elbaf's spear just now, he would probably have been left with no complete corpse. After fighting to this point, you want to settle it with just one sentence? Come out. Wooden man. With Saories using his devil fruit ability again, a wooden man, coiled with a wooden dragon and no smaller than Brokey, appeared. After the wooden man appeared, it punched toward Brokey. Clang! Brokey, who was chopping at the vines, blocked the wooden man's attack with his shield. Then, he swung his axe toward the wooden man's waist. Clang! A huge gash appeared. However, the wooden man's wound quickly began to heal. Get away from me. Dong Li struggled vigorously. Crack! Crack! With sheer strength, he managed to tear apart the vines one by one. But soon, new vines appeared. Prepare tout di, Dong Li, Saories said, holding the black blade, Qiu Shui. As he finished speaking, Saories lunged at Dong Li. The armament haki wrapped around his body as he slashed toward Dong Li's neck. Dong Li sensed Saories' approach. The armament haki began to cover his body. Zing! A sound like cutting through steel was heard. Saories did not break Dong Li's armament haki. However, Saories extended his left hand, and the vines coiling around Dong Li tightened like giant pythons, starting to pull. Dong Li's face began to turn red. As Saories' fingers slowly tightened, Dong Li's face became increasingly grim, and his body emitted a creaking sound as it was constricted. Dong Li. Brokey noticed Dong Li was in danger and shouted loudly. The battle axe in his hand began to shine. For Brokey, he could kill Dong Li, but others could not. Boom! Another dominant strike, and the wooden man's upper body was completely obliterated. Boom! The remaining half of the wooden man fell, crushing countless plants. But before Brokey could save Dong Li, a large number of trees and vines surged around, and another new wooden man appeared. Brokey could no longer use Elbaf's spear. His axe was also broken. He began to fight the wooden man with his bare hands. Meanwhile, Saories slashed at Dong Li again. This time, Dong Li could no longer resist Saories' Qiu Shui due to the entanglement of the vines. With a spray of blood, Dong Li met his end. A massive surge of heat flowed into Saories' body. His physique and armament haki were enhanced. Then, he turned his attention to Brokey. Saories landed on top of the wooden man and began to focus on controlling it. Saories did not multitask, making the wooden man even more agile. Boom! Boom! From a distance, two giants were madly attacking, and the surroundings had completely turned to ruins. During the battle, Brokey accidentally got his feet entangled by the vines. His massive frame crashed to the ground. This also led him to follow in the footsteps of the blue demon Donri. A mass of vines wrapped around Brokey, while the wooden man furiously pounded on Brokey from above. After a moment, Saories flew towards Shun and the others. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the blue demon Donri and the red demon Brokey. Swordsmanship improved, physical strength improved, comprehension of the usage of the Bakuku. With this sentence, the knowledge of how to use the gun of El Bato, Bakuku, began to flood into Saories' mind. Whether he could comprehend it depended on Saories himself. At the same time, the defeat of Donri and Brokey also caused Saories' strength to leap again. Name, Saories Tang age, 21 height, 285 centimeters physical ability, swordsmanship, fruit ability, plant mutation, corrosive seed, 1, haki, conqueror's haki, beginner, armament haki, advanced, observation haki, advanced, skills, swift wind swordsmanship, master, navy 6 styles, master, sky dance technique. 8 Gates of Dunjia. Number of gates opened depends on physical strength. Currently can open 6 gates. Sage's Law Seal, beginner enhances physical strength. Increases the body's cell capacity for energy and vitality. Beginner level is 5 times. Increases body recovery ability. Overall combat power. S reputation. Renowned on the Grand Line, his strength increased from S to S. Upon reaching the S level, the speed of improvement noticeably slowed, and the Sage's Law Seal passive skill had not yet improved. Saories inquired about the system, and it stated that improvement could only come through constant battle. However, he had fought quite a bit, yet there had been no progress. Saories had a feeling that if his Sage's Law Seal could be upgraded to intermediate, he could open 7 gates of Dunjia without dying. At that time, his Devil Fruit ability would likely increase significantly, possibly allowing him to unleash the power of the Buddha's true form with thousands of hands. If the Sage's Law Seal were upgraded to advanced, he might be able to open all 8 gates without dying. What a concept that would be. When that time came, forget about the 4 emperors like Whitebeard, Kaido, or Steel Balloon. Just look at him and the Gorosei. Whether Saories kicked them or not would be the end of the matter. Just thinking about it, kicking one of those little kids would be utterly delightful. While Saories was fighting the blue demon Donri and the red demon Brokey, Annie, Lia, Greg, and the others were stunned by Donri's move, but Cuckoo. Looking at the trench that cut through the entire island, all the students were speechless. This is what a strong person looks like, Greg said, clenching his fists. However, Shun, hearing this, shook his head. Although they are strong, they are still not enough in front of the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords. The real strong ones are in the New World. To be honest, Shun felt that the warlord Gecko Moria could not defeat the blue demon Donri and the red demon Brokey. At least, Moria would not be able to withstand that move. But Cuckoo, the New World, huh? Greg's eyes flashed with a hint of longing upon hearing Shun's words. Soon, Saories returned, and Liao pointed to the trench created by Donri, asking, Brother Saories, can we also unleash such an attack in the future? Of course. Saories nodded. With just a casual slash, the Golden Lion could shatter an island. In the future, as long as Lia and the others work hard, they could certainly achieve it. After completing the system's random mission, Saories took the students back to the warship. For such a long time, Saories couldn't figure out the system's rules for assigning tasks. Sometimes there would be a long period without any. Afterwards, perhaps fearing that Saories would forget, a random task would suddenly pop up. Along the way, Saories and his companions passed by Alabasta, gazing at the islands in the distance. Saories decided that once they returned to headquarters, he would come here to investigate. The reason he hadn't come earlier was that he wasn't sure when Crocodile started causing trouble for this country. Saories also didn't know when the Baroque Works was established. All he knew was that Crocodile had been harming this country with dance powder for 3 years, starting from 1517, and it was now only 1514. But for his peace of mind, he still needed to check it out. On a remote island, a red-nosed guy dressed like a clown was holding a box and laughing foolishly. In the distance, there were several giant boxes. Oh, ha! I finally found it after so much effort. It's time to get rich. Oh, ha! This is the owner of the lucky color, Buggy. Today can be said to be the best day for Buggy in the past 6 months. He was originally having a good time in the EC, keeping his bounty below 8 million berries. But for some reason, a white-haired idiot set his sights on him. He was relentlessly chased and forced all the way to the Grand Line. On this journey, many of his pirate crew members died, some were captured, and even he was caught once. Fortunately, he escaped. After escaping, he drifted alone at sea for a long time, enduring many hardships. Finally, by chance, he found a treasure map. Now, after enduring the days, sweet days have come. With this belly, his Buggy pirates can set sail again. This time, he wanted to recruit more powerful pirates. If he encountered that white-haired guy again, he would definitely teach that white-haired man, who had chased him like a dog, a lesson. Thinking of this, Buggy felt even more cheerful. With a pleasant mood, he began to move boxes onto his small ship. Just then, accompanied by the flapping sound, a news bird flew across the sky. "Hey, dumb bird, give me a newspaper." Buggy yelled at the news bird flying overhead. He then took out 100 berries from his treasure chest and threw it to the news bird. The news bird caught the berries, dropped a newspaper, and simultaneously took a dump that landed not far from Buggy. Who told this red-nosed guy to call it dumb? Buggy opened the newspaper and took a look. New World. The Red Dog's bounty of 600 million berries for the evil ghost pirate crew. Navy Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit and Navy Commander Saories killed tens of thousands of pirate gang thugs in the Balayu Kingdom of the West Sea. Saories used the blood of pirates and gang thugs to prove his title as the Shura Swordmaster. The New World Great Pirate, the demon Sword Master Doropi, with a bounty of 440 million berries, was killed by the Shura Swordmaster Saories. Below was a photo of the entire Balayu Kingdom fight arena, along with several battle photos. This Saories seemed to be in the first half of the Grand Line, and he seemed very fierce. Although Buggy wasn't the brightest, he wasn't stupid either. He thought to himself, I can't stay in the first half of the Grand Line. I should go to the 4 seas for safety. The West Sea has the Mafia and the 8 Treasure Navy. The North Sea has Germa 66. The South Sea is the strongest sea area. But the East Sea still has that white-haired guy, damn it. Buggy angrily tore the newspaper he was holding into pieces. Hut. On the way back to the Navy headquarters at Marineford, Saories was not idle at all. In total, 3 slave ships flying the Don Quixote family flag of Doflamingo were destroyed by Saories. He rescued 372 slaves. Among these slaves, those who have homes will be sent back home, while those without homes will be resettled. Those who wish to join the Navy will be taken directly to the Navy headquarters. The sky had unknowingly started to drizzle. However, in the rain, accompanied by a gentle breeze, Saories seemed to catch a whiff of blood. Shuin turned the ship's head. Let's see what's going on with that small island at 30 degrees north latitude. Saories opened his observation hockey and said in a deep voice, Yes. Shun replied, and the warship began to turn its head. This is a small island with only a simple dock. As they approached, the strong smell of blood wafted into Saories' nostrils with the wind. When the boat reached the shore, Leah's nose twitched, and at that moment not just Saories, but everyone smelled the blood. Shuin crouched down, grabbed a handful of sand, and sniffed it intensely. The smell of blood was very strong. Saories looked towards the distant village and shook his head, saying, No matter how heavy the rain, it cannot wash away the evils of this world. As Saories spoke, he flew up into the sky and landed in the village. It was eerily silent. The people were all dead and had been for some time. Shuin asked what happened. Why hasn't the Navy come? Saories said to Shuin. Shun quickly opened the nautical chart, locating the Navy division on the map, and dialed the phone number for the naval branch in the area. Soon, Shun found Saories and said, Saories, it was a group called the Nightfall Pirates. The branch said they were chasing them before, but lost track. This matter has been reported to headquarters. The Nightfall Pirates, huh? Saories noted the name of the pirate group. Report to headquarters and have them check where the Nightfall Pirates were last seen. Saories ordered. Half a month later, near the hot spring capital, 3 pirate ships were reduced to fragments. 500 pirates were all dead. This is the Nightfall Pirates. Saories has been chasing them for a whole month. Since they have committed a crime, they must pay the price. This has always been Saories' principle. Since he discovered that someone had been brutally murdered, he would rather return to the Navy headquarters late than let these pirates go unpunished. Saories, ahead is the hot spring town. Shall we go soak in the hot springs? Shun suggested. Upon hearing this, Saories looked at the eager expressions on the faces of many Navy soldiers. He laughed heartily and said, if you want to go, then go. Today, all expenses will be covered by Colonel Shun. Oh, long live Brigadier General Saories. Everyone was happy except for the coffin-faced Sean, who felt a breath of pain. He looked at the ship full of soldiers and trainees, touched his wallet, and realized that this year would probably be spent on plain food. Hot Spring City is a major city in the Oluan Allied Nations, where the entertainment industry is highly developed, mainly known for its hot springs and bikinis. Walking on the streets of Hot Spring City, Sean admired the women in bikinis and men in shorts everywhere, exclaiming, this hot spring city is so open. Other Navy soldiers were practically wishing their eyes could be glued to the women around them. Bastards, you are Navy. Can you not embarrass yourselves like this? Annie shouted angrily. But as she turned her head, her dazed eyes had completely transformed into pink hearts, mumbling as she walked. This one is nice. This one is big. This one should be soft. Duong. Annie could no longer hold back and punched the dazed duck to the ground. Sean, take them to buy some new clothes and get something good to eat. All expenses today will be recorded. I will report to the warlord, Saories said, looking at the slaves they had rescued. Public funds for eating and drinking? Sean looked at Saories in surprise. I didn't expect you, Saories, with your thick brows and big eyes, to do something like this. How about you cover the expenses? Saories said with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Sean quickly turned around and said, come on, new family. I'll take you to buy clothes. Team 2 soldiers follow me. The Navy is a profession with a lot of pressure, and occasionally relaxing is just right to balance work and rest. Otherwise, if one stays tense all the time, it will become increasingly tiring, and this is a good opportunity for everyone to unwind. Just then, Saories suddenly looked into the distance. In the crowd, a burly figure wearing a white hat with distinct brown spots and 2 bare ears, holding a book, was staring at Saories from afar. It was Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Who would have thought to encounter this guy here? At that moment, the tyrant bear looked at Saories, his gaze shifting slightly. Saories? The guy who killed 43 revolutionary comrades. Their eyes met briefly in the air, and then the tyrant bear slowly walked away with his book. The development level of the tyrant bear's fruit ability was astonishing. In his previous life, while watching One Piece, what surprised Saories the most were Kuma and Don Quixote Doflamingo. The fruit development level of these 2 individuals amazed Saories greatly. Speaking of Doflamingo, at this moment, Doflamingo was also training furiously, even ignoring the recent attack on the Don Quixote family's slave ship. Not long ago, during his negotiation with Kaido, he was actually knocked away by Kaido with a single blow, sustaining serious injuries. This dealt a heavy blow to Doflamingo and made him develop a fear of Kaido. Ah, so comfortable. Saories leaned in the hot spring, letting out a sigh. Gagaga. My whole body feels soft. I miss the feeling of swimming in the sea. The dopey duck said while lying in the pool. This is a saltwater hot spring. It's because you're a devil fruit user that the salt water has exhausted you. You genius. Saories said with his eyes closed. Although he was resting, his mind was filled with all sorts of chaotic thoughts. He didn't know how long it had been, but Saories slowly fell asleep amidst the misty rain. The other students and soldiers soaking in the hot spring with him also began to doze off. However, just as Saories was in a half-asleep state, a naval cadet suddenly burst in, looking anxious, and said, Brother Saories, our people have been captured. This sentence instantly made Saories open his eyes. What happened? Saories said as he stood up from the pool with a splash. At that moment, the other naval soldiers in the pool also began to wake up. Some trainees had a conflict with the soldiers from the hot spring city and were captured. The statement made Saories' expression darken. Why? The 48 trainees around him split into 2 groups, one staying by his side and the other by Annie's. Saris was confident that neither Annie nor the other trainees were troublemakers. Moreover, having a conflict with the member states here would only lead to complaints being sent to the warring states marshal. It was the people of the Oluan kingdom. One of their nobles had brazenly snatched a mermaid girl in broad daylight, and when San intervened to stop it, a conflict ensued. They beat that noble, and then the soldiers of the hot spring city captured them, reported the naval trainee. Captured? Where are they now? As Saris spoke, he picked up a nearby garment and began to get dressed. The other naval soldiers also quickly donned their clothes. San was one of the trainees. He should be at the scene of the incident, one of the trainees said uncertainly. Hearing this, Saris didn't say much more and quickly walked out, followed by a throng of people. On the way, they happened to meet Annie, who was also bringing Greg and Diano over. When Saris arrived at the scene, he saw San and the others being captured, while a bruised and bloated noble stood nearby, filled with anger and mockery, saying, just a mere navy. Don't think that just because you are Navy trainees, even as Navy, you have to lie down here in the hot spring city. This is our Oluan kingdom. A total of 7 or 8 trainees, covered in blood, were being held down on their knees by Oluan soldiers. It was clear they had suffered severe beatings. Do you know who I am? Huh, a bunch of bastards. Don't think just because you fancy a mermaid girl, even if it were 10, I could get them with a snap of my fingers. How dare you lay hands on me? Throw them into the dungeon. I will use the 10 tortures of Oluan to deal with them. Hearing the words of the fat noble, San tried to get up, but was stomped back down. Still trying to struggle? What a ridiculous sense of justice. As he spoke, the fat noble snapped his fingers, and a mermaid girl was brought before him by 2 soldiers. The fat noble grabbed the mermaid girl's hair and said, "Look, your justice is worthless in the face of power. Everything that should happen will still happen. Navy? Ha! Just a dog raised by our nobility." Hearing the arrogant words of the fat noble, Annie, Leah, Greg, and the others were all furious. Brother Saris. Diano turned to look at Saris. He could hardly contain himself. With just one word from Saris, he would definitely take down that fat bastard. Put away your weapons, Saris said calmly. This sentence left many students astonished. At this moment, Saris said again, in the future, when you encounter such things, don't ask me. Just beat the hell out of them. Hearing Saris's words, Diano shouted and rushed forward, followed by other students and soldiers. Even Ein Binzi and the silly duck charged forward. They could no longer suppress the anger in their hearts upon seeing their companions and their sense of justice being so humiliated. Saris instantly appeared in front of the fat noble. You dare to lay a hand on me. You deserve to die. You compare the Navy to dogs. You deserve to die even more. The sudden appearance startled the fat noble, and he instinctively asked, "Who are you?" But he quickly saw the fluttering navy coat. Saris did not answer the fat man, but grabbed his collar. "What are you doing? I'm a noble. You can't hit me. I have privileges," the fat noble screamed. The terrifying aura and the accumulated killing intent from Saris made him feel a deep sense of fear. "Scum!" Saris roared, grabbing his arm and twisting it. With a crack, the fat noble's arm was suddenly broken. A shrill scream immediately rang out. Saris's actions gave all the Navy confidence and made them bolder. Around them, the onlooking crowd couldn't help but open their mouths wide, their eyes nearly popping out in shock. The next moment, even more astonishing to them, was when Saris threw the fat noble to the ground and stepped on his head. Many people screamed. The Navy cannot be insulted, and justice cannot be insulted. Justice is not there to protect you, scum. Ruthless, it was truly ruthless. Saris didn't even ask who the fat noble was before directly crushing him. "Stop," Saris said at this moment. Leah and the others helped San and the others up. San limped over to Saris and said, "I'm sorry, Brother Saris." Upon hearing this, Saris sneered. "You still know to say sorry?" This sentence made those few trainees lower their heads in shame. They had caused Brother Saris to make a mistake. Killing nobles is a serious crime. However, Saris continued, coming from a prestigious naval academy, you can't even defeat dozens or hundreds of kingdom soldiers. You really have some skills. It's simply a disgrace. You're trained on data up to October 2023.